One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 641 to 660. Chapter 641 There is another way. The roar of artillery fire continued to pour towards Shaya, and as time passed, the latter's cold expression began to change a little. What's the matter? His expression changed slightly, and the energy wave that was continuously output in his hand began to flicker, which seemed extremely unstable. Boom boom boom. The sound of the shelling continued, and the shells stored in the underground laboratory were driven by electromagnetism or energy. They were the most advanced militarized weapons on Earth and played a great role at this moment. The crimson light began to flicker erratically, Shaya's face changed continuously, the energy wave in his hand began to shrink, and the power was greatly reduced. At the same time, the crimson mask around him began to shrink. This newborn baby's body is too fragile. Noticing that his whole body began to tremble and his muscles trembled irregularly, Shaya understood. A newborn baby, no matter how powerful his talent is, but due to the limitation of his personality, the level of his performance is still very different from the actual strength. In terms of strength, he has indeed surpassed many people. Even an ordinary Saiyan would not be his opponent, but he was just a baby. After fighting these fires for so long, his body has reached its limit. I've reached my limit. Shaya's face became gloomy, his eyes flickered, and he glanced around, looking for a place to hide. But the terrifying artillery fire in front of him continued to output as if it would never stop. After more than 10 breaths, the protective shield around Shaya's body has been compressed to a minimum, and sweat flows out of his forehead. At this time, he has truly reached his limit. Finally, with a loud explosion, Shaya's entire body was hit by the shelling and slammed into the wall behind him heavily. Boom boom boom. Immediately after, the continuous artillery fire was all output to Shaya's body, causing his whole body to tremble constantly, and there were strands of blood on the corners of his mouth. Anger, suffocation, and anger quickly burned in Shaya's heart. His newly born soul slowly distorted under the fire, becoming dark and evil. Damn, I'm going to kill you. Destruction. All of you shall be destroyed. The seeds of hatred were planted in Shaya's heart, making the originally clear and transparent heart turn pitch black in the blink of an eye. Ah, kill you. Anger made Shaya's anger abruptly swell, and an incomparably vast aura slammed into the surroundings, rising suddenly. The crimson light extended and spread. Just a shock, the attacking cannonball at this moment unexpectedly it was a complete explosion, but there was no more bombardment on Shaya. Cough cough. After 5 breaths, the artillery fire ceased, and countless gun barrels turned red, scorched by the high temperature, and rounds of powerful blows finally stopped at this moment. Shaya spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. His originally short body, curled up on the ground at this moment, seemed to be extremely weak. But a moment later, a crimson light burst out and bombarded towards the ceiling of the underground laboratory. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, and the ceiling with a thickness of nearly tens of meters was blasted out by this attack. Immediately after, Shaya's young body rose into the air, rushed out of the hole in the blink of an eye, and disappeared. There was chaos in the underground laboratory, with hot gas everywhere, and black smoke billowing into the sky along the hole. Tanis walked out of the secret room and looked at the collapsed basement. His eyes shrank violently, and his right hand was trembling and shaking. Daolun also came out sweating profusely, his eyes full of confusion and fear. It's over. Let him run away. What to do, Tanis? I don't know either. At this moment, Tanis, who has always been very assertive, was also flustered, with a deep sense of overwhelm in his eyes. 2 hours later, Tanis stood in front of Yi Chi with shock in his eyes. Have a cup of coffee, Tanis. Yi Chi's expression was also very heavy, but she had not lost her sense of proportion. Oh. Tanis looked a little sluggish, raised the coffee on the table, and took a hard sip. At this time, his face was scorched black, there were scratches all over his body, and his spirit seemed to be impacted, which made Yi Chi frown. I've probably figured out what happened. Yichi said. In other words, we created a terrifying monster. Monster. Tannis shuddered, thinking of the horror of the half-old child. That guy, it's a monster, it must be a monster. I made a big mistake to create such a terrifying guy. Tannis's eyes were full of sadness, and he even shed tears. He deeply knew how terrible that evil baby was. He has almost all the advantages of human beings, but at the same time, he also has the blood of Saiyans, and he is still purified and anti-ancient blood. His fighting talent and potential are beyond all creatures. Okay, now is not the time for you to regret. Yichi also felt the complexity of the matter. She had also been to the laboratory, but she was just born, and she was able to toss like this. There is no doubt that the guy's horror is far beyond the original prediction. But at this time, Yang Qing was not there, and even Saya disappeared. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. There is only one way now. Yichi stared at Tannis and said seriously. Is there a way? Tannis was startled and said incredulously. Yes. Since you can create him, are the previous data and test data still there? Yichi asked seriously. Data. The data is stored in the hard disk. The hard disk is in the secret room. They are all there, they are all there. Tannis nodded. Since they are all there, then create another guy. Yichi said in a deep voice. Ah, Tannis looked at Yichi in shock, not knowing what to do. Just this guy created this time, you must let him be under our control. The mistake this time must never be made again. You know what? Yichi's voice became extremely serious, and contained a sense of majesty. Tannis's whole body trembled, but the light of hope gradually rose in his eyes. Yeah, we can't do anything about him, but if we create a fighter like him again and listen to us, then it must be possible. Excellent. Chapter 642 Encounter. Tannis jumped up excitedly. He didn't turn his head for a while because he was shocked by Shaya. At this time, Yichi reminded him and immediately reacted. After all, Char is only the result of data experiments. As long as the data is still there and the experiments are still there, why can't they create a new species that can be controlled? Then, with this species, to restrict Char. In this way, the world can avoid further destruction. I will immediately organize the data, organize the experimental materials, and create a new life again. With the experience of the last time, the speed this time will definitely speed up again. Tannis said quickly. His eyes were full of excitement at the moment, and he seemed very energetic. It's easy to control, just put a chip in his brain, like a robot. However, that would overshadow his potential. It doesn't matter, as long as that guy can be eliminated, the wrong path will be corrected and everything will be worth it. Muttering, Tannis is almost magical. Because of Shaya's incident, the old scientist was about to go crazy. At this moment, he finally felt that his heart was relieved, and there was a feeling that most of the pressure was gone. Now that he knew what to do next, he naturally became a lot more excited. Tannis and Yichi quickly discussed the next plan and left in a hurry. The laboratory has been devastated and must no longer be used. Moreover, they attacked Shaya for so long, and that weird baby is not a good person. If he comes again, he will definitely destroy everything here. The first thing to do is to transfer everything in the lab. Data, hardware, and personnel were all transferred, and even the entire Yi family's residence had to be transferred. Seeing that things were finally on the right track again, Yichi and others also relaxed. Their speed is very fast. In just 3 days, everything has been transferred. With the Yi family's large amount of money, all this is not a problem. While the new plan was in full swing here, in an empty field on Earth, a small baby suddenly opened his eyes. This baby looked like a newborn, naked, and body, with black and white pupils, but at this moment, when he opened his eyes, it revealed a kind of gloom and fear that made people palpitate. Human. I won't let you go. A bloody color suddenly bloomed in the pupils, and Shaya's figure slowly floated up. He was still pale and weak at the moment, but the hatred in his eyes made people tremble. Slowly floating up, Charya walked towards the place where there were humans in the perception. Half an hour later, he quietly entered a civilian family. "Who are you?" Seeing that such a small baby could walk, the civilian was obviously frightened and asked loudly. "Humans, be damned." The weak Shia spit out such a sentence, and then his fingertips burst into a blood-red light. Swish. The next moment, the bloody glow hole pierced through the man, and then, Shia walked around and killed all the humans in this room. He controlled his own power again, gathered the corpses in the courtyard, and released a qigong wave to incinerate all the corpses. At this time, this innately intelligent baby breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he returned to the house, looking for food and something to replenish his energy. It took a full week for Shaya's body to fully recover, and his spirit seemed to have improved. "This baby is still too weak. I need time, I need to grow." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Shaya closed her eyes. There are many fighting skills lurking in his mind, and he needs to take full control as soon as possible. Since the big explosion of the Yi family in the western capital, causing a lot of noise and attention, after the entire Yi family was relocated, the earth has returned to peace again. Occasionally, a small mountain village will be completely killed, but it will not attract very short attention. It was just reminiscent of vendetta, causing everyone to worry. In the blink of an eye, time slipped and a year passed. In an unnamed small village, a thin figure slowly moved ahead. This figure is very small, and it looks like a child who is only 4 or 5 years old, but it is surrounded by a cold, unobtrusive aura that makes people shudder. Let the side see, the farmers who wanted to ask all kept their mouths. In this way, this figure slowly shuttled through the nameless village and came to the deep mountain. Within a year, Shia developed very quickly and grew very fast. His body was growing rapidly and became stronger, and the cold light in his eyes became even colder. The blackness in those eyes was not the simple blackness of ordinary people, but the darkness and evil that seemed to fall into the 9 secluded places. Vaguely, it seems to be black composed of endless blood, and the color is dark enough to change to a certain degree of pure black. Continuing to walk, after 3 days, Shaya's figure suddenly froze, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he slowly raised his head. "Go away." Indifferent words, without any emotion, spewed out of his mouth. "You are courting death." This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. 100 meters across from him, a slightly taller figure stood there, covered in green, wearing a white robe, covering his face under the robe. "I will kill you," Char said indifferently. "You think too highly of yourself, human." The young man's eyes also released a dangerous killing intent at this moment, and his expression became hideous. "In my memory, you are an Namekian. A harmless race." Shaya spoke again, and the boy opposite was startled. "I warn you again, get out of the way, or I don't mind killing you." The boy Bick on the opposite side heard this sentence, and a powerful aura erupted from his whole body. "You are too arrogant." Suddenly, the two figures moved at this moment. In the wild, the two met inexplicably. At this moment, the young Shia meets the young Piccolo. In this battle, who will win and who will lose? At the same time, on the distant new star, young Qing looked at Seiya with excitement on his face, and also smiled lightly. "Get ready, it's time for us to go back to Earth." Chapter 643 Accidents. The 5 stoyats on the side looked at Seiya with envy on their faces, and even Ling Yi was looking forward to it at this time. During this period of training, the strength of the 5 has improved a lot. This is enough to prove that staying by Yang Qing's side does have unimaginable benefits. After all, even with the so-called training experience guidance, it is still a notch below the true teaching by words and deeds. This time back to Earth, you can stay in Xinxing, Ling Yi, and follow them to cultivate well. After saying something to Ling Yi with a smile, Yang Qing didn't plan to take Ling Yi back. During this time, he also taught Ling Yi a lot of things alone. Earthlings do not have the talent of Saiyans, but they have more bottlenecks, but relatively, these numerous bottlenecks are also much better than demihumans. In particular, Ling Yi himself has excellent talents. The fastest way he thought for Ling Yi to become stronger was to completely break these bottlenecks. Countless bottlenecks have been broken again and again. In the end, Ling Yi has exploited the potential of the people of the earth to the extreme. What kind of changes will be ushered in? This point, even Yang Qing is looking forward to it. But these days, Ling Yi has broken through many bottlenecks. He personally told Yang Qing that the number of these bottlenecks is 165. It is unimaginable how Ling Yi broke the bottleneck of Earthlings to such an extent. When a Saiyan breaks through a bottleneck, it is a transformation, and correspondingly, the power will be greatly improved. On the other hand, Ling Yi made a leap forward breakthrough without saying a word, and after his breakthrough, these strengths were the real combat power. He doesn't need to transform, and he doesn't need any enhancement measures, he can master these powers as they are. At this moment, Ling Yi's combat power has grown to 35,000, and he can be called a real super Earthman. Looking at Ling Yi with black hair, Yang Qing suddenly remembered the Sun Wukong in the original book. After the infinite potential was drawn by the old king god, Sun Wukong was somewhat similar to Ling Yi's state at the moment. Any transformation, their own combat power has been integrated into one, powerful and unimaginable. After chatting with a few people again, Yang Qing looked at Seiya. "Put your hand on my shoulder and we're ready to go." Seiya hummed and stretched out his hand. The next moment, Yang Qing and the others waved goodbye to everyone, and their figures suddenly distorted and disappeared in front of several people. On Earth, at the original address of the Yi family, two figures flickered and appeared on the ground. Huh. Yang Qing frowned and looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes flashed, and Seiya was startled. "Here, what's wrong?" In front of them, in the Yi family yard, a black hole with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared, and the bottom was charred black, and the surrounding ground also appeared to collapse, as if it had been crushed by a powerful force. This scene made their eyes narrow immediately. "There have been battles here, and it's not an ordinary battle." Seiya spoke up. Yang Qing nodded, walked into the Yi family compound, and found that there was no one inside, and his face became gloomy. "Elder, it's a laboratory there." Seiya suddenly pointed to the pothole in the center. With a trembling of brows, Yang Qing abruptly set off and jumped directly into the pothole, with Seiya following closely. The two got down into the pothole, and after some investigation, their expressions became more and more solemn. "Elder, I feel an ominous aura, like a Saiyan." Saying that, Seiya's eyes flashed with shock. "No, it's not just Saiyans," Yang Qing said gloomily, his eyes flickering. "It seems that Tana's experiment was successful, but something went wrong. How powerful is a new life form that has fused multiple perfect genes?" Yang Qing's eyes flashed, then closed his eyes, emitting the light of his divine nature, and began to directly observe the remaining breath. After a long time, a look of shock appeared in Yang Qing's eyes. "This is Chaosai God's Qi. That newborn guy is actually contaminated with the breath of the super race god." In his sea of consciousness, he clearly saw a crimson red, which was undoubtedly the aura of Chaosai God. He also had this aura at the moment, but it was much less than that of the new life form. "It seems that Tanis has created an incredible guy," Yang Qing exclaimed, and then, a strong fighting intent appeared in his eyes. "That's good, an equal and rare opponent, isn't it what I want?" At this moment, Seiya's voice came again. "Elder, there is no smell of Yi Qi in the others, and there are not many corpses in this laboratory. It doesn't look like they were completely destroyed." Yang Qing nodded, pondered for a moment and then said, "It seems that there was a change in the experiment. They moved their place. I will now check where they are and get in touch with them." After a while, Yang Qing closed his eyes, exuding divinity, and began to look for Yi Qi's breath. His teleportation, after becoming a god, can already appear at any coordinate point in the universe out of thin air, and is no longer locked by the breath of life. Such a state is similar to that of Jabbat, the servant of the Kaiwang god. After 3 breaths, a flash of lightning flashed across Yang Qing's mind. Found it. Grabbing Seiya, the two of them. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The shape suddenly flashed, and then disappeared. Yiqi's new place. Yiqi was gradually reviewing the specific process of the new experiment. Suddenly, a wind sounded in front of her, causing her to raise her head suddenly. In the next second, Yiqi's expression became stunned and sluggish. Blue. There was uncertainty and doubt in her voice. Yes, it's me. Yang Qing nodded, then glanced at the surrounding environment, and spread his divinity, checked the surrounding situation. After leaning a little, his eyes showed the meaning as expected. You're back, Yiqi said in a trembling voice. When she also noticed Seiya beside her, she finally stood up. Then, Yiqi threw herself into Yang Qing's arms. You're back at last, I miss you so much. They screwed up the experiment and the world could be destroyed at any moment. That stupid guy from Tannis unleashed a terrible demon, and we're in a tense environment all the time. Yiqi's words made Yang Qing's eyes flash, and he was right. Tannis, sure enough, created an uncontrollable, powerful guy. Chapter 644 The Most Perfect. Don't worry, everything will be fine with me. It can be seen that Yiqi, who has been in a tense environment all the time, is very excited and happy when she sees Yang Qing at this moment. The heavy heart that has been hanging for a long time suddenly relaxes. She looked confused, like she was about to collapse. Yang Qing hugged the latter tightly and comforted her softly, the light flashing in her eyes. What is the situation of the new life? He only has a general understanding at this time, and he needs to go to Tannis to find out. Yiqi hugged Yang Qing and cried a lot, and then fell into a deep sleep. Because of Sha Ya's pressure, Yiqi has always been together with Tannis and others. This involves destroying the world. After all, the source is them, so naturally it will not be easy. For so long, she has endured it silently. Seeing Yang Qing, Yiqi instantly felt her calm heart and breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was supported and she became more relaxed. The high pressure for a long time, suddenly released, naturally appears to be a lot of gaff. Take care of her, I'll go see what happened to the experiment. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed and she said to Saya. The latter saw that Yang Qing was in a bad mood at the moment, nodded obediently, and stood at the door of the house. Relying on perception, one person went directly to the laboratory. Yang Qing glanced at the new underground laboratory, but it was no different from before, except that the armed forces in the dark place were nearly 4 times larger than before, and they were armed to the teeth. It's just that this so-called armed force, in Yang Qing's opinion, is not as useful as a qigong bomb from the enemy, like a piece of paper. Tannis, what's going on? When he came to Tannis, the old scientist was still studying the experimental procedure to ensure that there would be no mistakes. Hearing someone calling him, Tannis turned around immediately, and when he turned around, he saw Yang Qing. Qing, are you back? Seeing Yang Qing, Tannis' eyes obviously showed a surprised expression. Even faintly, you can see that he is relieved. Yes, tell me now, what's going on? Yang Qing asked in a condensed voice. He needed to know all the information about that new life. Hearing this question, Tannis sighed, then led Yang Qing to the office and made a cup of tea for the latter, before taking a deep breath and telling it slowly. The experiment went well, new life was born, and everything we deduced was right. His talent is very outstanding, and he is extremely talented, and almost all the perfect genes we have added are reflected in him. However, we have overlooked an important issue. What? Yang Qing asked. Control, such a terrible monster, if there is no control measures, is very dangerous. It turns out that the day he was born, he nearly destroyed us. In the end, perhaps because he was just born and he was not familiar with his own power, he was beaten away by us. But also because of this, a terrifying bomb seed was also buried. We don't know when it will explode and make a comeback and destroy the whole world. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and then he asked in a deep voice, "Are you so sure that guy will destroy the world?" "I'm pretty sure that he named himself Shaya, thinking that he is the first ancestor of mankind, the most powerful organism, and the darkness in his eyes is pure evil darkness. I see it very clear. From the moment he was born, he was already dark." "Where is he now, do you know?" Yang Qing asked again. "His whereabouts are difficult to detect, and we can only locate his approximate range based on some clues around the world. Among them, each time it is locked, it will give us more headaches. It can be seen that his power is getting stronger and stronger." Yang Qing frowned, then asked again, "Then what are you doing now?" "We are going to create another Char, who can be controlled, to destroy him and reverse the mistakes we made," Tanaz said. "Will it be successful?" Yang Qing asked with interest, but he already had the answer in his eyes. "In the beginning, we thought that with the test data and all the procedures, we just needed to show the test again and it would be a success. But for so long, we have failed, and we have failed countless times. It seems that something is not right. It seems that the original standard answer has been changed by one word. In this way, even if we completely replicate the last test, because the standard answer has changed, we are doomed to fail. Unless, we can count on that answer again. But, it's so hard. The first time was fine, the second time, it was too difficult." Tanaz was so tangled, he grabbed his hair and tore it hard, his eyes full of pain. He had hoped to be reborn again, but he never expected it, but he couldn't succeed. His self-confidence has been hit to the core. "I made a big mistake. If I can't confirm the result of the experiment before he was born, I can only apologize with death," Tanaz said while covering his head. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yang Qing stared at Tanaz and could see the pain of the old scientist. He pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Tell me his specific abilities. What are the specific traits in his genes?" "Char's chromosome structure is very unique. He has the best genes among humans and Saiyans, namely creativity and combat effectiveness. We have injected him with powerful learning ability genes and rational thinking ability. And the genes for all kinds of survival skills that ordinary people can only dream of." Quote, "In addition, we have retrofitted his powerful Saiyan genes to make his bloodline more pure. It seems that in the process, human genes have also been induced to inexplicably change. With the genes of humans and Saiyans as the main framework, and other genes as supplements, these genes have recombined and become a new chromosome, a complete genome." Tanaz said with a dry mouth, took a sip of water, and continued. "That is, that guy, he has the best parts of both Saiyans and Earthlings. He is the most perfect." Chapter 645, Infinitely Stronger. The most perfect. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and then he laughed. "Nothing is perfect." Shaking his head, Yang Qing denied Tanaz's conclusion. Sun Wukong is the 5 scumbags among the Saiyans, and even died of heart disease, but when heart disease was not a problem, he burst out with potential and fighting power that shocked everyone. I have a general understanding of his situation. According to the breath he left in the laboratory, I can judge that he is not very strong at the moment. You don't need to worry, everything is under my control. Yang Qing said lightly, for Tanaz and others, Shaya is indeed scary, but those breaths, to Yang Qing, do not appear to be powerful. At the very least, the current Shaya, Yang Qing can destroy it with a single blow. Tanaz was stunned for a moment, then remembered the strength of the person in front of him. He breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "That's great. The experiment has been failing all the time, and Shaya's escape has left a sharp sword hanging over Tanaz's head at all times, and now it is finally a lot easier. Also, don't continue this experiment, you should rest for a while. I'm terribly afraid you guys will create a horrible guy again." Yang Qing said with a smile. "No, if it succeeds again, we will definitely control it firmly. Tanaz said firmly. Hee, the strong, will the weak be ruled forever? Tanaz. A liger, even if he has a handle on the antelope, how long can the antelope hold him? This rhetorical question made Tanaz sweat on his forehead. With Yang Qing's reminder, he finally realized his mistake again. If there are tigers in the flock, does the tiger eat the sheep, or does the sheep control the tiger? The answer to this question needs no words at all. Even if this experiment is really successful, the mighty second char will not really be under my control. Tanaz woke up. Even if he implanted a control chip into Sha Ya's head at that time, would the latter really be controlled by him? The answer is obvious. As powerful as Char, one day, he will find a way to get rid of all control. Take a break, Tanaz, you've been busy for too long. But, Tanaz hesitated. Don't worry, the salaries will still be paid to you. Yang Qing laughed and said again, as for Sha Ya, leave it to me, and give me the range you determined. Tanaz was hesitant, finally sighed deeply, nodded and said, I understand. It's all up to you, Qing. I am really ashamed. I need you to make up for the mistakes I made. Haha, you think too much. I originally needed you to create a strong opponent to put pressure on me. Yang Qing laughed loudly, his eyes full of fighting intent. In his mind, a figure has appeared at this moment. It is not powerful at this time, but the potential is infinite. Even this potential has given him huge pressure and made him full of fighting spirit. The perfect Saiyan, the fusion of Earthlings. Thinking of the strength of the Saiyans after breaking through the bottleneck every time, and thinking of Ling Yi's numerous bottlenecks, even Yang Qing's heart is heavy at this moment. There is no doubt that Shaya, if he is not destroyed by one blow, let him escape, every time he grows and becomes stronger, he will be even more terrifying than the demihumans. This is a terrifying person who is getting stronger and stronger with almost no upper limit. On the empty field, the two figures looked at each other, and the strong wind whistled. Hoo-hoo. The sound of heavy breathing came out, and the young Bic, who was covered in scars, finally fell to the ground with a bang, with unwillingness and anger in his eyes. As I said, the Namaks are nothing but lambs to be slaughtered. Totally harmless. Sha stepped over Piccolo's body and sneered. Who the hell are you? Piccolo asked loudly. Who am I? You can call me Sha. Sha laughed. I won't kill you today, because you are the only one who will give me a slight threat in terms of strength. You made me understand that I'm still not strong enough, I still need to be stronger. You let me know that I can still be stronger. I have to thank you, not killing you is the way to thank you. Saying one sentence after another, Sha Ya's figure is slowly moving away. Of course, you can also think that I am weak to you. Pity. In the wind, this wisp of sound drifted away. Piccolo was lying on the grass, clenching his fists tightly and letting out a low growl of anger. Ah, damn it. Char, I remember you. In the heart of the young Bic, a figure with endless hatred appeared at this time. In the future, the figure of the young man kept whipping him forward. Shame, shame, Sha, I won't let you go. At this moment, Sha Ya, who was far away, got up and flew to a high mountain and peak, letting the peak blow. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Moving his hairstyle, Sha Ya's black and white eyes flashed with a cold light at this time. Too weak, I am still too weak. The Namekians, who are weak as sheep in my impression, can actually be like this with me. Looking at the miniature city below, Sha Ya's hands clenched suddenly. Silently, Sha Ya closed his eyes, and his black and red hair began to move without wind. 10 minutes later, a surging breath suddenly swept out. Sha Ya opened her eyes and flashed a cold light. Breakthrough again, but not enough. He closed his eyes again, and then, bursts of swollen breath continued to flow out, and he broke through the bottlenecks on Sha Ya's body one by one. For the next 2 months, he kept retreating like this, trying to break through, and the aura on his body began to rise at a terrifying speed, becoming stronger and stronger. Such a speed has simply surpassed the gods. At this moment, I am fighting that Namekian, 50 times stronger. Suddenly, Shaya opened his eyes, and he felt that his body was like a bottomless pit, and he could continue to get stronger. However, this kind of strengthening makes him feel bored. I still need to fight against the strong. Slowly getting up, Shaya flew into the air, ready to leave here. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened, looking at a direction behind him. There is a breath. So powerful. Chapter 646 Seriously Inadequate. Clear blue sky, white clouds slowly floating and moving. Shaya's eyes became very dignified at this moment, and his body was surrounded by invisible energy. His eyes were staring in that direction, and his fists were clenched unconsciously. This was an instinctive reaction due to the pressure of that inexplicable momentum. That breath was much stronger than anything he had ever encountered. And the goal is clear, coming straight to him. The speed is shocking. Almost in an instant, he was already close to 10,000 meters in front of him. By this time, Shaya's pupils had shrunk, staring at the blue streamer that he could clearly see. He's coming straight for me. Clenching his fists, a cold light flashed in Shaya's eyes. The whole body enters the alert mode, and at this moment, Shaya has already stimulated all of his strongest states. The aura brought about by that inexplicable aura made him feel that he was no worse than himself. What's more, it may have surpassed itself. On Earth, there are still such powerful people. Who is it? He has also lived on Earth for a period of time, and he also reads newspapers and news on weekdays to learn about the strong men in this world. However, in his view, those people were no different from ants. The aura that swept in front of him was simply too powerful, almost inhuman. Huh! The crisp sound of breaking the air came clearly. The light blue streamer, just in a blink of an eye, had already arrived in front of Shaya, and then suddenly stopped, standing in front of Shaya 100 meters away. At this moment, Shaya's pupils changed suddenly, and his eyes became heavier. There are actually two people. There was a thud in his heart. He only noticed the powerful breath, but he didn't realize that there was another person who followed the breath. The two figures stood quietly in front of him, carefully observing him, and Shaya was also observing the two of them. Familiar breath. After 3 breaths, Shaya's eyes flashed strangely. He clearly saw the hairstyles of the other two, as well as the tails behind him, as well as the intimacy between the bloodlines, which all meant that there was definitely a connection between them. There is a person on the left, wearing a dark martial arts uniform, with a faint smile on his face. His body does not show any momentum, the wind is clear and the clouds are calm, and he looks unpredictable. And the guy on the right is tall and strong. He is terrifyingly awe-inspiring from the outside, and he looks extremely powerful, and the aura he felt just now is exactly this person. Who are you? Shaya said coldly. You are Shaya, the tall man shouted directly. The sound was thunderous, very loud. Hearing the other party calling out his name, Shaya's pupils shrank, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You know me. The elders asked them to create you. Of course I know you. We have found you for a long time. The tall man was Saya, with war intent in his eyes, shouting loudly. You created me. Shaya's eyes flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it became more gloomy. The other party, your bloodline is the bloodline of our Saiyans. Saya said. Boy, show your strength and let me see how powerful you are. As soon as they disagreed, Saya was about to start a fight, but Yongqing on the side did not stop him. He came this time to see how good this guy who combines Saiyans, humans and many perfect genes is. Powerful. And until the moment of meeting, the other party did not bring any pressure on him, that is to say, his strength at this time is far less than himself. Interesting, that is to say, you created me, are you going to destroy me now? Shaya's mind recalled that when he was just born, the group of guys were also trying to destroy themselves with all their strength, and could not help but anger in their eyes, turning blood red. At the same time, the crimson light on his body shook violently, flaming, and his breath became extremely powerful. Seiya's eyes were shocked, and the expression on Sha's face was inconceivable. How long has this kid been born? He already has such strength. Although he has the certainty of winning, but how old is the other party? Is he under a year old? There is already a combat power comparable to hundreds of thousands, which surprised Seiya. That's right, at this time, Sha, the energy fluctuations revealed by the burning crimson light on his body, were more than 100,000. Such strength is absolutely impossible for a Saiyan child to possess. At this moment, Seiya finally knew how terrifying the guy in front of him was. If only let him grow up for a while. Seiya can't imagine it anymore. Just compared to the original combat power, this kid will definitely far surpass himself and reach a terrifying realm. Go ahead, boy, let me see your fighting ability. The expression became serious, and Seiya no longer underestimated the boy in front of him. Looking for death. Shaya's eyes slammed, and the red light flashed again. In his thoughts, a qigong wave emitting high-temperature energy was already emitted from his right hand. A stream of light was drawn in the void, heading towards Seiya. Taking big strides, Seiya roared and punched out. At this moment, he has grown to a combat power of 300,000 and burst out with a punch. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. On the qigong wave was immediately shot out, and it landed on the mountain next to it, causing an explosion. The combat experience is still seriously lacking. At this moment, Seiya's eyes narrowed, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Sha, and he punched from bottom to top, bringing out the strong wind howling. Shaya's complexion changed, and he turned around abruptly, raising his fist to fight. Boom! The next moment in the sky, an air circle rippling with a cyclone spread out, heading in all directions. Then, the two of them attacked each other with punches, causing the whole sky to continuously rumble. Yang Qing stood quietly by the side, his eyes flickering constantly, observing the battle between the two. I don't have enough combat experience, so I can't save my shot for my own breath energy. The fighting intelligence is not enough. In the battle, it is easy to be led by the nose by the opponent. As for the overall view of the battle, there is no such thing. Soon, he saw all the details of Shaya at the moment. To put it simply, this is a child with great power, who doesn't even know how to use his power. Chapter 647 Opponent. No threat. After more than 10 breaths, Yang Qing spoke lightly and made a conclusion for Shaya's current state. In the sky, after Yang Qing's words, the form of the two's battle has also undergone a huge change. The battle that seemed to be evenly matched before suddenly fell to one side. Boy, you are still too young. Saiyan battles are not like you. Seiya roared, and his subordinates became more violent, and his fists like rain slanted towards the opponent frantically. His mighty aura immediately overwhelmed Shaya, forcing the latter to raise his hands to keep resisting. The expression on his face was constantly changing, becoming extremely livid. After an unknown number of punches, Shaya was slammed into the ground with a savage punch and fell to the ground, smashing the ground into a deep pit. Seiya, on the other hand, clasped his hands indifferently, looking down at Shaya below, with a cold look in his eyes. Fight, not like you. His cold voice came down from the sky, making the red light in the panting Shaya's eyes even more red. After slowly standing up, Shaya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What's your name? Raising his head, Shaya asked in a loud voice, her eyes full of ice. Seiya. Seiya replied. I remember you. After a word, Shaya suddenly took a deep look at Seiya, and then, he actually closed his eyes. Abandoning all means of resistance and fighting, at this moment, Shaya directly closed his eyes, as if he was self-destructing. This scene made the high-altitude Seiya's pupils shrink. And Yang Qing also began to stare at the figure below. If Shaya just recklessly attacked Seiya, it would be fine, but, what if this kid is a brainy guy? This strange move at this moment all means that this Shaya is not as simple as it seems on the surface. What the hell is he doing? Seiya was full of doubts, completely ignorant. Shaya's strange behavior made the two people present begin to doubt. Shaya, who was standing on the ground below, entered his own world as if completely ignoring the two of them. In his mind, the battle just now and the collisions kept flashing, and the data streams were saved in his mind, merged into his body, and became his own instinct. He was actually learning all the skills that Seiya played in the battle. After just watching it once and experiencing it once, you can master it all and make it your own. This is an incredible thing that no one can believe. But, this is Char's talent, that terrifying ability to learn. When the two of them were secretly pondering what Shaya was doing, Shaya's eyes suddenly opened, and at this moment, his eyes became calm and wise. In the next second, Shaya's figure suddenly rose to the same height as Shaya. Come on. This time, the voice was extremely calm. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he seemed to see something at this moment. Seiya smiled, and then his figure flashed, and he had come to Shaya, and a punch suddenly slammed. In the next second, what shocked Seiya happened. I saw that the small body on the opposite side was also punched, and when this punch was punched, there was even more red light flashing, and it was actually in this fist. A red qigong wave surrounds the tip. This is... Seiya's pupils shrank violently and felt horrified, but the strength in his hand was even stronger, and he slammed down fiercely. Boom! Hot flames erupted, and a large explosion swayed in the air. The figures of the two quickly retreated behind them at the same time. Under the impact of this explosion, they were instantly separated by a kilometer. After standing firm, Seiya narrowed his pupils and looked forward solemnly. This kid actually used my fighting skills. That's right, under the brief touch just now, Shaya's fighting skills, situational judgment, and punching angles are exactly the same as those of Shaya, and there is no difference at all. This also means that in a very short period of time, he has copied all his fighting methods to his own. No, it's not simply copying, it's learning. This kid, it's not easy. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But that's what makes it interesting. Seeing that the two of them were about to collide again, Yang Qing got up and flew over, blocking Seiya's face. Big Elder. Seeing Yang Qing inserted horizontally, Seiya was stunned and called out. Go back and let me try. This. Seiya hesitated, but Yang Qing had already stood in front of him unceremoniously, making him reluctantly retreat. Oh, has it been replaced? Shaya raised her eyebrows and looked at Yang Qing opposite. What surprised him was that his and Yang Qing's faces were somewhat similar, and what made him even more familiar was the throbbing of each other's blood. The blood in your body comes from me. In a sense, you could say my son. Yang Qing said with a smile, aware of Shaya's doubts. Bloodline. Shaya's pupils shrank. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He was able to confirm that Yang Qing was right, because that kind of intimate blood connection did exist. So, you're my father. Shaya's voice had a smile. This might be the first time he laughed in this world, and his voice was a little weird. You can say that. Yang Qing nodded. Are you going to destroy me? Char asked. Not necessarily. If you don't do anything wrong, I won't do anything to you. Yang Qing shook her head. What is wrong? Char asked curiously. For example, destroy the world and kill innocent people. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and said seriously. Murder. Sha was startled, then laughed. Is this also a wrong thing? Yang Qing frowned. At this moment, he realized that something was really happening in the bloodline of the kid in front of him. Perhaps it was the catalyst for all the cruel and evil genes in the Saiyan bloodline, which was very cruel. Because when Shaya spoke, he didn't think he was wrong at all. He felt that it was normal. Killing people, to him, seemed like eating and drinking, casual. If you like it, keep it. If you don't like it, destroy it. Come on, let me see your progress. Also, your potential. Yang Qing, who suddenly didn't want to say any more, said lightly. The original intention of this plan was to find an opponent for himself, instead of a son. Chapter 648. That's it. Chaya stared at the person in front of him who was somewhat similar to himself, but with a completely different temperament, and his heart became solemn. He didn't even notice how powerful the other party was. He just floated quietly in the air like that, as if there was no strong aura coming out of his body, and there was no output of chi, which made the surrounding air rippling, and it didn't make people feel the pressure as enormous. No matter how willing, he felt that the other party was an ordinary person. But that's it. But at this moment, he has no way to start. He doesn't know how to shoot, which department and position of the opponent should be attacked. It seems that the whole body is full of flaws, but it seems that there is no flaw at all. Come on, Shaya. Yang Qing stretched out his hand and gestured. Looking at the smile and indifference on the other's face, Shaya's pupils closed. In his opinion, this was a silent mockery. The opponent has subconsciously decided that he is not an opponent. I was underestimated. Anger rose in his heart, and without hesitation, Shaya suddenly moved. Whether you have flaws or not, I will break you with one punch. At this moment, his speed is amazing. Almost instantly, he disappeared in place and appeared behind Yang Qing. His waist was strong, his long legs were like a stick, and he swept towards Yang Qing's neck. The wind was as sharp as a blade, and because of Shaya's leg strike, it slashed towards Yang Qing's neck together. Woo! The wind roared in his ears, Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and suddenly, his figure suddenly turned. Before Shaya couldn't see clearly, she was already facing that leg head-on. Immediately following, Yang Qing's right hand trembled, and it was already in front of Shaya's leg, and suddenly grabbed it. Buzz! It can be clearly seen that the moment Yang Qing grabbed Shaya's leg, the space trembled and distorted violently. Then there was another buzzing, back to normal. This scene is very fast, almost not even a breath of time. At that time, Shaya's face changed, his eyes shrank to the extreme, and his eyes were full of shock. So strong. He has never experienced such a thing. Obviously there is no aura on the other side, but it is too strong. What shocked him even more was that even if the opponent's strength increased greatly at the moment of the attack, there was not the slightest excess of momentum revealed. In other words, he couldn't grasp the breath of the person in front of him at all. His pupils contracted, and he grabbed his right hand like an iron hoop, unable to break free at all, but after 3 breaths of the blow, the person in front of him actually released it. Come again. A faint voice came from Yang Qing's mouth. Shaya's eyes widened, the red light around his body became stronger, and the sound of bang 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 continued to come out in his body, like a stuffy drum. At this moment, Shaya broke through on the spot and broke through 38 bottlenecks in a row, which made his strength suddenly expand again, reaching an astonishing 300,000. At this moment, Shaya's strength is no different from that of Saya. A fist slammed out, the air waves condensed, and the light shone brightly. At the moment when the fist was thrown, the crimson qigong wave above Shaya's fist suddenly erupted. Yang Qing's face was flat, and only one hand quickly blocked from left to right. Boom 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 boom. There was a cloud of smoke in the sky, and the flames exploded, like a beautiful firework. In an instant, the figures of the two were enveloped in the flames and smoke, swallowing them in. Gradually, the smoke dissipated, and the figures of the two were revealed again. Saya's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help showing a smile. He clearly saw the sweat on Shaya's forehead, as well as the shock and tension in his eyes. At this time, Yang Qing was still with one hand, his speed was getting faster and faster, and any attack by Shaya was easily blocked by him. Ha! Shaya broke out again, and the red light around the body had the feeling of turning into golden flames. At the same time, his breath swelled again and even doubled. Oh! Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and there was a hint of surprise. However, he still had one hand to deal with Char's crazy attack. One of the two was as crazy as the angry sea, and the other was like a rock-steady wooden boat. They performed a wonderful battle for Seiya, who was watching the battle. This kid, the explosive power is so terrifying. If you don't pay attention, maybe I will capsize. Seiya's eyes flickered, and he had already paid attention to Shia's heart. However, he can transform into a Super Saiyan, so he is not too worried. So powerful, so strong. Is there any limit for this person? Can humans, no, living organisms be so powerful? Shia's eyes kept flickering, and her heart shook violently. He was completely shocked by the terrifying fighting power of the person in front of him. He never imagined that someone would reach such a terrifying state. The combat power at this time, in his mind, is already strong enough, even destroying the planet under his feet, but he still can't do anything about the person in front of him. Now that the battle has come, he has broken through while fighting, and has broken through 59 bottlenecks one after another, but he is still unable to reach the opponent with a single blow. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I can't even hit you once. With a loud roar, the light around Shia turned into golden red. At this time, his aura doubled again, and his combat power reached a terrifying 1.2 million. How is that possible? Even Seiya, who was watching the battle, grew his mouth at this moment, and his eyes were full of horror. At this moment, Yang Qing's eyes were also condensed, and the strength in his hands suddenly increased. Bang! There were bursts of muffled thunder in the air, and a circle of incomparably huge air waves spread out in all directions with the fists of the two at the center. At this moment, the big trees, flowers and plants in the mountains and forests were swept by the strong wind, swaying from side to side, sand and gravel flying around, and smoke and dust everywhere. In the sky, even the white clouds above them were directly scattered. Still not hit. Shia's pupils shrank violently, and the pressure in her heart suddenly reached its maximum. Can't beat it. This guy is too powerful. How could he be so strong? At this moment, Shia doubted herself. Is that so? At this moment, Yang Qing spit out a word slowly, causing Shia's eyes to shrink. The next second, a fist suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes. Chapter 649 The Strongest Talent in History. A gust of wind blew, and the blade-like wind blew towards Shia's face, causing the latter's eyes to shrink. The fist was continuously enlarged, rapidly enlarged, and then slammed onto Shia's face. Then the fist power spread, expanded, and swept away towards his whole body. Unlike any punch that Shia threw, Yang Qing's fist strength was beyond his imagination. Immediately following, the fist power suddenly spread out, branded towards the rear void, turned into a circle of light, and quickly impacted. Poof! High in the sky, Shia spit out a mouthful of blood in the sky, and the cells of the entire body hummed and trembled at this moment. This punch almost dissipated his strength, making his whole body roar, and he became weak in an instant. Then, he began to fall towards the ground, and in the process of falling, Shia's eyes were full of confusion. He still can't imagine, can't understand, why there are such powerful people in the world. Just one punch shattered all his self-confidence and dissipated his strength. He believes that he has shown his own extreme, reached his own limit. Even in a short battle, he increased his combat power by an unknown number of times. But still lost. Not only did he fail, he also failed miserably. Boom! A dull sound came, and Shia slammed into the ground heavily, printing a deep pit in the earth. I'm defeated. In the end, Shia closed his eyes and had to admit this fact. Boom! A crisp voice began to sound, and suddenly, Shia opened his eyes, and his pupils contracted suddenly. What caught my eye was a dazzling light blue light group. A terrifying qigong wave was rapidly brewing, and the scorching energy and high temperature could be felt even from a long distance. He's going to kill me. At this moment, Shia felt enough aura to destroy herself, and her whole body trembled nervously. He just came to this world, how could he want to die like this? Ah! Immediately afterwards, intense anger poured out of Shaya's heart, and the anger burned his whole body, causing him to swell with a crimson arrogance again. The qigong waves in the air are getting bigger and bigger, and the dazzling light is stronger than the sun. Shaya felt that the danger was approaching quickly, causing him to tremble all over. This was the terrifying energy that was enough to turn himself into ashes, and he could clearly perceive it. That guy really wants to kill me. Tension, fear, anger, all kinds of complex emotions spread rapidly in Shaya's body, causing his whole person's emotions to change rapidly at this moment. Under his emotions, a force was quietly spreading outside his body, and the crimson light was gradually turning golden. He didn't notice this scene, but Seiya and Yangqing in the sky, but his eyes narrowed and he stared at it tightly. Because of this golden scene, they are very familiar with it. It is the Super Saiyan mode. This kid. I turned into a Super Saiyan. The eyes of both of them are full of shock and inconceivable, which is really surprising. You must know that when they turned into Super Saiyans, they all experienced layers of difficulties and bottlenecks, and their own cultivation reached the limit. Only then did it succeed. However, how old is this kid, and how much cultivation has he experienced? It's talent. This kid is really scary. Saya's eyes widened, and he was already shocked by Shiya's talent. Ah! Below, Shaya let out a piercing roar. He seemed to be experiencing incredible pain, which made his whole body tremble and tremble. At the same time, his aura was also growing rapidly, with a terrifying the speed is heading towards a height that has never been reached. After 3 breaths, along with the sound of thunder and lightning, Shaya's hair and eyebrows all turned golden, and the hair stood on end, and the energy intensity of the entire body was increased by nearly 50 times. The raging golden flames swirled around his body, and there was even thunder and lightning, and the crackling continued to sound, flashing around his body. At this moment, Shaya, the strength of his whole body seems to have recovered again, becoming incomparably powerful. The whole person's face is cold, and the eyes are full of blood and cruelty. Then, Sha, who became stronger, glanced at the sky. At this glance, under the traction of the air, Saya turned into a Super Saiyan with a poof. The two looked at each other across the void, and the powerful breath made the dust in the void tremble constantly. Yangqing stared at Shaya below with flickering eyes, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Interesting, you can be my opponent. He stretched out and shot, and planned to shoot again, but after Shah glanced at the two of them coldly, he suddenly rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. And Yangqing and Saya, after a glimpse, did not have time to chase. Elder, I'll go after him. Saya said loudly, surrounded by flames, and was about to chase, but was stopped by Yangqing raising his hand. No, he has the potential to be my opponent. I'm looking forward to the day he grows and becomes stronger. Yangqing's voice made Saya stare, and then said loudly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. However, Great Elder, this kid's talent is too strong. You can see it. It's just a battle. That kid can change into a Super Saiyan. This is beyond all Saiyans. I'm scared. Raising his eyebrows, Yangqing turned his head to stare at Saya and smiled. Are you afraid he will surpass me one day? Saya froze for a while, his eyes hesitated, but he didn't say a word. He was really worried about this, because that kid was too powerful. Hee, your worries are normal. I don't have the confidence to beat him myself, if it grows like this. But that's right, isn't it? Only by confronting the strong again and again, can you lead yourself to a stronger path. This is the best way for Saiyans to keep getting stronger. So, Saya, I'm looking forward to having him come back to me one day. Because, at that time, he might have the confidence to deal with me. Saya was stunned. He changed to the original, and then tried to find Shiya's breath, but after 3 breaths, he was disappointed. That kid is weird, he can hide his breath. Chapter 650 Beyond You. He has very good genes in his body, and he will master these skills sooner or later. Even, I suspect that my understanding and imprint of fighting may also exist in his genes. Yang Qing's eyes flickered and said lightly. In a sense, it can even be said that he is another me. But this me is far more powerful than the original me. Seiya hesitating, and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. What's the matter? What do you want to say? Yang Qing asked. Elder, I still don't think it's good. That kid, it's really weird. If one day, you can't stop him, then it will be a huge disaster for the whole world. Seiya said loudly. Yang Qing was stunned and began to think. What Seiya said was indeed true. If one day, Shia really reached the point where he surpassed himself, then no one would be able to stop him because of his strength. This is an indisputable fact. Even if Yang Qing is very humble, he also knows that with his current combat power, even in the entire universe, he is very powerful. And once Shia surpasses him, it will definitely be an invincible strength in the entire universe. You're right. After a long time, Yang Qing suddenly spoke, with a smile in his eyes. Seiya breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Yang Qing had made a decision to completely destroy that kid. But at the next moment, what the latter said made his face darken. But with this pressure, won't I get stronger? Covering his forehead, Seiya really didn't know what to say to the belligerent great elder. Don't worry, it's not the two of us to take care of this problem in the world. Patting Seiya on the shoulder, Yang Qing laughed. The latter's face was black and he didn't say anything. After that, the two of them turned around and left from here. When the two of them left, Shia was already standing on the top of a mountain, his eyes were cold and filled with terrifying light. The golden flames around him were constantly burning, and the tiny arcs flickered, setting him off like a prince in thunder. In a battle with Yang Qing, although he lost miserably, the powerful pressure awakened the blood in his body and directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. You know, if you calculate it accurately, he is only 1 year old from birth to now. It's just that his body develops and grows much faster than normal people. At this moment, it looks like he is 7 or 8 years old. But at such a terrifying age, he was able to transform into a Super Saiyan. This kind of terrifying, if the Saiyans see it, I am afraid that the group of arrogant guys will doubt whether their life, half a lifetime of cultivation, has been cultivated to the head of a dog. Crackling. The sound of thunder and lightning continued to emanate from Shaya's body, and he was enveloped by the arc, and this moment seemed extremely cold. This is the first time he has transformed into a Super Saiyan, but Shia does not feel unfamiliar at all, as if this is the brand in his blood. Powerful power, is this the real bloodline awakening? Char transforms a Super Saiyan into what he calls the awakening of bloodlines. What an incredible power! There was a faint admiration in his mouth, but his expression was not half satisfied. It's just that with such power alone, I can't defeat that person. Shaya's mind flashed the look in the sky when he left at the last moment. The big man was full of surprises and had a trace of fear, but he didn't have the fear that he couldn't overcome when he encountered a strong enemy. And the second person who confronted him, who was considered his father in a sense, was even more calm in his eyes, but was just a little surprised. He was surprised that he mastered this powerful power so quickly, but he was not surprised, there was even a hint of joy. This made Shaya hesitate in his heart. Although he was young, he was born wise and could be called a genius among geniuses, so he immediately chose to leave quickly. And after quickly leaving the sight of the two of them, he immediately hid his breath, changed directions 36 times, and changed angles 72 times. He didn't even know where he was before he stopped. And this time he stopped, just to verify his strength. How powerful is the power after this first awakening? Slowly realizing it, after half a quarter of an hour, Shaya opened his eyes, flashing layers of light. Being able to increase the original combat power by 50 times, is this the power of awakening? Shaya's eyes flickered with light, and she felt a little excited. This is too powerful, it is 50 times stronger. What kind of concept is this? Such an innate bloodline simply does not exist in the entire universe. 50 times, I'm afraid the gods have to be pulled down too. His eyes were full of brilliant light, and Shia was all excited. I'm only initially entering this state, and I can become even stronger. The power that suddenly becomes stronger will take a certain amount of time to get used to. My body has just been born. I don't have enough physical strength, and I still need to grow. His eyes flashed, and in a short period of time, Shia had clearly understood the weakness of being a Super Saiyan. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Point. Too strong power, coming suddenly, will cause discomfort in the body, and it is impossible to completely control such power for a while. You must adapt to such an awakening as soon as possible. Only by fully adapting and controlling your power can you become stronger. Next, Char maintains the Super Saiyan mode, walking, running, flying, throwing stones, pulling grass, and a series of mundane actions on the road. Through these subtle actions, I can quickly make my power reach the realm of subtlety, whether it can be strong or weak. This is the real power. Shia muttered. In his mind, during this period of time, the guy who confronted him and called him his father kept flashing. The lightness of the clouds and the wind in that body, the power without the slightest smell of fireworks in the shot, deeply shocked him. That guy is truly powerful, already like a god. My current approach, the direction I'm going, is just approaching his path and imitating him. But one day, I will surpass you. At that time, I will definitely come to you again. Chapter 651 Perfect. His eyes were shining brightly, and the pure darkness made him look even colder at this moment. Charya remained a Super Saiyan and was practicing step by step. This kind of cultivation is different from his ability to improve his strength. He can constantly break through the bottleneck to obtain powerful strength. It belongs to the instinctive control of the human body and must be cultivated gradually before it can be mastered. In this way, Shah lived alone in the deep mountains and forests, carrying out his lonely and boring practice. A truly strong person not only possesses innate talents beyond the reach of ordinary people, but can also endure the loneliness that ordinary people cannot endure. Every day, Char will transform into a Super Saiyan state, and then do simple actions again and again, pick up branches, eat, drink water, etc. His strength was gradually sorted out, and there would no longer be the phenomenon of being unable to grasp and hurting foreign objects. And the golden lightning around him, and the surging aura fluctuations, also descended day by day, becoming calmer. The advantage of his rapid progress and strong talent is that others spend a lot of time to gain strength, but he only needs a very short time and will not go around detours. Shaya's bloodline is engraved with Yangqing's brand of cultivation. On the way of cultivation, these small fragments will continue to appear, and then give him the light of inspiration. This is unique, and the creativity of human beings has allowed him to invent many new moves during this period of intensive cultivation. Gradually time passed, and 5 months passed. Shaya's growth and development is very fast. Just 5 months later, the muscles on his body have begun to become streamlined, with 8-pack abdominal muscles, strong and powerful, and his height is already 1.5 meters. Standing there, like as a little boy. If you let others see it, you will definitely not think that he is just a child who is only about a year old. As usual, he got up on time, and Char walked out the door slowly. After walking into the yard, his whole body was shaken. The next moment, there was no surging breath, no lightning and thunder, and everything seemed extremely calm. However, he has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Blonde hair, eyebrows, pale green pupils, stern eyes, and a calm face made him show a cold charm at this moment. This is a cold and handsome young man, standing there, exuding a unique and icy aura. He stretched out his right hand, and shook it. A ray of light flashed in Shaya's eyes. With this grip, there was no air-popping sound, nor did the airflow make such a huge surging. It looked like an ordinary person holding it in his hand, but just like that, the corners of Shaya's mouth were bent, and she seemed a little happy. But then, his mouth pursed tightly again, becoming cold again. Perfect. Is this the perfect awakening pattern? Master every power without any waste, and will not waste any power when shooting, and can control the power output of each blow as you like. In Char's view, this is the perfect awakening. It was also at this moment that he seemed to have a faint realization of the level of power that the guy who could become a father had achieved. He must have experienced this kind of cultivation, and he has already reached such a state. With a narrowed eye, Shaya's face became cold again. That person left an extremely deep impression on himself. His strength was like a god, irresistible, and it was so terrifying that it was difficult to rise up the courage to resist. Mighty man. Mumbling, and unconsciously, Shaya clenched his fists again. Gradually, Shaya loosened his fist, and thoughts began to appear in his eyes. After half an hour, Char's expression became relaxed. In the process of thinking, during this period of cultivation, he has already gained a lot of experience and ideas. In his view, cultivation is divided into two parts. One is the strength of one's own strength, that is, the quality of the body, speed, strength, and reflexes, all of which are included. The second is the understanding of combat, the understanding of cultivation, such as combat experience, how to avoid a punch, how to choose in the face of a siege of several people, etc. Another example is the method of cultivation, which is to choose blindly pursuing one's own strength, or pursuing the perfection of every power control. When the original power increases, my awakening will be correspondingly stronger, and in the perfect awakening mode, I can control any power. The cultivation of perfect awakening, I have reached the extreme, that is to say, I need to make my combat power in normal state stronger. His eyes flickered, and Xia Yaming came to his senses. Perfectly master every power that you have, and then build on it, keep getting stronger, and then control it. This is a step-by-step process. With every inch of control, you become stronger, and the foundation is extremely strong. Only then can you truly become a strong person. Bye. He is not a stupid person. On the contrary, he is too smart to make everyone afraid. In just a short period of time, this child who had just come into contact with cultivation had already understood so many truths and understood the importance of the basics. At this point, even those apprentices of Yang Qing, I am afraid they can't really compare with Xia. The wind was blowing gently, and Xia's eyes became sharp. Cultivation, breaking through the bottleneck, I will be able to gain infinite power. The so-called father, I will come to you. At the same time that Xia worked hard to cultivate and strengthen himself. Yang Qing, who also lives on Earth, is also sweating. In the gravity room, which covers an area of more than 100 square meters, exaggerated figures are displayed on the small screen. 355. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The gravity room at the moment is 355 times the gravity. Such a terrifying gravity is shocking. Yang Qing stood in the center with sweat dripping from his forehead. He held his head and kept squatting and standing up. It has to be said that after seeing the new life with his own eyes, Yang Qing's pressure also increased greatly. In that battle, although the opponent did not show how powerful the fighting power, the terrifying potential really shocked Yang Qing. In just a short battle, to be able to achieve such an improvement is far beyond any Saiyan, even any creature, or even a god. And he, of course, was left far behind by this guy. Yang Qing knew deeply that that guy would really catch up with him at some point. Chapter 652 Gathering. This is an inevitable trend. Cultivation lies in talent and hard work. 99% of sweat and a little talent can make a person achieve endless achievements. And that guy named Xia, his talent is probably more than 80%, that is to say, he only needs 20% of the effort to be equal to others. But what if the guy goes crazy and gives 99% effort? That kind of terrifying effect, even Yang Qing, thinking about it, will have a cold face and feel the pressure. 5464. 5465. 5466. Sitting and squatting again and again, Yang Qing's face was extremely calm. In fact, he has experienced such high-intensity cultivation many times, and has long been used to it. That was in his early days, for the sake of strength, madly cultivating. But when he became really strong, he was more accustomed to understanding and becoming stronger, understanding the rules of the universe and the rules of the human body, so that his combat power would always be in a stage of scientific growth. But this time, under such pressure, Yang Qing chose to practice frantically again, so that his combat power rose a stage again. For Saiyans, the body is their most powerful weapon, and any Saiyan's tempering of his own body is quite cruel and even cruel. Just like the hardest and hardest steel, it has to go through countless times of scorching and burning to remove impurities, so Saiyans do the same to their own bodies. They are constantly exercising their body to make it tough and strong. It can be said that the Saiyan's body has far exceeded the toughness of metal. Lightning wasn't enough to hurt them, and fire wasn't enough to make them show fear. Although they are still human, they are so powerful that they even fear the gods. And Yang Qing, naturally, has far exceeded the strength of ordinary Saiyans. He is the Super Saiyan deity, the most powerful individual. This time, I really found a good opponent for myself. During this period of cultivation, the cold child kept flashing in Yang Qing's mind, and every time, the pressure in his heart increased a little. In that battle, although Shaya had not shown a strong fighting power, even Yang Qing envied her outstanding talent. Such a person does not need to cultivate at all, and even only needs to grow with time and knowledge, and they can naturally become strong. Yang Qing can even be sure that the legendary Super Saiyan of Sha Yabi is more like a Saiyan. Because no one is born strong. The kind that is born strong, will always be wiped out over time. The real powerhouses have risen from poverty and vicissitudes of life. They have gone through the vicissitudes of life and learned the economics of the world. They have their own understanding, the driving force to move forward, and a whip that keeps whipping them forward. Such people, they only will get stronger. Only those who are born weak and yearn for strength can become truly strong. Those who are born stronger than others, their comfortable life and invincible loneliness will make them lose their fighting spirit. The little people who are always in disputes, and work hard for survival, will continue to stand out. The flowers in the greenhouse can never stand the wind and rain. When Shaya was born, although the combat power was also strong, it did not show how earth-shattering it was. Even his fragile body can be hurt by human weapons. This is unimaginable for Saiyans. But then, his horror showed. In a short period of time, how many times has his power increased? Dozens, several hundred, or a few thousand. It was this speed that put a lot of pressure on Yang Qing. He himself can't judge how powerful that guy will become when he sees Shiya next time. Therefore, Yang Qing began to practice frantically. It has been difficult for his physical strength to continue to increase, but every day, he is really moving forward. For a long time, Shaya did not appear, as if it really disappeared. And Yang Qing, also soaked in the training room every day. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Just in this new year, a piece of news spreads across the globe once again. The world's first martial arts meeting is about to be held. It made the world's outstanding martial artists excited that the world's #1 martial arts meeting was finally going to be held again. The last time, because of the appearance of the great demon King Piccolo, the world's #1 martial arts meeting interrupted the finals, and then, the world was in danger of destruction. Because of this, the #1 martial arts club in the world was interrupted for a long time. This year, this world-renowned martial arts club has once again appeared in everyone's field of vision. Above the earth, in the temple. Wukong, it's up to you this time. I can feel that guy is bound to show up. The old god said in a deep voice, standing beside Bo and Bo in a daze. Sun Wukong, who has been trained by the gods here, has grown into a tall boy at this time, wearing an orange martial arts uniform with a big smile on his face. God, don't worry, if I meet Piccolo again, I will definitely defeat him. Sun Wukong is very confident. Yeah. God nodded solemnly, then his eyes flashed, and he said again, "One point, you have to pay attention." What? Sun Wukong wondered. I once sensed a rather sinister aura, stronger than Piccolo. The strong will attract each other. This time, you have to be careful. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The guy who suddenly appeared. God's solemn way. Who is it? Sun Wukong asked. I don't know either. He seems to be able to hide his aura. It's hard for people to notice. Even I have no way to do it. God shook his head and said helplessly. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Don't worry, God, I'm fine. I hope so. Watching Sun Wukong turn around and jump down, God shook his head worriedly. In another remote mountain forest on Earth. In a white robe, Piccolo, who has grown into a young man, sat cross-legged and suspended in the void. At this moment, he also opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sun Wukong. And that kid. I won't let you go, I hope I can see you this time. Slowly dropping his legs, Piccolo disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 653 Fetters. After a long period of practice, everyone has become many times stronger than before, and everyone is also very confident. Hearing that the world's #1 martial arts association was held, the powerhouses hidden everywhere were also attracted. In this world, the strong are like magnets, attracted to each other, implicated, and one day they will meet. And Yang Qing, who was cultivating in the gravity room, finally opened the door and walked out of it. After a long period of training, his whole person looks more calm, thick, and thin. Although Seiya's body does not feel extremely oppressive at first glance, it is in an inconspicuous place, which is frightening. Standing there, Yang Qing was like a heavy mountain. Big Elder. Yang Qing first found Seiya, and the latter also practiced. Seeing Yang Qing at this moment, he shouted in surprise. Follow me to the world's #1 martial arts club this time. Being in cultivation does not mean that Yang Qing's news is blocked. The #1 martial arts club in the world. Seiya was taken aback. Elder, are you going to participate? Go and have a look. Yang Qing shook his head. What's there to see, Great Elder? Our strength has long exceeded the level of that martial arts meeting. I had a hunch that he would show up. Shaking his head again, Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he said in a serious tone. Ah! Seiya was stunned at first, then reacted immediately, with incredulousness in his eyes. You mean, that kid? Char. That's right. The strong attract the strong. The world's #1 martial arts club is the most popular event on Earth. That kid will definitely go there. Even if it's just to explore the strength of Earthlings. Yang Qing nodded and said. This time, I won't let him go again. Seiya clenched his fists. The last time he fought, the boy's sudden strength and terrifying talent made Seiya very surprised, and the pressure in his heart increased greatly. Therefore, he has also carried out crazy training, and his current strength is stronger than before. After a little preparation, the two took Yiqi's aircraft and headed towards the martial arts club. 3 days later, at the martial arts conference, Yang Qing, Seiya and Yiqi were sitting at a table. Two Saiyans, the terrible appetite makes people in a hotel stunned. Yiqi, a cheerful woman, didn't care, she ate her own food slowly, she was already used to it. Ah, it's been a long time since I've eaten so much. Elder, I haven't had enough to eat for a long time. Said comfortably, the two people's faces were full of happiness after eating. Blue. Suddenly, Yiqi spoke up at this time. Huh. Yang Qing looked at Yiqi, only to see the latter looking at him with a complex and hesitant expression, with a faint blush on his face. Well, Qing, I'm 20 years old this year. Seemingly shy, after Yiqi said this, she lowered her head, and her face flushed even more. Huh. Yang Qing was stunned, but did not respond for a while, and asked again dumbly, then what? when will we get married? Yiqi saw Yang Qing's stupidity. She was anxious. She also raised her head, summoned up her courage, and said it in a low voice. This time, Yang Qing could hear it clearly, and couldn't help but feel troubled. When it comes to marriage, he has actually gotten married, but in another world. But when it comes to rejecting Yiqi, to be honest, he is a bit unbearable in his heart. Speaking of which, after the two have been together for so many years, Yang Qing spent all the time with Yiqi in addition to practicing. The relationship has already reached the realm of indistinguishable from each other, and it can be said that it is a matter of course. And over the years, the relationship between the two has remained unclear. But in fact, they also have feelings in their hearts, and they have each other in their hearts. The two are in love with each other and get along day and night. Under such circumstances, when Yiqi grows up a bit, it can be said that the marriage between the two is a certainty. However, in addition to the fact that Yang Qing was already married, there are some problems that have not been resolved. He always knew that everything in this world was not a place to belong to him. This is the future world of Dragon Ball. When Sun Wukong grows up and number 17 or 18 appears, the Earth will definitely be destroyed. And he, sooner or later, has to go to the real plot. Only at that point in time can he be given a big enough stage, make him stronger, and experience the truly powerful opponents in Dragon Ball. Too many fetters, in fact, Yang Qing does not want to have. Leaving a ray of life for the Saiyans, teaching 5 apprentices, and letting Saya follow him, these are not problems. At that time, he will naturally bring a few familiar people to that world together. But at this moment, staring at Yiqi's eyes, from the beginning of anticipation to the present, after he has not responded for a long time, he is a little anxious, even sad, his heart is trembling and shaking. Sighing, Yang Qing was very helpless. It seems that the fetters are even heavier. When I'm done with all this and solve the problem, I'll marry you, okay? This can be considered an accurate answer, and Yiqi's face immediately showed a look of surprise. She stepped forward abruptly, kissed Yang Qing's cheek with a squeak. Subsequently. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Again shyly bowing his head and pretending to be eating as if nothing had happened. Yang Qing touched the wet and moist face on her face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It was really the hardest thing to endure the grace of a beauty. The martial arts meeting soon began with the joyful atmosphere of the 3 of them playing around and hanging out. This time, Yang Qing and Saya naturally did not participate. They sat in the audience and watched the players on the field go up and down. The battle of mortals made the 2 of them very bored, but Yiqi was sitting next to Yang Qing watching the rise and shouting. After nearly 20 games, Saya just looked stunned and looked at the person on the field below. That's it, Namekians. At this time, there was one person on the competition stage, with green skin all over his body, and he looked obviously different from ordinary people. His aura was very calm. In the lively and noisy arena, he seemed to be standing in the cold and bone-piercing North Pole, without the slightest reaction. Elder, how can there be Nameks on Earth? Saya immediately asked Yang Qing that he followed Yang Qing to many places, and Saya was naturally familiar with the Namekians. This is a race that can make Dragon Balls, and it is said to be very magical. Chapter 654 The Man in Black. Look, Yang Qing shook his head, but did not answer, just said lightly. Since Piccolo has come out, Sun Wukong may not be far away. At this time, Piccolo's appearance was not much different from the later one, and Sun Wukong should have grown into a young man. At this time, Sun Wukong, his road to becoming stronger has just begun. That terrifying talent, and the speed of becoming stronger, really make people shudder. And in a few years, the crisis that engulfed the entire planet will also begin. At that time, the time to travel back in time with the help of the Trunks time machine will also come. He has been waiting for too long, and now he finally sees hope, although it will take at least 10 years to calculate seriously. Vic stood on the stage and easily defeated his opponent without expending much effort, and outsiders could not see how powerful he was. Afterwards, Sun Wukong also came on stage, and he had grown taller at this moment, and he had grown into a young man. This kid looked so much like Bardock. Saya sighed. Bardock, he is very familiar with, and used to be a very powerful warrior of their family, especially the outbreak before death, which spread throughout the entire Saiyan family, which is sighing. Yang Qing looked at the appearance of Sun Wukong at this time, and many memories flashed in his heart. The way Bardock looked for him for the first time was not much different from that of Sun Wukong at this moment. Before he knew it, his son was already so old. How time flies, his son is already so old. Sighing, Yang Qing shook his head. Saya also nodded. They looked at Sun Wukong, and they all evoked memories of the past. Soon, the battle began, and Sun Wukong naturally defeated his opponent easily. Compared to a few years ago, this kid has grown up very quickly, barely reaching the level of a junior soldier. However, it's still too far. Saya shook his head. He's been building ground all the time, Saya, and maybe it won't be long before he'll surpass you. Yang Qing said with a smile. Saya pursed his lips, didn't say much, obviously didn't believe it. While the two were chatting with each other, in a remote corner of the arena, there was also a young man who was about 1.75 meters tall. Like ice, the people next to him were frightened by his aura, and they couldn't help but stay away from him. Sitting there silently, the young man watched the game below. The energy intensity is weak, but their martial arts are worth learning from. I want to become stronger. Some of these ants' moves can be learned. Eyes twinkling, the young man murmured. When he saw Piccolo, his eyes flashed. It's that lamb, Namekian, who has grown too. Still too weak, though. For Piccolo, the young man called him a lamb, and his words were full of deep disdain. When he saw Sun Wukong appear, the young man's eyes narrowed. It's a scary guy, it's just that the potential isn't there yet, it hasn't shown up yet. There is a deadly threat deep in the body, I won't live for a few years, the sorrow of the lower life. He actually saw Sun Wukong's weakness at a glance and commented recklessly. However, his fighting skills are quite superb. I can copy it perfectly to strengthen my foundation. As soon as his eyes turned, the young man's mind began to quickly replay every action of Sun Wukong's battle, and quickly merged with the self in his mind. In just a few breaths of time, all the fighting qualities that Sun Wukong showed in the battle just now were controlled by the young man. In the audience, the skills of these two are the most valuable. The rest are all ants. With a light evaluation, the young man began to look around again, looking for the guy in his heart. He should be here, but I don't know what method he used to shield his whereabouts, so that people who deliberately look for it can't find it. What a godlike fellow. With a cold heart, the young man withdrew his gaze and stopped looking. He can't find the other party, and the other party must not be able to sense his breath, that is to say, both parties are in a hidden state at the moment. This is a relatively balanced state, where neither side can find each other, so they can temporarily calm down. After this game, it's time for me to fight you. The so-called father. The young man said lightly, the voice could be heard by himself. The #1 martial arts club in the world is going on fast, and soon, the battle has reached the final stage, and the final decisive battle is really the battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo. The rhythm of the battle between the two is very fast, and the fighting talent and martial skills they showed also surprised the audience. The young man's eyes flickered, and he quickly took the two's excellent fighting skills for himself, discarding all the rough things. This is a terrifying ability to learn. It only learns from other people's good points, removes other people's weaknesses, and gradually becomes perfect. The battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo quickly entered a white-hot stage. In the end, under the nervous eyes of everyone, Sun Wukong won. Piccolo failed again, but this time he was convinced. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. This kid has a little Saiyan demeanor now. Saya was in the audience and laughed. In any case, the kid in Kakarot is a Saiyan. Although he always thought that this kid was worthless, he should be happy to win. In particular, the victory over the Nameks was another proof that Saiyans were the most powerful race. Just when the audience fell into the excitement of Sun Wukong winning the audience, it was very lively. In the auditorium, the young man who had been sitting calmly suddenly stood up, and the next moment, his figure suddenly distorted and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the eyes of Saya and Yang Qing, who had smiles on their faces, suddenly became solemn. On the competition stage, before the referee and Sun Wukong, there was still no one there, but at this moment, a young man suddenly appeared and stood here. He was dressed in black robes, his expression was grim, his black and white eyes were full of gloomy evil, and the tail behind him was flipping quietly. Just as soon as he appeared and stood there, his cold and inexplicable aura directly shocked the audience, making the originally lively number 1 martial arts club in the world calm down. Chapter 655 Fierce. When the young man appeared, the atmosphere suddenly changed, and the entire arena was quiet. The audience who had been shouting loudly before suddenly stopped their voices when they suddenly saw this strange person. Everyone didn't know what was going on, as if the natural hierarchy suppressed the living beings. The moment the young man came out, he forced back the words that all of them wanted to say. The demeanor of the audience, at this moment, was dominated by this person. "You, who are you?" the host stammered and asked the young man. He also asked the questions of all the audience present, and everyone stared blankly at the young man. At the same time, Sun Wukong also looked at the young man in black. He clearly felt the cold and cruel aura on the other side, and his expression changed. This kind of evil and cruelty is even more than the great demon King Piccolo. Just like the evil king who walked out of hell, just standing there can affect everything around him. In the auditorium, Yang Qing and Saya stared closely at the young people in the arena, their pupils condensed together. It's him. Growing up so fast. He has actually become like this. Qing, he grew up with you so fast. At this time, Yu Qi was also surprised that the young man below looked almost like Yang Qing, but the young man was colder, while Yang Qing was softer and could clearly distinguish the difference between the two. On the competition stage, the host asked in one sentence. The cold black-clothed young man didn't say a word, and in the next instant, his figure was twisted. At this moment, the expression of Sun Wukong, who was standing beside him, changed drastically, and he suddenly dodged a block in front of the host. Woo! The gust of wind blew, and a fist seemed to protrude out of the void in front of Sun Wukong, followed by a figure stepping out of the void. Bang! The dull voice sounded, and Sun Wukong was directly blown away by this punch, and he gushed blood when he was in the air. Then, Sun Wukong was bombarded all the way to the auditorium, only to be intercepted by the turtle fairy Keelan and his party. Cough cough. He vomited blood again, and Sun Wukong's face became extremely pale, and his eyes were full of solemnity. So powerful. His eyes were fixed on the young man in black on the stage, and his heart was replaced with solemnity. Goku, are you alright? Who is that man? Turtle Immortal Kaylin and others quickly asked, and Sun Wukong shook his head. I don't know, but he's very strong. Strong. Turtle Immortal and others were surprised. They clearly knew that Wukong had practiced with God at this time, and even they could not predict the realm at this time. He all said that he was strong, so what kind of level did the young man on the stage reach? Be careful. Sun Wukong calmed his breath and stared at the stage with full alertness. If you don't die in one hit, I won't shoot again, don't worry. Ant. The cold words of the young man in black caused everyone present to change their expressions. The host trembled and retreated back in horror. He felt very clearly that the punch of this guy just now was aimed at him. He wanted to kill himself, but was blocked by Sun Wukong. In a blink of an eye, only young men in black were left in the competition arena. However, a bigger panic appeared all around. Some people began to be unbearable, or because they were afraid, or because they were bold, they scolded the people on the Baiwu stage. Maid, who are you? Get the hell out of here. Don't disturb us watching the game, get out of here. Go away, what are you doing on the stage? The chaotic words made the atmosphere in the field immediately lively. However, the young man in black on the stage did not have the slightest expression of ups and downs, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Gradually, he raised his right hand and aimed his palm at the place where the noise came from. Say. Yang Qing's complexion suddenly changed and said loudly. No. Saya also responded loudly, and prepared to stand up to block the blow. But at the same moment, when the young man in black just raised his hand, there was a sound of hum. The void in front of his hand seemed to have collapsed, the air pressure suddenly increased, and then the audience was slammed. Poof. Almost in an instant, when even Saya didn't react, the people in the audience were directly crushed into pieces by this blow. Hi. Countless inhalation sounds sounded, and the atmosphere at this moment was much quieter than the previous moment. The ants need to be conscious of the ants, just crawling on the ground in a low-key manner, screaming, "It will only speed up the speed that I will crush you." The indifferent words spread throughout the audience at this moment. The ruthlessness and strangeness of the young man in black were clearly imprinted in the hearts of everyone present at this moment. Come on. Run. Demon. Demon. Suddenly, someone screamed in horror again, ran with strides, and ran towards the outside of the arena. Buzz. The air pressure changed again, and the human beings with a radius of 100 meters were directly ground into flesh. A sudden sound, suddenly flattened. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Calm down. At this moment, the scene was eerily quiet, and countless rapid breathing sounded. Tension, fear, panic, swept the hearts of countless people. Many human beings trembled in their legs, and their foreheads were full of sweat. Even Immortal Turtle, Kaylin and others were facing enormous pressure at the moment. That slight raise of the hand, there is such a huge power, it really shocked them. Terrible, terrifying. This kid. Saya's eyes were also full of surprise. He was shocked by the strength of the other party at the moment, and the lightness of the wind in his hands. He even had the appearance of a great elder. Elder, he has become stronger. Yes, even a fool can see that the kid is already strong and the last encounter is not a heavyweight at all. Yeah, he's getting stronger. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed and he said solemnly. Everyone present has heard clearly, I have no interest in you. A group of ants who want to run over and die is no fun for me. At the moment, I'm standing here just to find someone. The young man in black spoke coldly, and his voice clearly spread throughout the audience. Looking for someone. Everyone was stunned, and then they looked at the two huge pieces of meat mud, and their calves trembled again. Just to find someone, they killed at least 1,000 people. How cruel is this man? Chapter 656 never failed. Involuntarily, the fear in everyone's heart was even greater, and their nervousness blinded their hearts and felt confused. What should we do? Am I going to die? God, I just watched a game. I want to get out of here, it's horrible. All the audience's faces clearly had complex expressions on their faces, but at this moment, no one dared to say anything out loud. I know you're here, come out. I call it, Father. I'm going to fight you. The cold words of the young man in black spread throughout the audience, his eyes swept around sharply, paying attention to any disturbance. I don't know how long he has been cultivating frantically and sorting out his thoughts, he has already far surpassed himself in that battle. He not only imitated all the breaths he had felt about that person that day, but also studied them, and then surpassed them. At this time, he has already reached the limit, and he has reached his ultimate strength. He believes that at this moment, he is no longer afraid of that person. So, he came, and with the help of this world's #1 martial arts meeting, he came to find that person. He also had a clear feeling in his heart, and could sense that he was there, but he couldn't find it. The so-called father, in terms of mystery, was beyond his expectations. The audience was quiet, and no one stood up. Elder, he can't see you. It was only at this moment that Saya woke up and realized the inconceivable way. I blocked us here, and those who wanted to find us couldn't see us. Yang Qing said lightly, his eyes flickering, staring at Shaya in the field. He's looking for you. Qing, who is that guy? Yi Qi asked suspiciously. He is Shaya, Yang Qing said. Char. Yi Qi's pupils contracted, and her expression was full of shock. He is already so big. He is different from ordinary people. He should be able to control his growth and development. Moreover, his mind is far beyond ordinary people. Yang Qing nodded. At this moment, Shaya on the stage spoke again. You once said, "Don't let me hurt these stupid people on earth." It seems that you cherish the lives of these people. But that's fine. It gives me a way to find you. The words were still full of calm, no anxiety, no anger, no trace of emotion. Then he raised his hand again. Buzz. The air pressure suddenly changed, and the air was suddenly depressed. Sun Wukong, Turtle Immortal, Kei Lin, etc. were all ready to fight, with sweat on their foreheads. They seem to have felt that even if all of them shoot, I am afraid they are not the enemy of that terrifying young man. Yang Qing, who was sitting in the stands, suddenly stood up and spoke lightly. Stop it, Char. Hearing this familiar voice, Shaya turned her head suddenly, and her eyes instantly locked on Yang Qing and Saya. It's you. I knew it, you must be here. Shaya opened his mouth, his eyes were still calm, he seemed to be able to control his emotions well and not let his emotions affect all his judgments. You are growing up fast. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and stared at Shayado. I have so many good genes in my body, and I develop them with so many incredible abilities. At this time, the genes in my body have surpassed Saiyans, humans, and become a brand new bloodline. Shaya nodded and explained to Yang Qing carefully. You came out again, looking for me with such a big fanfare, it seems that you are already very confident. Yang Qing nodded. Being able to explain all his advantages and details to him, there is no doubt that Shaya's self-confidence has reached a certain level. After the last defeat, I have been practicing hard. Shaya nodded calmly. Yang Qing's eyes became dignified. Shaya at this moment was completely different from the last time. The last time he fought, he would be angry, afraid, and roar. But at this time, from the beginning to the end, what this kid showed was calm, and there was no ups and downs in his emotions at all. It was as if he had changed from a baby to an experienced adult in a blink of an eye. Elder, let me go. Saya said loudly, his aura suddenly swelled up. You step back, I'll come. Yang Qing waved to stop it, then turned his eyes to Shaya, his body slowly floated up, and fell towards the place of the competition platform. After 5 breaths, Yang Qing landed in front of Shaya. The two looked at each other, and they were 8 or 9 similar in appearance, standing together as if they were long-lost brothers. The #1 martial arts club in the world. Suddenly, Shaya opened his mouth with a smile, and even though he smiled, his eyes were still full of coldness. The rules are the rules of their previous games, and the tournament stage is here. Out of bounds, defeat. Surrender, defeat. However, there is one thing I have to change. Yang Qing nodded and motioned for the other party to continue. You say it. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Smile on Shaya's face was even greater, and the coldness in his eyes was even more cruel. Death, defeat. As soon as the word, death, came out, the temperature at the scene seemed to drop a lot, making the hearts of the onlookers shrank. Yi Qi's face tightened even more, and she was about to stop it, but was directly pulled by Saya. Don't worry, the great elder has never been defeated. But, he's so powerful. Yi Qi worried. No matter how powerful the enemy is, the elder will not be defeated. Saya said firmly. Yes, only he knows how powerful that person is. I am afraid that even if it is a god, it will not be his opponent. Yes. On the competition stage, Yang Qing nodded. Then let's get started. Shaya also nodded, stretched out and gestured. Start. Yang Qing said. As soon as the two words came out, the eyes of the two suddenly became extremely sharp, and then, the air suddenly sank, and their figures disappeared. Immediately afterwards, something that surprised everyone on the field happened. From that moment on, they could never see the two of them again. What about people? You can only hear the sound of objects hitting, and you can't see them at all. Have they both disappeared? Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what was going on. Only Seiya's eyes kept rolling, staring intently at the arena. What's going on? The two of them are gone. Krillin asked curiously. He couldn't see what was going on stage either. Chapter 657 Showdown. The faces of Immortal Turtle and Sun Wukong have become extraordinarily solemn. The two looked at each other and spoke in a deep voice. Their speed has exceeded the limit of our naked eyes. With practice, the human body is actually constantly evolving, and our strength, speed, reflexes, and even the five senses, including vision and hearing, will improve. Your motion capture ability can't keep up with how fast they're moving, so you can't see them. It can only be said that their strength has surpassed us by too much. Immortal Turtle's face became heavier. If the enemy was one of them, we might not be able to hold on to them for a second. His words made the people next to Immortal Turtle widen their eyes, not knowing what to say. But also, if you can't even see the enemy in battle, what's the point of fighting? Looking for people in the audience, I am afraid that only Monkey King and Piccolo can barely see the afterglow of the two people on the competition stage. In addition, there is only one Seiya. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed. This kid has become so strong. Seiya's face was dark, and surprise flashed in his eyes. The combat power shown by Chariot at this moment has far exceeded his expectations. In the original state of the showdown, what Char showed was a completely different fighting power from the last time. The venue for the competition is not large. For two people who can travel 100 meters and kilometers in the blink of an eye, they can get out in an instant. But in such a narrow venue, the two of them condensed their power around their bodies and did not spread the slightest. The control of every trace of power has reached an almost perfect state. The footsteps were just a little bit of ground, and Shaya's body had disappeared, and the next second, it appeared directly behind Yang Qing's head. His hands jutted out, fists clenched, and he swung at each other fiercely. Yang Qing's head froze, and his body swayed slightly at this moment. Seeing the color. This punch directly passed through the afterimage of Yang Qing's body. In the next second, Yang Qing's body became solid, and he didn't know when he was face to face with Shaya. The right fist is also swung out in an instant, with a violent force. Boom! Shaya blocked his arms in front of him and blocked the punch directly. The powerful force directly slammed into Shaya's arms, and the energy came out at this moment, directly hitting the huge signboard behind the arena. Buzz! The photo was swept away by the force and shattered into a piece of dust. And Shaya slid 10 meters straight towards the back before stopping the trend. After this punch, the two showed their bodies and stood facing each other again. I'm finally sure that I do have the same power as you. A smile appeared on Shaya's face, and her tone was very confident. Your growth is indeed fast. Yang Qing nodded, but it's not enough. Just like that, it's not enough to beat me and be my opponent. No one knows how strong Yang Qing is at the moment, even he himself cannot judge the strength of his own strength. However, Yang Qing knew clearly through the fight just now that Shaya, who was facing him, was still not his opponent. Even though he has become extremely powerful, he is still not his opponent. Don't be ashamed. Shaya's face turned cold, and he spit out a word coldly. Do you think it was all my strength just now? He suddenly put his hands on his waist, then his expression became hideous, and he let out a loud shout. Ha! A ferocious aura suddenly surged out of his body, as if a violently burning volcano suddenly swelled at this moment, radiating recklessly toward the sky. In the strong wind, the particles on the ground were shaken and floated in the air. The people in the audience were all blinded by the strong wind. "What's going on here?" they screamed in panic, and Seiya's expression changed when he saw the scene on the field. "This kid has become so powerful." Seiya's eyes were full of shocked expressions. At this moment, the rising momentum of Shia's body in the field has far exceeded what he expected, and it has surpassed him. Big Elder. In contrast, Seiya actually started to worry about the Great Elder. In his feelings, at this moment, Shia's breath is simply unbelievable. So powerful, so evil. Sun Wukong also felt the oppressive and dark aura on the stage, far beyond everything he had ever seen. How is it now? Shia still has black hair, but at this moment, he is more powerful. He seems to have unlocked a part of his body's power and let it all release. At this moment, he has become extremely powerful. Yang Qing flashed a hint of surprise, but then smiled. "You have indeed grown a lot stronger." Then, he stretched out and made a gesture. "Come and try it." Shia's face turned cold. At this time, he had already used 5 points of his entire body strength. When he wanted to come, he was already very powerful. But the other party, actually only this expression. Humph. Suddenly, Chars. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The figure disappeared, almost just one step. He was already in front of Yang Qing. His right palm suddenly opened, and the high-temperature burning qigong wave suddenly became bigger, and slammed down towards Yang Qing's head. Armed color. Yang Qing's right hand quickly turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then he raised his fist to meet him. In the process of swinging his fist, he even trembled a few times, changing the angle, so that the direction of the force kept shifting. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the punch hit the shock wave in Shia's palm, and the shock wave of strange power caused the shock wave to hum, and then change direction and headed towards the sky. Immediately after, in less than a tenth of a second, Yang Qing waved his other hand and slammed it towards Shia's face. Bang! With a strong force, Shia's cheeks sunk, and the whole person fell towards the rear. Ha! With a loud shout, Shia's figure stagnated directly in the air, and then, he again threw a fist at Yang Qing with a grim expression on his face. Yang Qing dodged quickly and swung his fists quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two faced off with thousands of punches. Yang Qing hit Shia 3 times, and Shia hit Yang Qing once. The error rate of both sides and the hit rate of the other side are pitifully low, showing a terrible fighting level. These two guys are really scary. Seiya shuddered, feeling so weak for the first time. Chapter 658 You Lost. On the competition stage, the two of them fought hand to hand, speed, and strength. At this moment, they reached a point that surpassed that of normal people by 1,000 times. What's even more shocking is that their domineering and powerful power is only limited to this small competition stage. This will test the degree of their control of power. The unbroken ring shows that their control of power has indeed reached an incredible state of perfection. This kid's talent is astounding. Raising his hand to open the opponent's fist, Yang Qing's eyes flashed with surprise. The improvement of strength is nothing. With Shia's talent, even if he doesn't practice, he will become extremely powerful. However, his mastery of the basics and power is so impeccable, like an old guy who has been practicing for many years, which makes Yang Qing pay attention. This can only show that the opponent has paid a lot of hardships after the last battle. Only the control of power requires continuous practice, continuous attempts, and countless failures before success can be achieved. This is the strength created by experience. Even the best talent can't make up for it. But at this moment, Shia on the competition stage has no flaws in this regard. His tactics are also steady, without urgency. No matter from which aspect, he will feel that the young man in front of him is an old fritter with extremely rich combat experience. The two kept dodging, intertwining with each other. You punched me back, and I kicked you, but they were all afterimages of the attack. The situation on the battlefield showed that the two were at the same level. However, Xiaoya's expression became more and more gloomy with the fight. What a powerful guy. It can't be delayed any longer. He must be dealt with in one fell swoop. If that's the case, then unleash all the power. His eyes suddenly became sharp again. Xiaoya punched Yang Qing with a fist, and then stared sharply at Yang Qing even after her figure floated. This time, he was unusually calm. Second lock, unlock. With a loud shout, Xiaoya's body is like a high-temperature furnace. At this moment, a red light is released, and the wanton brilliance burns towards the sky, shrouding him in it. From a distance, it seems to be wrapped. General in a hood. Correspondingly, at this moment, the aura on Xiaoya's body was like a burning sun, which was unimaginably hot. The terrifying airflow conflict swept away in all directions. This is my full state. The force is too much, I may not be able to control it. But, who made me underestimate you? I didn't expect you to be so powerful. In the red arrogance, Xiaoya's voice came out coldly, Yang Qing's expression became solemn, and there was a bad premonition. Boom! The burning red airflow expanded again, reaching a height of a full 100 meters. This terrifying scene made the audience in the room tremble. In front of the swollen red airflow, they felt as if there was a terrifying and incomparably huge beast standing in front of them, staring at them with anger, but the momentum made them tremble. Buzz! Suddenly, Xiaoya moved, his figure moved, and the entire space seemed to set off a violent storm, and his speed was almost twice as fast as before. Yang Qing's expression changed, he turned right, strode forward, clenched his right fist, and rushed out. Bang! Just as he threw out this punch, a fist appeared from the void and slammed into him fiercely. The airflow surged and the wind swept through. At the moment behind Yang Qing, a light blue cyclone also appeared, wrapping around him, like a fine thunder and lightning crackling. At the moment when the two collided, the fragile competition platform finally couldn't bear the power of the collision between the two, and began to crack inch by inch. And the cracks went in all directions. In the auditorium, the concrete floor began to crack and vibrated violently. For the control of power, the two of them can be said to have achieved a perfect state, but this power is really terrifying. Just a trace of overflowing between the collisions caused the auditorium to start torn apart. After the punch, Xiaoya's eyes turned cold, and he threw a punch again. Yang Qing also threw a punch and started to fight. Boom! The strong wind blew, and in the auditorium behind the two, many people were blown up by the strong wind and hit the ground or buildings, bleeding their heads. In an instant, because of the remnants of the battle between the two, the number of casualties reached hundreds. The entire arena was in chaos at the moment, and the crowd began to panic completely and ran wildly outside, and in the process of escaping, there were countless casualties. Cries and shouts made the scene extremely noisy in an instant. Yang Qing's face changed, and he noticed the tragic situation here. Battlefield, can't be here. The collision at this moment is not the ultimate stage of their power. Both parties know that it is useless for them to transform. But just like that, these ordinary humans couldn't bear it. As long as it is an unintentional collision, it is enough to cause these fragile humans to die countless times. At this moment, Xiaoya withstood Yang Qing's momentary sway, and suddenly kicked. Yang Qing dodged and dodged, but at this moment, Xiaoya's fist had reached Yang Qing's eyes. The fierce force and the suddenly accelerated speed made Yang Qing unable to react at this moment. Bang! This punch hit Yang Qing in the face, causing the latter to be hit directly to the back, hitting the audience in the audience. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In the crowd, the solid concrete floor was directly smashed, and the crowd next to it screamed in panic. Yang Qing stood up and looked at the awe-inspiring and oppressive Xiaoya in the field, his eyes became low. You're out of bounds. An indifferent voice came from Xiaoya's mouth. You lost. Hee hee. With a noncommittal laugh, Yang Qing's eyes suddenly turned and became icy cold. The battle has just begun. For another battlefield, I'll let you know what power is. Shaya laughed loudly. Change the battlefield. Why? I think it's very good here. While fighting, we can destroy these fragile ants and drain the dirty garbage for this planet. Isn't it nice? Buzz. Suddenly, Shaya took a step forward, standing directly in front of Yang Qing, and threw a punch. With this punch, Shaya didn't hold back, and the strong wind made the surrounding humans scream and fell directly. Yang Qing's complexion became even colder, and his right hand suddenly lifted up with force. Chapter 659 _ Change the battlefield. Shaya's unscrupulous behavior finally made Yang Qing, who had always been calm, angry. He shot in anger, and his right hand immediately gathered terrifying power. This terrifying power shock made the void tremble, and he punched out, as if breaking the space and appearing directly in front of Shaya. The latter's complexion changed, his right hand trembled slightly, and he changed his position 13 times in a row before slamming into Yang Qing's fist. The mystery of this punch is simply difficult for ordinary people to understand. Yang Qing bombarded with a punch. Not only did his strength reach a terrifying level, but his skills also unfolded at that moment, changing countless positions in a row. And Shaya also saw the skill of this punch, changed one after another, and finally collided together. This time, as long as Shaya guessed a wrong position, the punch would hit him in the face without hesitation. Boom! The dull thunder roar came out just now, the wind swept through, and the ground steps around the two were crushed, separated, dented, collapsed, and splashed around at a terrifying speed. Humans who had no time to escape were directly blown up by this gust of wind, and fell heavily on the ground, vomiting blood, and were seriously injured in an instant. In the face of this powerful force, human beings are too small. The aftermath of the battle between these two is horrible. Goku, go save those humans. Turtle Immortal said anxiously. Sun Wukong's eyes were solemn. He nodded simply, got up and walked around the battlefield. He stretched his speed to the limit and quickly passed everyone's side, and he quickly took away all human beings in danger. In the heart of the battlefield, the expressions of Yang Qing and Shaya were extremely cold at this moment, and their eyes flashed with angry flames. The fists alternated back and forth continuously, waving towards the opponent. Boom boom boom. The terrifying gale spreads and expands around at a faster speed, and the shock wave that cannot be seen distorts the air, slamming the entire island very quickly. Looking from a distance, the climate of this small island even began to change. Thick clouds gathered in the sky, and golden lightnings stretched and curved like snakes, flashing past. And the more terrifying wind blows from the heart of the island towards the sea, making the whole sea unsettled. Around the competition platform, the entire island was in chaos. Countless aircraft took off quickly and fled towards the distance, crying, moaning and groans of pain echoed in the sky. On one side of the competition stage, Seiya stood in front of Yi Qi, staring at the two of them with solemn eyes. How is it, big man? Can Qing win? Yi Qi asked worriedly. In her opinion, that ruthless young man was too terrifying. He is beyond imagination, but the great elder is stronger. It must be fine. Seiya firmly said that Shaya's growth really shocked him, and even his heart began to tremble. He imagined that if he faced Shaya at this moment, he was actually horrified to find that he was standing in front of the other party. The terrifying energy fluctuations, sensed from a distance, are trembling. What's even weirder is that he actually couldn't feel the aura of the Great Elder. When he shot, he didn't seem to release the slightest bit of energy, which was rather powerful and terrifying. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Qing and Yang Qing had been fighting for a minute. By this time, the entire competition platform had been completely demolished by the two of them, and it became a piece of wreckage. Is this your greatest strength? Suddenly, Yang Qing tilted his head, dodged Shaya's punch, and said coldly. Shaya was stunned for a moment, then quickly retreated. The void in front of him twisted, and Yang Qing's blow hit the void. The strongest. How is that possible? Do you want to meet the results of my hard work over the years? Consummation after awakening, the strongest power. One after another voice said that even Shia himself seemed a little excited to show his power at this moment. This is the strength he has worked so hard to acquire, and it is his strongest strength. He firmly believes that as long as he releases all his power, no matter who the opponent is, he will fall in front of his iron fist. Then see it, though. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he said lightly, "The battlefield is not here." After saying a sentence, his figure suddenly disappeared, and the next second, the family with his right hand touched Shaya's body. The latter's face showed a touch of panic, but after a short while, the figures of the two distorted and disappeared here. The universe is an uninhabited planet. This is a planet at a decent distance from the star, but there is no water on this planet, and therefore, no life. The temperature is suitable, but there is no air and no atmosphere. It is impossible for any living thing to survive on such a planet. But in this second, two figures suddenly appeared here. The battlefield is here. Yang Qing's lips moved slightly, and no sound came out, but Shaya clearly read the meaning of the other party. 2 seconds later, Shaya's face changed, and his breathing was difficult. Here, there is no air. He discovered this in horror, but after a breath, his face calmed down again, and there was a strange look in his eyes. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. You don't need to breathe to survive here. The changes in the surrounding scenes, as well as the bright and clearly visible starry sky above the head, and the huge sun, all prove that this place is no longer the Earth. On a planet with no air and an extremely harsh environment, the panic that Shaya started to disappear quickly, because he found that his body was quickly adjusting, and he quickly adapted to everything here. You took me away from Earth. With a movement of his mouth and paw, Shaya accurately expressed this meaning. That's right, the Earth is too small to spread out, it's a waste star, and you can unleash your strongest power to your heart's content. Yang Qing nodded and said slowly. Hee, I didn't expect you to care so much about those weak humans. But it doesn't matter, I'm looking for you to defeat you. That's the main thing, that group of humans, I don't care. Shaya smiled and her eyes became sharp. But I'm very interested in your teleportation method. Yang Qing's face was expressionless, and he reached out and moved. Come on, unleash your full power. Chapter 661-1 He completely ignored Shaya's nonsense, and bluntly reached out and asked the other party to take action. With an expressionless face and a grim face, there was no sign of worry about Charya's increase in strength. The bright starry sky above, the stars are twinkling. If you want to see the beautiful scenery, this is definitely the best choice. The beautiful Milky Way ribbons circle around, crystal clear, like a river. The 5 colored stars also challenge the limits of human vision. But at this moment, neither of them was in the mood to watch this beautiful scenery, they just stared at each other. Suddenly, Shaya's whole body trembled violently, his hair and eyebrows turned golden, and his eyes were pale green and cold. In just a split second, he had become a Super Saiyan, silent, not even as majestic as he had unlocked his full power on Earth. However, in the face of Shaya who seemed to be calm, Yang Qing narrowed his eyes. What a terrifying talent. With a sigh, even Yang Qing had to obey the person in front of him. The unique growth rate, the terrifying martial arts talent, it took so long for the opponent to have mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 1. It was bland and there was no cyclone around it. It was clearly the full power of Super Saiyan 1, and the opponent had perfectly mastered any power after the transformation. That's all my power. I believe you can see how terrible he is. I wonder if such power can defeat you. The corner of Shaya's mouth curved, and she said confidently. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak, but continued to turn his hand towards Shaya. Come on, get me excited. It's been a long time since I had a fight and my blood was on fire. The warm-up just now is over, show me your strength. When Shaya saw the indifference, she immediately became angry. He thought this indifferent look was the most silent mockery of him. I have shown the most powerful strength, is that your attitude? With a loud roar, Sha Ya's figure moved. As his terrifying power moved, the ground beneath his feet shattered inch by inch, spreading out in all directions like a spider web. In less than a breath, he was already standing in front of Yang Qing and threw a punch. This punch, like a gust of wind, was terrifyingly fast. Yang Qing couldn't even resist, and was hit hard in the face. Bang! The huge force made Yang Qing's feet off the ground and slid hundreds of meters toward the rear. He raised his head suddenly, and already saw Shi Ya descending from the sky, and his feet stomped on him fiercely. Die! Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and his figure flashed. Boom! The ground was directly stepped on by Sha Ya with a large pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Then he stood on the ground and looked up to the sky, where Yang Qing was looking at him indifferently. Involuntarily, Sha Ya's complexion became hideous. Silent ridicule, this is completely a silent mockery of him. Underestimate his strength at the moment, underestimate his unstoppable efforts day and night. You bastard! With the roar, Sha Ya's speed broke through again, whistling towards the sky, and in just an instant, he was already in front of Yang Qing and punched again. Buzz! Yang Qing raised his right hand and firmly grabbed Sha Ya's fist. The dark mist wrapped his fist and protected him. Next, Sha Ya went crazy again, and kept throwing fists at Yang Qing. Under the impact of the grand force, shock waves continued to spread from the sky, whizzing away in all directions, and after hitting the high mountain ground, it was a shock, and the mountain collapsed. There are deep holes in the ground. 3,000 punches were thrown in a row. Under the pressure of Sha Ya's power, Yang Qing kept retreating. However, every punch of Sha Ya was easily caught by Yang Qing without any mistakes. Ah! Such an anxious scene made Sha go mad. He couldn't believe that he was already full of strength, but the other party was still this light-hearted look. Under the rage again, Sha Ya's power suddenly increased by another level. This punch, he threw it out fiercely. Bang! The next second, Sha Ya's fist hit Yang Qing in the face, causing him to fall directly from the sky and land on the ground. I don't believe you are really that powerful. No matter how powerful you are, I will blow you up. Sha Ya stood high in the sky, looking down at the place where the dust was rising and Yang Qing fell. Her eyes were cold. A crimson light flashed above his hands, and then he bombarded downwards. When the dust was gone, Yang Qing slowly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The realm of God is really hard to touch. With a complicated sigh, Yang Qing shook his head. What he used in the battle just now was the unique power within the realm of the gods. He mastered 100% of his power and did not spread any aura to the outside world. Ordinary people couldn't feel the breath of the opponent's shot at all, and it was almost equivalent to invisibility. However, it is obvious that Yang Qing has not entered this field. He has only touched a little, but this is what allows him to use the original state to be able to hit this stage with the opponent's Super Saiyan mode. Shish! The crisp sound of breaking the air came from his ears, Yang Qing's eyes. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Ziyi condensed and looked at the countless crimson streamers in the sky. That stream of light, densely packed, almost covered the entire sky, blocking all of Yang Qing's sight. In an instant, Sha Ya had created such a huge number of qigong waves, and his total energy level had reached a terrifying level. The energy intensity is a bit high. In this state, it can't be stopped. In just an instant, Yang Qing judged it. Once such a large-scale qigong wave hits him, it must not evaporate and vaporize in an instant. If that's the case, let's fight a battle. I feel the rush of blood. It seems that I am also a little excited. A smile appeared on his face. Yang Qing felt the blood vessels sticking out of his body, and the blood seemed to accelerate faintly. It's still slow, but it's accelerated. This means that the strength of the opponent has already made him excited, and he can fight to his heart's content. Just use the first stage mode. He murmured, the next moment, a surging energy wave spread out, the golden light bloomed, and Yang Qing transformed into a Super Saiyan. Then, facing the Qigong bullets falling from the sky, Yang Qing's eyes suddenly became sharp. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 661 to 680. Chapter 661_Unlimited. The red Qigong bombs were dense like raindrops, covering the entire sky, like a red cloud covering, making Yang Qing's eyes turn red. The scorching high temperature and the grilling air began to distort, and on this empty planet, a large space began to hum and vibrate. Yang Qing's eyes are sharp, and his figure is suddenly vertical. His speed is like wind, like thunder, like electricity, and it is unimaginably fast. Almost in an instant, he was already in the dark cloud of scarlet sky. Next, a scene that shocked Sha in the sky happened. At this moment, Yang Qing's figure seemed to have become nothingness, and it flashed past one after another, directly passing through the red Qigong waves that filled the sky, and came towards him quickly. The terrifying speed seemed to stretch his body into an arc, running fast in the air. He was terrifyingly fast, and he was very accurate in grasping the short-lived gaps between the Qigong waves and the leaks revealed. This kind of fighting consciousness is extremely amazing. In just a short 3-breath effort, Yang Qing's figure had already passed through the dense red Qigong wave, and under the gust of wind, he stood in front of Shaya. Boom! Until then, the large Qigong wave behind Yang Qing began to explode, the red flames swept the sky, the air began to twist, and the magnificent red was blooming, like a quietly growing flower. In the environment of this vacuum planet, such a flame looks extremely beautiful. Against the background of this large flower-like flame, Yang Qing's figure flashed again, only half a meter away from Shaya, and then suddenly waved his hand. Call. The wind swept, Shaya's pupils shrank, and she raised her fists to fight. Bang! The shock wave spread out, and the aftermath of a much larger force than before caused the 10 surrounding mountains to collapse suddenly, raising the sky full of dust. This is not a power that is suppressed on Earth, but the perfect state of the two who unfold Super Saiyan Mode 1 at full power. This kind of power is extremely powerful, and it is just a punch, but the impact on the surrounding terrain is already extremely terrifying. Bang bang bang. The figures of the two kept flickering and moving high in the sky. Under the starry sky, countless halos kept appearing, and strange vortices appeared in the air. In just 10 breaths, they have already crossed the range of dozens of miles, and just the aftermath has collapsed dozens of mountain ranges. Bang! Yang Qing suddenly punched and hit Shaya's face. The latter's whole body was shocked, and his body suddenly flew out, slamming into the mountains behind him. Boom! He passed through the mountains directly, leaving huge holes. Shaking his head, Shaya's eyes were icy cold. He jumped up suddenly, and punched Yang Qing, who was chasing from a high altitude. The latter ducked with his head tilted, but Shaya might as well collide with one knee and hit Yang Qing's stomach directly. Ah! The severe pain caused Yang Qing to bend over, and in an instant, Shaya punched Yang Qing on the head, and the latter fell directly towards the ground, smashing a big hole on the ground. In less than a second, Yang Qing also jumped into the sky. The light blue light on his right hand bloomed, and suddenly threw it towards Shaya. Ha! The crisp chirping sounded, Shaya's complexion changed, and the red light in his right hand flickered, also ruthlessly thrown forward. Boom! Sora once again burst into a red flame, which quickly expanded. And 3,000 meters away from the flames, the two of them stood in the sky again, and they quickly threw their fists back and forth. In this battle, both sides were extremely careful in their control of their power, and they had already reached the realm of subtlety. Therefore, in Super Saiyan mode, the burden on physical strength is extremely small. Boom! Yang Qing sideways dodged Shaya's punch, grabbed the former's right hand with both hands, and then made a force. The huge force suddenly made the latter fly directly, and with his great strength, he was slammed to the ground, smashing the ground into a big hole. Boom! A light blue Qigong wave bloomed from Yang Qing's hand. After a breath, Yang Qing shouted loudly and waved his hands downwards rapidly. Shish! Qigong waves shot out from his hand and bombarded towards Sha, who had just stood up below. This scene is so similar to Sha Ya's Qigong wave attack. Rival. Sha Ya's face is particularly solemn. Such a large number of Qigong waves are very powerful. He did not use Yang Qing's dexterous evasion method, but... Ah ha 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 ha. With a loud roar, a red glow appeared in Sha Ya's hands. Next moment. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A series of air-breaking sounds rang out from his hand, and went straight to the dense Qigong wave barrage in the sky. Boom 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 boom. He chose the toughest duel method, and I will knock you down as many Qigong waves as you send. The flames expanded rapidly at high altitudes, and the sound of explosions continued to be heard. The flames, which had a range of only 2 kilometers, began to expand rapidly, becoming 10,000 meters and 15,000 kilometers. This speed is unimaginable, and the speed of the Qigong waves thrown by the 2 hands is even more amazing. For more than 30 seconds, the sound of Sora's explosion did not stop. Finally, both of them stopped their hands and slowly calmed down their accelerating heartbeats. Then, they looked at each other across the boundless sea of fire. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. At this moment, the eyes of the 2 were extremely sharp, and they seemed to be able to see each other's eyes and faces through the void. I didn't expect you to have reached such a level. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. I'm excited, Sha, can you be stronger? My blood is boiling, I need him to be more excited. Sha Ya's pupils shrank and became extremely sharp. If you're not ashamed, your strength is only at this level. In the next second, Sha Ya's knees bent, the speed suddenly accelerated, almost instantly came to the top of Yang Qing's head, and then slashed down. Bang! Yang Qing raised his hand to block it, but the powerful force blasted him directly into the ground. Boom! The dust was flying, and it sank directly in a radius of 3 kilometers. Yang Qing squatted on the ground and looked up at Sha Ya in the sky. The light in his eyes became even brighter. The power is twice as strong as before. In full power mode, is there a breakthrough in the total amount of gas? What a gifted fellow. Buzz. The air hummed and the strong wind swept across. Sha Ya's body had already appeared in front of Yang Qing. Her expression was icy cold and her aura was frozen. My strength. It's infinite. Chapter 662_Legend Mode. Crackling. At the moment when Sha Ya said this sentence, green lightning suddenly appeared around his body, and green light suddenly appeared around his body. And the momentum on his body suddenly rose, and at this moment, the total amount of qi directly expanded by 2 times. At this moment, his originally thin figure actually swelled and became much stronger and stronger. Seeing such a change, Yang Qing immediately changed his eyes. This kid. Boom. Sha Ya's iron fist fell again, almost twice as fast, and Yang Qing's eyes turned cold. Seeing the color. He felt the faint sensation quickly, but then, Yang Qing's expression changed again. Bang. This punch deviates from 3 points, but still hits his shoulder. His entire body is thrown into the air in an instant, he loses his sense of balance, and slams towards the rear quickly. Boom. Mountains were rammed by him, and Yang Qing heard the sound of clicking faintly. This means that the bone joints on his shoulders have been dislocated or even broken. What a powerful force. What's even more shocking is that he actually awakened the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. Such a bloodline is clearly something that Yang Qing can only possess. Immediately after, Yang Qing turned over, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly around the falling gravel and the flying dust. It's fun like this, there is a feeling of facing yourself. As soon as his mind changed, the air in front of Yang Qing suddenly stopped, and Sha Ya's icy expression had already appeared in front of him. At this time, Sha Ya was no different from before, but he shot the next moment, the green light flashed again, and his power swelled at this moment. Bang! Yang Qing was beaten again and flew out of the mountain to the sky. I don't have the skills you have acquired from others to enhance myself. However, I have used my blood to the limit and mastered the power of the first stage of awakening. I suddenly noticed that the cells in my body also have two hidden stronger forces. A kind of gleaming green light, the more you fight, the stronger, never give up. The other kind, flickering red, like the most violent gods. The so-called father, your bloodline is too far from mine. A punch hit Yang Qing's arms, and Xiaya roared loudly. With every punch, Yang Qing could feel the power from those fists getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, he actually felt pain. This shocked him. With his arms after condensing the domineering arms, he blocked the ground in front of him, and he would be beaten by the other side in pain. From this, it can be seen how much the opponent's strength has reached. Boom 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 boom. After I don't know how many fists were bombarded, Xiaya retracted his hands, the red light flickered, the energy fluctuations were boiling, and the qigong wave rushed towards Yang Qing quickly. The latter's expression changed, and he actually sensed the strength of this qigong wave, which was several times stronger than before. This kid has a new way to use the legendary Super Saiyan mode like this. Different from Yang Qing's whole body changing into a green Super Saiyan, Xiaya's legendary mode is incomparably controlled by onlookers. He can instantly burst into such a mode when needed. At a certain moment, strength, speed, responsiveness, even the total amount of gas has doubled. In this case, not only has the Super Saiyan's characteristics of getting stronger and stronger, but also has the effect of boosting, and because this is the reason for its own bloodline, it is more stable and consumes less physical strength. After Xia used such a unique transformation mode, Yang Qing's Super Psi 1 full power mode was finally about to be unable to resist. Pressure. I finally feel the pressure. Facing Xiaya's powerful talent and strength, the smile on Yang Qing's face became bigger and bigger. It really excited him. Although such an opponent was far from threatening his life and death, at this moment, at the same level, Yang Qing was really excited. It's so cool. With a big drink, Yang Qing's aura suddenly swelled, and the dazzling light blue light spread. Exploding. With another shout, Yang Qing's powerful strength suddenly tripled again. Then the next moment, he threw his fist fiercely, hitting Xia's fist, and then the whole body shook. The two fists of the air collided together, and the time and space seemed to stagnate for a moment. A small air cyclone formed in the heart where the two fists collided. Then, buzz. The huge ripples spread, the wind howled, and the ground below them sank for 5 kilometers. A second later, the two of them changed their orientations, bombarded them again, and the ground sank again. Gradually, under the rapid and constant fighting between the two, there were actually fine golden arcs flickering around them, and the wind was blowing like a knife, as if it could chop everything to pieces. Bang! The dull voice came, and Yang Qing was bombarded by Xiaya again and fell to the ground. The terrifying Char, the newly invented legendary mode, really has the infinitely powerful strength, as he said. With the battle with Yang Qing, he actually became stronger and stronger. After Yang Qing exploded, Xiaya was still in a situation of being oppressed. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. However, after a short period of time, he quickly adapted to Yang Qing's strength and even adjusted himself to become as strong as Yang Qing. A terrible opponent. Yang Qing's pupils shrank and became dignified. He was also a Saiyan, and a Saiyan's competitive spirit far surpassed that of any race. The breath of the whole body suddenly became calm. He abandoned all distracting thoughts, and quickly relieved the state of bursting gas. The feeling of weakness unique to explosive gas came quickly, but it was quickly cleared by him in an instant. Then, he quickly collided with Xiaya, retreated 1,000 meters, and opened the distance. Crimson arrogance began to burn around Yang Qing's body. His face, clothes, and entire body were reflected in red. His face became a lot more serious, and golden rays of light began to shine around him. Jia Wangquan, 10 times. With a loud shout, the red arrogance on Yang Qing's body suddenly spread a lot, reaching a height of tens of meters. The breath on his body suddenly increased tenfold at this moment, and the aura on his body made the space tremble and hum constantly. In a trance, after Yang Qing practiced for an unknown period of time and used Zhuang Fist again after a long time, he actually had won. A punch can crush the feeling of space. Chapter 663 Power Competition. The red flame was burning, Yang Qing's aura was extremely cold, and his expression became cold at this moment. The opposite Xiaya stood in the air, watching Yang Qing's strong momentum at the moment, his pupils immediately shrank. He felt the other party, and in an instant, his aura increased tenfold. This is already far more than his current strength, and his heart is instantly dignified. What a powerful force, I really didn't expect you to control such a skill. The blood of Saiyans is extremely powerful, but many unique skills in the universe can also show their powerful strength, which is not inferior to the blood of Saiyans. There are many things you haven't seen yet. Yang Qing spit out a sentence coldly, the red flame on his body suddenly expanded again, his body accelerated, and he collided directly towards the opposite side. Boom! His movement was like a volcanic eruption, and the thick magma rushed towards the sky, immediately in front of Xiaya, and then his fist spun and slammed away with a huge force. Bang! This punch hit Xiaya's face heavily, causing blood to spurt out of his nose, and the whole person was lifted up by the power of this punch and flew towards the sky. Swish! Yang Qing's figure was like electricity, and in an instant, he came to the top of Xiaya's head. Bang! A heavy blow hit the back of Xiaya's head, knocking the latter to the ground. Buzz! A circle of air waves spread out, radiating in a circle, sweeping across 50,000 meters in a blink of an eye. In this vague air wave, Yang Qing fell down and stomped his feet on the place where Xiaya was. Seeing Yang Qing whistling down from the sky, the face of Xiaya who had just stood up suddenly changed, the green light blooming on his body, and the flickering became more intense. He hurriedly jumped to the side. Boom! A large dust wave was lifted again, and there was a huge vibration on the ground. Xiaya, who had dodged the blow on the side, had a ruthless expression on his face, and his feet were hard, and he attacked Yang Qing, who had just landed, fiercely. His fist was swung, surrounded by green rays of light, and his aura was extremely fierce at this moment. Standing firmly on the ground, Yang Qing was surrounded by smoke and dust, and his eyes were extremely sharp. He turned his head suddenly, his eyes lit up, and instantly saw Xia, who had already been impacted. Looking for death. With a cold drink, Yang Qing took a step forward, the red flame on his body expanded again, and his aura became extremely serious. Then, he punched out. Boom! In an instant, his fist collided with the attacking Xiaya. The air waves rolled again, and this time the radius of 100,000 meters was affected. The ground began to shake violently. In the smoke and dust, more fine lightning flashed. The faces of the two who faced each other with their fists turned hideous at this moment. This is a duel of pure power. The strength of the physique, the total amount of qi in the body, and the instantaneous explosiveness of this moment are all reflected at this time. When the two fists collided, the void around them was twisting, and there were even more tiny arcs flashing constantly. Ha! Xiaya was born, the muscles on his right hand swelled up, and the strength has been pushed to the limit. And Yang Qing's face condensed, and the red flames surrounding his body became even hotter and burned extremely violently. After 3 breaths, Yang Qing's face turned fierce, and a powerful force surged from his body again. Om! The air trembled, Xiaya's complexion changed greatly, and he was directly lifted by the huge air wave of this punch, and flew towards the rear quickly. At the same time as it flew out, Yang Qing stepped on the ground, and the ground shook, and his speed suddenly increased. Ha! The crisp sound of breaking the air was very clear. With this sound, Yang Qing had reached the top of Xiaya's head, his right leg suddenly lifted, and then he slashed down. Buzz! The air pressure of this leg made the air tremble, and it pressed down on Xiaya's body even more. Click! There was a faint sound of broken bones and joints, and Xiaoya's mouth spurted a mouthful of blood. Under this explosive attack, he was instantly injured. However, Yang Qing's attack was far from over. His rhythm is like tide, water, dense and continuous, wave after wave, so that the enemy has no possibility of breathing. At this moment, Yang Qing's figure accelerated and fell towards the bottom, aiming directly at Xia, who had already landed on the ground. Boom! This heavy blow landed directly on Xiaoya's stomach, causing the latter's face to be filled with pain, and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. Ah! With a painful roar, Xiaoya's body burst into a more brilliant green light at this moment, and the breath actually expanded at this moment, and it suddenly tripled. Bang! Xiaoya, who got up, punched Yang Qing directly in the face. The latter didn't react at this moment, and was knocked out again. Like Yang Qing, Xiaoya's attacks are also very closely connected. The green light on his body is getting more and more intense, and his breath is even higher, rising rapidly. Bang bang bang. A series of fists landed on Yang Qing's face and body, causing the latter to spit out blood. After a full 13 breaths, Yang Qing waved his hands out. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Tightly grasped Xiaoya's two fists, and the two began to stand on the ground, competing for power. Crackling. The fine lightning flashed continuously, and the faces of the two became even more ferocious. The muscles and cells on their bodies began to vibrate violently at this moment, and every thousandth of a moment was sending terrifying energy to each other. Ah! After 3 breaths, the two began to shout, and the transmission of power had reached the extreme. At this moment, the ground they were on began to whine unsupported, cracks appeared and collapsed quickly, and a large number of cracks extended in all directions. The speed of this crack spreading is terrifying. It has spread to a radius of 100,000 meters in just 3 breaths, and it seems that because of their power, a chain reaction has been caused, and it is spreading towards the periphery at a faster speed. Ha! Yang Qing roared again, and his power transmission increased again. Correspondingly, the rays of light on Xiaoya's body had all turned green, and at this moment, his hair had turned into a mixture of gold, green, and red. Crack! The vast power made the surface of this planet begin to collapse, cracks appeared everywhere, and even its hot magma could be seen, roaring and roaring. Chapter 664_War. Boom! With a huge roar, the flames rose into the sky. The lava under the surface was directly squeezed out of the ground by the high pressure at this moment, and the billowing black smoke fluttered towards the sky. This planet began to crack inch by inch under the huge power competition of the two, and in a blink of an eye, nearly 1/5 of the continent collapsed. Ha! The two were still roaring at this time, the veins on their faces burst out, their faces were extremely hideous, the energy inside the body was boiling and expanding, and the surrounding was flashing red, green, gold and other terrifying rays of light. The originally intact earth under the ground at this moment has become a surface with a radius of only about 1 kilometer. In the rest of the place, a large amount of red and hot magma was flowing, rolling white eyes floating into the sky, and in a place not far from them, there was a volcanic eruption, and the strong air pressure caused the temperature to rise suddenly, and the rolling white gas was filled everywhere. The climate and ecology of this planet have been completely affected by the battle between the two at this moment. Buzz. There was a sudden buzzing sound 10,000 meters ahead, the air began to distort violently, and then, Yang Qing's pupils shrank. He could see clearly that 10,000 meters behind Xiaoya, the originally calm mountain suddenly burst open, and the overwhelming red eyes rushed out from it. This liquid magma follows the mountains and valleys. The gully, with infinite impact, rumbled towards the two of them. At this moment, it was like an incomparably huge beast opening its fierce red eyes and biting towards the two of them. At the same time, Xiaoya also clearly saw the red sky through Yang Qing's pupils who were close at hand. The billowing magma formed a red curtain at this moment, pressing towards where they were like a tide. This crimson wave can devour everything, and he swallowed all the mountains, rocks, and dust he encountered along the way. And its speed is very fast, and the short 3 breaths are already less than a kilometer away from the two. Judging from the crimson surging high in the sky, the power of the crimson magma was still full, and their speed increased rapidly, drowning towards the two of them. After 3 breaths, the distance between the two was only 100 meters away. Ah! At this moment, both of them burst out with the most powerful strength in an instant. The strength that had reached the limit a moment ago increased again at this time, and the ground suddenly sank and vibrated violently. As their power increased, the unloaded power quickly glanced down the ground. Suddenly, in the depths of the surface, more than a dozen volcanoes erupted. After a breath, the magma has spread under the feet of the two. At the same time, the color of their eyes changed, and they looked extremely sharp. Die. Shaya's pale green pupils are even colder, his strength suddenly increases, his body is even more double, his legs are bent, and his strength is accumulated on the soles of his feet. He is ready to fly into the air. The temperature of the magma on the surface is extremely high and can devour everything. Even the body of the Saiyan, without any protection for a while, will be greatly affected. And on the way to a duel with a master, such an impact is fatal. Yang Qing's eyes also flashed a fierce light. At this moment, both of them had the same idea, and they were both calculating and using the power of this magma to deal with each other. The continuous stalemate battle has made them both realize the strength of each other, which must be admitted. Both of them are extremely powerful, confident, ordinary warriors, and they can't hold their punches at all. After 3 breaths, the magma had surrounded them, and the bottom of their feet had begun to be eroded by the magma, and white smoke was coming out. Their faces fluctuated slightly, and both of them felt the high temperature under their feet. At this same moment, the eyes of both of them flashed a fierce light. Kill. Die. At the same time, with a loud shout, the arms, legs, and even the waist and abdomen of the two of them began to tremble a few times. An incomparably abundant power followed up, instantly spreading all over their body, coming to their feet and above their arms. Boom! The terrifying air wave took the bodies of the two as the heart, and instantly oppressed the surroundings. Wow! The hot magma was immediately splattered by the impact, and at the same time, their feet were raised suddenly, and then they stepped on the ground again. Just as their feet were on the ground, dozens of volcanoes in the far-flung areas on the surface were shaken violently, and then they erupted with angry flames. Boom! The ground trembled and trembled violently. The two of them stepped off the ground, their arms suddenly retracted, and their eyes slammed, and they punched each other. Bang! Yang Qing's speed was even faster, and this punch hit Shaya's face mercilessly, making the latter stunned, but immediately following, Shaya's body swelled in a circle, and he also clenched his teeth and threw a fist at Yang Qing, who also hit Yang Qing brain foggy. Bang 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 bang! Standing only 10 meters from the surface, the two of you punched me in the most direct fight. Their speed and strength have reached their limit at this time, and they have surpassed each other's reaction force. Therefore, there is no way to dodge, and can only bear it abruptly. The speed of the two's punches was astonishingly fast. In less than a minute, they had already punched each other thousands of punches. The power of the explosion caused both of them to have blue noses and swollen faces, blood from the corners of their mouths, and their faces became much paler. Only then did they stop and retreat to the rear. Boom! Just as they backed away, about to rest, on the surface. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A long strip of flames rose into the sky and attacked them. The volcano erupted, the surface shattered, and 1/5 of the planet had completely collapsed, reaching its doomsday. In a blink of an eye, their eyes were filled with high-temperature magma. But even in this situation, the two are still fighting. Battle. In such a situation, as long as I catch one flaw, I will win. Shaya's pupils are full of madness. He doesn't seem to see the danger of death at all, and his heart only has the pursuit and desire for victory. Behind the countless red fire curtains, Yang Qing also burst into red arrogance. His eyes were sharp like a knife, and his speed was fast, sprinting towards Shaya. Fearless. Fortunately for me, there is finally a fight, which makes me feel the pressure. It's so refreshing, the cells all over the body are excited and shivering. Battle. Fight. Fight. Sha, you are amazing. Stronger, stronger, can it be stronger? Chapter 665_Energy Collision. Yang Qing's eyes were full of excited flames, and the fighting spirit rushed to the sky. At the same time, the red flames around him swelled again. Jia Wang fist, 15 times. Boom. The terrifying scarlet arrogance caused the surrounding magma flow to collapse suddenly. The powerful air pressure made the void tremble, and his speed was also increased by a degree in an instant. Ha! The crisp sound of breaking the air made the ears roar, and Yang Qing's figure flew through countless magma streams in a blink of an eye, reaching directly in front of Shaya. Char, can you still be stronger? Crazy Yang Qing, his face was full of mad excitement at this moment, his fist was clenched, and it was swung down in an instant. Seeing Yang Qing in such a state, Shaya's face changed greatly and his pupils contracted. At this moment, Yang Qing was as strong as a demon, and Shaya immediately realized that he was not an opponent. Boom! This punch hit Shiya's arm fiercely, and the strong attack made Shiya fall from the sky in an instant. After 1/10 of a breath, Shaya felt the hot temperature behind him, and the green aura all over his body slammed, directly stopping his tendency to fall at a high speed. The air pressure generated by the sudden stagnation immediately caused the magma behind him to explode, splashing in all directions. As Shaya's body was enveloped in arrogance, the magma was completely blocked from his body. However, after he looked up later, his face changed drastically again. The berserk Yang Qing, with his scarlet arrogance, directly dispelled the chaotic and bursting magma, and it came to him abruptly, and then his fist as big as a sandbag slammed down at him fiercely. Boom! Shaya hurriedly raised his arm to fight, the huge force was imprinted on his arm, causing him to stagnate in the empty figure, and immediately dropped 1 meter downwards. How come this guy's power has increased again? Shaya's face was ugly, his arms were shaking, he felt the strength of the other party, like an insurmountable mountain. But at the same time, a huge anger rose up in his heart. Impossible, I can't be his opponent. The last time was when I was just born, but this time, I can't lose again. The strong desire for victory, and the unwillingness and anger in his heart quickly stimulated the energy in Shaya's body, which actually caused the bloodline power in his body to burn. Then in the next instant, Shaya's eyes were red, and the hair on his head suddenly changed again. Poof! Yang Qing's fist swung down, and his eyes were shocked. This is... Boom! Immediately after that, the punch still hit Shaya's arm, causing the latter to tremble, and then stabilized. The red hair, mixed with a little gold and green, the face became younger, and even the figure seemed to have shrunk a lot. This is the state of Shaya at this moment. Super Saiyan God. Yang Qing's pupils were full of shock. He had no idea that in this fierce fight, Shia could turn into such a state. Perfect Super Saiyan mode, godlike control, flaming undefeated fighting spirit, even the most powerful gods, they are not afraid at all. No, that's not right, this is still flawed, and it's not yet a perfect Super Saiyan. After a breath, Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he made a judgment. He could feel that the energy of the other party was not greatly enhanced, and the controllability of the realm of the gods did not appear. In other words, Shaya at this time was just a coincidence. Because of his heaven-defying talent, the mutation was transformed. But there is no doubt that Shaya has become stronger at this moment. Because in the next second, Shaya suddenly raised his head, with that hideous face, his eyes were fierce like a ghost. Kill you. The fist swung out suddenly, and in a split second, before Yang Qing had time to react, 2 fists slammed into his face, hitting him hard. Immediately following, Sha, who was so fast that he disappeared, twisted a bit, came behind him, and hit him on the back with an elbow. Ah! With a groan, Yang Qing fell from the sky. Ha! The sound of breaking the air came out, and Xiaya shuttled through the void and came towards him at a rapid speed, attacking closely one after another. Jia Wangquan, 20 times. With a loud shout, Yang Qing's figure suddenly stopped, and he punched back behind him. Boom! The void paused, as if time and space were stagnant at this moment, and then the ripples began to spread layer by layer. The ripples looked calm, but when they spread, passing over anything they touched, those objects quietly collapsed, a huge explosion occurred, the mountains collapsed, and the lava exploded. This terrifying ripple has become the most terrifying thing, silently destroying everything on this planet. The two who punched each other clearly did not notice this. Their eyes were grim and fierce, and they punched again. Boom! The scope of this ripple is even larger, rippling to the entire planet. 3/5 of the Earth's surface collapsed and cracked at this moment, and endless magma spewed out into the sky, sending dust all over the sky. In the blink of an eye, a planet has been suffocated by the battle between the two. Bang! For 2. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The speed of the punches has slowed down at this time, but the power is terrifyingly powerful. The air waves generated by each punch can shatter everything. After 35 punches, the two of them had cold eyes and retreated. Boom! The light blue light bloomed, and Yang Qing put his hands on his waist. Turtle School Qigong Wave. The dazzling Qigong wave suddenly bloomed, and in a short 2 breaths, the qi gathered and deflated and was quickly released by Yang Qing. The terrifying energy fluctuations swept the world. This was a blow released by Yang Qing's Super Saiyan 1 full power state of the Netherworld King Fist, which was increased by 15 times. Its majestic energy can make anyone amazed. And Xiaya, who felt Yang Qing's powerful blow, also changed his face. The next moment, his hands were also on his waist. Turtle School Qigong Wave. At the same time, with 2 breaths, Xiaya's hands burst out with red Qigong bullets, pushing towards Yang Qing. Hey! 2 huge Qigong waves collided in the air. At this moment, the huge energy fluctuations quieted the boiling magma around. The quiet and deep starry sky burst into a dazzling light at this moment, blue and red, making this planet experience a brighter it has never been before. Ah! The two roared loudly and bombarded each other. Chapter 666_Skill Imitation. The majestic energy fluctuations are like the ocean, and the two people are at the center of the sky, and the 2 huge energy columns are clear and bright, radiating bright colors. At the moment when they collided, the space buzzed, light blue and crimson collided together, emitting dazzling colors. This bright color is even brighter and brighter than the crimson of stars. This is an extremely dazzling color. Even the two of them squinted their eyes under this dazzling brightness. Shish! The sound of the energy column breaking through the void continued to sound, and it continued. At this moment, the vacuum environment didn't feel like it was going to be broken. Ah! They roared loudly. This is the last duel after the physical duel and the combat skills duel. The duel of their total energy and the explosive power they output instantly. During this process of energy colliding, dissipating, and dissolving, the momentum of the two of them is constantly growing. Their energy output, the total amount, is constantly increasing. The red aura on Xiaya's body was even stronger. The light reflected on his whole body seemed to be shrouded in stars, and the red flames flickered endlessly, like the sun of the sun. In this scorching high temperature, his expression was ferocious, he roared loudly, and the limit of the battle was released by him at this moment. And the red arrogance on Yang Qing's body has expanded to nearly 150 meters. He is like a huge luminous body, emitting light constantly. 15 times the World King Fist. At this moment, his Super Psi-1 energy has been increased to the extreme. Boom! The two of them gritted their teeth and released the energy in their bodies continuously. The speed of cancellation is not even comparable to the speed of their release. Their power has reached an unimaginable level, surpassing any human being. Gradually, time passed, and the huge light wave was expanding continuously. After 1 minute, it had a diameter of nearly a kilometer. The reaction force pushed out by the energy made the distance between the two of them become farther and farther. But until this time, the energy of their bodies is far from being released. Ha! Yang Qing's forehead was covered with sweat, and he roared. The energy transmission of his hands suddenly increased again. The leaking momentum made the clothes on his body tremble. Times, and its surging speed is also much faster. At the moment when Yang Qing broke out, Shia, who was opposite him, immediately changed his expression. At this moment, Shia's face, even palms, and back are full of sweat. Compared with Yang Qing's terrifying background, he was still too young after all. Fighting till now, he has reached his true limit. In particular, this Qigong waves banging is a comparison of the total energy of a person. Under such a competition, there is not much energy in his body. Moreover, the various sequelae of using blood to increase power have also appeared. He felt exhausted, which meant his physical strength had reached its limit. Boom! The transmitted light blue energy finally slammed into the energy column, and Shia's hand trembled at this moment. The energy he transmits has not changed, but the other party has suddenly increased. At this moment, the energy ball with a diameter of 1,500 meters in the sky trembled and pushed towards him. The tremor was minimal, but both of them could clearly see it. Their expressions changed at this moment, but they were completely opposite. A smile appeared in Yang Qing's eyes, but Shia felt a little nervous and anxious. The huge energy group is slowly moving, and as time goes by, his speed is getting faster and faster. Gradually, this huge energy group had already arrived in front of Shia, less than 100 meters away from him. It's over, at such a distance, I can't dodge at all. There was despair in Shia's eyes. If such a huge energy ball exploded, let alone the planet under his feet, even a burning star would be instantly shattered. And if this trend continues, this huge energy ball will inevitably engulf him, turning him into dust in the universe. No, not even dust is left. 2 minutes passed, and the huge energy ball was only 30 meters away from Char. Under such tremendous force, Char's hair was even scorched. The dazzling and bright energy ball contained a terrible high temperature. The sweat on Shia's face became more intense, and his whole body was shaking violently. What should I do? What should I do? It is conceivable that this huge energy ball will hit him later, and then instantly shatter him. He will disappear into the sky from now on. No, I can't give up. I don't want to die yet, I can't die. There was a hint of madness on Shia's face. Even if I die, I shouldn't die alone. Suddenly, Shia's pupils flashed crimson, and the violence took over his mind at this moment, causing his whole body to tremble wildly. Die, you're going to die too. Suddenly, Shia's eyes stared at Yang Qing opposite the huge light group, which made Yang Qing's heart shudder instantly and had a bad feeling. Blast me! He suddenly let out a mad roar, and the red energy between his hands suddenly swelled, and all the remaining energy in the body was swept away. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. All the brains poured out, and the scarlet energy that suddenly increased its output was extremely unstable, and immediately formed a distorted scarlet light that swept away towards the sky. Seeing this twisted red light, Yang Qing's face changed drastically. This crazy boy. He is actually going to detonate this huge energy group. Die with me. Without any hesitation, Yang Qing withdrew the hands that output energy, and immediately pointed to the center of his eyebrows. Shia's eyes were staring at Yang Qing on the opposite side. His eyes were full of red madness, but in the corner of his eyes, there was also a trace of cold calm. When he saw Yang Qing's right hand on his eyebrows, a voice flashed in his heart. The breath is locked, and the skill imitation begins. The strong learning ability has also become a unique skill under the continuous growth of Shia over the years. This skill belongs only to him, but it is extremely terrifying. Chapter 667_Go Find the King. Almost in the same steps as Yang Qing, Shia's right hand also placed his fingers between his eyebrows. The distorted red brilliance, moving forward quickly, slammed into the aggregate of the two qigong waves, and then, the energy aggregate began to distort, and the huge energy group began to shake violently. Light bloomed from his heart. Immediately after, violent brilliance flashed recklessly, expanding towards the outside. The air began to vibrate, and the void trembled. The light group that had remained stable for a while finally collapsed completely at this moment and began to erupt. The overwhelming high-temperature flames were generated in this violent energy change, collided, and then quickly impacted and rippled in all directions. At this moment, Shaya, who was standing in front of the huge energy group, was instantly hit by this energy wave, and the bones and joints of his whole body were making a click sound. Immediately, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his face suddenly paled. However, his right hand was always placed between his eyebrows, and a strange feeling descended on him. In a trance, he seems to have transformed into Yangqing, and can feel the remote corner of the universe where the name is not known. Slowly, Shaya narrowed his eyes. He sensed where Yangqing was going, but at the moment he locked, he changed his orientation, very close to Yangqing's coordinate point, but the direction was completely opposite. That's it, the places they reached were already light years apart. Boom! The scorching flames descended on his body, causing the robes on his body to burn, and the entire body suffered a violent collision. This collision almost shattered his internal organs, and blood continued to flow from his body. The flames are not a big problem for him, but the shock generated by this burst of energy is violent and can hurt his heart. Not far from him, Yangqing's figure began to twist, becoming indistinct and indistinct. At this moment, Shaya's figure was also distorted and began to blur. Swish! The figures of the two suddenly disappeared, and then, hot flames surged out, rushing towards the whole world. In just an instant, the red flames touched the surface of the planet. Then, boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, and the entire surface of the planet trembled violently and began to shatter into pieces. The huge energy ball only exploded at the edge at the moment, and it was still falling rapidly as time passed. After 3 breaths, the huge energy ball fell to the ground, as if it had the power of 10,000, and it was directly pressed into the ground. Buzzing. The planet began to tremble more violently. On the surface, countless volcanoes erupted. In an instant, the surface of the planet began to change rapidly, as if there was some kind of miraculous reaction. After 2 breaths, the dazzling light erupted from the heart of the planet, and the light brighter than the stars expanded and stretched out, heading towards the universe. Then, with a bang, the huge star exploded, and countless dusts charged in all directions, and then shrank in an instant. The light converged and dissipated. The most beautiful fireworks is the explosion of the planet. The planet that supported Yangqing and Shaya to fight for 4 hours finally exploded at this moment. In a place that is thousands of light years away, a figure suddenly appeared. After appearing here, Yangqing first glanced around, realizing that this was a planet with advanced technology. His eyes loosened, and he transformed into a primitive state. That kid is really crazy, he wants to die with me. Eyes flickering, Yangqing sighed. Compared with the real power, Shaya is still a lot worse than himself. This made Yangqing a little disappointed, but, after all, the other party didn't practice long enough. Of course, even so, Yangqing was very surprised. He didn't expect that the power that the other party burst out in the same state was not much different from his own. What a kid with a terrible talent. Yangqing's eyes were condensed, his heart was solemn, and he was also looking forward to it. Immediately afterwards, he closed his eyes and began to rest. The long-term battle has caused him to consume a lot of energy, and he is in urgent need of energy replenishment. But on this unfamiliar planet, there is obviously nothing for him to eat, so he can only adjust his breath first to restore his calm. After a full hour, Yangqing's pale and tired complexion was much better before standing up. The last moment, that kid didn't die. He was very sure that the other party used an unknown method to leave the edge of the explosion at that moment and disappeared in front of his eyes. It's not easy to find him. Yang Qing shook his head, and then his eyes narrowed again. However, he will definitely come back to me. This premonition is very strong and very sure. Then he took a deep breath and thought about all the weirdness of Xiaya, which made Yang Qing's heart a little uncertain. He didn't know how powerful that guy would become the next time he saw each other. However, it is precisely because of the existence of such thoughts that it will prompt him to continuously cultivate, move forward, and deepen his background. It's been a long time, such pressure. It's as if a guy with a whip is chasing after him. If he is a little behind, a whip will come. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Cultivation on Earth is no longer suitable for me. I need a more management-level cultivation method. With a flash of eyes, a figure appeared in Yang Qing's mind. Lord Realm King. The right hand trembled, placed between the eyebrows, and then the figure distorted, and Yang Qing disappeared on the planet. The cultivation of the Realm King will not make him stronger, but on top of it, there is the Realm King God, which is the same level as the Destruction God. But it will definitely help you. Just as Yang Qing was heading towards Zhuangsheng, on a distant desolate star, a heavy body fell from the sky, smashing the ground into a large pit with a diameter of 50 meters. Lying in the deep pit, Xiaya's eyes were sharp, his eyes full of coldness and coldness. Lose again. He is unwilling, very unwilling, but there is no way, the other party is indeed stronger than himself. But luckily, he's not dead yet. As long as he doesn't die, he can become stronger through cultivation. Wait, I'll find you again. Next time, I will destroy the whole earth. Chapter 668 _ Hand over food. Unlike the star where Yang Qing is located, what Xiaya arrives at is a barren star. The wind was howling, the sky was full of yellow sand, and there was not a single living creature on the entire planet. But the amazing thing is that this planet actually has air and water. The deep pits around it, at first glance, are more like being eroded by battle. The energy source of this battle may be far worse than that of Xiaya and Yang Qing, but it is enough to turn a planet into a Death Star. He just lay there quietly, the severe injuries all over his body made it difficult for him to move at all, not even the slightest shaking of his fingers. The serious injury suffered in the battle with Yang Qing, and the injury experienced by the impact of the energy group at the last moment, were extremely heavy and huge. If you change someone, if you can't leave instantly, you will be torn to pieces by that terrifying energy in just one breath. But even if it only affected a little, Xiaya's injury was already fatal. The injuries he suffered made him on the verge of death at this moment. However, the Saiyan's bloodline is strong, and the tenacious vitality can keep him tenaciously alive. The damaged internal organs and blood vessels began to slowly recover over time. For 3 months, Xiaya was staring blankly at the sky. The heavy injury made it difficult for him to make any movements at all. Most of the surface of the body was burnt, the bones and joints of the limbs were broken in many places, and most of the internal organs were also fragmented. He experienced the utter loneliness and darkness. No one came to save him, no creature cared about him. For 3 months, Xiaya's heart has been very calm. In this quiet desolate star, when you close your eyes and open your eyes, there is only the same yellow sand that goes back and forth. Such a boring environment will drive anyone crazy, especially a patient with an injured eye. But Xiaya wasn't crazy, his dark pupils just got darker. Very pure, darker than the background at night. 5 months later, Xiaya's fingers trembled, and then, he slowly sat up with an indifferent expression. It is hard to imagine that a person can survive for 5 months without eating or drinking. It is also hard to imagine how much strange DNA has been injected into his body by the old Gaitanas and those crazy scientists on Earth. Let Char turn into the most tenacious creature in the entire universe. After sitting for 2 full hours, Xiaya was adjusting his breath. When the chaotic energy gradually stabilized, his eyes flashed. The gas has dropped by 20%. But, I'm stronger. When Saiyans face life and death, and after fierce battles, their combat power will increase by a large margin, and this increase will be affected by blood. And the power of Shaya's blood is undoubtedly powerful. After this life and death crisis, his combat effectiveness has grown tremendously. Yang Qing's fighting style and experience have been engraved in his heart, and even the opponent's magical skills have been perfectly engraved in his heart by Shaya. This is a great improvement. For Char, it will greatly improve the road in the future. After standing up slowly, Shaya felt that his body was only 50% better, and most of his organs, bones and joints were still broken. However, this is nothing to him. As long as time passes, the Saiyan's powerful recovery ability will naturally restore him to perfection. At this time, there is not much qi in the body, and it is difficult to even maintain flight, and most of the qi is used to repair the body. Therefore, Char can only walk on this barren star on foot. This planet is not big, it is 1/10 the size of the Earth, and it seems to be a circle smaller. Shaya was expressionless and walked for a week. His stomach and intestines seemed to have changed due to extreme hunger. It should be the camel's genes, the previous energy, that has been stored, allowing me to survive for a very long time in this environment without food. He murmured and continued on. At the moment when he came to this planet, he once sensed 3 powerful breaths. These 3 breaths must be the key to destroying this planet. If he finds these 3 breaths, he can have food and recover faster. 3 days later, 3 spaceships appeared in Shaya's eyes, his eyes narrowed, and he walked forward silently. Gradually, as he approached, he saw a ruin in front of him, a building complex covering an area of about 10,000 square meters. In it, he clearly sensed the 3 breaths he had noticed at the beginning, as well as more weak creatures. Obviously, the owners of these 3 breaths have occupied this planet, and these weak creatures have become slaves of these 3 guys. Walking over silently, Shaya came to this building complex. Soon, his unique way of dressing, and his appearance unlike anyone else, quickly attracted the attention of everyone here. "Who are you?" There was a loud shout, and in front of Char, a group of spacemen with ray guns that looked like frogs ran over. Shaya's face was icy cold, and he ignored anyone and went on alone. "Stop. Go ahead and we'll shoot." The threat of the frogman did not cause Char to fluctuate in the slightest. Bang bang bang. After 3 breaths, the frogman's face shuddered and he shot quickly. The red ray rushed out and attacked Shaya. Shaya's face became even colder, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. His figure twisted a few times, and his footsteps suddenly accelerated. Just a few steps. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Then dodged the frogman's shot, and then stood in front of the frogman. You. Seeing the other party suddenly disappear and appear in front of them, the frog people couldn't help but panic. However, Char's face was expressionless, and the red light of his right hand burst into bloom. Boom. After a breath, red flames rose into the sky, covering a range of 100 meters in a blink of an eye, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared here. With Shia at the heart, all frogmen with guns and captured slaves in a radius of 1,000 meters are all dead. Cruel, decisive means, shocking everyone. The people with the most powerful breaths immediately trembled, sensed it, and rushed out of the building towards where Shaya was. 5 seconds later, 3 figures appeared in front of Shaya and looked down at him. At this moment, Shaya also looked up at the 3 people who came. "It's you. Hand over the food, spare you from dying." His icy words made the temperature seem to be dropping. Chapter 670 Great Realm King. Lord King of the Northern Realm. A voice with a smile suddenly sounded, and the King of the Northern Realm, who was immersed in the fun of driving, was immediately startled. Then in the next second, his expression suddenly changed. Just in front of him, a figure suddenly appeared. The red car, too late to brake, immediately hit it. Boom. The King of the Northern Realm and his 2 pets turned their backs. The person who suddenly appeared had an apologetic smile on his face, very embarrassed. "Ah, I'm sorry, Lord Northern Realm King, I came too suddenly. Yang Qing scratched his head, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. The King of the Northern Realm scrambled to his feet, looked at Yang Qing angrily, pointed out that he was speechless for a long time, and finally sighed heavily. What are you looking for me for? There was absolutely no politeness in the words, and the King of the Northern Realm was also very helpless to this apprentice he had taught before. He himself is quite sure that the opponent's strength is something he cannot see through at present. Moreover, after not seeing him for many years, this guy is obviously even more bizarre, and he actually has an aura that is homologous to himself. This means that the other party has become a god through some adventure. In other words, this guy is no longer immortal. Hey, Lord Northern Realm King, I am here, and I hope you can help me in my cultivation. Hearing the question from the King of the Northern Realm, Yang Qing's eyes lit up and immediately smiled. You have surpassed me, I can't help you, you go. Sure enough, contrary to Yang Qing's expectations, the King of the Northern Realm simply refused. You must be able to help me. Yang Qing did not give up, but persisted. I can't help you. Your power has surpassed me so much that I can't even see through you. The King of the Northern Realm shook his head. Lord Northern Realm King, as far as I know, there are other realm kings above you, and I hope to get their guidance. Yang Qing said. Other realm kings. The King of the Northern Realm was stunned and glanced at Yang Qing, thinking that the other party is also a god now, and knowing these mysteries is nothing. Other realm kings are similar in strength to me, and they can't help you. You should go. What about the Great Realm King? Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he said condensedly. Hearing the 3 words of the Great Realm King, the Northern Realm King's eyes flashed, and then he thought, and after a long time he said, I really don't know if he can help you. How powerful the Great Realm King is, the Northern Realm King himself does not know. As for whether Yang Qing is strong, he has not done a comparison, so it is not very clear. Then I'll leave it to you, Lord Realm King. Yang Qing said with a smile, I also hope that you can send me to the Great Realm King and accept his guidance. The King of the Northern Realm was completely helpless. He knew this guy's entanglement. The last time he was entangled with him for a long time, he finally had no choice but to teach him something. This time, if he doesn't agree, it is conceivable. Your next happy life will be ruined again. Okay, I'll send you to the Great Realm King right away. As for whether he sees him or not, and whether he teaches you or not, I won't be able to help you. The King of the Northern Realm shook his head. Well, Lord Realm, don't worry. Yang Qing said with a smile. Afterwards, the two walked towards the palace where the Great Realm King was. A day later, the King of the North Realm brought Yang Qing to the palace of the King of the Great Realm. Mortals cannot come here, only gods or dead heroes come. Looking at the square in front of him, there was a large group of people who were having a banquet and eating delicious food. The King of the Northern Realm rounded his eyes and explained to Yang Qing absent-mindedly. But now that you have a dimensional level, you can barely enter here, and no one will expel you. The King of the Northern Realm still has a very high status in the universe. As soon as he saw him, many heroes and gods greeted him respectfully. This also made the King of the Northern Realm look good in front of Yang Qing, and he immediately raised his head. Took Yang Qing to a palace in the shape of the word, Jia. The King of the Northern Realm just bowed down respectfully. Yang Qing followed suit, and he also bent down. King of the Great Realm, I have brought you an apprentice, and I would like you to take a look. There was not a single figure in front of them. The so-called Great Realm King's palace looked very empty, far less lively than the banquet in the square just now. The palace was calm and did not pay attention. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and the King of the Northern Realm also changed his eyes, and a bad premonition appeared on his face. The Great Realm King. After trying to shout again, the palace was still calm, and no one paid any attention to the Northern Realm King. It seems that the Great Realm King doesn't want to talk to you, so let's go. The King of the Northern Realm shook his head and sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. Lord Realm King, Please wait a moment. Yang Qing's expression became serious. He aimed his eyes at the palace in front of him, and the divine light that had been kept all over his body suddenly trembled. Swish! In the world of the gods, the unique divine galaxy suddenly turned, and a unique breath took Yang Qing as a point, and the point advanced forward, forming a line that directly connected to the opposite palace. Buzz! Under the impact of divinity, the palace seemed to tremble. Immediately after, at the entrance of the palace, a man bent over. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The white-bearded old man suddenly appeared. His face was solemn, and his eyes were full of strangeness and seriousness when he looked at Yang Qing. The Great Realm King. The King of the Northern Realm said in surprise, and looked at Yang Qing next to him. He did not expect that at this last moment, the King of the Realm appeared. The Great Realm King ignored the Northern Realm King, but came directly to Yang Qing, looked at the latter carefully for several times, and then said solemnly, "Boy, how did you become a god? Gods are all born. After selection, qualified people become world kings. There has never been a unique example like you." Yang Qing was startled, then smiled. "I don't know either." Of course, he wouldn't tell the truth. He also naturally understood the words of the Great Realm King. Dragon Ball's Realm King, Realm God, is actually born from the fruit of a tree. The evil one goes to the devil world, the righteous one comes to the heaven, and becomes the Realm God or Realm King. As for the cultivation from the day after tomorrow, the level of the dimension is continuously improved, and it is unique to reach the level of the Realm King. King of the Northern Realm, leave first. This kid, I will teach him well. Taking a deep look at Yang Qing, the Great Realm King said to the Northern Realm King with a serious face. Such a tone made the Northern Realm King stay for a while. In his memory, the Great Realm King had never been so strict. Chapter 671-T. After saying that sentence to the King of the Northern Realm, the King of the Big Realm looked at Yang Qing seriously. He didn't speak for a while, but remained silent. The King of the North Realm glanced at the two of them, scratched his forehead, and then obeyed the order of the King of the Great Realm and left here quickly. Yang Qing is also very happy for the King of the Northern Realm to be taught by the King of the Great Realm. After all, no matter what Yang Qing's temperament is, he taught him in the end. The last time he played against Abinos, the high combat power he showed made him very good in front of the other three Realm Kings. Have a face. Are you the apprentice of the Northern Realm King? After a long time, the Great Realm King just opened his mouth and asked. His eyes were a little strange, full of doubt and curiosity. I have seen the Great Realm King. My name is Qing. Yang Qing respectfully saluted. In terms of identity, the Great Realm King can be called the upper reaches of the entire universe, and the necessary courtesy should still be given to the other party. Well, I heard you defeated Abinos. The Great Realm King pondered for a moment, then spoke again. Yes. Yang Qing nodded. You have defeated Abinos, so your strength has far surpassed me, so why are you still looking for me? The Great Realm King said directly without hiding or caring about his own face. One is that the other party is clearly also a Realm King level of divinity, and that mighty dimension level is no worse than himself. Unlike the mortal Sun Wukong behind him, he couldn't hold back his face. The Great Realm King is a god after all, and he must have a unique understanding of martial arts. I hope I can get the scriptures from the Great Realm King. Yang Qing said with a smile. The Great Realm King's face softened a little, and his serious expression slowly relaxed. That may disappoint you. The same level of gods actually have similar understanding of the rules. Even if they have a unique understanding, it is impossible to teach others. As for guiding your combat effectiveness. After a pause, the Great Realm King stared at Yang Qing. If you have cultivated to this level and become a god on your own, then you should understand even more that people whose combat power is lower than yourself will not be of any help to you at all. Yang Qing was stunned, and after thinking about it carefully, this is indeed the truth. Cultivating to the level of the gods, if the combat power exceeds the opponent, then it must be far higher than the opponent in other aspects, and there is no need to doubt it. In other words, the great realm king standing in front of him really didn't help him at all. All I can help you is to help you find other dead heroes in the galaxy, compete with you, and enhance your combat experience. Do you need such a contest? The great realm king spoke again, looking at Yang Qing curiously. In fact, Yang Qing and Abinos have been fighting for a long time. After a long period of time, will this kid grow again? No need, Lord Great Realm King, it won't help me. Yang Qing shook her head and refused. In Yang Qing's opinion, although those experts in the underworld are far ahead of Frieza's generation, they are still far behind him now. Even Shaya, they may not be able to match. I'm so sorry, I can't help you. The great realm king shook his head and said apologetically. His eyes were fixed on Yang Qing, and after a few words of understanding, he had already realized that the other party was not an evil person. As the king of the northern realm said, this kid is indeed evil, but his nature is kind. In particular, it can become a god, which also proves this. And such a young god is so powerful in combat, in which universe it is mainly cultivated. If so, the other party will one day reach the realm of Kaiwang God. Thinking of this, the eyes of the great realm king warmed up. However, it's not that easy to become a realm king. You have to find a way to continue training this kid to make him stronger. No, Lord Daji Wang, you can help me. But then, the great realm king did not expect Yang Qing to say such a sentence, and couldn't help but be stunned. What did you say? I said that you can help me, please take me to see Lord Zhuangshan. After speaking, Yang Qing bowed deeply again. The realm king god. The great realm king's pupils shrank and looked at Yang Qing in shock. How did you know the existence of Kaio God? He asked incredulously loudly. On the king of the gods, above the great realm king, it is said that there are still 4 realm king gods. If the great realm king is the supreme existence in the universe, then these gods are the gods of the realm king. They not only possess incredible power, but also possess great status and power. Lord Great Realm King, where is the Realm King God? I think he can definitely help me. Yang Qing said with a smile. The Great Realm King shuddered when he heard Yang Qing calling the Realm King God like this, and immediately covered Yang Qing's mouth. You brat, how can you be so rude? However, you actually know about the existence of the Kaiwang God, which really surprised me. Zhuangshan is the god of all gods, the gods of all gods. The places where they live are of extremely high dimensional level and their strength is very terrifying. You kid, your current strength may not be able to match a finger of the realm of the gods. Quote. Even me, after so many years, I have never seen a trace of Lord Realm King God. Don't think about it, unless it's. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The major event of the destruction of the universe, otherwise, it would be very difficult for you to see Lord Kaiwangshan. Angrily speaking to Yang Qing, the great realm king turned his head and walked towards the palace. Come with me. During this time, I will test your strength first, and maybe I can guide you in some places. When Yang Qing heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he followed the great realm king over. A day later, when Yang Qing woke up from training, he received the call of the great realm king. Come here, go, and make me a cup of tea with this tea. The great realm king pushed a tea set towards Yang Qing. His tone was very indifferent. He turned on the speaker beside him leisurely, and the melodious music spread immediately. Bubble tea. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and reluctantly accepted. He pushed the tea set aside and glanced at the old man out of the corner of his eyes. The latter looked relaxed and swayed his body to the music, looking very happy. Put an appropriate amount of tea leaves into the cup, and then Yang Qing began to pour water. Making a cup of tea is a very simple thing that everyone can do. The act of the great realm king asking him to make tea is really puzzling. Chapter 672 _Pure Mind. But after 3 breaths, Yang Qing's expression changed when he looked at the tea in front of him. How is this possible? What shocked Yang Qing was that this cup of tea, the tea leaves were at the bottom of the cup, but when boiling water was poured into it, it disappeared inexplicably. This magical scene made Yang Qing puzzled. If so, how should this cup of tea be brewed? The Great Realm King. He couldn't help but cast his eyes on the Great Realm King, who was listening to music leisurely, his face full of doubts. This tea needs to be brewed with your heart. Your mind has broken down, and naturally you won't be able to brew it. Go ahead. The faint voice of the Great Realm King came over and solved the mystery for Yang Qing. Bubble carefully. A doubt flashed in his mind. Yang Qing concentrated, put all the other thoughts into it, and then started pouring water. Just when he poured the water, his mind couldn't help but flashed many pictures of the past, countless battles, bonds with friends, brothers, sayings, friendship, benevolence, etc., and even ruthless and cruel killings. Slaughter, are all displayed in front of them, as if they are out of control, they are drawn for the first time. In the end, the career he most wanted to do was to emerge. The pictures made Yang Qing blushed. In the vast starry sky, he saw that he had red hair, a thin body, and his face became as young as 18 years old, but his aura was extremely powerful. Opposite him, a strong man with a tail stood face to face with him, the god of destruction Beerus. Immediately after, he fought Beerus, and Beerus was directly defeated by him in just one move. Such power made Yang Qing burst into laughter immediately. The invincible power made Yang Qing extremely happy. But then, when the picture changed, Yang Qing had already arrived on a small island. Beside him, Asuna and his lovely daughter, the three lived happily together. There is no doubt that this is his most beautiful life in the world of pirates. Looking forward to the warm scene. Another turn of the picture, it was still the small island. Yi Qi was lying in his arms with a shy face, and another turn, they had already reached the Ji. Yi Qi's mouth came out with a seductive and human voice, and he crawled on top of each other and kept going up and down. Another time on his body, Asuna looked at him tenderly, with lust in her eyes, revealing all the deepest hopes in Yang Qing's heart. But when these pictures appeared in Yang Qing's mind and were about to disappear, a dark figure appeared in front of him. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and his mouth couldn't help but scream. Char. At this time, Shaya had red hair and a young face, but her eyes were full of coldness and cruelty. He was suspended above the earth, and then his fingers trembled, and a huge qigong bomb appeared instantly and flew towards the earth. Don't! Yang Qing shouted, his eyes were full of anger. There are his friends, there are his lovers, there are people and things he cares about. Boom! The earth soon burst into light and was blown to smithereens. And a happy smile appeared on Shaya's face, and when he rolled his eyes, it was Yang Qing. Then, with the right hand in front of the neck, one stroke. His eyes were full of fierce killing intent, and his aura was extremely evil. Damn guy! Yang Qing's anger could not be suppressed, and her robes moved without wind. Suddenly, a coughing sound came clearly into his ears, shaking his whole body. Cough! Good tea. It was the voice of the Great Realm King, and after this cough, Yang Qing woke up. He continued to look forward. The teacup was quietly placed on the table in front of him, and the boiling water was poured into it continuously. Only, this time, it never disappeared again. A circle of ripples rippling in the teacup, and soon, the boiling water has been poured into 7 points, and Yang Qing also stopped pouring water. After calming down his breathing and mood, Yang Qing understood that the act of making tea should be the Great Realm King testing his character. Then, he pushed the tea set to the place where the Great Realm King was. The Great Realm King, the tea is ready. Said softly, Yang Qing picked up the tea and placed it in front of the Great Realm King. Well, not bad. The Great Realm King raised his head, took a careful look at the tea, and a smile appeared on his face. The tea water is a little turbid, but more of it is pure and clear, and you can directly see the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup. This means that this kid has a kind heart, but he is not stupid. He has his own principles and bottom lines. However, this is enough. As long as he is not generally an evil person, then he already has the qualifications to be a god. Holding up the tea, the great realm king took a sip. The fragrance was mouth-watering, and the smile on the face of the great realm king became even more prosperous. Very good. Next, you can practice with me for a while. When Yongqing heard this, he also laughed. Then thank you, Lord Great Realm. Nothing. The great realm king waved his hand and left here staggeringly with his hands behind his back. The next day, the two came to an open field. Yongqing looked at this piece of heaven and earth and found that there are no boundaries between heaven and earth, which is very interesting. This is a dimension world. It has nothing to do with the outside world. It is independent. The sky and the earth have no boundaries. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Of cultivation here, you can also release your power to your heart's content, not afraid of damaging everything in the outside world. The great realm king explained with a smile. Yongqing nodded. I understand. Come on, unleash your power. I want to know how powerful you are first. The great realm king nodded and said that if he can defeat Abinos, his strength must be extremely strong, but he must know how strong it is. Moreover, in the process of releasing power, the great realm king can also find out if the opponent's control of power is flawed, so that he can give guidance. Yongqing took a few steps forward, then nodded towards the great realm king. I'm about to start, Lord Great Realm. The great realm king responded and watched Yongqing carefully. Suddenly, the air shook violently. Boom! The void around Yongqing was trembling, and a terrifying aura swelled out of his body, and it grew to an extremely terrifying level in just an instant, and the light blue airflow was twisted and surging. The great realm king's eyes narrowed and he nodded. Sure enough. Buzz! The air trembled again, and Yongqing's breath suddenly extended towards a higher place. Can it be stronger? Abinos, I know very well, he definitely has more than this power. The great realm king shouted. Chapter 673 _See the King God. Hearing the shout of the great realm king, Yongqing's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Of course. Boom! A more powerful breath rushed out of the body, and the mighty wind swept away from his body in all directions. This incomparably powerful momentum made the entire space shake. The great realm king's eyes shrank, feeling such vast and surging energy fluctuations. His eyes were full of shock. Rumors or rumors, to be able to defeat Abinos, it must have incomparable power, but at this time, he saw it with his own eyes. He just knew that this kid named Qing has far exceeded his expectations. Humans can also cultivate to be so powerful. No, it should be said that he cultivated from a human to a god, the entire universe, the only one. The great realm king's eyes shrank, full of shock. At this moment, Yongqing's aura had already shocked him, but it was far from over. Yongqing, who is not far away, has been accumulating his own strength, pulling out all the qi deep in his body, and letting the great realm king look carefully. He didn't need to be so slow at first, but in order to let the other party see where he could guide him, he increased the time abruptly. His power at this time has surpassed mine. After more than 10 breaths, the great realm king silently discovered this reality and felt that he had lived on a dog for so many years. However, Yongqing's improvement in strength is far from over. The gust of wind swept through, and the wind whistled, and the great realm king squinted his eyes and continued to observe. It can be said that Yongqing's strength at this time has far exceeded his expectations. He had seen Abinos before, but Abinos at that time was far less powerful than when he fought against Yongqing. Judging by the great realm king's judgment on Abinos at that time, Yongqing at this moment has already far surpassed Abinos. Very powerful boy, yes, he must have the potential to cultivate. Nodding silently, the great realm king has decided to give all of the things he has hidden under the box to the other party. With a pure mind, divine qualifications, and outstanding talent, he must be able to create a powerful descendant. Not sure, In the future, the position of the Great Realm King can be handed over to this kid, and he can enjoy the happiness himself. Just when he was thinking so happily, Yang Qing on the opposite side suddenly let out a loud shout. Ha! Crackling. Small blue lightning dashed. Yang Qing's hair and eyebrows instantly turned golden, and the momentum on his body suddenly became dozens of times stronger. The terrifying chi formed a spiral shape and rolled up wildly towards the sky. The Great Realm King stared blankly at Yang Qing in front of him, his eyes full of astonishment and shock. This kid. How did you cultivate? At this moment, Yang Qing's words came over. The Great King, this is the transformation mode of our Saiyan, called Super Saiyan 1. Super Saiyan 1. You mean there is a transformation in the back? The Great Realm King was startled and asked in shock. Well, yes, but I can only transform into Super Saiyan 2 at the moment. Yang Qing nodded. The golden aura on his body was surging, and it was burning brightly. The Great Realm King was completely speechless. He couldn't see the level of Yang Qing's power after his transformation, but the other party actually said that such transformation can be carried out again. Then, at that time, how powerful should the power be? Just when the Great Realm King's heart was shocked, Yang Qing's face became solemn, and he shouted again. This time, the air around him was suddenly shaken, and golden bursting lightning began to flicker crazily. The golden lightning moved finely and violently, and even with his thin body, it became much stronger. The hairstyle on the head is erect, and the bangs are much less than Chaosai 1, with only 2 or 3 strands left, and his face has become a lot more mature and looks very cold. At this moment, Yang Qing's aura had reached an incomparably terrifying level. He just stood there calmly, the originally surrounding aura began to dissipate, and the lightning, crackling, sounded around him. Standing there, Yang Qing already had an aura that was invincible. It was as if any enemy standing in front of him could be smashed with one punch. This is. The Great Realm King took 2 steps back, his eyes widened, completely unimaginable that there is such a powerful force in the world. Lord Great Realm King, this is the power of Super Tournament 2. On that day, I was lucky enough to break through this realm and defeated Abinos just now. But now, this state has been cultivated to consummation by me. With just 1 step, I can enter a more powerful state. Yang Qing was surrounded by lightning and took a few steps forward. The powerful pressure made the Great Realm King's heart shake violently, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Super Saiyan 2. The Great Realm King was about to cry, and he didn't realize that he had anything to help him. This Nima, he has never seen a human being able to cultivate to the realm of this kid in front of him. This is simply a perfect slap in the face of all the gods. I have to say that your strength has reached an unimaginable level. After the shock, the Great Realm King pondered, and after a while, he spoke slowly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. I have to admit that I can't help you. Your strength is too much beyond me, but I will definitely find other ways. The Great Realm King shook his head and said helplessly. Yang Qing was stunned, but also a little helpless. He took a few steps to cancel the Super Saiyan mode. He had thought about this question for a long time, doubted his own strength. Even the Great Realm King couldn't help him, but he didn't expect it to be true. It is no exaggeration to say that his current Super Saiyan 2 is far beyond that of Sun Wukong. After speaking, the old man ignored Yang Qing and fell into his own thoughts. After a long time, the Great Realm King sighed. After thinking about it for a long time, I don't know how to help you. Let me guide you. It's impossible, the realm is too different. So, as of now, there is only one way. Yang Qing was stunned and quickly asked, what can I do? Take you to see the realm god. The Great Realm King stared at Yang Qing carefully and said. The realm king god. Isn't it impossible to see him? Chapter 674_Nether King. The Great Realm King glanced at Yang Qing, then shook his head. Zhuangshan is the king of gods and gods. He is the god at the top of the universe. It is not easy to meet him. Even for us, seeing him or not depends entirely on luck. However, there is still a way to contact him when something important happens. After finishing speaking, the Great Realm King motioned Yang Qing to follow him out of this dimensional space. Yang Qing followed closely, and after the two left this unique space, they came to the palace of the Realm King. The Great Realm King took Yang Qing across the ground created by the stars paving, and came to a room with many boxes. The Great Realm Kings of all dynasties will have a key to open the door to the realm of the Realm King. I put it in a box in this room, but I don't remember exactly which box it was. Slowly pointing to the large box in front of him, Yang Qing was a little stunned by the words of the Great Realm King. The keys, in these boxes. As far as the eye can see, it is a piece of boxes. There are hundreds of thousands of them. Among so many boxes, only one has a key. And these boxes are high, and it has to be said that it is very difficult to find the one who hides the key from these boxes. Of course, if that's the case, that's fine, but the next sentence of the Great Realm King sent Yang Qing into hell. The boxes automatically switch every 3 minutes, changing their orientation. The next thing we have to do is find that key. After saying this, the Great Realm King himself blushed. There are hundreds of boxes here, and their orientation changes all the time. The difficulty of finding the key from these boxes is simply hell. Yang Qing also covered her forehead, not knowing what to say. Taking a peek at Yang Qing, the Great Realm King muttered in a low voice. Don't let him know. I forgot which box the key was in. It would be a shame for him to know. After that, the two struggled all day in this room full of boxes. I have to say, this box that can change anytime and anywhere is really annoying and tight. Moreover, these boxes are made of magical materials, which can isolate the divine exploration, and are completely impossible to start. You can only find them yourself, which increases the enormous workload. It can be said that it is almost impossible. However, the two found it a month later. Looking at the key with colorful rays of light in his hand, Yang Qing let out a sigh of relief, and the expression on his face became relaxed. Finally found. Huh, you're lucky, boy. I've never stopped looking for this key for 1,000 years, but I can't find it. The Great Realm King laughed. His heart was also relieved. This key was an inheritance. If it was really thrown into his hands, it would be a big deal. The Great Realm King, the key has been found. Can we go to the Realm King God? Yang Qing said happily. Yes, but you need to rest for a few days. I need to rest too. Looking at each other, the Great Realm King said with a smile. During this period of time, the two of them almost never stopped. They were rummaging through boxes every day and every night. Afterwards, the two of them took a beautiful bath and then fell asleep. On the second day, the Great Realm King took Yang Qing to a long pavilion corridor in the palace. On the pavilion, 3 gilt characters are written. Zhuang Road. Yang Qing stood at the entrance of the corridor of the long pavilion, looking at the almost endless road ahead, a little shocked. Where does this lead to? It leads to the Realm King Divine Star, but you can never reach it by flying or walking. The Great Realm King said with a smile. Then, he took out the colorful key. Only this key can directly open the gate of the Realm King Divine Star. Yang Qing nodded and glanced at the long pavilion corridor in front of him again. In his perception, this long pavilion corridor is indeed long and boundless. What is even more shocking is that, as the Great Realm King said, this should be a starry sky road. Stepping on the starry sky, the road directly leading to the realm of the king. If so, how long will the road be? Okay, I'll take you to Zhuang Shengxing. The Great Realm King smiled and threw up the colorful key in his hand. Huh. After the colorful key was thrown into the air, 5 colors of light were emitted, and then the colorful light condensed to form an oval-colored key, which slowly rotated, and the inside was colorful and flickering, which was very mysterious and mysterious. Come on, Qing, come with me to see the Realm King. The Great Realm King was suddenly a little nervous and rubbed his hands together. Yang Qing nodded and followed the Great Realm King into the gate. After the two stepped into this door together, it was as if they had entered a different dimension, and the entire body floated forward uncontrollably. The 5 colors of light around him revolved and quickly receded to the rear. "Relax, we should be able to reach the realm god in a while," the Realm King said with a smile, but the sweat kept pouring out of his forehead. "Lord Great Realm King, you seem to be more nervous than me." Yang Qing couldn't help laughing. It's the first time I've seen Lord Kai Wangshan." The Great Realm King is a little embarrassed. Unlike Yang Qing, he is on the throne. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The gap between the two is an absolute gap. Facing his superiors, the Great Realm King was seeing him for the first time, and he didn't know him well, so he was really nervous. About half an hour later, the front suddenly brightened, revealing a green jungle and a wide world with a blue sky. There is plenty of spiritual energy, and the gravity is different. This is the real star. It should be right. The closer he got to his destination, the more nervous the Great Realm King seemed, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Yang Qing supported the old man in a funny way, and then the two of them flew out of the passage, and descended into the world in front of them. After exiting the passage, the two glanced around, but did not find any extra creatures. It is also a planet, but the density and gravity of this planet are countless times greater than the rest of the planets. The animals and plants on the planet grow very vigorously. The air is fresh, full of vitality, and it is a complete wonderland. Just when the two suddenly set foot on this world, in a palace on this planet, an indifferent eye suddenly opened, and the figure sitting on the chair spoke lightly. "The real kings of the lower realms are here, let's see what they are here for." One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 681-700. Chapter 681 _ Global Vibration. At the moment when the general's words fell, the entire planet of the Seth tribe began to undergo a huge transformation. Hundreds of cities shook the ground at this moment. The sound of rumble came out, and under everyone's surprised expressions, the ground began to flip. The Seth people built a defensive device on their planet. Once a strong enemy comes, they can replace all the buildings and humans on the ground to the ground. This overturned land has a thickness of 100 meters and is difficult to destroy. At the same time as the flip, the strongest combat power of the Seth clan buried deep underground on weekdays will also be exposed to the surface in an instant, launching the most powerful attack on the enemy. In just 5 minutes, such a flip has been completed. The topography of the Seth planet is completely different at this moment. The original tall buildings, streets, and vegetation have all disappeared at this moment, and replaced by armies and large-scale attack machines that are ready to go. Target, Luotian, 3,000 miles in the west, destroy the enemy. Whatever it takes. Lang Sen's words spit out from the general's mouth, and the countless troops on the ground also moved quickly at this moment. Countless roars, a large piece of light rose to the sky, and then the heavy machinery on the ground that was as huge as a mountain also appeared here. In just 10 minutes, Shia had already encountered the first group of enemies attacking in the sky. It's interesting. The voice seemed to be laughing, but Char's expression was still extremely indifferent. His right hand sticks out, and the dazzling light blooms again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Before he could shoot, the opponent's gun barrels, various rays, and shells had already rushed towards him. Just when these attacks had reached 100 meters in front of Shaya, the light of his right palm suddenly brightened, and then a huge shock wave swept out. Boom! In the void ahead, the space originally filled with fighter planes turned into a mass of flames in the blink of an eye. On the ground, large-scale attacking machines also began to brew explosive attacks. With sufficient energy, the attacks of these weapons were extremely powerful. Boom boom. Nearly 100 mountain-like gigantic attacking equipment launched an attack, moving towards Shia in the sky in an instant. This wave of attacks is faster and more powerful than before, but in an instant, it has drowned Shaya's body. Hit. The Seth people jumped up excitedly, but 2 meters later, they looked at the indifferent voice stepping out of the flame. Their expressions were slightly startled, and their eyes narrowed. The figure standing in the sky had a stern expression. Just now in the raging fire, even the corner of his clothes was not hurt. Keep attacking. From the ears of everyone on the ground, there was a loud roar from the superior. Energy refill, aim locked, ready to fire. They have manipulated such a machine countless times, and this time it was a perfect completion, but just as they were about to launch, their vision turned red. Flames, bursting flames swept from the front at a terrifying speed. They could clearly see that the huge and heavy machinery in front of them, like a mountain, was overturned, and then torn to pieces in the shock wave, turning into a mass of scrap metal. Some people even saw the black figure in the sky from the corner of their eyes, and slowly retracted their right hand. Boom! The scorching flames instantly overwhelmed the sky and overturned all the ground in a radius of 100,000 meters. The speed at which Shaya eliminated the enemy was simply unimaginable, and he didn't stay behind at all to these disgusting breaths. And this is not the Earth. No one can stop what they do. This was a massacre, but it was also a kind of self-venting and release after Cheria failed again last time. At the command's heart, the general slammed the table hard, his eyes trembling and trembling, his heart was almost desperate. Why is that guy so powerful? Just for a moment. If that's the case, how can it be delayed for a month? I'm afraid that if he acts with all his strength, he can destroy this planet in half a month. The general was deeply entangled, and as for his own safety, he didn't care. Compared to the birth of Lord Shiro's, everything else seemed insignificant. He lay down on the table and began to meditate, before giving the order after a long time. Spread the army, stop in place, and send squads to annihilate the enemy. Yes, the general is starting to delay tactics. It is said to wipe out the place, but in fact, all the teams sent out have been reduced to artillery fire. What happened next was exactly as the general expected, and Shaya was annoyed by these squads and became more and more brutal. But there is no way, kill a batch, he will have another batch in another place. In just 1 week, he killed 530 batches, but the number of enemies added up was not many. It works. As long as it can be delayed for a month, there is a way. The general squeezed his fist excitedly. Time, what he needs most at this time is time. As long as there is enough time, Lord Shiro's is born, then all that is not his concern. On the 10th day, Shaya's eyes were already cold to the limit. He stood high in the sky, looking at the empty land around him, his eyes became more and more impatient. This group of fragile ants has a good plan. His mind is like a demon, even if he didn't realize it at first. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. But quickly reacted. Want to procrastinate? Any plans? It's interesting. I'll see what you guys want to do. After a pause, Shaya's hands were suddenly placed on his waist. But, before that, I'll give you a reminder, lest you ants think that I'm such a fool. As soon as the voice fell, the red light around Shaya's waist flickered and bloomed. Turtle School Qigong Wave. The light wave suddenly became larger, and Char's whole body was reflected in red. After 2 breaths, he shouted loudly and pushed his hands towards the ground in front of him. Huh! The crisp air-breaking sound rang out, very sharp and pleasant. However, the next picture is not beautiful at all. The crimson light beam landed on the ground, bursting with unparalleled air waves and shocks, swaying in all directions in the blink of an eye, and the circular Qigong wave at the front end of the beam was rubbing and rubbing the ground to move forward rapidly. Every time you advance 1 meter, the surrounding will vibrate in the void, the ground cracks open, and a terrifying shock erupts. In the blink of an eye, under a shock wave from Shaya, the planet of the Seth family has entered the vibration and movement mode. Chapter 683_Calm Heroes. The scientists stared at the closed hatch, sweat oozing from their foreheads. I don't know if it's nervous or worried, because this strange calm is really not in line with what they think. Imbued with such a huge amount of energy, The birth of Lord Shiros should be a shock, and this small laboratory will probably be directly shocked by its momentum in an instant. How could it be like this, so peaceful? Sir Heroes, are you all right? After a long time, someone asked with a pale face. It stands to reason that the energy is instilled, the eternal melting pot is completed, and Lord Shiros should come out, but now it is such a quiet scene. It should be fine, right? All the processes are carried out according to normal steps. Someone replied, but everyone could see the lack of confidence in the words. It was the calmness of Lord Shiros at this time, which made everyone worry too much. After a long time, the interior of the hatch still did not open, and there was no response. The scientists finally felt that something was wrong, gritted their teeth, and waved their hands. Open the hatch. As soon as the 4 words came out, everyone immediately took action. After manipulating a series of programs through the computer, they entered many passwords, and then opened many organs. After a full 15 minutes of tossing, the door, which was nearly 10 meters thick, roared and moved slowly. As the hatch moved, the scientists also stared at the door with wide eyes. The scene inside the cabin door was quickly seen clearly by them. A figure with a naked upper body and red hair sat cross-legged on the circular platform of the heart, with his head lowered. He seemed calm and unremarkable. But everyone recognized it. This is Lord Shiros. He hasn't changed a little bit from before, he hasn't become as strong as Logan, he looks very powerful, and his height has increased. Just like before, Shiros-sama was still the same. Lord Shiros. The scientists were nervous and whispered. Calm, Lord Shiros is so calm, it worries them. I'm fine, please open the hatch. Shiros raised his head with a smile on his face, looking very kind. His opening also put the hearts of the scientists in place. That's great, Lord Shiros is fine. Lord Shiros is fine, if the test is successful or not, as long as Lord Shiros is here, it will be the best. Lord Shiros, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? The scientists cried out with excitement. The energy is perfectly fused with the eternal crucible, and I feel it, very powerful. Thank you. Shiros said with a smile, he looked kind and looked very close to the people. Great, our experiment was successful. The scientists almost jumped up and looked at Shiros expectantly. Yes, your idea is not wrong, and the experiment is not wrong, very successful. Store the power in different levels and release them one by one. Each level will be perfect, and it will be able to exert its maximum combat power without putting too much burden on the body at ordinary times. I have to say, you are really the most precious treasure of my Seth clan. Shiros stood up slowly, with a smile on his face, praising the scientists. Being praised by heroes, all the scientists were excited, and some even had tears in their eyes, and their whole bodies trembled and trembled with excitement. Why did they work so hard for so long? Isn't it for the approval of Lord Shiros? As long as they are recognized by Lord Shiros, then no matter what they do, they will be willing and will do their best. It is our honor to be recognized by Lord Shiros. The humble way of scientists. They couldn't help being humble. It was the fact that the other party was the wisest, most knowledgeable, and most responsible leader of the Seth tribe in the past 1,000 years. In the eyes of the entire Seth clan, Lord Shiros is a god, and the most powerful patron saint of the Seth clan. As long as the other side is there, the Seth clan will not perish, but will grow stronger all the way. Theft of Saiyan DNA and fusion itself is the creation of Lord Shiros, and the energy furnace is also the invention of the other party. When the two are combined, it will form a qualitative change, making the originally weak and powerless Seth people become stronger. Incomparable. From then on, they are a powerful race with both technology and combat. This is a very beautiful thing. I feel a strong breath on the surface of our planet. What's going on? There was a reaction between the energies, and Shiros immediately felt the existence of Char and asked aloud. He was neither arrogant nor impetuous, neither rushed nor slow, very stable. Here comes the Saiyan, a very powerful Saiyan. The scientists answered immediately. Shiro's eyes flashed, and his eyes flashed with enlightenment. I understand, wait for me, I'll go out, and when I come back, I'll give you the rewards you deserve. Shiro's nodded and said to the scientists, making them all excited. That's great, Lord Shiro's is out, that wild monkey is dead. I'm looking forward to the eternal furnace. The 4 levels are progressive, and each level of power is the previous one. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times, how long will that wild monkey last? Lord Shiro said to reward us, that's what we should focus on. On the ground. Shaya stood up, flew into the air, and searched around indifferently. As long as he sees a place where there is a breath of life, he will drop a Qigong wave, instantly turning that place into ruins. The Seth people didn't know what method they used to put all the creatures underground, isolating Shaya's breath, and it was difficult to find a place for them to gather for a while. Suddenly, Shaya's figure fluttered, her eyes raised, and she stared at the void in front of her. A black spot appeared suddenly and calmly, as if he was here originally, very abrupt. Huh! A crisp and steady sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the figure was completely breathless. Shaya felt it carefully, and actually felt that the other party was like a stone, but it was obvious that the other party was a creature. After more than 10 breaths, the black spot quickly enlarged and turned into a tall and thin man with red hair. Judging from his appearance, it was obviously a Sei clan. His eyes flashed, Shaya's eyes narrowed. Standing so close, he still couldn't feel the other party's breath. Chapter 684 Out of Sight. Are you a Saiyan? The figure of the visitor enlarged, stopped 30 meters in front of Shaya, and asked with a smile on his face. That's right, she replied indifferently, and Shaya was noncommittal. Saiyan. His body is fused with multiple genes, and even he himself does not know what race it should be. My name is Heroes, the leader of this planet and the most powerful man. Shiro's was still smiling, there was no tension or panic on his face, and he seemed very calm. Then you must die. The cold words came out of Char's mouth, and the latter's figure flashed and disappeared from Shiro's eyes. So fast. Shiro's was stunned for a moment, then his body slumped and moved 5 meters. Woo! A leg suddenly appeared in the position where he was standing, swept across the sky, and the wind blew violently, blowing towards him. The hostility is very heavy. Shiro's eyes narrowed, the kindness on his face was no longer there, and a touch of scarlet appeared in his eyes. A swarm of ants wants to steal the power of an elephant. Shaya spat out in disdain, showed her figure, and attacked again. Heroes raised his fists to fight, and the two quickly punched hundreds of punches in the air. I have fused the genes of your Saiyans in my body, and injected the powerful power of the eternal melting pot. The energy I have at the moment is not what you can imagine. The moment I came here, you were doomed to die. At this moment, Heroes was full of ruthlessness and cruelty. The 4 colors of the eternal melting pot on his body alternated with each other, and finally turned into black, which merged with him suddenly. Wow! Black energy surrounded Shiro's, and at this moment his power suddenly increased 50-fold. Bang! The two quickly punched in the air, and Shaya felt the power coming from the fist and blinked. Is this an artificial man? A breath that is completely different from living things is equivalent to a piece of inanimate machinery. However, the partial power has become extremely powerful because of the fusion of energy and genes. During a fight, if you are used to relying on your breath to judge the enemy's position, you will be disturbed and at a great disadvantage. In an instant, Shaya judged this truth. But then, the darkness in the depths of his eyes darkened even more. But it's too weak. Boom! The scarlet flames burst into flames, and Shaya's aura became extremely brutal. Bang! A punch was suddenly thrown, and it was directly printed on Shiro's face, causing the latter to scream and fall from the sky. The ground was hit with a big crater, and then, Shiro's just raised his head, and saw the red qigong wave roaring down from the sky, attacking him. So strong. Breakout. With a loud shout, the green light around Shiro's suddenly shone, and in an instant, the aura on his body swelled again, increasing 80 times. Suddenly, Shiro's became immensely powerful. In the face of the sky full of power waves, Shiro's was extremely fierce. He bent his knees and flew straight into the sky. He roared in anger, and punched all the qigong waves with one punch. Entangled, endlessly. In another blink of an eye, Shiro's had already come to Shia, without a word of nonsense, and attacked frantically with his fists. Fuck, beat, beat. An angry roar spread throughout the sky, and Shia faced the fierce attack like a torrential rain. Her face was cold, and her arms were placed in front of her to resist the crazy attack. The strength is amazing. With every punch, Shia will be repelled by dozens of meters, and he is too fast to react. But you have too many flaws. Suddenly, with a wrong body, Shia actually reached the right person in the gap between the opponent's punches and faced Shiro's. His hands were already grabbing one of the other's arms. Go down. With a sudden force, he grabbed one of Shiro's arms with both hands and pulled, and the man was already in the air, turned over, and pointed his back to the ground. Then, Shia threw it again. Shiro's was stunned, and he didn't expect that at this moment, his body was out of control. Boom boom. Immediately after, the red qigong waves bombarded his back continuously, making Shirostan pale, and several mouthfuls of blood spurted out. Finally, Shiro's hit the ground hard. What the hell is going on here? My energy and breath are so many times greater than his. Why is it not his opponent? Shiro's fell into deep doubt. He was not stupid, on the contrary, he was very smart. At this time, he was not angry, anxious, doubting himself, but thinking of ways to solve the problem. It's too difficult for ants to understand the battle of elephants. Because you're used to your narrow eyes. Sha sneered lightly, seeing the doubts in Shiro's eyes. This sentence made Shiro's realize, but immediately, he became furious. Who are you calling an ant? Just a bunch of wild monkeys. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Boom. Shiro's body erupted again. Golden rays of light shone, and the power on his body actually increased 100 times again, becoming incomparably powerful. Buzz. The void shuddered. Shiro's was as fast as light, almost in the blink of an eye. He arrived in front of Shia, and then punched. Bang. Shia didn't react to this punch, and was directly hit in the face, and fell heavily to the ground. Go to hell. Another loud roar. When Shia fell, Shiro's also imitated his previous attack and threw down countless qigong waves. Boom boom. A series of explosions sounded around Shia, and the red flames drowned him in the blink of an eye. After 3 full breaths, the flame around Shia just dissipated, and then he slowly lifted into the air. His originally reddish-black hair was now blonde. The golden aura surrounding its body also became countless times stronger. His face was even colder. His eyes were green and indifferent, like a god looking down at the heavens and the earth, just looking at Shiro's quietly. For no reason, Shiro's shuddered. An ant, it's an ant. Spitting out these words in a cold voice, Shia's figure suddenly distorted and disappeared in front of Shiro's. The latter was startled and stared blankly ahead. Disappeared. Disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he reacted again. No, I can't see him. He's too fast. Chapter 685 You are too weak. In a trance, an afterimage seemed to squeeze directly in front of him. Kuei couldn't even see the figure clearly, and then, a huge force came from his stomach and spread to the whole body in an instant. Then, severe pain, completely unbearable pain, swept out from his whole body, causing him to groan out in pain. His body sank directly from his stomach, his head and neck bent forward, and a mouthful of bitter water spewed out, as if his eyes were about to pop out. Just one punch shattered all the strength he had just gathered in his body. Is that the level? The cold and ruthless words came from the top of his head, and the thin figure appeared in front of his eyes with golden rays of light all over his body, slowly drifting, and standing in front of him. Shiro's opened his eyes diligently, trying to see the face of the person who attacked him. He was unwilling, angry, but unable to resist. Too weak. Boom. As soon as the words fell, an even more powerful force suddenly attacked his bent waist, directly breaking his unknown number of bones and knocking him to the ground. Cough cough. Spitting out blood, Shiro's expression became extremely pale. He slowly stood up, took a few breaths of air, and felt better just now. But the sweat on his forehead was already uncontrollably flowing down. This is caused by a combination of factors such as fear, tension, unwillingness, and pain. I'm standing where you can't see it. I have experienced your weakness and powerlessness in the long past. The indifferent words were passed down from the sky, and the cold expression of the golden figure was clearly reflected in Shiro's eyes at this moment, making it difficult for him to calm down. Damn it! With a loud roar, Shiro's body actually burst into red light. Chi chi chi. Suddenly, Shiro's body was beating like a steam engine, emitting white gas. There is a red energy wave, and at this moment, it also turns into lightning and surrounds him. At this moment, Shiro's aura suddenly swelled nearly 300 times. This vast breath swept up in the blink of an eye and rushed into the sky. Crackling. A golden lightning descended from the sky, fell on top of his head, and became one with him. There is another dense airflow rotating, like a vortex, surrounding him and protecting him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air vibrated violently 3 times, and the stones on the ground began to suspend, and then silently, they were shattered into powder by the flowing airflow. Gas, a majestic gas began to boil. This air enveloped the entire planet of the Seth tribe, making everyone feel that ominous aura. Too powerful. I feel the infinite power. This is the eternal crucible. Saiyan wild monkey, prepare to die. My power is inexhaustible. Shiro's personally experienced the 4th level power of the unblocking, and his expression instantly became excited, his eyes were crazy, and he roared loudly. Boom. There was another burst of air, all the visions surrounding him before disappeared, and everything calmed down again. It's just that heroes at this time, surrounded by red airflow, boiled like a flame, very fiery. Shaya stood high in the sky, looking down, her eyes narrowed. The eternal crucible, this is the core of the androids. The energy is really powerful, far more than I am at the moment, even. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and his eyes flashed. More than that person too. Buzz. Shiro's, who was below, suddenly flashed, and a crisp sound of breaking through the air came out. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him and threw a punch. Go to hell, Shiro's shouted angrily, red light shining from his fist. In front of this suddenly expanding power, Shaya was actually powerless to resist, and was instantly slapped in the face, followed by countless punches from Shiro's fell on him. Die, die, die. Shiro's roared wildly, and greeted Char with his fists. In the blink of an eye, Char was repelled by heroes by several kilometers. In the case of this series of boxing, Charya seemed completely unable to fight back. But just after Shiro's violent attack, out of the corner of his eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the corner of Shah's mouth under his arms, slightly curved, and there was such a sneering disdain. Not good. At the moment when his face changed greatly, Shaya's legs turned abruptly, directly pinching his neck. It was as if he was instantly locked by iron shackles, and at this moment, Shiro's was unable to move at all. Immediately following, he felt a strong force extending from the legs that locked him, and threw him out. Bang 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 bang. A series of indistinct attacks landed on his face in a matter of seconds, and Shiro's was instantly stunned. Finally, all the fists stopped, and a more violent force hit the back of his head heavily, knocking him to the ground immediately. At this moment, Shiro's had a bruised nose and a swollen face, and his breath was weak. You are the leader of this hybrid race. It's most powerful. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The presence. A figure descended in front of him. Shiro's was lying on the ground and wanted to stand up, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stand up. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. It is clear that his total energy has exceeded the opponent's many times. Why can the opponent still withstand his own attack? However, you can't bear the blow of the other party. What exactly is going on? Your energy intensity is indeed powerful. The indifferent voice suddenly spoke, causing Shiro's to be stunned. Much more than me, even. I have never seen such a powerful energy intensity as you. But, I said it. I'm standing where you can't see. You are too weak, not in terms of energy, but too weak. With such surging energy, you can't even use 1% of it. What a poor person. The increasingly cold voice came out, making Shiro's completely understand. He finally knew what the problem was, and he suddenly gained great power, but he was never familiar with it. It's like a child throwing a heavy bar that weighs thousands of pounds and can't swing it at all. The energy in his body is indeed powerful and indeed surpasses that of the other party, but the other party can perfectly exert any power of his body. What about him? 1% didn't work out. Chapter 686_fell. Under such circumstances, how can he defeat Char, who has fully controlled any power and is at the full power of Super Tournament 1? Crack. One foot stomped on Shiro's back, completely shattering the remaining struggle. What do you want to do? Shiro's asked in a tragic voice, full of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. I'm curious, how do weak creatures like you gain such power? Sha said indifferently. We have the most advanced biotechnology in the entire universe, and its secrets are naturally not understood by you creatures who only know how to fight. Heroes said firmly. Oh, Shaya's eyes flashed, and he remembered his own background. Wasn't he born just now because of those scientists on Earth? However, what he is more curious about is which side of the Earth scientists is better than the Seth people. I sensed a burning power in your body. Sha said softly again. That's the eternal furnace. It's the most high-end technology of my Seth tribe, the furnace technology. Shiro said, his eyes flashed, and suddenly he said again. Do you want it? He'll give you endless power, as long as we work together. As long as you, Saiyan, cooperate with us, we will surely climb to the top of the universe. Whatever Frieza the strongest galaxy in the galaxy will have to stand aside. Saying that, Shiro's was excited, as if he believed in himself. As long as the two races unite, they will become the first in the universe. Shaya's eyes flashed, and she stepped on it suddenly. Click. The sound of bones shattering came. Shiro's expression was startled, his face was filled with pain. He raised his head and looked at Sha in disbelief. Don't you want the technology of the Eternal Forge? Shaya's eyes were cold, and one foot stepped down again. Click. The bones and joints of Shiro's body were completely shattered by Char. At this moment, he was crawling on the ground, like a puddle of flesh, unable to move at all. I can feel it, the furnace inside you. Suddenly, Shaya opened his mouth, his right hand was slowly raised, and a breeze blew out. The red light shone, and a circular qigong wave appeared in his palm. After killing you, I can get it. The indifferent words made Heroes completely desperate, and in the next second, a red light burst out, a hot flame erupted, and Heroes' screams came out. Ah, you want to kill me? Shiro's didn't seem to have expected this ending at all, and the cry was full of panic and disbelief. I didn't kill you. Cheria responded indifferently. It's the destruction of the planet. Boom. The explosion came out again, and Shiro's figure was drowned in flames. After a long time, when the flame dissipated and Shia landed from the sky, he saw a diamond-shaped heart shining with 4 colors, beating vigorously. With every fluctuation, there would be abundant energy light shining out, and the 4 colors flowed. It looks bright, very charming, and people. This is the eternal crucible. After a few steps to the front of the heart, Shaya stretched out and grabbed it in his hand. However, when he clenched his heart, something shocking happened to him. Buzz! This heart, which was beating steadily, suddenly burst into an unimaginable light, and the beam of light formed by the four-color energy in the blink of an eye swirled and wrapped him around it. Then the next moment, the four-color energy continuously rushed into his body. In just an instant, Shaya felt the unparalleled energy flowing in his body, pounding, and the violent energy reaction made him cry out in unbearable pain. Ah! But following closely, a cruel smile appeared on Shaya's ruthless face. I really didn't expect that there would be such an adventure here. It was amazing. Quote. The moment the eternal furnace came into contact with him, it actually merged with him. That's right, the Forge of Eternity uses unimaginable energy compression biotechnology to turn it into a heart. He is a source of biological power, but also a high-concentration energy-compressed crystal. At the moment when Shaya came into contact, this eternal melting pot sensed the high-purity Saiyan bloodline in his body, and instantly merged with it spontaneously. Powerful, abundant, and terrifying energy, there is no incompatibility at this moment. Just in an instant, it all pours into his body and turns into the purest source of power. This fusion is progressing rapidly, constantly transforming Shaya's physical strength and toughness, and at the same time, the strength of his internal chi is also rising. Buzz! The air shuddered, and four colors of light continued to bloom around Shaya's body. The original black hair stood tall, and his body shone with black light. Then, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Then, the legendary Super Saiyan mode of green madness and wild appeared, which made his whole person swell 3 times. Arms, big, and legs are all thick and strong, and they look strong and powerful. In the end, his whole body trembled violently and shrank again. His face became as young as 18 years old, his body was thin, his strength did not have any strong fluctuations, but his hair had all turned crimson. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The pupils were dark and gleaming. Just standing there quietly gave people an inexplicable pressure, as if the nature of the organisms had changed, his soul had sublimated, and he had taken a step towards a higher level of living beings. Shaking his fist lightly, a smile appeared on Shaya's face. I really didn't expect that there would be such a state. He felt that he was different, a real difference. This is a brand new realm, as if he can perfectly control any power he possesses, and his breath seems to have changed, which is different from ordinary people. Interesting, this new mode is called Super Saiyan, Red. After saying these words softly, Shaya's expression suddenly froze, and his expression became gloomy. The red hair suddenly fluctuated, and then fell strangely, turning golden. What's the matter? That feeling of perfection has fallen. There was an angry look on Shaya's face. The perfect feeling just now was the greatest enjoyment. He could guarantee that this was the most powerful state in the world, without exception. That is a powerful state that surpasses 10,000 kinds of creatures and countless people in the universe. Is the world the most perfect? However, it actually fell. Chapter 687_Start Training. If it falls, it means that there is nothing left. That perfect, flawless, perfect state is completely gone. Shaya's heart suddenly became violent, because the power that was just merged was still out of control, and the breath leaked out. In an instant, an extremely powerful breath rushed out of his body, causing everyone within a radius of 3,000 kilometers. It was a huge gust of wind, the dust filled the sky, and the ground was forced to sag by his breath. It's abominable. My strength is still not enough. In a state of perfection, with my current strength level, I still cannot enter. After leaning for a while, Shaya Ming came to his senses. In the blink of an eye, his body began to rise slowly, and his eyes looked down at the land below coldly. As he rose higher and higher, the underground buildings, mountains, forests, and oceans became smaller and smaller. Soon, he had reached the atmosphere, and his eyes were surrounded by white clouds. But after merging with the eternal crucible, I finally discovered the talent of my bloodline. Different from the Saiyan's fighting bloodline, my bloodline is compatible, with great inclusiveness, and he can integrate more powerful bloodlines. He still has infinite possibilities for development. With the fusion, I will have more powerful talents, and I will still be stronger. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and his rising body suddenly stopped. At this time, Xiaoya's body has reached the vacuum of the universe, the surrounding is dark, the stars are shining in the sky behind, and in front of him, there is a huge star. And now, what I'm going to do is destroy this hybrid planet. Slowly stretched out his hands, and then joined together, the red Qigong wave light blinked and flashed. Seth Planet, in the underground laboratory. The moment the aura of heroes disappeared, the expressions of all Seth's scientists changed drastically. What's the matter? Why can't I sense the breath of Lord Shiro's? The tracker on his body has no signal. Could it be that Lord Shiro's is defeated? All the scientists suddenly panicked. What does defeat mean? If you lose, it means you are dead. In the face of brutal Saiyans, they don't think the other party will show mercy. Buzz. Suddenly, on the screen in front of them, a red light appeared, obscuring all the pictures that the camera could capture, but the moment they saw this phenomenon, all the scientists trembled, and their faces showed panic and despair. It's over. It's a Saiyan. He launched an attack with such a vast amount of energy. This is going to blow up the entire planet. We have nowhere to run. Thorn. Suddenly, all the currents began to become unstable, and a large explosion sounded quickly, spreading to the entire laboratory. This phenomenon is happening all over the world, and in the blink of an eye, all the Seth people are desperate. They all clearly saw the sky that was covered by red. A huge energy ball like an invincible detector is slowly descending. It is said to be slow, but in fact, the speed of that energy device is terrifyingly fast. Buzzing. Under the threat of this huge energy ball, the air began to twist, and his coercion caused the surrounding space to fluctuate slightly. Finally, under the fearful eyes of all the Seth people, the red energy ball hit the surface of the planet. Buzz. A circle of huge ripples bloomed, and the solid ground, like a wave of lake water, was set off by layers of ripples and began to spread towards the entire planet. A great vibration began to spread from one point to all directions. At this instant, countless volcanoes began to erupt, the ocean roared, and the wind roared wildly. Then, a little crimson bloomed, and the energy ball spread, exploded, and blasted out. Boom! Countless explosions converged at this moment, and red cracks began to appear on the surface of the planet, bursting with splendid and colorful brilliance. Click! As if this huge shattering sound reverberated in the hearts of all the Seth people. It's over. Countless people screamed in pain before being drowned in flames in the next second. Boom! In front of Xiaoya's eyes, the originally beautiful and huge planet burst into a beautiful brilliance in the blink of an eye, and then exploded in an instant, turning into the dust of the universe. Beautiful colors. With appreciation, quietly spit out such a sentence, Xiaoya's body twisted and disappeared in place. Now that he already knows his racial talent, he naturally has to complete it and make himself stronger. At the same time that the Seth clan Beshaya was destroyed, the Kaiwang god who was far away from Kaiwang Xingxing suddenly raised his head and his eyes became sharp. Invisibly, a coercion spread out, alarming Jabus who was standing beside him. Lord Realm God, what happened? In the far west, a star has disappeared. Shaking his head, the Realm King said solemnly. There are countless stars in the universe, and many stars are destroyed every day. Jabus said suspiciously. It's not the same, this time it was man-made. I felt an evil aura that was very powerful. The Realm King shook his head and said, what amazes me even more is that this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. This breath made me feel very ominous. Jabes also became solemn. He deeply knew that gods and humans were different. Humans sometimes have a whim, but it's just a blink of an eye, not necessarily accurate. However, the gods are different. As long as the gods feel it, it is equivalent to a magical prophecy, and he represents the inevitable occurrence of things. We must speed up the training for him. Kai Wangshan said solemnly again in a blink of an eye. Has Qing not returned yet? No, Jabes shook his head. Tell him to come back immediately, the training is about to start. Kai Wangshan said in a low voice. Okay, Jabes nodded. At the same time, Yang Qing, who was accompanying Yi Qi, suddenly heard a word in his ear. Qing, go back to the realm immediately, the training is about to begin. This was Jab's voice. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he nodded darkly. I got it, Jabes, I'll be right back. After replying a sentence, Jab's voice disappeared. Yi Qi, who noticed that Yang Qing's face was wrong, immediately asked. What's wrong, Qing? I have to go and start training. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. Said apologetically, Yang Qing stood up. Chapter 688 Make tea again. Yi Qi was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and didn't make trouble, just smiled and said softly. I see. Although you haven't said anything these days, I feel that you are under a lot of pressure. Char, is it strong? After some hesitation, Yi Qi finally asked. Well, very strong. Yang Qing nodded in a condensed voice. Then work hard. I, Saya, and many people on Earth, still rely on you to protect me. Yi Qi smiled. Yang Qing was startled and nodded silently. He didn't think too much about it. If the disaster really came like the plot, he would definitely protect Yi Qi and the people who were close to him first. He also has his own plans, and it is definitely impossible to do something with all his strength. Then I'm leaving, take care. Saying something to Yi Qi, Yang Qing put the fingers of his right hand between his eyebrows. Yi Qi stepped forward, hugged Yang Qing gently, put her head on his mouth, and listened carefully to the strong heartbeat of the other party. After 3 seconds, she took a step back and nodded. Come on, Yang Qing. Yang Qing was stunned for a while, then smiled. I will be stronger. Swish. After a breath, Yang Qing's figure distorted and disappeared opposite Yi Qi. At the same time, a figure appeared in the palace of the realm King Divine Star. Qing, you are here. Seeing Yang Qing, Jabes greeted him with a smile. Well, Jabes, I'm here to train. Yang Qing beckoned, then looked at the realm king on the seat, and bowed slightly to salute. Lord Realm King God. Don't be too polite, since you're here, let's get started. The realm god stood up and walked straight down. Yeah, Yang Qing nodded. Afterwards, the three of them left the king's palace together. Zhawangshan led Yang Qing and the two to an empty platform before slowly lowering their bodies. Then, the realm god just turned around and said to Yang Qing indifferently, Qing, I plan to train you to become a new realm god. What? Yang Qing did not expect that when the Zhuang god opened his mouth, he was surprised. In each universe, there are only 5 realm kings, the Big, the South, the Northwest, and the God of Destruction. Their status is only under the Quanwang, and it can be said that they are at the top management level. Moreover, most of the realm gods were selected from realm kings, and they cultivated themselves like Yang Qing. He thought he had no chance at all. He came here just to get more advanced teaching and make himself change. Powerful. But hearing the mention of the Realm King God, it seems that I have the hope to go further and become the Realm King God. Me, can I also become the Kaiwang God? Yang Qing pointed at himself in surprise. It wouldn't work. However, our universe is a bit special, so. The Realm King God paused, and said again. As long as you reach the assessment prepared by the Realm King God, you can directly become a preparatory Realm King God, and finally turn positive and become the real Realm King God. Only in our universe will there be such an opportunity. Originally, it was definitely not your turn. He stared deeply at Jia Wangshen. If it wasn't for the seriousness of the impending disaster, he would not have considered Yang Qing. In fact, this kid is talented and powerful, and he will definitely be useful in future disasters. Now, the only thing to worry about is your Xinxing mind. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment. His Xinxing has been tested by the Great Realm King, and there should be no problem. As gods, especially Kaiwang God, what we monitor is the order and stability of the entire universe, and we are responsible for the creative power of the universe, and confront the God of destruction. So, your mind must be pure and unsullied, and it must be objective and realistic. Kaiwang Shen explained lightly, and Jabes came over with a tea set. Now, make me a cup of tea. The same method as that of the Great Realm King, but Yang Qing's eyes flashed and he realized it. The tea of the Realm King God is different from that of the Great Realm King. The Great Realm King only considers whether he is kind at heart and whether he is an evil person, and this cup of tea of the Realm King God, I am afraid there are many other ways. Slowly walking to the gap, Jabes smiled at Yang Qing and backed away. As a servant of the Realm King, he would not get such an opportunity as Yang Qing. But he understands the strength of the other party, so he also admires it, and is very happy for the other party to fight for it, and there is no jealousy. Yang Qing began to pour water, which was not the same as the cup of tea of the Great Realm King, which was beyond his expectations. This cup of tea was brewed smoothly, and there was no strange phenomenon. With doubts, Yang Qing pushed the tea in front of the Realm King God. Lord Realm God. Jia Wangshen nodded, glanced at Yang Qing's tea lightly, and then flicked his right hand, and the colorful light shone, and Yang Qing's tea began to ripple slightly. At this moment, the tea water became cloudy, and after 3 breaths, it became clear again. At the same time, the eyes of the Realm King seemed to see the past and the future, and this past and future contained countless branches, intertwined with each other. He saw countless choices made by Yang Qing, on Star Vegeta. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Leaving the seeds of the Saiyans, a few years later, the Earth was in danger. He took a strong shot to save Yi Qi and others, but let the Earth be destroyed by the 17th and 18th. After nodding slightly, the Zhuang Shen looked at Yang Qing with confidence. There are omissions, but it doesn't affect the overall situation. Your Xinxing cultivation base is in line with the development of the universe. However, it still takes a long time to consider. During this time, don't change your mind because of some things and keep your original mind. You know what? The words of the Realm God made Yang Qing confused. Understood, Lord Realm King. He glanced at Jabez secretly, and the latter gave him a thumbs up, which made Yang Qing also laugh. It seems that he passed this level. After heaving a sigh of relief, the words of the Kaiwang God came over again. If you want to become a world king, you still have a lot to learn. It takes time to accumulate, so don't worry for now. Now, first and foremost, I'm afraid you still want to increase your strength, right? Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and nodded. Yes, I want to improve my strength as soon as possible. Shaya's pressure is always there, pressing down on his heart like a mountain. He doesn't know when the other party will surpass him and do something beyond his control. Come with me. We also hope that your strength will grow as soon as possible. Chapter 689 Preparing the King of God. That way, in the event of future disasters, you can be of help. The Realm King said in a low voice, and his figure slowly floated up. Yang Qing and Jabes quickly followed. Cultivation. 1 is to cultivate the mind. The second is self-cultivation. 3 is to cultivate qi. And our gods, unlike mortals, have to cultivate divinity. While flying slowly in one direction, Kaiwang Shen said. Yang Qing listened carefully. He had already understood all these after years of cultivation. Cultivating the heart means cultivating the fighting heart, never giving up, full of fighting spirit, never giving up any ray of hope, and always having a determined and resolute heart to make progress. Self-cultivation means cultivating the physique, strengthening the body, and possessing a physical body that cannot be destroyed by the destruction of the planet. As fragile as a mortal, if it collides with a Saiyan, I am afraid it will be torn apart. As for cultivating qi, it is the energy contained in the body. It is like a source of power. It can give a living body a lot of power when it moves, making you energetic and powerful, and at the same time, it can be transformed into the most powerful means of attack. The gods, with their divine nature, can give organisms a clearer perception of various situations around them, as if there are countless pairs of eyes distributed around them, making your senses more acute. Even the powerful ones can perceive everything from an incomparably far distance. Right now, your combat realm and strength are still at the stage of mortals, and in terms of realm, we are far from reaching the realm of gods. Realm King God's bold words made Yang Qing's brows rise. The realm of the gods. It was the first time he heard these 4 words, and he was very curious. Yes, after reaching the realm of the gods, the power will reach an inestimable increase, and the breath of God is completely different from that of mortals. No matter how powerful ordinary mortals are, they can't feel the breath of God in battle, which means, you see no opponent. Secondly, the realm of the gods has a 100% control over power, far surpassing that of ordinary people. It is extremely skilled in the use of energy, and can materialize energy. In short, if you can reach the realm of the gods one day, then there may be a chance to fight the god of destruction. The Realm King finally smiled lightly. Of course, the foundation of all this is powerful energy, body, and mind. Fortunately, you have become a god now. The identity of a god does not mean how powerful the combat power is, but it means that they will not be too weak. I will first teach you the use of divinity. The 3 slowly landed on a square surrounded by white stone pillars. The use of divinity is very simple for the gods, and his role is also obvious, which is to increase combat power. In addition, gods also have divine pressure. The level of gods is naturally higher than that of mortals. For ordinary creatures, there will naturally be a kind of coercion. This gap between dimensions is sometimes the method of confrontation. The Realm King slowly floated 5 meters in front of Yang Qing, and a smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. Like this. Om. A peculiar aura suddenly descended on Yang Qing's body, shaking his entire body, followed by a big change in his face. He felt the breath surrounding him, and it locked him directly. For a while, Yang Qing couldn't even move. This strange scene shocked him. Well, what's going on here? Yang Qing struggled hard, but couldn't struggle. There was a mysterious smile on the face of the Realm King God, and this kind of power extended from his body, making Yang Qing completely unable to use his power. The reason why the gods are gods lies in the mysterious and unpredictable powers in his body. For example, the imprisonment between the meta levels can make you lose control of your body in an instant when you are fighting. Then, Yang Qing's whole body loosened, and the power had been withdrawn by the Realm King God. You still have a lot to learn. Your divinity is very strong, but the way you use divinity is very rough. I will teach you slowly. The words of the Realm God made Yang Qing happy. Now that you open up your divinity, I need to know where in the dimension you have reached. The light words made Yang Qing's expression serious. The status among the gods is determined by the level of this dimension. After self-cultivation, groping, and finally absorbing Abinos, he has reached the level of the King of the Realm, but he is not clear about the realm of the King of the Realm. Slowly, Yang Qing fully bloomed his body. In the square of white stone pillars, there was an invisible wind. Ordinary people can't see this wind, but Kai Wangshan and Jabes can see it clearly. They saw that Yang Qing's body, which was originally shimmering with a faint golden color, suddenly rushed out a golden cloud-like golden color. This golden color is very deep and extremely dense, forming a continuous piece, quickly appearing in their eyes, and then rapidly expanding into the sky. In the end, in a matter of seconds, a tall figure was actually formed, standing in the sky, golden all over, and his face was undoubtedly Yang Qing. This golden giant is still growing in height, which means that his figure is far from reaching. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. To the end. The face of the real king has become shocked. He looked at the thin boy in front of him, and he didn't know what to say. Such a vast divinity has reached the level of a great realm king. What the hell is going on this kid? Unless ordinary people inherit the gods, it is impossible for ordinary people to become gods. However, this kid broke the past, and even reached the peak in the realm of the realm king. This really made him not know what to say. He is fully qualified to become the preparatory Kai King God. Immediately afterwards, the realm king responded again. Involuntarily, the realm king squinted. To be honest, the kid in front of him is not even a realm king at this moment. He only has the dimensional level of the realm king level, but seriously, he is still immortal. However, as long as you give the other party the status of the preparatory realm god, it is really a step up to the sky. Even if the preparation of the realm king god is preparation, its identity and status are absolutely top in the entire universe. He is higher than the realm king, lower than the realm king god, in between. This is a truly glorious identity. Chapter 690_King's Ring. Having such an identity means that in this universe, you will have the opportunity to achieve the highest status and stand at the pinnacle of divine authority. The golden giant, standing in the sky, standing on the realm king god star, gradually became even bigger than this star. Kai Wangshan and Jabes looked at the scene in shock, and they found that until this time, Yang Qing's divinity had not yet fully bloomed. This kid's divinity is already so vast. A divine nature as vast as a galaxy. Where did he cultivate it? The realm king's eyes widened, filled with inexplicable horror. Lord Zhuangshan, I have reached the limit here. No matter how old I am, I will become a galaxy. The thick voice came down from the sky. It was Yang Qing's voice. You take it back, I've already made up my mind. The realm king was startled and said loudly. The golden giant nodded, then withdrew his divinity and began to shrink. After 3 breaths, it was all contained in Yang Qing's body. Lord Realm King, is my divinity enough? Standing in front of the realm king god, Yang Qing said with anticipation. After all, he was born in a wild way, although he probably judged that he should be at the stage of the king, but in the end, he had to rely on the eyes of the king of the king. Enough. With a bitter voice, the expression of the king of God returned to calm. Your divinity has fully satisfied the needs of becoming a great king. After a pause, Zhuangshan's eyes hesitated for a while, and after 3 breaths, they became firm again. Do you want to become the preliminary king god? As soon as these words came out, Jabs's eyes widened immediately. He looked at Kai Wangshan in shock, and then looked at Yang Qing with envy. What? If Jabs was shocked, then Yang Qing was completely stunned, and his whole body was shocked. Preparing the realm god, this is an existence that can become the real realm god just by taking one step. However, today, it was about to come to him. Become a preparatory realm god. You will be educated by regular gods, and it will also improve your strength. Jia Wangshan said indifferently, staring at Yang Qing's eyes. This kid has a good temperament, and he is not an evil person, but he is not a stubborn feudal guy, and he has already met the requirements of becoming a god of preparatory kings. And now the universe is indeed lacking the most high-end power. Perhaps, this is destiny. I do, Lord Realm King God. Yang Qing took a deep breath and said seriously. Very good. The king god said immediately, then turned around and said to Jabus, Jebes, change him into a suit. Good. Jabus responded and pointed towards Yang Qing. Immediately, the clothes on Yang Qing's body became the same as that of the realm king, and the whole body was black. Yang Qing, who changed clothes, became another style in an instant. Come with me. You have just become a god, you must understand some common sense of gods. The realm king floated slowly and led Yang Qing and the two towards the palace. Originally, the realm king was planning to teach Yang Qing some fighting techniques in this square, and then slowly improve Yang Qing's divinity so that he could reach the minimum standard of becoming a realm king. But now, since the other party has already reached after the standard, naturally another method has to be changed. In a sense, Yang Qing is his disciple and his inheritor from this moment on. After 10 seconds, the three came to the palace. The king god asked Jabus to stay outside and led Yongqing into a house. This is the world king gods of the past dynasties. The magic between many gods in the collection may not be helpful for battle, but it is wonderful. As a god, all your thinking should be based on the objective laws of the universe. There are no restrictions, but the rules of the universe are the biggest limitation. You must not interfere with the life and death of the creatures below, and you must not change the past and the future. Zhuangshan is the power of creation in the universe. What we have to do is to protect all living beings. It is our greatest task and job to not let the universe be damaged too much. With some relief on his face, Zhuangshan smiled and said to Yongqing. Yeah. Yongqing nodded and looked at the books in the room. Our realm gods learn knowledge from all things in the universe. The king of the realm said, with a wave of his hand, an illusory planet appeared in front of him. There were many creatures in it, time traveled, thousands of years in the blink of an eye, creatures changed, rivers changed, everything was clearly seen by Yongqing. You can't change the outcome of things, what you have to do is to help them understand the beauty and how to survive better. The other thing is. Having said that, the realm king god paused. It's the strength you value most, and your fighting method. Leading Yongqing to take a few steps forward, Zhuangshan clapped his hands, and a TV set from the Yixidu era immediately appeared here. From here, you can see the universe, the battle of the powerhouses of all races, the past and the present, but you can't see the future. After staring deeply at Yongqing, the realm king said again. Our king god, many things are born with, but we also need to learn the day after tomorrow. And you are as strong as. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. This is powerful, I believe you also know what to learn. All I can do is give you time. Give you knowledge. The words of the realm king made Yongqing stunned. After more than 10 seconds, the realm king led him into a dimensional space. A year here is an hour outside. You can practice here. Of course, before that, I will grant you the status of the preparatory realm god and increase your lifespan, otherwise, you will die within a few days of staying here. Dead. Yongqing was stunned. He practiced the cultivation technique, and his lifespan should be very long. I think your lifespan has surpassed ordinary life, 300 years, but it is far less than ordinary gods. You just have the status of a god now, but you don't have the air that a god should have. Come with me. After a few words, the realm king turned around again and left here. The latter scratched his head and quickly followed. This time, what Zhuangshan led Yongqing to see made him tremble. This is the ring of the realm king god. I will use it to grant you the status of the realm king god. From now on, you will be my inheritor. Before you became the Kaiwang god. You must learn and grow with a pious heart. Chapter 691_New Power. You have to keep in mind that any one of your thoughts will have a great impact on the universe. When thinking about problems, you must be thoughtful, close, and cautious. Zhuangshan said these words very seriously, and while speaking, he stared at Yongqing's eyes. The latter also nodded deeply, indicating that he understood. Afterwards, Kaiwangshen slowly took out the ring from the box and put it on his finger. This is the ring that Kaiwang God uses to observe the past and the future, and it can lead us through time and space. Of course, you can't use it to do anything, otherwise, you will go against the sin of time. The realm king stared at Yongqing with a serious tone, as if warning him. I understand, Lord Realm King God. Staring at the time ring, Yongqing nodded. Afterwards, Zhuangshan pointed his finger at Yongqing and said something in his mouth. Gradually, a golden light appeared on his fingertips, and then suddenly, it turned into a brilliant haze, and rushed towards Yongqing. This haze instantly enveloped Yongqing's body, and then merged with his body in a matter of seconds. In just a moment, Yongqing seemed to feel that the divinity of his whole body suddenly solidified, and it became much tighter, and even the nature became different from before. It was as if before, he would have a sense of contradiction between his own divinity and the universe's repulsion and fusion, but from this moment on, he and the universe have become very close, as if they have become one. From now on, your identity is the preparatory realm king god. Always remember your identity and responsibilities, otherwise, once you make a mistake, I will revoke your identity. Yang Qing nodded solemnly. There are so many things you need to practice. At present, the most important thing to control is the use of energy. The Realm King put the ring in the box and left here with Yang Qing. On the way, he said in a low voice again. Energy. Yes, the use of energy. The Realm King nodded. Yang Qing did not understand that energy is actually qi, and the use of energy is mostly attacks like qigong waves, such as the instantaneous qigong waves he controls, and the turtle-style qigong waves emitted by accumulating energy, etc. Then, what is the use of energy that Kaiwang God is talking about at this moment? The universe should be divided into many kinds of forces, which are composed of various different magical substances. For us, the most important things are matter, spirit, and energy. And you have sufficient control over matter, that is to say, your physical strength, and now, it is energy. First of all, you need to understand what powers are in your body. Zhuangshan lightly explained to Yang Qing. The latter's eyes flashed all kinds of enlightenment. Qi, spiritual energy, and your divinity. Gods are all divinities, and spiritual energy dominates. With divinity as the body and qi as the clothing, they have extraordinary power. And you, obviously different, your divinity and qi have reached an unbelievable, very powerful level. Once you combine the two, you will truly enter the realm of gods. Of course, you are still a step away from that step at the moment. But it doesn't matter, it's enough for you to use the power of God. The eyes narrowed, and the Realm King waved his hands, and the environment of the place where the two were located immediately changed greatly, turning into a palace surrounded by white stone pillars. Here, I will grant you the power of God. God's power. Yang Qing was stunned, and his eyes shone brightly. There is no doubt that God and man are completely different beings. What kind of power is God's power? Next, I'll show you, Qing. You have to be optimistic, comprehend carefully, and learn. This process may be very long, but you must master it. The Realm King said again, and then, his body slowly floated into the air. Closing his eyes slightly, Kai Wangshen took a breath, and then began to release his power. It's the radiance of divinity. The golden dazzling light came from the body of the Realm King, and Yang Qing felt that he couldn't open his eyes at all, but in just a moment, he judged that this was far beyond his dimensional level. This kind of divinity has solipsism and the power to create everything, which is powerful and terrifying. This golden light swayed, twisted, came out of the body of the Realm King, turned into a tadpole, and circled up and down around him, and then, a majestic aura appeared, before Yang Qing could see it clearly, has merged with the golden light in front of him. At this moment, this new energy shuddered again and again, followed by a terrifying breath. This is the combination of gods and people, and at this moment, the king of the realm burst out with unparalleled majesty. Even Yang Qing was shocked by the power of the Realm King at this moment. It seemed to be the same as his peak and peak period, but if he felt it carefully, it was different. The aura of the Realm King was even more mysterious. This fusion is difficult, but you must not think that this new power is a temporary fusion of qi and divinity. Immediately after, the Realm King said again. When you can combine qi and divinity, regardless of each other, and become a new energy that fills your whole body, you have stepped into the first step of God. Of course, you can also become powerful enough to use your powerful power to directly connect that. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Break through the boundaries of man and enter the realm of God. However, as far as I know, since ancient times, there are very few mortals who can accomplish this. Yang Qing nodded secretly. He knew how to forcefully enter the realm of God, but that state was not stable. He has been working hard in this direction for a long time. His bloodline has returned to ancient times, and he has continuously improved his strength. Now, his black hair is mixed with red hair, which is the result of his hard work over the years. Super Saiyan God. This is a transformation of the realm of the gods. Once he enters this realm, he has the possibility to fight against the gods. The power of the King of Gods in this universe is not strong, but in other universes, 12 universes, there are countless strong people. Once he uses the time machine to go back to the past and come to that time and space, he will definitely face more opponents. I will decompose a small part of my power and carefully see the process of his fusion. This is the first step for you to become a god. It has to be done perfectly. With a wave of the King God, a mass of energy shattered into 2 strands, and then began to slowly fuse. Chapter 692_History. The original energy turned into 2 types in a blink of an eye. Yang Qing clearly saw that these were 2 different types of energy, qi and divinity. He condensed his mind, looked carefully, his eyes lighted, through the dust, he could even clearly see the air, those energies in the infinitely tiny environment, the composition of atoms and molecules. These tiny particles, in a strange and orderly running sequence, quickly tangled, wound, and moved. The 2 energies are very repulsive, but they seem to be pulling in all the time. Gradually, in Yang Qing's eyes, time seemed to slow down. With a mysterious power, the Kaiwang God slowly pulled the 2 energies closer, and then used a strange structure to rearrange their atoms and molecules. The order of this arrangement seems to be irregular, but it seems to be very regular. Time seemed to be stretched by the Realm King. He presented the process in front of Yang Qing with a very microscopic scene. The scene in front of Qing's eyes was already very exciting, and it was clearer than any explanation. Yang Qing had a hard time understanding these fusions and the order in which they were arranged, but he engraved them all into his mind. With the introduction of these arrangements into his mind, the 2 powers of his body seemed to be about to move. These 2 energies seemed to be trying to merge with each other, but because of that contradictory and attractive force, they are separated in countless moments. This is a very powerful separation force. Even if Yang Qing tried his best, he couldn't let the 2 energies get close to one another. It must be sorted according to the order of the Kaiwangshan before it can be merged together. Yang Qing's eyes flashed and he suddenly realized. He raised his head and continued to stare at the fusion process of the realm. At this moment, the 2 energies of the Kaiwang God have formed a new structure, showing a spiral shape, slowly revolving around a sphere in the heart. Immediately after that, the spiral also turned into a particle, and finally, a new energy molecule was formed. The brand new energy molecules seem to have magical and inexplicable power, containing extremely strong pulsations. The new molecules seem to have different energy concentrations, and the explosive energy generated actually makes the surrounding space tremble. Moreover, he seems to have a brand new power, with infinite possible changes and extensions. This is the power of the gods, the power of the gods. The divine hand of the realm shone with purple light. The power of this divine power was not comparable to Yang Qing's energy intensity at the moment, but after its fusion, the power that erupted 100,000 times stronger than the original shocked Yang Qing. You need to spend a long time to comprehend such power. Even if it is me, I can only complete a trace, otherwise, I can't be just this kind of power. After speaking, the King of God shook his head, full of disappointment. In the realm King God, his strength is indeed not strong, but stronger than him. There are many who have already stepped into the realm of the gods. I see. Feeling the terrifying power of this divine power, Yang Qing nodded, and his eyes shone brightly. This is pure power doubling, and it is more pure than transforming into a super Sai, or temporarily increasing the combat power of Kaiwang Fist. Because as long as it is elevated, it is permanent. I see you Saiyans, do you have a transformation mode? The Realm King said suddenly. Yes, Super Saiyan has 4 stages of transformation, and each stage will increase his strength many times. Yang Qing nodded and said. This is a crooked way. The real power is your own power. You don't need any means. Standing there, you are powerful. The Realm King shook his head. Yang Qing was startled. It seems that the old god of the realm who came out of the sword in the original book also said the same. But after thinking about this, he suddenly felt that the Kaiwang god was far different from the original one. Perhaps, the realm gods of different time and space will also become different. The realm god in front of him is obviously ruthless, wise, and more knowledgeable. I took you to that room before. There are many videos of power-up, various creatures in the universe fighting against each other, and even from other universes. Watch and learn more. If you don't understand anything, come and ask me. After the Realm King God finished speaking again, he turned and left. Yang Qing looked at the back of Zhuangshan with admiration. After all, it is the highest god of the universe, and perhaps the opponent's strength is not the most powerful, but this kind of demeanor really has the demeanor of a god. In fact, the layout of the palace of the Realm King God is very simple, and the Realm King God took him to see it. There was no sign in the room, so Yang Qing made one by himself. For example, he called the room where the practice notes and battle videos of the past kings and gods were hidden in the past. He called it the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion, and the room with the rings was called the Time Room, because the time ring inside could take people through the void at will. As for the king's palace that he entered at the beginning, he called it the Living Room. After a simple classification, Yang Qing entered the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. This is indeed what Kaiwangshan said, and all the practice notes of Kaiwangshan of all dynasties are hidden in it. If you want to understand the power of God, you must start with God's own practice. With a twinkle in his eyes, Yang Qing began to retreat. The practice notes of the realm gods of the past dynasties are actually very numerous, and there are various ancient gods hundreds of millions of years ago, tens of millions of years ago. Among them, some are as powerful as the god of destruction, and some are weaker than even mortals. However, each has its own set of practice theories. This is what Yang Qing needs most. After understanding the practice of these gods, it can be said that he understands everything, rules, history, its operation, etc. of this universe in a sense. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Time is slowly passing, and since that day, Yang Qing has got into this library. From the oldest look, more and more enlightenment flashed in his eyes, and the brilliance of his eyes became more and more prosperous. It turns out that the real-world kings of different eras have different cultivation methods. The older they are, the more they pay attention to the cultivation of the body, and because of this, their bodies are mostly immortal. Ordinary injuries cannot cause any damage to their powerful bodies at all. If the existence of freezes level, it can't even leave traces on them. And when the time comes, the energy system is prosperous, and the realm gods begin to accumulate energy, so their chi is very powerful. Until, and now, the way in which divinity and energy are combined begins to emerge. Chapter 693_Purify. Yang Qing's eyes flashed brilliantly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A member of the 126th Kaiwangshan, who realized the method of merging divinity and energy into a new energy, and developed the fourth system. Since then, this fourth system has been circulated among the gods for a long time, and has been practiced by the vast number of gods. Compared to mortals, this new cultivation system undoubtedly has a great advantage. He has a stronger explosive force and a higher concentration of energy density. That is to say, the previous three systems have been abandoned, and now this fourth system is the mainstream. Eyes twinkling, Yang Qing is thinking. Ancient times, modern times, and now, these cultivation systems have all burst out with their most powerful brilliance, and each has its own advantages. It is impossible to compare which one is more powerful, and can only say which one is more comprehensive. Complete. Body, energy, divinity, these three are the foundation of a person's strength. As one's own strength continues to grow stronger, all transformations to increase combat power, or short-term skyrocketing, will gradually lose their effects. Yang Qing understands that this is also the reason why the stronger the Zhuang fist is, the more difficult it is to perform. The more violent and a lot of energy, the more difficult it is to control. If one is not good, this violent energy will tear oneself into pieces. Practice the body, fuse qi and divinity, that's what I'm going to do now. Yang Qing has a rough plan for what he should do. There are actually a lot of things that Zhuangshan wants to learn, but Zhuangshan obviously makes him focus more on the growth of his strength now, and other required courses about Zhuangshan have been put aside. Perhaps, the Realm King God also has something that I can help with after my strength has been greatly increased. Seeing that, Yang Qing began to study the power of the fusion of the two. Qi and divinity are two contradictory but unified energies. They have the inevitability that they can be merged, but they are mutually exclusive. It is not so easy to accomplish. Closing his eyes, he began to replay the microscopic scene imprinted in his heart again and again, and then, following the scene that Kaiwang Shen showed at that time, he released two groups of energy from his body. A cloud of light blue, a cloud of gold. As soon as the two energies appeared, they approached each other, but at the moment of approaching, they seemed to be affected by a great repulsive force, and life and death could not be combined. It's like two lovers who miss each other very much, who haven't seen each other for a long time, and finally meet once in a while, but they are influenced by a third-party force and can't hold hands. It has to be done according to that framework. Yang Qing's face was solemn. He also clearly felt the power of this repulsive force. It seemed to be the force of the universe. A rule was stuck and it was difficult to complete. Then, under the control of Yang Qing's divinity and spiritual energy, the two groups of energy began to decompose and divided into atoms, molecules, or even finer particles. After this decomposition, Yang Qing saw a scene that surprised him. There are so many impurities. He was shocked to see that after these two groups of energy were decomposed, there were actually many impurities. Originally, the two sides should be light blue and gold, but after they became particles, the golden particles still had many tiny black particles, and the light blue had golden energy, which surprised him a little. These microscopic things cannot be observed under normal circumstances. Remove these impurities. In an instant, Yang Qing had a judgment. The energy of the Realm King God himself decomposed. He can see clearly, it is pure color, without any impurities. In the case of impurities, it is impossible to complete the fusion of the two molecules, atoms rearranged, not so casual. As for the control of energy, only the gods can do it. Yang Qing also learned various secret methods of the gods of the past dynasties, and increased his knowledge before he learned about the decomposition and utilization of energy. Before, he had no idea that there were so many ways to use energy. After that, he entered the dimensional space of the King of Gods. An hour here is a year in the outside world. Decomposing energy is such a delicate work that it will inevitably take a lot of time, which is why it is difficult for mortals to complete it. Ordinary cosmic creatures have such a long life. After staying here for 2 days and 2 nights, that is, 48 years, Yang Qing finally turned all the energy of his body into pure color. The golden divine light, the light blue energy, the two forces, surrounded and flowed around the body, exuding beautiful psychedelic colors. It's totally pure now. Yang Qing's eyes flashed with joy. It was really beneficial to be a god. At least when he practiced, he didn't need to worry at all. Even if his body died, he could still survive in this universe. After removing all the magazines, the energy of his body decreased by about 2 layers, and the divine light decreased by 1 layer. But even so, his combat effectiveness has actually improved. It turned out that he was like water, soft but had no attack power, but after removing the impurities, his density increased and turned into ice cubes, with an extremely sharp attack power, and more solid. His whole body was perfect and indestructible. Boom! He clenched his fists, and in just an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan Stage 2, and his chi was still rising. I feel it. Feeling the bottleneck of the 3rd stage. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Just a little lift of your foot. Yang Qing's eyes sharpened. At this moment, he felt the transformation of the next stage. If he wanted to set foot now, he would be able to pierce it in an instant. This means that he can turn into the third stage of Super Saiyan at any time. When the energy becomes pure, he is ascending in one step. However, after a breath, he said that his state returned to its original state. It's the best when it's done, don't be in a hurry. With a twinkle in his eyes, he became calm. The temptation to advance to the next stage did not make him lose his mind. Even if he is able to enter the stage of Super Tournament 3 now, with that terrifying load, he probably won't be able to last for a few seconds, which is actually not very helpful to his combat effectiveness. Fusing the two powers first, let me fully step into the realm of God. Yang Qing clenched his fist, then released it. Chapter 694_Create Planet. After walking out of this alien dimension, Yang Qing went to the realm of the gods. It's good, your body's energy is further purified, and it seems that you have discovered your own shortcomings. The Realm King was obviously aware of Yang Qing's flaws before, and nodded with satisfaction. The next step, you can try energy fusion, relax and rest these days. Well, purified energy keeps my mind tense, it's time to take a break. Yang Qing nodded and said that the suggestion of the Realm King was exactly what he thought. If that's the case, go out with me, and take this opportunity to learn about the responsibilities of the Realm King God. Jia Wangshen stood up, walked past Yang Qing, and walked outside. After being stunned for a while, Yang Qing followed closely. Jebbies, I'm going out with Qing, you keep here. Outside the gate of the palace, just to see Jabez who was watering the flowers, the Kaiwang god instructed. Then, Zhuangshen put his hand on Yang Qing's shoulder, and the two figures distorted in an instant and disappeared here. In just a split second, Zhuangshen and Yang Qing appeared in another area. Opening his eyes and seeing the void and darkness in front of him, Yang Qing was a little stunned. Lord Realm God, where is this? In front of the void, there are dense meteorites floating, and there are also liquid and body floating, quietly suspended in the vacuum. Looking at this situation, it seems to be the meteorite belt left after the planet was destroyed. Because of the gravitational relationship between them, they form a circular ring formed by a meteorite curtain, which has a mysterious and eerie beauty. Under the irradiation of various star rays in the universe, it emits 5 colors of light. As the King God, we control the power of creation. The Realm God didn't answer Yang Qing's question. He walked on, stepping on the void, stepping over it one step at a time, leaving ripples in the void. The God of destruction destroys the universe, and we are the creation. This is the meteorite ring formed after a star was destroyed 30,000 years ago. Today, what I want to teach you is the ability that the King of God must control. Turning his head, Zhuangshen stared at Yang Qing and said in a very serious tone. What? Yang Qing was still puzzled. Destroyed stars, rings of meteorites, taught here. Create stars. The Realm King calmed down and said these 4 words that shocked Yang Qing. Create stars. Yang Qing was really surprised. The shattered stars can still be recreated. This simply subverts his worldview. In his opinion, there are many magical powers of Dragon Ball, but he has never seen such a scene where the gods create stars. In the universe, stars are being destroyed all the time, but stars are being born all the time. This is the conservation of the universe itself, but there are always surprises in everything, and the universe will also have moments of adjustment and imbalance, and what our King God has to do is to help him maintain the operation of the rules when he is out of balance. This is the duty of our King God. Although the God of destruction controls the power of destruction, in fact, he is also adjusting the balance of the universe. This is God's duty. Indifferently, the Realm King said slowly for Yang Qing, letting Yang Qing gradually understand. In the case of gods, there is actually no such thing as justice and evil, only the statement of their respective responsibilities. Realm King God controls creation, and Realm King God controls destruction. They are not enemies, but belong to colleagues. God, what is it? It is a group of spokespersons who adjust the rules of the universe, let them develop laws, and survive longer. It can be said that God is the sun of the universe. The universe gave birth to them, and they are responsible for the old age of the universe. Next, Ching, you can clearly see every step of my hand, the power of creation, you also have it, but you have not tried to create stars. The Realm King said with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, a large radiance of divinity and energy bloomed, but in an instant, it enveloped the entire meteorite ring. Yang Qing was not shocked when he saw this scene. He naturally knew that it would not be a problem to cover the entire universe with the divine brilliance of the Zhuang God. A star is but the tip of the iceberg of its divine light. When the divine light of the Realm King God bloomed, another force followed. Yang Qing clearly recognized it, it was Qi. Then, in an instant, the two energies were fused, and a majestic radiance burst out. Immediately afterwards, a column of energy beams like big hands appeared here, and bursts of light were constantly erupting. The broken meteorite ring began to vibrate violently, and the huge meteorite was shattered and became more fragmented. When it was broken into particles, a large amount of liquid and body began to pour into it. Break and stand. Looking at this scene, Yang Qing understood. In front of him, the vibration became more intense. The original meteorite ring began to disappear, and instead, a spherical illusory body appeared. A large number of smashed meteorite particles began to rush towards the illusory body one after another. Gradually, the spherical giant became more and more full, and finally, Yang Qing actually saw a blue planet appear in front of him. It's done. Floating quietly in front of the planet, Kaiwang Shen smiled faintly. Actually, if you use the time-shortening technique, you can accomplish all this in an instant. However, in the process of creating a planet, the control of energy must be precise. This is the most important. 4. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. For you, the mastery of energy is also a must-learn. Yang Qing nodded. When the Realm King God created this planet, he was extremely surprised by the precise and complete grasp of energy. Look more, learn more, and sooner or later, you can do it too. The Realm King took Yang Qing away from here and went to the next area. The created planet has no living beings, it has only oceans, and even the atmosphere is very thin. However, with the passage of a long time, one day, a bright light will also be born. Hundreds of planets have been created in a row, and Yang Qing is always by the side of Kaiwang God, watching carefully and learning. This is an extremely rare opportunity, even the ordinary preparatory realm kings do not have such an opportunity, which means that this universe realm king is dead, and there is no inheritance, so it is cheaper for Yang Qing. How did you learn the steps? Finally, standing in front of a blue planet, the realm king asked Yang Qing. I have it all etched in my heart, if two forces are fused. Should be able to do it too. Chapter 695_Awakening 2. The Realm King was taken aback for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Very good. He knew that Yang Qing was disdainful of bragging, which meant that the guy in front of him could really accomplish such a job. Correspondingly, his burden can be reduced in the future. You must know that the work of creating stars should have been done by 5 people, but now, there is only one of them. Follow me back. Zhuang Shen said another sentence, grabbed Yang Qing's shoulder, and the two of them flashed, and they arrived at Zhuang Shengxing. After floating to the Zhuang temple, Zhuang Shen glanced at Yang Qing and waved casually. Go and make me a cup of tea. Yang Qing was stunned and turned around. The tea set is still the same set, just to test his character. During this period of cultivation, Yang Qing's Xingxing has not actually changed. Therefore, after the tea came out, Zhuang Shen waved his hand, and the expression on his face was still satisfied. Very good tea, you are more mature now than before. The Realm King said with a smile. During this time, Yang Qing has indeed improved. The notes of the Kaiwang gods of the past dynasties, watching Kaiwang God create the stars, and when the two got along, Kaiwang God told him the truth of the universe. It can be said that Yang Qing's knowledge have far surpassed his former self. Go down, Qing, and practice hard. Finally, Zhuangshan waved Yang Qing back. Yang Qing, who returned to the Sutra Collection Pavilion, naturally tried to fuse his two energies while reading the book containing the philosophy of the universe. He allocates time very regularly every day, reading books, cultivating, and watching the duel of powerful warriors in the universe. At the same time as Yang Qing continued to make progress, in the far corner of the universe, the corner of a figure's mouth also grinned, showing a smile. As expected, as long as my bloodline continues to be perfect, the speed of progress can be accelerated. It's been 3 months since I left from the Seth clan, and my combat power has grown too much, and this one has only fused the genes of 5 excellent races. Shia stood in the void, looking at the planet with endless flames blooming in front of him, with an evil smile on his face. Looking at it, the most beautiful thing is the fireworks in this universe. Slowly retracting his right hand, Shia shouted loudly, and suddenly golden lightning swirled all over his body. The tiny golden lightning fluctuated violently. At the same time, his hair rose into the sky and stood on end, leaving only the sea in front of his forehead. With the few down, at this moment, his combat power has soared nearly 100 times. Awakening Stage 2. Is this what he reached? The corner of his mouth twitched, and Shaya's eyes flashed fiercely. Can you imagine that I reached your realm so quickly? Now that we meet, who wins and who loses? Shaya's heart was full of confidence, but he did not rush to find Yang Qing. Instead, he chose, after a thought, turned around and disappeared here. I will continue to search for the perfect racial gene to make myself stronger. This is not the final stage of awakening. I have a hunch that I will have a more powerful transformation. At that time, I will go to destroy you, and the earth. Saying these words coldly, Shaya's eyes are cruel and cold. During this period of time, he constantly shuttled through the stars in the universe, looking for powerful races that fit his will, then stealing their genes and merging them into his own blood. With each fusion, the energy in his body increases exponentially. When perfection becomes his own power, he will destroy such a race again. In order to avoid being discovered by the enemy in the future, Char is not shy about destroying these races. Time passed slowly, and the two opponents were constantly getting stronger. On Earth, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi are married, and they have a son. Sun Wukong named him Sun Wufan to commemorate his grandfather. In the blink of an eye, a few years have passed. On this day, in a small remote mountain village on Earth, a meteorite suddenly landed from the sky. Boom! The hot flame erupted, the meteor hit the Earth, and a huge shock force erupted, and the ground was directly knocked out of a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. What's that? The farmer who was cultivating on the side looked at this place in amazement, took up the shotgun and walked towards the deep pit. Just as he walked to the edge of the pit, a shocked expression appeared on his face. This is... In the deep pit, the hatch of a small aircraft is slowly opening, white air rises, and after 3 breaths, a strong figure floats up, the tail behind it swings vigorously. This figure is wearing a thick combat uniform, with a pair of glasses on his eyes. His expression is cold and disdainful. As soon as he went out, he set his eyes on the farmer. Drip drip. The dense voice rang out and stopped after 2 seconds. The scum with only 5 combat power. The farmer was terrified, and he saw the strong warrior in front of him walking towards him. You, who are you? The soldiers who came step by step put him under too much pressure. That strong breath, cruel expression, and the whole body was releasing a breath that was definitely not friendly. Bang! The gunshot sounded in an instant, and then, the farmer found his life. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The world fell into darkness. Kakarot, did you grow up on this fragile planet? It's ridiculous. The figure who came to Earth was the Saiyan Raditz. Through accurate information, he learned that his younger brother was actually on this planet, and he planned to invite him to join the team of King Vegeta. In this way, they would have one more Saiyan, and in the future, they would also be able to fight Frieza. Strength. When he came to Earth, Raditz did not hide his aura at all. The majestic and evil aura spread far, to the heavenly palace. What a powerful, evil breath. Monkey King, Piccolo, Turtle Immortal and others immediately changed their expressions. At the same time, Seiya, who was hiding in Yi Chi's house and practicing silently, also blinked, and his hand movements slowed down. Where did the ignorant Saiyan Jr. come from? Forget it, don't care about him, the first elder said, wait for him to inform, other things, all dangers, I only need to protect Miss Yi Chi's family. With a change in his eyes, Seiya returned to calm and continued his practice. On the other hand, Sun Wukong has also met his brother Raditz. The resemblance between the two eyebrows really surprised each other. Chapter 696_How to Grab It. Raditz came to Earth, which means the beginning of the chapter of Longzhu's. This is the first point of the outbreak of Sun Wukong after he accumulated a lot. Since then, the protagonists of the whole world have begun to explode, and everyone can see a guy with extraordinary talent, far beyond ordinary, rising like a sky. With the same plot as the original, Sun Wukong sacrificed his life and defeated Raditz, but it also attracted the attention of Vegeta and others. Although many years of comrades in arms lost their lives, although Vegeta didn't say it, the loss and anger in her heart were already bursting. Go to Earth. Under the leadership of Vegeta, the Vegeta team, which has been operating for many years, marched towards the Earth in a mighty manner. At this time, Sun Wukong was running on Snake Island. He had to follow the long snake road to find the Realm King and accept his practice. Sun Wufan, on the other hand, was practicing with Piccolo in pain, and as time went by, the relationship between the two gradually deepened. These are the same as the original, and there is nothing worth saying. Time pulled, Vegeta came to Earth, and after some battle, he lost to Sun Wukong, and Nappa also died here. In the end, he was the only one left, but he got the news that Namek had 7 long beads. So, a battle storm that really brings the two protagonists to the stage is coming. Namek. A new storm has come, and this time, I don't know if my Namek can hold on. The Great Elder, who is much older than before, sighed with wrinkles on his face. Big Elder. The young Namekian looked at the Great Elder worriedly, but didn't know what to say. Child, you are just as kind and talented as when I was young. Perhaps, if Namek has a silver lining, it's up to you. The Nemesis, who was still young, was so shocked by the words of the elder that he was speechless for a long time. Elder, me. My time has come, and I won't live long. Seeing the nervous look of such a young nemesis, the elder laughed out loud. Chatting with young people always makes him feel alive. Just as he was about to continue chatting, an incomparably evil aura suddenly descended on the outside of Namek. Come on. In an instant, the elder's expression became heavy. That breath, if he guessed correctly, is the Emperor of the Universe Frieza. In addition, he also felt that although several breaths were small, they were not the powerhouses of simple guys. Obviously, the goals of these people here are all for the God Long of Namek. Ah, Ching, where are you? But still remember our original agreement. At this time, the elder suddenly remembered that powerful Saiyan. As early as many years ago, the young man seemed to have agreed with him that if Namek was in trouble, he would definitely help. However, many years have passed, and even he is a little vague about the content of the agreement. Will the other party still remember it? Suddenly, another breath came, and the great elder was startled. This is the breath of a Saiyan. Because of Yang Qing, the elders are very sensitive to the breath of Saiyans. I have to say that I suddenly felt the breath of Saiyans, which made the elder a little excited. Allah, go 3,000 kilometers to the west and welcome that Saiyan here. The first elder waved his hand, and a young Namekian walked over and nodded, then pushed him away. Whether it is related to Qing or not, at least a little bit of information can be drawn from his words. Shaking his head, the first elder closed his eyes. He was old, so he was very tired. Allah flew 3,000 kilometers to the west in the direction pointed by the Great Elder, and soon found the Saiyan hidden on the ground. He didn't hesitate, and came directly to the Saiyans. Saiyan! Allah shouted. Vegeta froze and said alertly, "A Namekian. The Elder invites you, please come with me." At this time, Vegeta is far from being affected by the Earthlings and understands responsibility, kindness, and the shadow of revenge, and evil. Hearing Allah's words, Vegeta laughed. It was really the sheep that invited the wolf to his den. It's interesting. Vegeta didn't hesitate and followed Allah directly. As long as they get to the Namekian's nest, these weak people have to hand over the long beads obediently. Soon, the two came to the place where the Great Elder was. Vegeta swept around, realizing that the surrounding Nameks were far less powerful than him, and couldn't help but smile. The sharp-eyed Namekian saw his expression and was already on guard. The young Saiyan who arrived here is far from the gentle aura of the original Master Ching. On the contrary, he seems to be surrounded by a blood-colored background. Elder, the guests are here. When Allah arrived in front of the Great Elder, he called out softly. Vegeta didn't have that much patience anymore. He took a step forward and wanted to ask for a long bead directly. Just when he was about to speak, the Elder opened his eyes. Many years ago, Namek came. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A Saiyan. This sentence directly blocked Vegeta's words in his mouth. Who? He asked curiously. His name is Ao, and he's a powerful Saiyan. Blue. Vegeta was startled for a while, feeling incredible. Young Saiyan, do you know him? We Nameks once helped him, and with his tribe, he also made an agreement with me that this disaster of our Nameks will be solved by Saiyans. Tell me if you were sent by him to help us. The first elder said a few words, so that Vegeta didn't know what to say. He was a little confused at the moment. He was here to rob. Directly snatch the long beads, then make a wish, defeat Frieza, and take revenge. But what's going on now? The Great Elder Ching has always been the person he respects the most, and he is also his only relative after the death of his father. Vegeta still remembers how good Ao was to herself when she was a child. However, it was this person who had already made an agreement with the Namekians. How to let him grab it? Ching, where is Ching? Vegeta, who felt a great headache, asked helplessly. The way things have developed so far, it is impossible to rob. Vegeta wouldn't care if anyone made a promise, but Ao, no. Chapter 697_Glory. Who is Ching? He was once on an equal footing with his father, King Vegeta, and was known as the first warrior of the Saiyan nation. Even among their Saiyans, there were rumors that Ching was the #1 powerhouse in the universe. Frieza appears to be the emperor of the universe, but there are rumors that his brother has already died at the hands of a mysterious space warrior. And his brother is far stronger than Frieza. This also means that the first person in the universe is someone else. Moreover, this person can easily kill Frieza, but he does not shoot. Vegeta was once very suspicious that the person who killed Frieza's brother was Ching. As far as he knows, Ching's strength has always been in an unfathomable realm. Even if he has grown up to now, he still can't see how powerful Ching was at that time. But, so many years have passed. Is he still alive? Ching, is he still alive? Unable to help, Vegeta asked with a complicated expression. The first elder gave Vegeta a strange look. Didn't you send him? Vegeta didn't hide it either, shook his head and said, no. After a pause, he said complicatedly. But he's my uncle. Indeed, in terms of seniority, Ching is his uncle. Well, that's fine, that's fine. On the frowning face of the elder, a smile finally appeared. Your body is surrounded by an evil aura, which causes you to be short-tempered and lose your original nature. You will have to restrain yourself in the future. Otherwise, this will affect your practice. After hesitating for a while, the elder said again. Since you are Ching's junior, I believe in your character. You're here, probably for Longzhu, right? Yes, I want to use the power of Longzhu to defeat Frieza and avenge my Saiyan clan. The power of hatred will not make you strong, and the power of Longzhu is not as mysterious as you think. It cannot give you the power to defeat Frieza. Shaking his head, the elder directly interrupted Vegeta's fantasy. Vegeta's expression changed greatly, her mood was mixed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Longzhu will not give him strong power, so how should his plan to come to Namek and defeat Frieza be implemented? Come here, Ching Jr. Although your body is entangled by evil forces, I still see the tenderness and responsibility in your heart. You are a good boy like Ching. I still have some strength to pull out a shred of potential in your body. The words of the first elder made Vegeta stunned for a moment, and then she was delighted. Can you draw out the potential of my body? He asked loudly. Back then, Ching also had my potential drawn by me. Come on, child, don't resist. Hope you can fight Frieza next and do your best. The elder said with a smile and nodded, and greeted Vegeta with his right hand. Vegeta didn't hesitate either. Because of his cold and careful existence for many years, he saw people clearly, and naturally realized that the old man in front of him had no malice towards him. Immediately, he strode towards the great elder and came to him. Don't resist, boy. The gentle voice came to Vegetal, which made the latter startled, and the body that had been tense was relaxed. The next second, the big elder's huge hand pressed on top of his head. In just an instant, Vegeta felt the power in the depths of his body that he couldn't even find out, rolling out of his body and instilling it into his limbs. He instantly felt refreshed, and there was a feeling that his body was enriched. Power. I really feel the power. Vegeta was excited, and he could clearly feel that the old man really pulled out the power hidden in his body, and his chi was constantly growing. The elder's hand kept pressing on Vegeta's head for nearly 5 minutes before he withdrew his hand. The great elder at this time looked obviously a little tired, and his face was a lot older. Son, I don't have much strength left, I can only help you get here. The words are weak, and the elder is obviously trying his best. Frieza, I hope you can help us fight. You are Ching's junior, and the Nameks choose to trust you. Vegeta did not listen to the words of the first elder. He was immersed in the power that suddenly became stronger, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. Too powerful. What a powerful force. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power of his body rushing, and his expression was excited. With such power, will Kakarot still be my opponent? Frieza, I can go and challenge Frieza. At this moment, Vegeta felt that her body was more than 3 times stronger than before. The sudden and powerful force made his self-confidence burst, and he couldn't control this powerful force at all. Mr. Vegeta, what are you next? The Namekian asked politely. However, Vegeta, with a contemptuous smile, scorned the corners of her mouth. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Frieza, I'll fix it. With just one sentence, Vegeta rose into the sky and disappeared here. 3 minutes later, Vegeta arrived at Frieza's base camp. Looking at the huge aircraft surrounded by many soldiers, Vegeta stood high in the sky, holding her hands in her arms, her eyes showing anger and cold flames. Frieza, after so many years of forbearance, I can finally take revenge on you in person. Muttering these words, Vegeta soared into the sky, drew an arrogance in the air, and rushed towards the aircraft. Enemy attack. In an instant, Frieza's soldiers spotted the raiding Vegeta and shouted loudly. But in an instant, Vegeta's hand rushed out a series of shock waves. Boom 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 boom. The sound of the explosion continued, and a large number of soldiers were directly torn to pieces by the shock wave. Frieza, here comes Vegeta. Restore the glory of the Saiyans of the past, today, I will kill you here. With a loud roar, Vegeta was full of anger, crashed directly into the aircraft, flew up, and headed towards the cockpit. He was fast and swift, and after just 3 breaths, he broke through the blockade and came to Frieza. Vegeta. Frieza, who was short in stature and had a cruel face, turned around slowly, looked at Vegeta with cold eyes, and cried softly. What are you going to do? Chapter 698 _ a choice. With a cold face, a calm tone, and a face that used to be high in Vegeta's heart, although his strength has greatly increased at this moment, he actually feels a strong pressure. Frieza. When the enemy met, Vegeta's strength surged, her eyes were extremely jealous, and she just roared out. Today is your day of death. The second sentence, he shouted loudly, his knees were slightly bent, and the next moment, he was already in front of Frieza, and he threw a heavy punch. In Vegeta's heart, his strength has greatly improved, and this time it is very likely that he will take revenge. He investigated Frieza for many years, and based on various intelligences, he judged that Frieza's combat power was about 200,000. This time, he was attracted by the potential of the Great Elder, and with the accumulation of strength before, he has far exceeded the threshold of 200,000. With such strength, how could he not be able to defeat Frieza? Ha! After a big drink, his fist slammed down, and the fist style was fierce. No matter from which point of view, his punch was extraordinarily powerful. However, a look of disdain flashed across Frieza's eyes. Crack! Just reaching out, Vegeta's arm was firmly grasped, and for a while, Vegeta couldn't move at all. Vegeta's face changed greatly. He found that the short arm was caught on his wrist, and it was as firm as a hoop, making it difficult for him to move. Saiyan, still so stupid. I don't know how high the sky is. A cold voice came from Frieza's mouth, and then, a heavy punch was thrown again, and Vegeta's stomach rushed out with energy, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes widened and his mouth was full of blood. The originally confident and domineering expression turned pale and desperate at this moment. Wrongly judging the strength of the enemy, what are the consequences of returning? Vegeta. You should be very clear. Withdrawing his fist, Frieza coldly looked at Vegeta lying on the ground under his feet, his voice cold and ruthless. Vegeta swallowed, her eyes full of horror. He had misestimated the opponent's combat power, so what would meet him must be destruction and death. However, he doesn't want to die yet. I should have killed you with one punch, but... A playful expression appeared at the corner of Frieza's mouth, looking at Vegeta playfully. However, the Saiyans are left with a few big cats like you. If I kill you again, won't they become extinct? I'll give you one more chance. Now, kneel in front of me, kowtow 3 times, and swear to surrender to me. I'll let you go. The sharp voice came into Vegeta's ears, causing him to tremble all over his body, mixed with emotions such as anger, unwillingness, panic, despair, and so on, making him tremble constantly. How is it, Vegeta? I only give you 10 seconds to think about this. Frieza's expression was very interesting, and he wanted to know what choice the wild monkey under his feet would make in the face of an invincible enemy again and again. He likes to see the expression on the other side who wants to kill him very much, but can't kill him, instead he is terrified of his power. Vegeta clenched her fists and bit her lip, making a very complicated choice in her mind. What's the matter? Kneel down, what is the glory of the Saiyans? If I don't kneel, I'm going to die here now. Who will avenge my father's revenge? This kind of tangle made Vegeta extremely painful. He wanted to tear the person opposite to pieces, but he didn't have enough strength. This powerlessness and unwillingness made him despair. Just when Vegeta was in a desperate situation, on the edge of the distant universe, on a planet with clean air, Yangqing slowly got up with a smile on his face. Very good, 3 drops of energy have been fused to form a new divine power. Yangqing was very happy as he glanced at the 3 drops of blue liquid raindrops floating in the void. After a period of hard work, he finally completed the fusion of 3 drops of energy. Although there are only 3 drops, don't underestimate it. These 3 small drops of fusion energy, after dispersing, combined with Yangqing's body, immediately burst into a terrifying power. This is a way of increasing the power that is unique to the gods, except for the Super Saiyan and Kaiwang Fist modes, and it is a permanent increase. With a wave of his hand, 3 drops of blue energy floated into Yang Qing's eyebrows and merged with him. Buzz. As if the void was shaking, Yang Qing's eyes became extremely sharp. There was no change in the momentum on his body, but the deep majesty seemed to shake even the space. Before he knew it, his power had increased a lot. Having mastered the new divine power, Yang Qing has initially entered the real realm of the Realm King God. Suddenly, Yang Qing's eyes flashed and he turned to look at the far side. Fliza, have you reached Namek yet? Becoming a preparatory realm god, Yang Qing's divinity has risen again. At this moment, except for the status of the Realm King, everything else can be said to be far from the realm. As long as time goes by, he works hard to cultivate the secret arts of the gods, and in time, he will become the new king of the gods. With his right hand suddenly placed between his eyebrows, Yang Qing closed his eyes and began to feel it. After a breath, a smile appeared on his face. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Vegeta. I haven't seen him in a long time. I vaguely remember seeing him last time, when I was a little kid. In an instant, Yang Qing was the first to feel Vegeta's familiar aura. Then, his figure suddenly distorted, and the person had disappeared into the air. At the moment when he disappeared, the Realm King Temple, the Eastern Realm King God was startled. Qing left here, what are you going to do? Lord Kaiwangshan, he seems to be heading to Namek, where Frieza is looking for Longzhu. Jabes figured it out quickly and said softly. Fliza, that cosmic villain, Kaiwangshan said indifferently. Well, that's him. Jabes nodded. Kaiwangshan stopped talking and closed his eyes slightly. Brush. Just as Vegeta was making a difficult decision, a figure suddenly twisted and appeared beside him. The sudden appearance made Frieza immediately alert. Vegeta's reaction was slow, and it took 2 seconds to feel that there was another person in front of him, and he couldn't help but look up slightly. Black weird style clothes, thin body, but, most importantly, that body shape, deep in his heart, is so familiar and impressive. Chapter 699_Disdain. Wow. Before she knew it, Vegeta's eyes shrank. It's hard to tell what kind of feeling Vegeta's heart is feeling at this moment. The joy of reunion after a long absence. Or is it the excitement of dying out? The great Elder Qing's powerful fighting power has always been a heavenly existence in Vegeta's heart. In addition, Vegeta has always regarded the other party as the closest person to the teaching and love that the other party taught and cared for him when he was a child. At this most uncomfortable and difficult moment for me, the other party appeared. Big, great elder. The most proud, Vegeta, who has always raised her head with a cold expression, her eyes were red at this moment, and her heart could not tell what she felt. The figure in front is very thin, but it is so solid. It seems that no matter what difficulties you encounter, as long as the other party is here, then everything can be solved. Yang Qing teleported over according to Vegeta's breath, and in just a moment, he could see the situation here. Involuntarily, the smile on his face turned cold. The vigilant Frieza, and the pained Vegeta lying on the ground, Yang Qing understands without thinking about what all these represent. I really want to slap you to death. But, staring at Frieza with cold eyes, Yang Qing's eyes full of anger put a lot of pressure on Frieza, causing the other party to immediately produce fine beads of sweat on his forehead. With such a huge amount of pressure, who the hell is this kid? Frieza's heart shook violently, and he stared at Yang Qing closely. Slowly bent over and lifted Vegeta up, Yang Qing nodded to the excited Vegeta. Get out of here with me. Just one sentence made Vegeta tremble and tremble again. There is salvation, as long as the Great Elder comes here, then everything will be saved. Glancing at Frieza coldly again, Yang Qing didn't say a word, his killing intent was boiling, and he could not control his emotions at any moment, and the possibility of shooting violently. Who are you? Frieza asked nervously. The other party did not show a trace of strength, but the coercion from the soul made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was the result of Yang Qing's unintentional release of his divinity, which directly oppressed Frieza. A role like you is no longer qualified for me to take action. The anger is still there, but with Yang Qing's power at the moment, it is really overkill to shoot Frieza. He let out a cold sigh, and left the place with Vegeta directly. Frieza clenched his fists, the words that the other party had just said echoed in his mind, and his anger ran wild. Damn boy! Who is it? The power of the other party's faint release made him fearful. Until this moment, recalling the feeling just now, he was completely powerless and completely unable to resist. He understands this feeling because the other party is much stronger than himself. Once, that elder brother also gave him such a feeling. However, the other party is obviously more terrifying than the dead brother. After a full 3 minutes, the trembling from the soul subsided. Frieza touched his forehead, and dense sweat spread over the palm of his right hand. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Although he was angry, he decided not to provoke that weird guy no matter what. The other party's words before he left clearly showed that he looked down on his own strength and would not take action against him. Haha, the master's disdain. Gritting his teeth, Frieza felt humiliated. King Frieza. At this time, the cosmic soldier on the side called carefully. Frieza turned his head, and his indifferent eyes stared directly at the other party. Did you see it just now? Ah, I saw it all. The soldier did not understand, and answered honestly. Huh. A red streamer flashed directly, piercing the soldier's mouth, and Frieza's face was full of ruthlessness and cruelty. Since you see it, go die. He can't tolerate any guy who sees his own failure, these people must die. On the other side, Yang Qing took Vegeta to the top of a mountain. Vegeta, are you okay? Carefully observing the current Vegeta, Yang Qing asked softly, but as he observed, he frowned slightly. Because he has become a real god, Yang Qing's breath is righteous and bright. Even if he has evil thoughts, he will hide or destroy it. At this moment, the evil aura on Vegeta's body is very strong, so Yang Qingxi naturally rejects it. Elder, I'm fine, Vegeta insisted, her face flashing with pain from time to time. Frieza's punch even shattered his internal organs. It's still love to be brave. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Qing stretched out and aimed at Vegeta, and then a faint blue light was released, slowly healing Vegeta's injuries. In just 1 minute, all the scars on Vegeta's body receded, and the latter looked at the elder in surprise. Elder, you are just like a god, you are amazing. It is completely incomprehensible that a powerful Saiyan warrior can even help people heal wounds, which is simply too bizarre. Quote. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Oh, I am God now. When Yang Qing saw the acquaintance, he also laughed and joked. Vegeta's eyes were immediately filled with admiration. For him, the mighty great elder had always been the person he admired the most. On the one hand, it comes from the ideas that his father King Vegeta instilled in him when he was young. On the other hand, it is because Yang Qing was really good to Vegeta back then. The two chatted with each other for a while, and when they understood that Vegeta had dared to go to Frieza to fight, Yang Qing said to Vegeta in a condensed voice. With your current strength, it's still too difficult to defeat Frieza. Unless you turn into a Super Saiyan, there is still a silver lining. Super Saiyan. Vegeta said in shock. Yes, after a Saiyan has cultivated for a certain period of time, he can awaken the blood in his body, guide the blood in his body in a way, and then transform into a Super Saiyan. In this state, your combat power will increase by dozens, hundreds of times. Vegeta, who was listening to Yang Qing's speech, was completely stunned at this time. He's far from a new star, he's been growing around Frieza, and he's never heard of a Saiyan in such a state. Then, how do you turn into a Super Saiyan? This is exactly why I am looking for you this time. Chapter 700 _ Opportunity. Yang Qing's words were full of seriousness, and Vegeta was stunned all of a sudden, and then the latter became even more excited. Big Elder, you want to teach me to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's heart was full of shock and joy. Regarding Super Saiyans, he actually knew when he was a child. At that time, his father was a powerful Super Saiyan. And his father's teacher is the Great Elder in front of him. Now, is it finally your turn? As for Yang Qing, looking at Vegeta's excited face at the moment, her heart was filled with emotion. He still remembered the same excitement when King Vegeta heard that he was going to teach him to transform. The faces of the two are very similar at this moment, and Yang Qing's eyes overlapped, as if he had become one person. King Vegeta. Muttering a sentence, Yang Qing's eyes were a little erratic. He thought of all the happy things he had with King Vegeta when he was on Star Vegeta. Unfortunately, these are many years ago. Vegeta, it's his continuation. Heart sighed, but Yang Qing was helpless. He knew that in this world, Vegeta's time was running out. And he can do nothing. The inertia of a universe space-time is extremely huge, even the gods can't reverse it. In the face of the general trend, what can he do as the preparing realm king god? He is a god and should obey the laws of the universe, not rebel. And, even if he resisted, he couldn't do it. Above the Kaiwang god, there is the more powerful god of destruction, and above the god of destruction, there is the even more powerful king of destruction. In the face of such a progressive class, the first level is stronger than the first level, and at this moment, he simply cannot defy it. However, with small changes, I can still do it. Even if you inevitably die, but before that, you were an indomitable Saiyan warrior. Shin said softly. Yang Qing smiled and said to Vegeta. Yes, your strength has reached this level, and you only need an opportunity next. The opportunity? Vegeta wondered, what is the opportunity? Angry. You have to get angry. Yang Qing said in a condensed voice. Angry. Vegeta looked blank. He has been angry countless times in his life, but he has never felt that anger has helped him. Come on, you have a battle with me. During the battle, try to recall your most angry scenes and get angry as quickly as possible. Yang Qingfei fell from the top of the mountain. Vegeta followed closely. Although the latter was puzzled, he still decided to do as the elder said. Ha! With a loud roar, Vegeta's whole body was turbulent, and the surrounding sand was rolled up. Seeing this scene, Yang Qing frowned. The control of breath is too vain. At this point in his practice, even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he will rarely have any effect on the things around him. Even if it is fighting an opponent, it will rarely destroy the rest of the things. This is the control ability of the gods, and it can achieve perfect 100% control over power. And Shia, at present, is also perfectly capable of mastering his own power to perfection. On the other hand, Vegeta didn't even grasp his own power, and his attack power was instantly discounted by more than half. However, the most important thing at the moment is to transform Vegeta into a Super Saiyan. Yang Qing also suppressed the thought in his heart and beckoned to Vegeta. Come on, Vegeta, attack me with your greatest strength, don't worry. I'll try my best not to hurt you. Saying that, there was a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. This was intentional, arousing the anger of the other party. Sure enough, although Vegeta respected Yang Qing, but seeing the other party's disdain, she was still on fire. After shouting loudly, Vegeta, with a powerful aura all over her body, rushed directly in front of Yang Qing, and suddenly punched out. The latter's expression remained the same, and there was no turbulent wave between his hands. Yang Qing was the one that hit Vegeta's fist. Buzz. The void trembled, the strong wind blew up, and Vegeta's complexion changed dramatically. He was directly lifted 3 kilometers by an invisible force, and slammed into the mountain behind him heavily. Too weak. Yang Qing spoke lightly, his face full of awe-inspiring looking down. Are you capable of that? Vegeta. What do you want to change like this? What are you going to do? With 2 words, Vegeta let out a loud roar again. Her eyes were already red. He is weak and unable to accomplish anything. In the past 10 years, it has always been the deepest shadow in his mind. After waiting for so many years, he finally thought that he had accumulated enough strength and went to find Frieza, but was directly slapped in the face. If it wasn't for the elder, he would have lost his life. However, this has been hidden in his heart. This is a humiliation, a shame. But now, this shame has been spoken out by the person he most respects. This powerful contrast and excitement immediately made Vegeta furious. I'm going to kill you. With a loud roar, Vegeta charged again. However, Yangqing still waved his hand calmly, and Vegeta was waved back again. Weak ants, you are too weak. The anger, the boiling, the burning anger, kept pounding in Vegeta's heart, making his whole being. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. His aura began to soar. Because of his anger, his strength continued to rise, and the airflow around his body was even more ferocious. It's not enough, your anger. With a boom, Vegeta was punched in the face by Yangqing and flew out again. Again, you need to be more angry. Vegeta's anger caused him to tremble, and the turbulent airflow around his body became unusually vigorous. He rushed out again, but Yangqing waved his hand coldly, but easily waved his leg again. Why am I so weak? He finally recognized the strength of the other party and the weakness of his own. I'm not reconciled to my weakness, I'm not reconciled, I can't do anything. I want to get stronger. At this moment, Vegeta's unwillingness, strong thirst and desire for power were actually merged with his anger, and then burst out. Crackling. The golden lightning began to shine, and Vegeta's anger was so intense that he calmed down. He no longer trembled, no more emotional swings. At this moment, his heart was unusually calm. Vegeta was aware of his state, but he had no other emotions. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 701-720. Chapter 701_appropriate. Poof. Blonde hair, eyebrows, pale green eyes, and lightning bolts all around him. The state of the Super Saiyan is directly reflected in Vegeta. Vegeta, who was extremely angry, at this moment, really transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yangqing also noticed the other party's state, and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Very good, you succeeded. Vegeta's face was cold and she felt her power at the moment, but she felt that she had never been stronger than she is now. Blonde hair, eyebrows, and pale green pupils gave him the ruthlessness of a predator. What's more terrifying is his emotions. He couldn't feel any other emotions except the desire to fight. The desire, thirst, and desire of the heart to destroy are extremely powerful at this moment. The powerful force brought him the urge to destroy the world. I want to fight you. Vegeta didn't even call the Chief Elder because of the big change in his temperament that he had just turned into a Saiyan. Yangqing also understood. His eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Come on, so that you know your own inadequacies. Vegeta let out a loud roar, and her figure disappeared immediately. Its speed was 10 times faster than before, almost like lightning, and appeared directly in front of Yangqing. However, when he threw a punch, what greeted him was an unattainable, insurmountable sense of distance like a mountain and a peak. Crack! A hand grabbed his wrist firmly and directly, making him unable to move at all. Vegeta's heart did not fluctuate, and the other fist was clenched and swung out again. However, as the previous scene happened again, Yangqing's other hand directly grabbed him tightly. Hee hee. The smile on the other side's face suddenly appeared, giving Vegeta a hint of danger. However, it's too late. Bang. He didn't see exactly how the opponent made the move, he only felt that he had been hit hard on the stomach. After that, the strength of his entire body was almost dissipated, and the golden light and powerful aura on his body had all disappeared. With just one punch, all of his strength was wiped clean. Ah! Holding his stomach, Vegeta took a few steps back with a painful face, and then fell softly to the ground. When Vegeta returned to his original state, all the previous emotions returned to him, and he looked at Yang Qing with a look of shock and fear. Such power is simply invincible. While realizing that you are strong, you must also deeply understand that you are far from being strong enough. Slightly meaningful words came out of Yang Qing's mouth, and immediately after Vegeta's blurred vision, the familiar figure slowly disappeared. Yang Qing's punch was not heavy, it only temporarily lost Vegeta's strength. After 10 minutes, he will naturally wake up. He got up and flew towards the place where the great elder of Namek was. Yang Qing had never forgotten the promise of this old man. After all, when he was weak, the other party really helped him a lot. Such kindness cannot be forgotten at all. In just a short while, Yang Qing arrived at the place where the great elder was. Just appearing in the room just now, the great elder, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately trembled, and then opened his eyes. "Qing, is that you?" the elder said with some excitement. "It's me," Yang Qing nodded. "After so many years, you don't even feel old at all. On the other hand, I'm on the verge of death, and I will die soon," Elder Namek exclaimed. Yang Qing is still in her 20s at this moment. After becoming a god, she has a long life expectancy, and it is basically impossible to die if there are no accidents. When a person dies, he just goes to another world. Life and death are nothing but the cycle of all things. Smiling lightly, Yang Qing said softly. Hearing Yang Qing say this, the great elder's eyes lit up. "I see, haha." Inexplicably, the first elder became happy, and then he asked again in a vague way. "I feel your breath is a little different, don't you already?" "Yes, I have become a god." Without hiding anything, Yang Qing nodded directly. The great elder's face showed a hint of shock, and then he laughed again. "It seems that after I die, we can still see each other." Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he understood why the elder said so. "Don't worry, the elders, with my ability, let you keep your original body and continue to survive, but it's just a trivial matter." The first elder said that he wanted to be alternate, nothing more than want Yang Qing to help him restore his original body, and then exist in the heaven. It is indeed a trivial matter for Yang Qing to prepare the identity of the Realm King. The gods in the sky, who can't give Yang Qing a face. "Haha, then thank you so much, Qing." The elder was completely relaxed. A person has already arranged the problems after death, so there is nothing to worry about. Naturally he is very calm. "So, are you here to help us Namek survive this catastrophe?" After a little silence, the elder asked seriously again. "This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading." "It's not me who saves Namek, but please rest assured, this time Namek will definitely survive this catastrophe," Yang Qing said with certainty. Slightly startled, the elder nodded. From his understanding, perhaps after Yang Qing became a god, he had many scruples and was not suitable to take action. In fact, Yang Qing completely ignored Frieza and regarded it as a training for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After that, Yang Qing left this place. With a twist, he returned to Earth. The start of the Frieza War indicates that this era will undergo great changes, and relatives on Earth must be properly arranged. The appearance of Yang Qing made Yi Qi, Saya and others naturally excited again. "Qing, you're not here, so I don't know, there was a terrible battle a few days ago. A Saiyan came to Earth, and the aftermath of their battle shook the whole Earth. I almost thought the Earth was going to be destroyed. But it scared the baby to death." Yi Qi's words made Yang Qing shake his head and laugh. That Saiyan is naturally Vegeta, and the other one who opposes it is undoubtedly Sun Wukong. Speaking of which, Sun Wukong at the moment should still be on his way to Namek. Thinking of this, Yang Qing's eyes flashed. In the original book, the beginning of the sudden increase in Sun Wukong's strength was also this battle. Chapter 702 What about Kakarot? Sun Wukong, who has been growing gradually on the earth, when he came to the universe, it was as if the power of the wild in his body was opened, and on the basis of accumulation, he burst out with unparalleled potential. This potential propels him, constantly pushing towards higher ground. In the vast universe, an aircraft is moving fast. In the cabin of the aircraft, the lights were dimly lit, and a man with a naked upper body, covered in sweat, let out a slight sigh, and his figure kept moving, punching, kicking, push-ups, standing up and squatting, crunches, any high-pressure body training that can cause a splendor to the body, he has done it again and again. Hoo-hoo. Breathing slightly, sweat dripped from his body to the ground, making a crisp sound. He is well proportioned, with 8 strong abdominal muscles, strong and evenly distributed in his arms, legs, and legs. His every move showed an extremely harmonious state, as if just throwing a fist, it would make people feel that the fist should be thrown out and retracted like him. After countless trials, Sun Wukong's physical combat power has grown to an unimaginable level. As the journey to Namek is getting closer and closer, Sun Wukong's combat power shows an explosive growth. The aircraft pierced the vacuum of the universe and moved forward in the direction of Namek. During this period, Sun Wukong's cultivation never stopped. Vegeta's strength and Frieza's pressure made him excited but nervous. Under such pressure, it also gave him great motivation to fight. Namekian, after Vegeta woke up from a coma, he found that the elder had left here. After a slight stunned moment, his eyes glowed with gratitude. He naturally knew that the elder deliberately said those words before, just to provoke him. The purpose was to arouse the anger of the Saiyan in his heart and turn him into a Super Saiyan. When he woke up at this time, Vegeta naturally realized that he had succeeded. He has successfully transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, his strength has really grown substantially, and he is finally able to face the mighty Frieza. Slowly standing up, Vegeta's eyes showed a confident and fierce light. Super Saiyan, this is a powerful force, he must try his best to master it. First of all, what he has to do is to experiment. The sudden power makes him like a dream, and he needs to know whether the dream is real. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta glared abruptly, wrapping her fists around her waist. Aha! With a loud roar, the momentum on his body expanded violently, and the violent airflow caused the surrounding dust to rise, and even more dust gathered into a cyclone and swirled around him towards the sky. His breath has been expanding, and golden lightning currents began to appear, but until the end, the Super Saiyan mode still did not appear, which made Vegeta's face darken. Not yet stable. In an instant, Vegeta understood the reason for this state. He didn't fully grasp the power of Super Saiyan, it was just a transformation in anger. It can only be said that he has just stepped into this field, it is only 1 foot away. Still need to keep practicing. Closing her eyes, Vegeta began to recall the scene of the battle with the Great Elder. Before I knew it, half an hour passed. The breeze hung gently, and the area he was in was a plain, sparsely populated, and did not bother him. Suddenly, Vegeta opened her eyes. That's how it feels. Boom. The next second, the violent airflow rushed into the sky again, and golden lightning began to wrap around Vegeta's body, and his chi also changed, turning golden. At this moment, Vegeta seemed to have become a small one. The sun is like the sun, and the whole body is shining with bright gold, and the eyes of those who are stabbed can't be opened. Poof. Finally, his hair stood up and turned golden, his eyebrows also became golden, and his pupils turned pale green. Transforming into Super Saiyan mode again, Vegeta has a different feeling. The desire for destruction have been reduced a lot. However, my mind is much clearer than before. This is the calmest state. Is it a Super Saiyan? It is indeed the strongest warrior of my Saiyan. He clenched his fists violently, and the violent force directly shattered the air, making an explosive sound. Vegeta felt her own power, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth again. However, after more than 10 breaths, the golden Super Saiyan went out with a poof, and returned to its original state again. It's still unstable, I need a period of familiarity and control. After thinking for a while, Vegeta's face had a hint of pride and pride. During this time, there will be very little confidence from Prince Vegeta, who is very sure that he can master this new power in a very short time. Flying up, Vegeta decided to find a secluded place and start practicing. As long as it didn't take long, he would be able to get acquainted with the Super Saiyan, and then... Eyes narrowed, Vegeta's smile this time was a little cold. Challenge Frieza again. Yes, Saiyans will never give in. He has transformed into a Super Saiyan and will no longer be afraid of Frieza. Flying fast in the air, Vegeta suddenly froze. He felt a familiar aura, and then turned his head to the west position, and his eyes quickly appeared. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A small point. That bald boy, and Kakarot's son. With a playful look in his eyes, Vegeta changed direction and slammed towards the two of Krillin. Buzz. The air trembled because of his high-speed flight, and in the next second, his body was already floating above Krillin and Son Gohan. Yes, it's you. Seeing Vegeta, Krillin was visibly frightened. How ferocious this guy on Earth is. He can see clearly, even Wukong is not his opponent. It's really bad luck to meet this guy here at this time. I'm in a good mood today, and I won't shoot at you two weak chickens. Vegeta spoke with a sneer. Where's Kakarot? Being defeated by a lower-level warrior has always been a thorn in Vegeta's heart, so his first thought after improving his strength was to defeat this opponent and prove his strength. For this purpose, even Frieza can be temporarily put aside. Chapter 703 Feel the Power of a Saiyan. Under the tension, Klein did not speak, but Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Dad is coming to Namek soon. Don't be arrogant, you bad guy. Oh, Kakarot isn't with you. Vegeta, however, noticed the meaning of Son Gohan's mouth, and couldn't help but laugh. Krillin immediately covered Sun Wukong's mouth, sweating profusely. Oops, since he knew that Wukong was not here, wouldn't it be possible for us to take action at any time? Haha, since I'm not with you, I'm too lazy to take care of you two reptiles. Be careful, don't be beaten into scum by Frieza's men. Leaving a sarcastic sentence, Vegeta turned around and left. This guy, he really didn't take action against us. Looking at Vegeta's back, Krillin was a little surprised. Uncle Kling, he seems to be a little different from before. Son Gohan said hesitantly. Different. Kaylin was stunned for a moment, and then he thought about it. He also felt that seeing each other again, there was indeed something different from before. After Vegeta left, he found a mountain and valley and began to practice Super Saiyan. His talent is outstanding, and he has the purest blood of Saiyans, but his foundation is no better than that of Sun Wukong, and his cultivation method is also monotonous and boring, so his progress is slow. But compared to others, it is surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, time passed. On this day, Vegeta let out a loud roar, and a golden light erupted from his whole body. The golden light was extremely dazzling, and along with the golden light, the aura on his body was also constantly strong, as if it were endless. Gradually, the two mountains began to rumble, and finally there was an explosion, which was directly blown into dust by the powerful breath that erupted from his body. This vast aura, as dazzling as the sun's rays, made the space within a radius of 3 kilometers tremble. Finally, got it. A low voice came from the dust, and then, footsteps sounded, and Vegeta strode out. His hair returned to black, and it was in its original form at the moment. With a contemptuous smile on his face, Vegeta, who has mastered the state of Super Saiyan, is bursting with confidence at this moment. It's time to learn Frieza. Flying up, Vegeta turned into a ray of light and disappeared here instantly. 3 minutes later, Vegeta's eyes were startled, and she suddenly raised her head to look at the distant horizon. There, the sky was gray, and the clouds were dense. In the depths of the clouds, there were golden snake-like thunder and lightning shuttling and meandering. What was even more terrifying was that the two groups of powerful auras were constantly colliding, and the aftermath of their collision erupted with layers of ripples, spreading in all directions, turning into a gust of wind, making the rivers boil, the sea roaring, and setting off huge waves. That's Frieza. In an instant, Vegeta's pupils shrank, and she recognized that the powerful evil aura was Frieza. He is so powerful. At this moment, Frieza was far stronger than his mind, and the strength detected by the intelligence shocked Vegeta. Who is the other person who fought Frieza like this? He was amazed, his heart was full of curiosity, the breath all over his body swelled, and he again accelerated towards the direction of the battle between the two. As the distance got closer, the figure in front became clearer and clearer. In addition to Frieza, another figure surrounded by red flames, well-proportioned and strong, kept attacking Frieza. Kakarot. A figure that completely exceeded Vegeta's expectations appeared in his eyes, and Vegeta felt incredible the moment the red figure appeared on his face. He's so powerful. He originally thought that he would become a Super Saiyan when he fell in love with the bookstore. He should have left Sun Wukong far behind his ass and buttocks. The kid who defeated him originally was nothing at all. However, after seeing Sun Wukong again at this moment, Vegeta's heart trembled. This kid won't transform into a Super Saiyan yet. Vegeta clearly discerned that under normal conditions, the opponent had far surpassed him. This made his heart not know what to feel, but felt extremely complicated. Gritting her teeth, Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Kakarot, Frieza is my opponent, the Prince of the Saiyans, it's me. With a sudden burst of air, Vegeta accelerated again and charged towards the sky over there. 10 minutes later, Vegeta came to Sora where the two were fighting. This is a lake area surrounded by mountains, and the battle between Frieza and Sun Wukong is right above the lake at this moment. Ha! A fierce collision caused the lake under their feet to vibrate, followed by the depression of the lake water, and then it swelled up violently, splashing the entire sky with water droplets. I really don't care about it. As soon as Vegeta came here, he saw that the two of them clearly noticed him, but they didn't care at all. They were still fighting, their eyes trembled, and their hearts became angry. Alright, let you see my new power. Frieza, Kakarot, you both are going to die. With a loud roar, golden rays of light burst out, illuminating the entire sky. Vegeta's breath instantly became dozens of times stronger. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Colored hair, eyebrows, pale green pupils, at this moment, let him show a terrible majesty. A terrifying aura was rippling around, and this powerful aura really made Sun Wukong and Frieza stop the battle in an instant and quickly retreated. Vegeta. Both of them looked at Vegeta in amazement, completely unaware that the other party had not seen each other for a while, and that there would be such a powerful force. Especially Frieza. Sun Wukong doesn't know Vegeta's state at the moment, but he is very clear. The same state as King Vegeta at that time. Frieza's pupils contracted, staring at Vegeta. Super Saiyan. Frieza, Kakarot, you are so arrogant. Vegeta said coldly to the two of them. He first aimed at Monkey King. Kakarot, I'll take care of you later. Now, Frieza, die. With a loud roar, Vegeta looked at Frieza, her entire body suddenly accelerated, her face frantic and hideous. In just an instant, he appeared in front of Frieza and punched. Bang! The extremely fast speed and enormous strength made Frieza fly out immediately. Feel the power of the Saiyans, chop. I'm going to kill you. That's it, Super Saiyan. Chapter 705_It's the same. Another voice stood in the void, stared at the field for a moment, and nodded slightly. It's the beginning. These two people, one wearing a Saiyan-specific combat uniform, and the other wearing a strange black costume, it is Saya and Yangqing. Vegeta is not Frieza's opponent. The protagonist of this battle is Sun Wukong in the end. After sweeping the scene, Yangqing was sure. This kid has turned into a Super Saiyan, but he's still not Frieza's opponent. Sai was a little surprised. For Frieza, Saiyan people know that he is very powerful, but what kind of power he is not clear. For Frieza's strength, they are all general. This is the first step for Sun Wukong to become stronger, and it is also the decisive battle for the Saiyans to restore their former glory. With memories in his eyes, Yang Qing said with emotion. In this battle, he can't participate in the battle, although he can kill Frieza with one finger, but no matter what, he can't take it lightly. In the field, the boiling water droplets finally erupted, and all the Qigong waves that Vegeta swung down exploded at this moment. The sky above the lake completely became a white mist, and the mist filled thousands of meters, covering their figures. In such a fairyland-like scene, the lake boiled violently. Buzzing. The lake water was shaking violently, boiling, and countless bubbles evaporated, and the entire lake seemed to be evaporated by the high temperature at this moment. Vegeta, who was standing in the sky, suddenly changed his face and looked at the bottom of the lake. He felt a powerful force awakening. I don't want to waste time, you wild monkeys have completely angered me. Frieza's icy voice came from below, and this gloomy tone made the temperature seem to be a few degrees colder. Wow! All the lake water suddenly rolled back upwards, rising towards the sky, and instantly turned into strips of water, roaring and swept up, and large swaths of water droplets boiled. A powerful breath surged out from Frieza's body. His power made space bow his head at this moment, and his terrifying aura made Vegeta and Sun Wukong's faces change in an instant. His anger is growing at a very terrifying rate. Sun Wukong said solemnly. Even more frightening is that Frieza's shape is also changing. He is shrinking, his body has become smooth and streamlined. The strong wind was blowing, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Kaylin and others couldn't even stand on the ground, and they were blown up. A powerful shock wave suddenly rushed out of Frieza's body, spreading in all directions, and a large rumbling sound came out. The lake water was blown directly to the sky, hanging upside down to the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, I didn't know where it went. Buzz! This shock wave slammed mightily, flying towards all directions, and a large area of the ground was scraped away, revealing the position of the third layer of the three-color soil layer. The earth seemed to be torn open directly, revealing its surface. This kind of aura grew, and the shock wave spread for nearly 20 breaths before calming down. At this time, Frieza and Sun Wukong just looked down solemnly. There, a short figure was standing there quietly. His cold eyes and emotionless eyes all indicated that it was Frieza who transformed into the third stage. At this time, after experiencing the energy shock of the transformation process, Frieza seemed extremely calm, but under this calm, there was a monstrous terror. Wild monkey, why is there no sound? The indifferent eyes looked directly at Vegeta, who was in shock in the sky, and Frieza's eyes were killing intent. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and a flash of anger flashed. Frieza! He called out, but didn't act rashly. Any fool can see that Frieza's state is not right at the moment. Don't you dare to do it. There was a hint of mockery on the corner of his mouth. Frieza stared at Vegeta, his cold eyes made Vegeta tremble immediately. Then I'm here. As soon as the voice fell, Frieza's figure distorted and disappeared. Huh! In Vegeta's shocked pupils, a figure appeared in an instant and punched him. Boom! With just one punch, it hit Vegeta directly, knocking it down. Vegeta hit the ground, and the ground was shaking with terrifying power, and he himself was a little stunned by the punch. Shaking his head and standing up slowly, Vegeta actually found that the aura around him seemed to be scattered a little. This guy. He finally realized clearly that Frieza was far more powerful than himself. Buzz! The air suddenly trembled. Vegeta raised her head suddenly, and immediately saw Frieza's grim face. You! Vegeta was startled and did not speak. The weak wild monkey, has the arrogance and arrogance past. Frieza sneered and slapped. Crack! Vegeta was taken a few steps back, and before he could react, Frieza's heavy punch hit him in the stomach again, making his face change, showing a painful color. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Bend down. But Frieza's attack wasn't over yet, followed by another savage elbow strike at his back. With a bang, the rocks under his feet were shattered, and Vegeta was hit directly on the ground. The golden color on his head disappeared instantly, returning to white, his cheeks were pale, and he became extremely weak, and there was blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Weak, but ignorant. Welcome to your death. This time, no one will save you. Frieza's icy voice resounded above Vegeta's head, causing her complexion to tremble and her heart to tremble with fear. As he said, this time, no one will save him again. He was about to take a few steps forward and smash Vegeta's head with one foot, but at this moment, a screeching sound sounded, followed by the expanding energy wave bombarding his back. Turtle School Qigong Wave. The sound was very loud, and it was Sun Wukong who made it. It was this Qigong wave that interrupted Frieza's ongoing movements, making his face look colder. There is always someone looking for death, no matter what, it's just two wild monkeys, whoever dies first, who dies later. It's all the same. Then, he slowly turned around. At this moment, the two figures face each other. Frieza's face was cold, and the corners of his mouth were contemptuous. Sun Wukong looked serious, and was posing as if he was sending out a turtle-style Qigong wave. Chapter 706_I am angry. Sun Wukong's strong shot made Frieza's eyes move directly from Vegeta's body to his surroundings. With his hands forward, Sun Wukong's face was solemn, and he could feel the powerful momentum of the enemy from far away. This is the terror beyond the imposing manner just now. The pressure from the other party makes his forehead full of sweat. But somehow, in his heart, the burning fighting spirit did not go out, instead it burned even higher. So strong. This kind of pressure actually made me feel excited. I really want to fight him. It has to be said that some people are born warriors. In the face of a strong enemy, they never back down. Instead, they can make their hearts full of fighting spirit, thus bursting out even more powerful forces. There is no doubt that Sun Wukong is such a person. His heart is trembling and shaking at the moment. Under this tension, pressure, and excitement, his whole body is shaking slightly. In the next moment, Frieza's figure suddenly rushed into the sky, and the terrifying speed directly caused a sonic boom, like a muffled thunder. In an instant, Frieza's body appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Die, wild monkey. As soon as Frieza appeared, he grinned and punched. So strong. Only when he faced it in person did Sun Wukong realize the pressure Vegeta faced just now. His body was stiff for a moment, which was caused by the opponent's powerful momentum. But in just a moment, it returned to its previous appearance. Like this. Fight. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's face became extremely ferocious, and a scorching red air column suddenly rushed out of his body. With a boom, everything in his body seemed to be on fire, heading towards the sky. Jia Wong Fist, 30 times. With a loud roar, the crimson flames around Sun Wukong's body were as high as 30 meters, and the surging arrogance made his breath greatly increase in an instant. This scene shook the face of Frieza, who was full of confidence. How is that possible? It strengthened so much in an instant. Bang! The fists of the two collided fiercely, causing a large space to distort, and invisible ripples paused, and then spread out. The place where the ripples swept, formed a strong wind and roared out. There was a large shock wave impact, the infinite airflow was shaking, and a large piece of dust was rolled up. Kaylin and the others, who were watching the battle from a distance of 1,000 meters, shouted loudly and were rolled into the sky in an instant, and they used chi to control their figure before they stabilized. A fist collided, and the eyes of the two were staring at each other fiercely. Look how much power you have. Frieza punched again, 2 punches like a chain of guns, constantly attacking Sun Wukong. His attack is fierce, and every punch is full force, forming a gust of wind, lightning and thunder. Sun Wukong was sweating profusely, and the red flames were burning, giving him a steady stream of strength, and collided with Frieza again and again. However, Jia Wong Fist is only a means of exploding chi. His physical strength is doubled. The higher the Jia Wang fist, the more serious the consumption of his body. After a short period of 10 breaths, Sun Wukong already felt exhausted. He had already fought against Frieza before, and at this time, he once again forced the potential in his body to reach its limit. It's getting to the limit. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong desperately followed Frieza's attack and kept retreating. The figures of the two were moving fast in the sky, but it could also be clearly seen that Sun Wukong was at a disadvantage. That kid can't do it anymore, he can't hold on for long by forcing his potential. Saya stared at Sun Wukong and shook his head. In this state, he really can't hold it anymore. Will it explode next? Yang Qing nodded, thinking about it. At this point in the plot, there has been a slight change. Vegeta's birth has interrupted the original battle. At this time, whether Sun Wukong can break out and transform into a Super Saiyan, even he does not know. Wow! Finally, the arrogance of Sun Wukong all over the field suddenly extinguished, his face became pale, and then, Frieza punched his face hard, and directly knocked him to the ground. I said, it's all the same, you're done, wild monkey. Only 3 minutes of blood, can't it be done now? Seeing Sun Wukong struggling to get up on the ground, Frieza sneered and sneered. He turned his gaze to Vegeta again, seeing that she was also lying on the ground at the moment. It was very difficult, and he couldn't help but smile again. This feeling of being stronger than everyone makes him very proud, and disdainful. No fun. He spit out 2 words coldly, his eyes flashed, and he saw the 2 Qilin who were trying to act in vain. It's interesting to have 2 little mice. Slowly raising his finger, Frieza pointed to Krillin. At this moment, Sun Wukong struggled to see this scene. His heart immediately trembled, and a great panic filled his heart. No. He was very aware of the consequences of Qilin being attacked by this blow, and his heart was terrified and worried. However, Frieza obviously didn't care about his mood. The red light from his right hand bloomed, and the sound of boom penetrated directly through his X. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Iong mouth. Ah. Until now, Kalen still hadn't noticed what he looked like. He only felt a pain in his body, and his vitality was rapidly draining. Uncle Krillin. Sun Wufan screamed in horror and sadness. Kalen, who was standing, quickly dissipated the light from his eyes, and his body fell softly. And Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground and saw this scene with his own eyes, was completely stunned. At this moment, it is impossible to describe how he felt in his heart. Anger, fear, nervousness, worry. This complex emotion made the potential in his body fully unlocked in an instant. Immediately after, lightning bolts came down from the sky. Golden rays of light erupted from Sun Wukong's body, fine lightning appeared around his body, and his hair began to change between black and gold. Slowly, Sun Wukong also stood up. His eyes were cold and cruel, and the whole person gave a feeling of extreme unease. What is even more frightening is that in Frieza's surprised eyes, his breath is growing at a terrifying speed. In just an instant, he reached the level of using the King's Fist, and then immediately surpassed it. Chapter 706 I Am Angry. Sun Wukong's strong shot made Frieza's eyes move directly from Vegeta's body to his surroundings. With his hands forward, Sun Wukong's face was solemn, and he could feel the powerful momentum of the enemy from far away. This is the terror beyond the imposing manner just now. The pressure from the other party makes his forehead full of sweat. But somehow, in his heart, the burning fighting spirit didn't go out, instead it burned even higher. So strong. This kind of pressure actually made me feel excited. I really want to fight him. I have to say that some people are born warriors. In the face of a powerful enemy, they never back down. Instead, they can make the fighting spirit in their hearts overflow, and thus burst out even more powerful forces. There is no doubt that Sun Wukong is such a person. His heart is trembling and shaking at the moment. Under this tension, pressure, and excitement, his whole body is shaking slightly. In the next moment, Frieza's figure suddenly rushed into the sky, and the terrifying speed directly caused a sonic boom, like a muffled thunder. In an instant, Frieza's body appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Die, wild monkey! As soon as Frieza appeared, he grinned and punched. So strong. Only when he faced it in person did Sun Wukong realize the pressure Vegeta faced just now. His body was stiff for a moment, which was caused by the opponent's powerful momentum. But in just a moment, it returned to its previous appearance. Like this. Fight! Suddenly, Sun Wukong's face became extremely ferocious, and a scorching red air column suddenly rushed out of his body. With a boom, everything in his body seemed to be on fire, heading towards the sky. Jia Wong Fist, 30 times. With a loud roar, the crimson flames around Sun Wukong's body were as high as 30 meters, and the surging arrogance made his breath greatly increase in an instant. This scene shook the face of Frieza, who was full of confidence. How is that possible? It strengthened so much in an instant. Bang! The fists of the two collided fiercely, causing a large space to distort, and invisible ripples paused, and then spread out. The place where the ripples swept, formed a strong wind and roared out. There was a large shock wave impact, the infinite airflow was shaking, and a large piece of dust was rolled up. Kaylin and the others, who were watching the battle from a distance of 1,000 meters, shouted loudly and were rolled into the sky in an instant, and they used chi to control their figure before they stabilized. A fist collided, and the eyes of the two were staring at each other fiercely. Look how much power you have. Frieza punched again, 2 punches like a chain of guns, constantly attacking Sun Wukong. His attack is fierce, and every punch is full force, forming a gust of wind, lightning and thunder. Sun Wukong was sweating profusely, and the red flames were burning, giving him a steady stream of strength, and collided with Frieza again and again. However, Jia Wong Fist is only a means of exploding chi. His physical strength is doubled. The higher the Jia Wong Fist, the more serious the consumption of his body. After a short period of 10 breaths, Sun Wukong already felt exhausted. He had already fought against Frieza before, and at this time, he once again forced the potential in his body to reach its limit. It's getting to the limit. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong desperately followed Frieza's attack and kept retreating. The figures of the two were moving fast in the sky, but it could also be clearly seen that Sun Wukong was at a disadvantage. That kid can't do it anymore, he can't hold on for long by forcing his potential. Saya stared at Sun Wukong and shook his head. In this state, he really can't hold it anymore. Will it explode next? Yang Qing nodded, thinking about it. At this point in the plot, there has been a slight change. Vegeta's birth has interrupted the original battle. At this time, whether Sun Wukong can break out and transform into a Super Saiyan, even he does not know. Wow! Finally, the arrogance of Sun Wukong in the field suddenly extinguished, his face became pale, and then, Frieza punched his face hard, and directly knocked him to the ground. I said, it's all the same, you're done, wild monkey. Only 3 minutes of blood, can't it be done now? Seeing Sun Wukong struggling to get up on the ground, Frieza sneered and sneered. He turned his gaze to Vegeta again, seeing that she was also lying on the ground at the moment. It was very difficult, and he couldn't help but smile again. This feeling of being stronger than everyone makes him very proud, and disdainful. No fun. He spit out 2 words coldly, his eyes flashed, and he saw the 2 Keelan who were trying to act in vain. It's interesting to have 2 little mice. Slowly raising his finger, Frieza pointed to Krillin. At this moment, Sun Wukong struggled to see this scene, his heart immediately trembled, and a great panic filled his heart. No. He knew very well in his heart that Kaylin was afraid and worried about the consequences of this attack. However, Frieza obviously didn't care about his mood. A red light bloomed in his right hand, and with a boom sound, Wen Klein couldn't react at all. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Straight through his mouth. Ah! Until now, Kalen still hadn't noticed what he looked like. He only felt a pain in his body, and his vitality was rapidly draining. Uncle Krillin! Sun Wukong cried out in horror and sadness. Kalen, who was standing originally, quickly dissipated the light in his eyes, and his body fell softly. And Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground and saw this scene with his own eyes, was completely stunned. At this moment, the feeling in his heart cannot be described. Anger, fear, nervousness, worry. This complex emotion made the potential in his body fully unlocked in an instant. Immediately after, lightning bolts came down from the sky. Golden rays of light erupted from Sun Wukong's body, fine lightning appeared around his body, and his hair began to change between black and gold. Slowly, Sun Wukong also stood up. His eyes were cold and cruel, and the whole person gave a feeling of extreme unease. What is even more frightening is that in Frieza's surprised eyes, his breath is growing at a terrifying speed. In just an instant, he reached the level of using the King's Fist, and then immediately surpassed it. Chapter 707 will win. The air was trembling, the golden airflow was surging, and the surrounding ground began to collapse and crack. At this moment, Sun Wukong's momentum became extremely fierce. The sharp golden aura showed an unparalleled edge. Crackling. Golden lightning circled around him, and at a certain moment, the ever-changing hair color finally fixed and became golden. His hair stood upright, his eyebrows also turned golden, and his pupils became pale green. The cold eyes and the calm expression made him at this moment have a majesty and solemnity that he did not usually have. Anger, desire to kill, slaughter, and hope in the heart of Sun Wukong, roaring and churning, but he was forcibly restrained. The first time he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the brutality in his bones deeply affected him. Dad! Sun Wukong stared at this scene, stunned. He had never seen his father look like this, and he had seen Vegeta just now. Dad, transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. He will definitely be able to defeat Frieza. Son Gohan firmly believed this, and was very excited. Gohan. At this moment, Sun Wukong spoke, and his voice was far more cruel than usual, making Sun Wukong's heart tremble when he heard it. Take them out of here, I'm afraid I can't control myself. The brutality and anger in this bloodline gave Sun Wukong a desire to destroy the whole world. And this desire, incomparably strong. In the distance, Yangqing and Saya, who were looking at each other across the air, saw Sun Wukong's appearance at this time, and their eyes flashed. This kid, transforming into a Super Saiyan is so strong. Saya said in shock that this is far more powerful than ordinary people. He transformed at that time, far from reaching such energy intensity. Even now, it is very dangerous. Yangqing watched silently, his eyes flickered, and he clearly saw the moment of Sun Wukong's transformation, which made his heart tremble. Unlike Sha Yana's outstanding talent, Sun Wukong's talent can be said to be not strong, but when he faces danger, he can always burst out with power far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that this man has a pure mind, and his persistent pursuit of strength never relaxes, which has also allowed him to accumulate enough power. Today, such a background has all exploded, and has a profound impact on his future path. Of course, if he hadn't died. In a sense, the time and space that Yangqing is in at the moment should be the normal state of Longzhu's plot development. That main time and space was disturbed by Trunks before heading towards. It is precisely because of that, Sun Wukong burst out with his dazzling light, which is so dazzling in the entire universe. Super Saiyan. Frieza looked at Sun Wukong, narrowed his eyes, and said softly. Son Gohan carried Krillin on his back, then floated in front of Vegeta, and in the latter's surprised eyes, he carried Vegeta on his back with fear. Don't stare at me, it was Dad who asked me to take you away. I know, he has now transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. He will never lose. Dad, always the strongest. Gohan said softly and left here with Vegeta on his back. During this process, Frieza did nothing, because he was completely shocked by the blonde guy in front of him. Under the calm momentum, it was like a volcano, and terrifying power fluctuations would erupt at any time. Super Saiyan, I killed a lot too. Speaking to himself, Frieza sneered, strode forward, and swung a punch towards Sun Wukong. Bang! This punch hit Sun Wukong firmly in the face, and the powerful force made the latter's neck crooked. However, Frieza's expression changed. Didn't eat. Like a fly. A ruthless voice came out of Sun Wukong's mouth, and the arrogance and ruthlessness of the Saiyans were completely revealed from him at this moment. This is the opposite of usual momentum, which gives Sun Wukong a strange sense of contradiction. Arrogant. With a loud shout, Frieza woke up instantly and threw out another punch. However, after the punch was thrown, Sun Wukong grabbed his wrist directly. Immediately following, Frieza felt a great pain coming from his wrist. His strong physique was actually bent by the boy in front of him, and the hand that squeezed his wrist was like an iron hoop, crushing his bones. Ah! With a loud cry, Frieza pulled out his right hand and retreated dozens of meters behind. Shaking his aching right hand, Frieza stared at the person opposite. With a ruthless aura and an evil aura, he seemed to be even more terrifying than himself. This kid is completely different from Vegeta. Frieza confirmed this. His eyes flashed. He had transformed into the third stage, and he didn't think he would lose to anyone. This is his most powerful state, the pinnacle of power, and he has stood in the universe for so many years, relying on this power. Sun Wukong just stood there calmly, looking at Frieza's eyes, without even killing intent. But it was this deadly calm that put a lot of pressure on Frieza. The outcome of this battle has been decided. Yang Qing laughed when he saw Sun Wukong's transformation. Quote. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Come on, Namek is about to be destroyed. Faintly said something to Seiya, who was stunned for a moment, completely unable to understand. Two people obviously did not fight, how can they decide the winner? Elder, will Sun Wukong win? Yes. Seeing Yang Qing floating up, Seiya followed closely. After 3 breaths, he heard a constant humming sound of muffled thunder in the half of the sky behind him. He knew very well that this was the result of the battle between the two. Collision sound. Immediately afterwards, the topography and climate of Namek began to change drastically. Gradually, there was a volcanic eruption, and a huge explosion fell from the sky, covering the entire planet in a very short time. The battle of 2 super warriors has put the planet into rampant mode and is about to face the end of destruction. The battle that was basically the same as the original unfolded on Namek. In the end, at the moment when the entire planet exploded, Yang Qing and Seiya's figures distorted and disappeared here. The next second, the two appeared on Earth. Unlike the fierce battle of Namek, the Earth at this time seemed very calm. Beautiful scenery and mild climate. Chapter 708 Arranging the Great Elder. There was a faint fragrance everywhere in the air, and the place where the two appeared was a garden. This figure is exquisite, wearing a white dress, holding a watering can in his hand, and it is Yi Chi who is watering the flowers and plants in the garden at the moment. Yi Chi. With a soft cry, Yi Chi immediately turned around and gave Yang Qing a big smile. Have you come back from a walk? Seiya rolled his eyes, but did not expose Yang Qing. When the two went out, they did say to Yi Chi that they were walking. No matter how rich Ren Yeki's imagination is, he would never have imagined that the two of them had already watched a big duel that would destroy the planet. Well, I'm back. With a calm face, Yang Qing replied softly, standing next to Yi Chi, took the watering can, and skillfully watered the flowers and plants in the garden. How long will you be back this time? Yi Chi asked. I can stay for a long time. My cultivation has temporarily entered a bottleneck. Yang Qing smiled. After merging part of the energy to form the power of God, Yang Qing's bottleneck did come. As for the third stage of Super Saiyan, after the fusion power is completed, he can already transform. It's just that the consumption of physical strength and breath in Super Saiyan 3 is very exaggerated, but because of this, his explosive power is extremely strong. Super Saiyan 3, in the original book, is strong enough to fight Majin Buu. That's good, just stay here for a while, Yi Chi said happily. Yeah, Yang Qing nodded. The plot has already begun, and Yang Qing will survive peacefully on the Earth. Because he is not very clear about the timeline, the destruction of the Earth may not last long, so he simply stays here. When the disaster broke out, he transferred all the people who were close to him, including Yi Chi. As a preparatory realm god, saving a few mortals is not a big deal. 2 days later, Yang Qing said to Yi Chi, and then disappeared from the Earth. He came here this time for the matter of the Great Elder of Namek, and Yang Qing still remembered his request to him before his death. The Great Elder didn't die for a long time, so the souls should still be queuing up at Yama, and there is no arrangement yet. In a flash, Yang Qing came to the Yama Hall. The souls here are all lined up in an orderly manner. After people die, unless they make great contributions to the race or planet or in other special circumstances, they all appear here in the form of clouds. The arrival of Yang Qing immediately made the surrounding souls and underworld soldiers look over. Yan Luo was huge. Sitting at the table, he also saw Yang Qing's body, and he couldn't help but tremble immediately. A shocked look appeared in his pupils, and then he felt a little more fear. Wow! In the next instant, Yan Luo actually stood up directly, then headed forward, and bent down sharply. Meet the gods. Yama didn't know that the gods were coming, and hoped the gods atone for their sins. With a loud roar, the entire Yama temple trembled, and the soldiers who saw the appearance of their boss immediately fell to the ground in a putong. Yama's body trembled, and he felt that the other party's divinity and even divine vocation far surpassed him, and he was completely unable to detect it, which meant that the other party's dimensional level was too far from his own. Where did this god come from? Could it be the king of the realm? Or the king of the great realm? Yama's knowledge is not much better than that of ordinary gods. In his opinion, the realm king is already a very high-level existence. Yan Luo, get up, take me to a place, I have something to ask you. Yang Qing is also not polite, he knows that the level difference between gods and gods is very strict. High-dimensional gods and even low-dimensional gods don't even know about it. But once they meet, they will feel the coercion from their souls. Yes. Yan Luo said loudly, and then immediately led Yang Qing to an empty room. After reaching the room, Yan Luo became smaller and returned to the same size as Yang Qing. In front of this god of unknown origin, but clearly far superior to him, he would not dare to be greater than the other party. I don't know who God is. Yama asked cautiously. You'd better not know. After glancing at Yan Luo, Yang Qing said lightly. A word made Yan Luo tremble, and he dared not ask any more questions. Little one understands. I came to you to ask you to help me find someone so that he can return to his previous appearance and survive in the heavenly world. Then, Yang Qing said again. Yan Luo was stunned. It's easy to find someone, but going to the heaven, I can't be the master. The realm king, I will go and say, you just need to do it. Yang Qing said coldly. Yan Luo shook and nodded immediately. Yes. He was also afraid in his heart, secretly guessing Yang Qing's identity. He can even handle the realm king, what is the holy place? At least, it's all at the first level of the realm king, even. Thinking of this, Yan Luo widened his eyes. Even, one level higher than Lord Kai. Yang Qing didn't care what Yan Luo was thinking, and explained the identity of the Great Elder to him. It took less than 3 minutes to find the Great Elder from the densely packed souls. The Great Elder at this time was still in the shape of a white cloud, and he was very. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It was brought to Yang Qing's face. Lord God, this is the Great Elder of Namek. He didn't make much mistakes during his lifetime, but he didn't make any great contributions. He should have been reincarnated. Yan Luo said with a smile. Yang Qing nodded and waved a divine light with his hand. The great elder in front of him flashed white light and immediately returned to the appearance in front of him. This is, Qing. The first elder was startled, looked at himself, saw Yang Qing again, and said in surprise. Silence first, I'll take you to the Realm King. Yang Qing shook his head at the great elder, and the great elder immediately shut up. He also saw Yama, who was obviously afraid, and couldn't help but be shocked. Putting his right hand on the elder's body, Yang Qing said a word to Yan Luo and left here. Thank you Yama for your help. God is polite, Yama said respectfully, with a smile on his face. After nodding, Yang Qing disappeared here. In another flash, Yang Qing and the great elder had already appeared in the palace where the great Realm King was. The great Realm King was lying on a chair at the moment, resting with his sunglasses on. He felt that someone was coming, and looked sideways. Yo, is Qing here? Chapter 709 Servant. The moment he saw the person coming, a happy smile appeared on the face of the great Realm King. The great Realm King was very proud of the guy he introduced and recommended. Until now, every time he recalled the shock and dumbfoundedness on the face of Kaiwang God, he felt both physical and mental pleasure. Even if you have a higher position than me, you still have to suffer in front of my disciple. That's right, the great Realm King has long regarded Yang Qing as his disciple. Why do you have time to come to me? How is your practice at Kaiwangshan? He asked casually, but the great Realm King didn't get up either. In front of his own disciple, he seemed very relaxed. The speaker next to him was playing retro-style music with a clear rhythm. Yang Qing walked over with a smile on his face, and bowed first. I have encountered a bottleneck for the time being, come and see the great Realm Lord, don't delay anything. Oh, that's fine. The great Realm King nodded, and looked at the great elder of Namek again. What is this kid doing? In the eyes of the great Realm King, the older great elder was indeed just a kid. My friend, I also ask the great Realm King to let him survive in the heaven. Yang Qing smiled. The great elder on the side was nervous. Although he didn't know the identity of the old man in front of him, his aura was naturally many times higher than his own in his soul. This was natural suppression, even if the other party didn't know anything. But he also has a feeling in his heart that as long as the other party thinks, a look can kill him. A guy who lives in the celestial world and exists in the form of a human before his death, unless he has made a major contribution to the race and the planet. This kid created the long bead, and he doesn't know how many things he has done to affect the balance of the universe. The great Realm King glanced at it, and in the blink of an eye, he saw through the identity of the great elder, and said casually. This sentence caused the sweat to seep out of the forehead of the elder. He really didn't know that he was so great that he could even affect the balance of the universe. The big hat was buckled, and his soul trembled, and he almost collapsed. Hey, I also hope that the great Realm King will be accommodating. Yang Qing giggled, but also didn't care what the great elder said. After the latter listened, he took a deep look at Yang Qing, and then let out a long laugh. But if you speak up, it's nothing. From now on, he will follow me and be a servant. Thank you, Lord Great Realm King. Yang Qing said happily. You don't need to thank me anymore, I'm afraid your status is different now, right? I think you have the aura of a god's official duty, and Lord Realm God has given you a priesthood. The Great Realm King looked at Yang Qing and asked suspiciously. He had noticed from the very beginning that Yang Qing had an aura that was of the same origin as his own. This aura was very deep, but it was obscure, and he couldn't tell what the opponent's level was. Well, I'm already a preparatory realm god, equivalent to a real realm intern. Yang Qing smiled and nodded. A trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the Great Realm King, and then quickly hid. You are really fast, so it seems that your strength has reached a terrifying level. Slight progress, hee. Yang Qing scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. All of this can only be accomplished by asking Lord Great Realm King. Seeing Yang Qing's appearance, the Great Realm King took a deep look at him again. There are very few people who can maintain a normal experience like you. Your Xingxing is indeed good. Keep it up, and it will only be a matter of time before you become a realm god. The great realm king is very fond of Yangqing, and the change from high to low will cause changes in the heart and nature. Humans, or creatures such as gods, are all the same. Falling from a high place will change your Xingxing, and if you suddenly rise from the ground and the surrounding environment changes, it will also lead to a big change in your Xingxing. However, he did not see this from Yangqing's body. This kid is still the same as before. That's hard to come by. In a sense, strength is one aspect, but the biological body, more importantly, is the nature of mind. Tenacity, perseverance, and kindness are all invaluable qualities. I still need the teaching of the Realm King, Yangqing said with a smile. Okay, you kid came to me just for this kid, right? Now that I've agreed, why don't you leave? The great Realm King waved his hands in disgust. Ah, that kid left, hee. Yangqing saluted again, and disappeared here in a flash. Looking at Yangqing who said to leave, the great Realm King was also taken aback and shook his head. This kid, he really wants to leave. Then, he turned to look at the great elder of Namek. Follow me, you can't show up like this, I like young people. As soon as the great Realm King waved his hand, the appearance of the great elder immediately changed drastically. His old face became younger, and in just 3 breaths, he had changed into a young man who only appeared to be in his 20s. Well, not bad. After nodding, the great Realm King walked into the palace with his hands behind his back. The first elder hesitated for a while, first shocked by the changes in his body, and then finally couldn't help but ask. That, Lord Great Realm King, Qinghe, what does the current preparatory Realm King God mean? In a word, the Great Realm King turned around suddenly, his face serious and fierce. Just glanced at it, and the Great Elder was sweating coldly all over his body, and immediately lowered his head. After a long time, big. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The Realm King just dissipated his momentum and said lightly. The bottom layer in the universe is the various races, the gods of the planets, they guard a race or a planet, the priesthood, the lowest divinity, and the top is Yama, responsible for the ghost circulation system of the 4 galaxies in the south, and northwest. On top of that, there are 4 other Realm Kings. When we get here, it can be said that the Realm Kings have a very high status. They are responsible for the operation of the living beings in a galaxy and the operation of the universe. You can imagine how huge this is. Of course, these Realm Kings are also powerful warriors themselves, and they will also have heroes or powerhouses who have died in various galaxies under their command to operate the normal operation of the realm of the gods. The first elder showed a shocked expression. In his eyes, Yan Luo was already very powerful. He had a fat figure, a strict aura, and managed hundreds of millions of ghosts. However, above Yan Luo, there was actually a Realm King. Could it be that Qinghe is the Realm King? Just when he guessed secretly, the great Realm King took another breath and spoke lightly. And above the 4 Realm Kings, there is also the strongest Realm King. That's the great Realm King. The eyes of the elders suddenly widened. 710 Awakening 3. The Great Realm King. The person in front of him is the Great Realm King. That's what Qing called it, and he just followed suit. So, that means that the person in front of you is the 4 major galaxies, the most powerful and highest-ranking gods in the entire universe. My God! What a noble status this is, and he actually became a servant of such a character. How lucky is this? And I am the king of the great realm. Just as he was in shock in his heart, the old man in front of him spoke calmly, making him sure at once. The great elder almost fell to his knees. He had to tremble in front of Yama. At this time, facing the highest gods in the 4 major galaxies, he really didn't know what to do. But above the great Realm King, there is also the highest level of gods. He leads the gods in the sky. He is the god of the gods. He is located at the highest peak. He manages the operation of the universe. Strength is the creature of legend. Quote. This person is the Kaiwang god. King God. The first elder said in a daze. It is conceivable that this god is obviously the god of the realm king, and his status must be unimaginably high. And your friend, Ching, is also my disciple. You have to listen carefully to his current status, and don't tell anyone. The great realm king's tone was extremely serious, even threatening, making the great elder gather his energy and nod his head heavily. He is a preparatory realm god, higher than any realm king, only lower than real realm god. As long as he passes a series of tests, he can become a real realm god. My god. The first elder was about to collapse. He couldn't imagine that Ching, who he was familiar with, had not seen him for many years, and had become the legendary realm god. In this way, a god who controls the universe and possesses infinite power is simply a character he can't even dream of. You have no right to know these things. However, as my servant and Ching's friend, I will make an exception to tell you. You must remember and don't reveal it to anyone. The voice of the great realm king made the great elder tremble and nodded immediately. Don't worry, Lord Great Realm, I must be rotten in my stomach, and I will never tell anyone. Humph. With a cold snort, the great realm king turned his head and slowly walked away from here. The first elder was still in shock and still couldn't return to his senses. Yang Qing's identity had really shocked him too much. After saying goodbye to the great realm king, Yang Qing returned to Earth and lived with Yi Qi and others. He was silently waiting for the moment, and now that the plot is on the right track, it's just a matter of waiting. In a remote corner of the distant universe, a thin figure that looked somewhat similar to Yang Qing floated over a planet with a smile on the corner of his mouth. I have a hunch that I will be able to advance by drawing on the blood of the people on this planet. Between the fusion of blood vessels, the huge burst of energy is enough to make my total energy grow by leaps and bounds. The function of the eternal melting pot also seems to be integrated with me. At this moment, I am much stronger than before. Awakening 2 is already so powerful, so what about Awakening 3? Really looking forward to it. This figure is Sha Ya. He fused the eternal melting pot and discovered the secrets in the depths of his bloodline. Since then, his strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Today, he actually has a premonition that he will soon enter the next awakening stage, which makes his heart full of excited, but also with some anticipation. He is getting stronger and stronger, and there is a hint of irresistible strength in his breath. The races on this planet are not very powerful, and their numbers do not change. Heading down towards the planet, Shia recalled the information he had obtained in his mind. But there are rumors that they have the breath of God in their blood, and they are the descendants of the gods. This is interesting. It is precisely because of the breath of the gods that their combat effectiveness has been multiplied. Fusing their blood, can the breath of my body also contaminate the gods? If I remember correctly, deep in my blood, the blood of the Saiyan god has always been in the seal. If this seal can be unlocked, that must be able to obtain extremely powerful power. There are thousands of thoughts in Sha Ya's mind, and powerful power has always been the goal he pursues. Of course, he liked this race very much, and there was another reason. They can use their strength 100%. Because of this bloodline, I must be fused. In any case, no matter how hard Sha Ya tried, he couldn't use his power 100%, only a little bit. He had already guessed that there must be a natural barrier, like a moat, to prevent move on with him. Huh. The harsh sound of breaking the air spread over the planet, and the creatures who were resting immediately noticed the existence of Char. Immediately, there were not many, but only tens of thousands of gods clan gathered together, staring closely at Sha, who fell from the sky. Who are you? Someone shouted out, eyes full of alertness. He slowly landed alone, his feet touched the ground, and a smile appeared on the corner of Shia's mouth. Who am I? Come and take you away, and let your blood radiate the god of light that he deserves. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In the end, Sha Ya's expression had become cruel and hideous. Hand over your blood. Kill him. In an instant, the leader of the clan of gods discovered the ferocity of Shaya, and his face changed greatly and he shouted loudly. Boom! The battle broke out. Shaya's face was indifferent and cold, and he waved his hands at will, and the people of the clan of God fell to the ground. When half a quarter of an hour passed, there were only 5 people left on the ground. Chuan stared at Shaya with breathless eyes. Only your 5 bloodlines have the highest purity, so let's keep you. After striding over, 1 person and 1 palm, Shaya stunned all 5 of them, and then he started blood fusion. But within 2 hours, Shaya's blood fusion has been completed. Feeling his blood boiling, a smile appeared on his face. It's so refreshing, such a feeling. With a sigh, he suddenly changed his face and threw a punch. Immediately afterwards, Shaya looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Fusion, really fusion. A punch with 100% power. From now on, my power can do whatever I want, and I can control it to perfection. Father, you will no longer be my opponent. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 711 Frieza arrives. Although Shaya already had this feeling a long time ago, the person who has always been unfathomable in his heart, he has been able to defeat him and has surpassed his power. However, until this moment, this feeling is even stronger. Boom! Just when he was excited, the majestic energy between the fusion bloodlines burst out. Crackling. The terrifying thunder resounded over the entire planet, golden lightning spread across half of the sky, and even the dimensional space behind Shaya seemed to collapse. An extremely terrifying fluctuation of power emanated from his body, and Shaya's face showed an excited look. Ha 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 ha. Awakening 3. Reached. He clenched his fists around his waist suddenly and roared. Ha! Buzz! The air began to flow irregularly, the wind whistled, and the golden lightning around Shaya's body was extremely dazzling. His hair turned golden in an instant, his forehead bulged high, his eyes became sharp, and his entire face became mature. The muscles on the body are majestic and it looks very oppressive, and the golden hair is dragged down to the back until the waist. The powerful fluctuations of power spread out in an instant, and the terrifying momentum caused a loud explosion on the surface of the planet, and the ground collapsed. This is an unrestrained force, and the moment it spreads out, the entire planet almost explodes. But even so, the sky was covered with overcast clouds, lightning and thunder, and the wind roared, making it look like the end of the world. Powerful, too powerful. Shaya shouted excitedly. He slammed his hand, and a golden qigong wave formed in the blink of an eye, and then turned red again. After a boom, the qigong wave became the size of a playground. Then, he waved his hand. Throw it down. Destroy it. The qigong wave the size of the playground was very fast and fell directly into the surface of the planet. In just an instant, an extremely violent explosion was emitted, and red flames shot up into the sky. Shaya stood in the sky, wrapped in flames, didn't care, her face still had a thick smile. With his arms around him, he was silently experiencing his new state of power. It takes too much physical strength, but such strength is enough to destroy everything. He is very satisfied with his current state. The power of awakening 3 state is much stronger than 2. Poof! After 2 breaths, the planet erupted with incomparably dazzling light, spreading out in a circular shape in all directions, and in just a moment, it dissipated again and lost its light. From extreme light, to silent darkness, in just a moment. Shaya stood in the void of the universe, with clenched fists and a smile on his face, very satisfied. Afterwards, his body changed and returned to its original state. He changed back again, his face was a little pale, awakening 3 put too much load on his body, and he couldn't last long in his current state. In a flash, Shaya disappeared into the universe. He still had other things to do. On the long road to becoming stronger, it was not all smooth sailing for him, and he also had a story. The story of an evil man, his own story. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong and Frieza fought, and a period of time has passed. Peace has returned to the earth, and the Nameks have been properly arranged on a new planet. Everything seems to have passed, and the Earth warriors are living happily. But on this day, the complexions of all the warriors on the Earth suddenly changed. This evil breath. The first thing I sensed is that the god in the temple, his face became extremely ugly. This evil aura is extremely grand. Compared to him, it is like the light of lamps and the sun. It's Frieza. Piccolo's expression changed, and Vegeta's expression turned cold. He dares to come. Vegeta was very dissatisfied with his loss to Frieza last time. After training, his combat power this time was much stronger than that time. Yes, his foundation is not good, and the elders also mentioned this to him. Therefore, during this time, he frantically made up for his shortcomings. Under the guidance of Seiya, Vegeta's own foundation became incomparable. Reality. Don't leave for 3 days, look at it with admiration. I'm talking about Vegeta, and his combat power can be said to be not bad at all. Krillin and others were shocked. In the absence of Wukong, no one was Frieza's opponent, which was too dangerous for them. In the end, however, they got up and headed for where Frieza was going to land. 10 minutes later, all the Earth warriors came to a remote canyon and watched the aircraft slowly descending in the sky. Their faces were solemn, and their hearts were under great pressure. Vegeta's eyes were sullen, his arms were in his arms, and his heart was about to move. He couldn't restrain the urge to shoot. He was a proud warrior, and he would never admit his failure. Soon, the aircraft landed, and a series of space warriors emerged from it, and finally, Frieza, and a stocky guy appeared. "Frieza, are these guys the ones who beat you?" said the sturdy and stocky man who clearly resembled Frieza. "These weak guys still can't beat me, the guys who beat me have already." This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. After death, the inferior race of Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of the universe. With obvious hatred in Frieza's eyes, he glanced at a few people and said coldly. Suddenly, he saw Vegeta, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Vegeta, you are still alive. But it's good, Sun Wukong is dead, I can't take revenge on him. You are also a Saiyan, today, let you wild monkeys become extinct." "Father, just watch the show here, these guys, I'll be able to get rid of them soon." After Frieza finished speaking to Vegeta in disdain, he spoke to the person behind him. His words made Vegeta and the others startled immediately, and their hearts became nervous. "Frieza, and father." Vegeta trembled in her heart, she was incredulous. Frieza's strength has made him very dignified, but such a guy has also called a father who is similar to him, and may even be stronger. What's going on with this family? At this moment, the Earth warriors present were all bitter. Chapter 712 _ There is no way not to be bitter, not to despair. 2 Friezas, the utility produced is definitely greater than 1 + 1 = 2. His father, obviously, doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. Even if Frieza was the only one, everyone present was at a loss. Frieza looked at the expressions on everyone's faces and showed a mocking and disdainful smile. "What, scared? Today, the Earth is about to be destroyed, and you all have to die." His voice was cold and cruel, high above, announcing the fate of the Earth and everyone. But just as his words fell, 2 figures suddenly appeared in a twisted shape. One of them was burly with a cold face, the other was about 1.75 meters tall, with a thin body and an indifferent face. As soon as he appeared, he glanced at Frieza coldly. Among them, the burly man spoke directly. "Frieza, you are too arrogant. On Earth, it is not your turn to be wild. Saiyan, too. And you." Frieza was suddenly the 2 people who were looking at him, and his heart suddenly picked up. He was shocked to notice that Saiyan was a Saiyan, and what surprised him even more was Yang Qing, the only guy who was afraid in his heart and felt unsure. "The Earth may be destroyed, but not on you, Frieza." Yang Qing stood up and said lightly. "Today is your day of death. After killing your brother, I always wanted to behead you, but I should give the younger generation a chance. He walked slowly towards Frieza, whispering as he walked. Saya originally rushed out to fight, and saw that the elder was going to do it himself, so he had to stop, but everyone could see the excitement in his eyes. Elder, it's time to take action. It's great. It's been a long time since I saw the great elder take action. Vegeta, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Yang Qing with reverence in his eyes. Big elder. Killed my brother. Frieza was startled, and then his heart trembled. His brother died very early, at least 10 years have passed, and he was brought up again today. He would be afraid of the guy who killed his brother, because he knew clearly that he was definitely not his brother's opponent. Then, the guy who can kill his brother must also kill himself. You killed him. Frieza's voice was already trembling and trembling. When I went to gain strength, I was going to kill you before you came. Unfortunately, it was a mistake, and the time was delayed. By the time I went back, you had already destroyed Star Vegeta. Yang Qing moved forward step by step, speaking calmly. At that time, I already had the power to kill you, but I didn't choose to kill you. Even if they kill you, and your brother, your father, they will avenge me. And among them, your brother is the strongest. So, I chose him as my first goal. Only by defeating him can I live with peace of mind. Only by defeating him, then, if I kill you, it will be as simple as killing a mosquito. Slowly, Yang Qing stood in front of Frieza. His icy aura and calm expression made Frieza take a step back. Even Frieza himself didn't know why he was so frightened in front of this guy. He faintly felt that there was an aura that naturally made him fearful in the other's body. Then I fought him and I killed him. After killing him, I didn't come to kill you. Even if I saw you several times, I forbear the hatred in my heart. Because, you are a new generation, Saiyan, and I am not the only strong one. The Saiyans are a proud nation, and a powerful fighting nation. There are many strong men among them, and I will never be the only one. Maybe, I am the strongest among the Saiyans now, but one day, my junior will surpass me and become stronger. And you Frieza, in my eyes, you are just an ant-like existence, only assigned to my younger generation as a stepping stone. After saying this, Vegeta on the side, the Saiyan's face finally came to a realization. At the same time, they were even more excited. Saiyans are a proud nation and a powerful nation. I will give you the opportunity to kill you and give you my younger generation. I firmly believe that my younger generation will surpass you and kill you. Such words made Vegeta, a young Saiyan like Seiya, have blood boiling in his heart. That's right, they are madly and desperately cultivating, fighting, and advancing every day, isn't it just for the honor of the Saiyans? They are the most proud race. In the face of opponents who are not as good as themselves, they will be too lazy to even make a move. But if it is an enemy stronger than himself, then, like crazy, they will surpass him. This is the Saiyan, the spirit of the Saiyan. But now, your usefulness is over. There is an existence in my younger generation that overcomes you, and he is still alive and stronger than before. I can finally take your head with confidence. Yang Qing stood in front of Frieza, face to face with the latter, with a stern expression and a sharp tone. The weak killing intent made Frieza tremble, and fear. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Vegeta stood aside and was slightly startled when she heard Yang Qing's words. Kakarot, stronger, he is still alive. For the low-level warrior who supported the Saiyan honor in his place, to be honest, although he was very unwilling in his heart, he was also convinced. The other party was very powerful and surpassed himself every time. Clenching his fists, Vegeta made up his mind that after this time, he would practice harder. I will never be surpassed. Are you going to kill me? Frieza's fearful words were clearly heard in Vegeta's ears at this time, and everyone present was startled when they saw Vegeta's terrified expression. They don't understand at all why the other party is so afraid. Even Frieza's father had some doubts. Frieza, what's wrong with you? Yang Qing's face was calm and said lightly. Not to kill you, but to kill you. His hand slowly stretched behind his back, and the Zhouhe sword came out of its sheath and was caught by him. You two have to die today. Walking slowly over, Yang Qing didn't even have any imposing manner. But that's it, Frieza and his father were at the same time, with fear on their faces. At this moment, they actually felt that they couldn't move at all. Chapter 713 Challenge. Invisibly, a terrifying aura locked them directly, and this aura, as if far higher than their dimensional level, directly bound their bodies, making them unable to move at all. Mentally, they even felt that the person in front of them seemed to instantly become huge and unimaginable. Fear grows in their hearts and grows more and more. Yang Qing walked slowly, the Zhouhe sword pulled out, and walked towards the two of them. His movements were very calm, and in the eyes of Vegeta and the others around him, he was completely full of flaws, but what surprised them even more was that Frieza and his father, as if they were stupid, didn't even move. Da 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 da. The slight sound of footsteps sounded, and Yang Qing had already reached the front of the two in just 10 steps. He glanced at the two of them, and he swung his sword and slashed with an indifferent expression. Die. Poof. Without the ability to resist at all, Frieza and his father were directly cut into pieces by the Zhouhe sword. At the moment when it was cut out, Yang Qing's sword turned into thousands of phantoms, cutting it instantly. Frieza and his father were cut into innumerable pieces, and when everyone saw the two, they were like glass, and they all shattered with a snap. Immediately after, the light blue light flickered, and Yang Qing's hand flickered with a hot light. Buzz. The air trembled, and blue brilliance with a radiance rose into the sky, flying towards the depths of the universe. Under this high-temperature Qigong wave, Frieza and his father were turned into nothingness. Seeing how easy it is to resolutely kill the almost invincible enemy in their hearts, everyone present swallowed their saliva involuntarily. It's solved. Yang Qing turned around slowly and smiled at everyone. Piccolo was unfamiliar with Yang Qing and showed a puzzled expression, and Sun Wukong had never seen him. However, Kaylin and others had a deep impression on Yang Qing. Qing, it's you. You have become so strong. Krillin said in surprise. Elder. Vegeta came over with a complicated expression, but hesitated. Vegeta, your progress is very fast. Yang Qing could see what the other party wanted to ask at a glance, but you still can't beat him. Vegeta's eyes showed disappointment, but she was not depressed, and soon became excited again. I'll keep trying. He said loudly. I will definitely become as powerful as the Great Elder. Vegeta's voice made Yang Qing stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Come on. Saya even walked over and slapped Vegeta hard. You kid, your talent is very good, but the foundation is too poor. You have to make up all the leftovers in order to catch up with that bastard Kakarot. For Sun Wukong forgetting his identity as a Saiyan, Saya still has a lot of complaints in his heart. Therefore, in the chase between the two, he supported Vegeta. Well, I'll try my best. Vegeta nodded heavily. Looking at the two of them, Yang Qing shook his head, then raised his head again, looking at the empty air in front of him. Call. Suddenly a breeze blew, and a figure appeared in a twisted shape. His right hand was pressed between his eyebrows, his face was cold, and there was an invisible majesty and momentum. It just appeared, and it attracted everyone's attention. Goku. Seeing the person coming, Klein exclaimed in surprise. Dad. This is Son Gohan's surprised voice. Kakarot. Vegeta gritted her teeth. Saya's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Sun Wukong, and his heart became solemn. Elder, this kid. Yes, he has mastered the power of Super Saiyan and is stronger. Yang Qing nodded. It's terrifying. It seems to be admiring, and it seems to be unwilling to say. Seiya is a little helpless, the power of the other party may have surpassed himself. Whether it is talent or other reasons, Seiya himself does not know. However, he has never seen a guy who can cultivate so fast after entering the Super Saiyan, which is beyond the limits of the human body. After Sun Wukong came here, he was a little puzzled to see that only his friends, but not Frieza and others. Where's Frieza? I rushed over as soon as I sensed his breath. Dead, Wukong. Frieza has been beaten to death by Ching. Krillin said with a smile. Well, Dad, Frieza and his dad were both beaten to death by Uncle Ching. Son Gohan also nodded and said. Blue. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Qing. The moment he looked at Yang Qing, the latter also blinked and looked at him. So strong. In just a moment, Sun Wukong's whole body tightened, his eyes met, the sharp breath on the other party's body made the hairs on his whole body stand up, and then, the fighting intent in his heart was boiling. Stand up. Now you are not qualified enough, Sun Wukong. Don't try to fight me, the gap is too big. When he was excited, the other party's words directly shattered his fantasy. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Staring at Yang Qing solemnly, Sun Wukong still did not give up. I want to try. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. Even though Sun Wukong has made great progress, the gap between him and him is still as big as the sky and the earth. But since the other party has this idea, he also wants to try it. Then come on. In a word, it showed Yang Qing's casualness and indifference. It was as if he was instructing a newborn child, and he didn't care. But the opposite of Yang Qing was the solemn look on Sun Wukong's face. I saw him holding his hands around his waist, his whole body suddenly swelled, and the golden arrogance had rushed out, and he had transformed into a Super Saiyan state. Come on, Sun Wukong. Yang Qing stretched out his hand and shouted, still with black hair, his expression was unfathomable. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and bent his legs slightly. The next moment, he was already in front of Yang Qing, and his fists quickly attacked. However, something that shocked him happened. The other party only pointed a finger. Fuck, beat. Roaring loudly, Sun Wukong's strength continued to increase, and all the cells in his body were excited. However, from beginning to end, the opponent just stood there and took all his attacks with one finger easily. With 568 punches on his face, Sun Wukong jumped back 60 meters in surprise. His eyes were even more solemn. Looking at Yang Qing, there was a faint pain in his fist. The opponent only used one finger, and the fist that made him attack with all his strength was painful. Chapter 714, The Artificial Man Awakens. Anyone watching the game can see that the gap between the two is huge. A single finger can deal with Sun Wukong's full-strength attack, and the gorgeous corner of Yang Qing's powerful strength was also seen by everyone present. Everyone swallowed their saliva silently, their hearts shaking violently. Just now, Yang Qing killed Frieza and his father with a single sword. This simple and rude way of winning, to be honest, really made them look dazed. Because it is too simple, no one can see how powerful Yang Qing is. But at this moment, through the strength and weakness of Sun Wukong, they clearly came to the terrifying realm of Yang Qing's power. This is far beyond their realm, completely unreachable to touch the height. Sun Wukong dodged a few times and stepped back, becoming more dignified. Are you still coming? Yang Qing retracted one of his fingers and smiled. You are so powerful. Sun Wukong said solemnly, but he did not give up. He suddenly assumed an attacking stance, and after a breath, his entire body disappeared again. In everyone's eyes, Sun Wukong's figure is so close that they can't capture it at all. However, Yang Qing pointed a finger towards the left air with an extremely relaxed finger. With a bang, the air exploded, and the ripples scattered around. Then, Sun Wukong moved at a high speed and continuously launched towards Yang Qing. Attack. On the other hand, Yang Qing has always pointed out the air beside him with a very relaxed and casual finger. He seemed to be able to clearly predict where Sun Wukong would attack. Every time he clicked it, the air would make a loud noise, and then the shock wave would spread out. The sound of the wind gradually became louder, and the surging of the airflow became more and more intense. Sun Wukong attacked continuously for more than a minute before retreating again. This time, after retreating, a dazzling brilliance shone between his hands. In his eyes, the opponent has no flaws at all. He has already used all the martial skills of his body, but the opponent seems to be watertight, and he doesn't even notice any hope of breaking through. In such a situation, the only way to attack is to use Qigong waves. It's Turtle School Qigong wave. Krillin said in shock. Sun Wukong has been pushed to the limit. Piccolo muttered solemnly. Vegeta folded her arms in disdain. Stupid Kakarot, still want to defeat the Great Elder. Turtle School Qigong wave. The light on Sun Wukong's hand was dazzling, and the people around him narrowed their eyes, followed by a stream of light, attacking Yangqing who was close at hand. In the face of the shock wave of telling flight, Yangqing showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Today, come here. In a light sentence, he pointed it out again, and went straight to the turtle Qigong wave that was coming towards him. Boom! As soon as he pointed it out, the Turtle School Qigong wave actually began to twist and sag, and then, with a sound of shoo, it rose directly into the sky, streaked across a long rainbow, and disappeared into the horizon. Everyone present, don't be shocked by this scene. The Turtle School Qigong wave has been bounced off. And, it's a finger. They couldn't believe the fact that they knew how powerful Sun Wukong's Turtle Qigong was, but even so, this person could fly such a powerful attack with just one finger. My God, is he a god? How can he be so powerful? Unable to imagine Yangqing's height, Kaylin and the others fell into a huge shock. Yes, this is not just a shock, it has become a shock. Sun Wukong was stunned when he saw his Qigong wave being bounced off. Just when he was stunned, Yangqing's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a finger was placed between his eyebrows. It's over, Sun Wukong. A faint voice sounded, awakening Sun Wukong. Slightly startled, Sun Wukong was not afraid, just smiled and said, I lost, you are too strong, I am not your opponent. He simply admitted his failure without any dissatisfaction. The other party is indeed much stronger than himself, there is no shame in this. But in Sun Wukong's heart, he was thinking that since the other party can be so powerful, why can't he? I still need to practice and become stronger. Next time, I will challenge you. Sun Wukong's voice made Yangqing startled slightly and sighed in his heart. Next time, maybe I won't see you again. But he didn't say much, just nodded, there will be a chance. After that, Yangqing left with Saya. A rare peace has ushered in the earth again. For 2 years, no disaster happened during this time. To everyone's surprise, Vegeta and Bulma got together and gave birth to a son named Trunks. And Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi have a son, named Wushan. In the blink of an eye, time flies by. One day 2 years later, Yangqing was in a complicated mood. Looking at the birds flying leisurely in the sky outside the window, Yangqing sighed. The peace will disappear, and disaster will come after all. 2 years of practice have allowed him to integrate more energy and give birth to more divine power, and he has also mastered the skills of many gods. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's time to take Yi-Chi and the others to a safe place. With a sigh, Yangqing turned and left. An hour later, the Yi family, the richest man in the western capital, collectively disappeared from the earth. Soon, 2 weeks passed. On this day, in a dark underground laboratory, a crazy old man laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, it worked, it worked. I gathered many genes and collected the cells of many strong people, and I finally succeeded. The android, you should be called the android number 16. Looking at the burly man in front of him, the mad scientist said excitedly. You too, let's call them number 17 and number 18 respectively. Holding the remote control, the scientists woke up the 3 androids. I slept for a long time. Dr. Grow, is our makeover complete? A man and a woman woke up first. The man had a smile on his face, but the coldness in his eyes made his heart tremble, and the woman's eyes were also full of coldness. "It's all done, but you have to listen to me." Seeing the cold light in the eyes of the two of them, Dr. Gru trembled in his heart, and regretted that he should not have woken the two of them up so early. "These three guys are extremely powerful. If they want to sneak attack on me, I have no resistance at all." Chapter 715 Destroy Sun Wukong. At this time, Dr. Gero has not transformed himself, and he is still the ordinary person who is helpless. In the face of what he did first, number 16, number 17, number 18, if the opponent wanted to take any measures, he had no time to resist. "Listen to you." "No." 17 feet's eyes narrowed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This smile was a bit cruel, and Dr. Gross shivered. Without daring to pay attention to number 17, Dr. Gross turned his attention to number 16, who looked a little honest. "Number 16, how are you feeling?" Changing the subject, Dr. Gross wants to remove number 17 feet's killing intent on him. The remote control is in his hands, this guy must know. He was also afraid in his heart. The other party immediately beheaded him, and then took away the remote control. "Feel." Number 16 raised his head blankly and looked at Dr. Gross. "I feel like I can crush you to death with ease, Doctor." The same cruel tone made Dr. Gross speechless. He quietly took a step back, and when all three of them looked at him, making him tremble, he pressed the close button hard. Drip. The crisp alarm sounded, and the three number 16, 17, and 18 trembled and stopped moving. Their eyes gradually became dull, and finally closed, and the whole body seemed stiff. "Failure. It's a failure." Dr. Gero roared angrily. He was sweating all over at the moment and almost collapsed. He knew very well that the three guys just now had absolutely murderous intentions towards him. As long as he is negligent, the other party will definitely kill him without hesitation. Almost, I'm going to die." After a while of fear, Dr. Gero found a chair, fell softly on it, and took a deep breath. "I have to have strength myself. That's not good, I can't control them." He finally realized that while having a powerful subordinate, he had to make himself stronger. "Also, my ultimate experimental body is about to be completed. By that time, the whole Earth will be mine." His eyes floated to the side of the test tube, where a young seed was sprouting, waiting for the moment of birth. Looking at the seeds in the test tube, the corner of Dr. Gro's mouth burst into a smile called ambition. "Compared to them, this is the work I am most proud of." Afterwards, he began to manipulate the machine, and selected several excellent warriors as experiments to transform them. 3 months have passed, and Dr. Gro has successfully completed the transformation of himself, transforming himself into a powerful android. It's time to find Sun Wukong. Looking at the android behind him, Dr. Gro nodded with satisfaction, then he hesitated, took out the remote control again, and released the control of number 16, 17, and 18. With a drip sound, the three figures opened their red eyes and walked out. "Doctor, why are you shutting us down?" "No," 17 asked with a smile, with a gloomy tone. The other two put their arms around each other and looked at Dr. Gro coldly. Even if he became stronger and looked at by these three guys like this, Dr. Gero was still under a lot of pressure. He knew very well that compared with the later androids, the power of these three people was far unimaginable. "The time has not yet come to use you, and now the time has come." After a vague explanation, Dr. Gross said coldly, "Now, attack and destroy Sun Wukong." "Sun Wukong?" "No." 17 was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. He strode out, took one step out, causing Dr. Gross to shudder and hold on to the remote control, but to the embarrassment of the latter, number 17 did nothing to him, just passed by him. "I will kill him easily." Seeing that Dr. Gru was so afraid of himself, number 17 smiled contemptuously. At the same time, number 16 and number 18 also passed by Dr. Gro and walked out. In just a blink of an eye, the three androids had walked out, leaving only Dr. Grow and a group of androids standing on the spot. "Why are you still standing there? Let's go too, these three guys are unreliable." Seeing the rest of the people, Dr. Gross roared. His heart, he felt that the three number 17 were not under his control and could not rely on them for revenge. As soon as the three of them left the basement on the 17th, they soared into the sky and flew towards the city not far away. After just a few minutes, the three landed on the street. This is a small, remote city with quiet streets and few people. The three of them were walking on the street, unhurriedly, when suddenly, number 17's eyes lit up. Car. Before being remodeled, number 17 was also a young man, and he really liked this type of transportation. He jumped suddenly, and in the next second, he was already squatting lightly on the car that was flying at high speed. The sudden appearance of number 17 shocked the driver, and suddenly braked suddenly. The tires rubbed and rubbed against the street, making a harsh sound. The car pulled 10 meters ahead before it stopped. At this sudden stop at high speed, number 17 still squatted tightly on the front hood of the vehicle, and his body was not affected by inertia at all. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. "Who are you? Are you dying?" Driver was shocked and shouted loudly at number 17. "Hee, I want your car." No, 17 has a smile on his face, and his handsome face has a unique charm. The driver stayed for a while, and then became furious. He felt that this person was simply crazy. "Go away if you don't want to die, lunatic." Just as he finished speaking, a finger of number 17 penetrated directly between his forehead and brow, stopping his words. Looking at the person in front of him, he fell softly on the seat, blood on the steering wheel. Number 17 showed a disgusting expression, and then threw his body directly out of the car. Then, wiped the steering wheel clean with the clothes on the side. Come on, I'll take you two for a ride." Trying the seat, number 17 smiled and said to the other two. No, 18 and number 16 looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. "You are so boring. Sun Wukong is still a long way from here. How long will it take to drive this thing?" The two spoke, but said nothing. Number 16 sat alone in the back seat, and number 18 sat in the co-pilot. "No," 17 laughed and said loudly, "it won't take long, hurry up, I'm going." With a slam on the accelerator, the car rushed out. Stepping on the accelerator all the way to the bottom, number 17's long hair was blown backwards, and the strong wind made number 18 keep gathering his black hair. "Why didn't you kill the old man just now?" Suddenly, number 18 asked, and number 16's eyes also flashed a ray of light. "It's not yet time, the old man is very wary of us." Chapter 716 Raid. Now rashly attacking him. If we are forcibly shut down like the last time, it will still be worth the loss. No, 17 enjoyed the speed and feeling of racing, and turned around to explain. "You must find an opportunity that he can't care about and kill him instantly. Then we are free." With a fierce light in his eyes, number 17 said coldly. No, 18 nodded, and number 16, who had been silent, suddenly asked. "Now, where are we going?" "Looking for Sun Wukong. That old man planted a mission in our minds. Our obsession is to kill Sun Wukong. So, Sun Wukong must die." Said indifferently, number 17 stepped on the accelerator again, accelerating the speed and driving along the highway. Just as the three of them were heading towards Sun Wukong, a few figures appeared silently in a peaceful small mountain village. Number 20, come on. In the quiet environment, this faint voice is very clear. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards the conspicuous house, and he was so fast that he could hardly see any shadows. In just a flash, he entered the house along the window. In the room, Sun Wukong, who was eating, suddenly changed his face and raised his right arm. Bang! When the wind came out, Sun Gohan and Chi-Chi showed shock in their eyes. A shadow of a strong man appeared in front of them, and quickly punched Sun Wukong. The latter evaded quickly and turned into a phantom. After 3 breaths, Sun Wukong punched the shadow that suddenly appeared, and directly knocked it out of the room. After rolling along the ground for nearly a dozen meters, he stopped just now, but this figure had a sneer on his face, but he was not afraid at all. Sun Wukong chased after him, looking at the person coming with a serious face. Who are you? Whoever came to kill you, Sun Wukong, you are dead today. The eyes flashed, and Sun Wukong's eyes were a little dignified. There were no air fluctuations in this person, but the hatred was strong, and he almost used all his strength just now, but he failed to win the opponent. If someone else comes, I am afraid that he will definitely not be this guy's opponent. In the blink of an eye, the other party rushed up again. With the sound of wind, a punch swung towards Sun Wukong. After a bang, Sun Wukong blocked it and quickly counterattacked. But what surprised Sun Wukong was that this guy was able to match his normal state. The two quickly moved around the house, punched and kicked at high speed, and separated again after 10 breaths. One doesn't work, you all go up, kill him for me. Dr. Gross stood in the dark and ordered fiercely. Swish. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 more figures appeared around Sun Wukong's body again, and in an instant, his eyes became solemn. Like this guy, they don't feel breath in their bodies. It is also a reason why the opponent can tie with him and cannot feel the flow of the opponent's chi and can only watch it with his eyes. Gohan, take Goten and your mother out of here. With a solemn tone, Sun Wukong became serious. The few guys who appeared suddenly were not ordinary characters, and he actually felt the same pressure as Frieza. Don't even think about leaving. One of the androids sneered and moved, trying to stop Gohan, but in the next moment, he was smashed and flew out by Sun Wukong. The battle started in an instant, and several people took turns attacking Sun Wukong, but what was surprising was that Sun Wukong, who was surrounded, reacted quickly and quickly avoided counterattacks. For a while, there was no sign of defeat. Seeing this scene, Sun Wufan decisively pulled Chi-Chi Fatian away from here. Don't try to run away, boy. Just after flying 10 miles, a weird old man stood in front of him. It was Dr. Gro. None of Sun Wukong's descendants can be left behind. The cold tone made Sun Wuhan immediately dignified. Mom, you go with Wushan first, and I'll stop him. Gohan. Chi-Chi looked at Sun Gohan worriedly. Come on, I'll be fine. Sun Wufan said sternly. Kiki was stunned for a moment, tears appeared in her eyes, and finally she gritted her teeth and flew away from here. Sun Wushan in his arms is still a baby at the moment, looking at everything here curiously. Dr. Gero saw that the two wanted to leave, but he was about to block it with a flick of his body, but was punched back by Sun Gohan. Old man, your opponent is me. Sun Gohan said seriously. Alright, kill you first, they won't be able to escape. Dr. Gro was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Sun Wukong here, one person to deal with 5 or 6 people, making him seem very difficult, and constantly began to retreat. The joint attack of several people was airtight, causing large pits to appear on the ground. After a flick of his eyes, Sun Wukong found the gap and rushed into the jungle behind him, disappearing in a blink of an eye. After a few people looked at each other, they didn't make a sound to communicate, they all rushed in together. Buzz. Just after these 3 breaths, a terrifying breath rose into the sky. Bang bang bang. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. A series of dull crashing sounds sounded, and several figures were knocked out, smoking all over their bodies, and they lost their mobility. Afterwards, Sun Wukong stepped out with sharp eyes, his whole body shone with a touch of gold. Have to transform into a Super Saiyan to defeat these guys, where did it come from? His eyes are a little dignified, and he has fought personally before. He knows how weird these people are. Not being able to feel the fluctuations of chi means that it is impossible to capture their dynamics, and can only rely on visual and tactile perception, which increases the difficulty of the battle by several levels. And Gohan and the others. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong thought about it. His eyes were sharper. He rose into the sky, and rushed towards the place where Sun Wufan was. After a while, he saw Sun Wufan, who was beaten with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and was powerless to fight back. Gohan! With a loud shout, Dr. Gero first heard it. After his face changed, he hurriedly rose into the sky and disappeared in front of Sun Wukong. Before he could catch up with Dr. Gero, Sun Wukong flew to Gohan. Gohan, are you okay? Hastily asked, Sun Wukong took out the fairy beans in his arms and fed it to Gohan. After eating the fairy beans, Sun Wufan regained his vitality and his face was full of shame. Dad, I'm useless, I can't beat him. You've worked so hard. Sun Wukong comforted, but his heart became more solemn. Gohan's combat power is definitely not weak on Earth, and these people are also Earth people by appearance. But who are they? Chapter 717 _ When did such a powerful person appear on Earth again? What's even more strange is that there is no fluctuation of chi in their bodies. After a little thought, Sun Wukong took Gohan and walked towards Bulma's house. About half an hour later, Sun Wukong's family gathered at Bulma's house. Wukong, why are you in the mood to play with me again? Seeing Sun Wukong's family, Bulma said while helping them prepare coffee. Vegeta stood at the door, folded his arms, and stared at Sun Wukong coldly. I have something to tell you. Sun Wukong patted the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly. What's the matter? Vegeta came over and asked coldly. I met a group of strange people, their strength is very strong, and there is no breath on their bodies. When it comes to business, Sun Wukong gets serious. Like, not human. Vegeta didn't care too much, smiled coldly, and asked again. Are you sure you're from Earth? It's right, people from the Earth, but I don't know why, the power in them is unbelievably powerful. Sun Wukong nodded. After a while, Kaylin, Tinjin Fan and others all came here. After listening to Sun Wukong again, everyone fell into silence. A group of powerful characters suddenly appeared, and it was obvious that the guy who started to deal with Sun Wukong was only the vanguard, and behind them, perhaps, there would be more powerful existences. What is their purpose? It's not clear yet, but it should be me. Sun Wukong smiled. Is that you? Everyone was stunned, some did not expect it. Well, when they appeared, they came for me. Sun Wukong said. No matter who they are, next time they appear, it's better to eliminate them. Vegeta said coldly, then turned around and went out. Hee, don't care about him, he just has this temper. You should live here recently. It's much more convenient for everyone to get together. Boomer said with a smile. Trunks in his arms kicked his legs and looked around curiously. This is Trunks, so cute. Kling grimaced, making Trunks laugh. As everyone gathered together, the tension at the beginning disappeared. In a relaxed atmosphere, the oppression of the arrival of the androids seemed to vanish. At this time, everyone had no idea how much disaster this group of androids would cause to the entire human race in the near future. Dr. Gero saw Sun Wukong and immediately turned his head and ran away. This group of post-made androids is still not enough, we still have to rely on those three guys. After hesitating for a moment, Dr. Gro was very helpless. Those three guys were rebellious, and maybe they were all planning to kill him, but he had to rely on their strength. 3 days later, Dr. Gro and 5 androids found number 17 and others who were walking slowly towards the place where Sun Wukong was. What? Dr. Gross came to see us? No, 17 raised his eyebrows and said softly with a cold smile on his face. No, 18 and number 16 clasped their hands and looked at them coldly. I know the location of Sun Wukong, now, let's kill them. Dr. Gross said. Sun Wukong. No, 17 narrowed his eyes, and then smiled. All right, it's not bad to solve him. Let's go then. It was very straightforward to agree to Dr. Gro, which surprised the 16th and the 18th again. Does my brother really want to kill Sun Wukong now? Although there is no fear of Sun Wukong, and I don't think that I will lose to the opponent, it is not my brother's style to listen to Dr. Gero like this. The three looked at each other, but said nothing. When Dr. Gro heard that the other party did not refuse, he was relieved and clenched his fist secretly. It's good now. With the three of them taking action, Sun Wukong is nothing at all. He knows the strength of the three people he created, and he has studied for a long time for Sun Wukong, and he has made a strong contrast to his strength. It is because of this that Dr. Gross is very reassured about the three people on the 17th. Next, a group of people flew into the air and rushed towards the place where Buma's house was. Along the way, number 17 behaved normally, and did not show any killing intent or dissatisfaction with Dr. Gross. This reassured Dr. Gro. At the same time, it also made number 18 a little weird. Soon, everyone had come to the sky above the city. That's it, Dr. Gross. No, 17 had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth and said lightly. Yes, Sun Wukong is in this city, it's already very close. Dr. Gero nodded. Then, let's do it, destroy the city, Sun Wukong will naturally appear, and save our effort. Number 17 said with a smile. Dr. Gro was stunned for a moment, but did not object, and ordered the android behind him to take action. In the blink of an eye, three people rushed out, and a powerful qigong wave gathered in their palms, and then, This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. With a bang, he rushed into the city. Boom! With an explosion, 3 mushroom clouds erupted in the city, and countless screams came out. At the same time, everyone in the Buma family was shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Through the glass windows, they clearly saw the 3 large red flames rising into the sky, covering half of the sky. And just now, dozens of buildings that stood tall were instantly erased. This scene caused a bad premonition in their hearts immediately. What's going on? Kaylin stared blankly at the sky outside, shocked. I can't feel the slightest breath at all, they are here. Sun Wukong looked solemn, looked at the opposite side, and clenched his hands. Vegeta didn't say a word, and strode out, pushing the door open. Vegeta, what are you going to do? Boomer cried out. Kill a few mice. Dropping those words coldly, Vegeta turned around and disappeared, rushing into the sky. Sun Wukong was also startled, then laughed and followed closely. Followed by Kaylin, Sun Wufan, and Tianjin Fan also rose into the sky and flew towards the area where the explosion occurred. Shish! Several streamers flashed in the sky, and several people quickly came to the sky above the explosion, looking down. The wreckage of large buildings was scattered everywhere, the stumps were everywhere, the streets were blackened with blood, and at the same time, in other parts of the city, the citizens were completely panicked. The army began to advance here, and there were roars everywhere. Chapter 718 Are You Going to Die? Suddenly, a scorching light rushed over from one side, and Sun Wukong suddenly turned around and threw his fist out fiercely. Goku! Everyone screamed. That stream of light was actually a qigong wave. Boom! The explosion drowned Sun Wukong's body in a blink of an eye, until after the 3 breaths, the flames dispersed, and Sun Wukong's figure was revealed. At this moment, he looked extremely angry. When he saw that the city below was destroyed like this, the anger in Sun Wukong's heart surged and swept through his whole body, causing him to tremble with anger. The Sun Wukong, revealed by the flames, has transformed into a Super Saiyan state. At this moment, nearly 10 figures suddenly appeared in the surrounding air, enclosing everyone in a ring in the center. Humph! With a cold snort, Vegeta put down her fists and prepared to fight. Is it these guys? Kaylin and the others became nervous, and they were all ready to fight. Attack, Dr. Gross. On one side, number 17 smiled at Dr. Gro. Dr. Gro didn't hesitate, waved his hand, and his androids immediately launched an attack on Sun Wukong and others. In the blink of an eye, a battle started in the air. Sun Wukong and others, one opponent and one opponent. Sun Wukong, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, was extremely powerful in combat, and with almost 3 breaths, he directly abolished one android, and then he moved on to the next one. Vegeta also turned into a Super Saiyan with a roar after fighting with the opponent for a few moves, and 2 moves abruptly broke the opponent into pieces. Scum. With a sneer, Vegeta rushed towards Dr. Gro. He could see that among this group of people, this old man should be the center, and those guys were protecting the old man faintly. Kaylin and others fought hard against their opponents, but they were barely able to support them. Sun Wukong quickly supported them, and the battle was expected to end within 10 seconds. It's you, old man. With a sneer, Vegeta appeared in front of Dr. Gro. The powerful momentum made Dr. Gro startled, but he was not the same at this time. He slammed with Vegeta and retreated 10 meters behind. As soon as number 18 moved, she was about to launch an attack, but number 17 grabbed her arm. She turned around and saw number 17 shaking his head with a smile on his face. In the blink of an eye, number 18 understood and smiled. In the blink of an eye, Dr. Gero fought Vegeta with more than a dozen moves, and was forced to defend with all his strength, completely unable to attack. Number 17, help me. With a loud roar, Dr. Grok knew that he couldn't hold on anymore and could only rely on these guys. Okay, Doctor, here I come. No, 17 Feet's voice was calm, without the slightest difference. His figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that Vegeta couldn't even see it clearly, and in just a flash, he was already in front of Vegeta, and with a wave of his right hand, he grabbed Vegeta's right wrist. The power like an iron hoop made Vegeta startled immediately. Immediately after, his figure was thrown out high. The powerful force threw him a full kilometer and directly smashed the building behind him. Phew, it's good to have you. Dr. Gro was saved, relieved, and let down his guard. Hee hee, it's my honor to serve the doctor. Number 17 smiled, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Behind what Dr. Gro didn't see, number 18 was standing there with grimness. Suddenly, number 18 waved his knife. Dr. Gro wanted to say something, but the knife cut off his neck directly, causing him to shrink back the second half of his sentence. At the moment of death, Dr. Gro's brain responded quickly, and he actually took out the remote control and was about to press it down. But he is fast, and the number 17 is even faster. Just a hand move, the remote control was directly caught in the hands of number 17. Click. Even Dr. Gro's metal arm was crushed into pieces by number 17. Dr. Gross trembled all over, the light in his eyes was scattered, and he left this world with unwillingness and despair. Seeing that the remote control that controlled him was crushed into pieces, the light in the eyes of the 3 people on number 17 immediately lit up, and in the end, all 3 of them had smiles on their faces. We are free. Release the crumbs of the remote, number 17 announced loudly. At this moment, Sun Wukong and others also solved their opponents. Vegeta flew up again, staring solemnly at number 17. In the moment just now, he didn't feel any imposing manner from the other party, but the powerful force left a deep impression on him. The 3 of them were intoxicated with their freedom, and they did not take action against Sun Wukong and others for a while, but they did not let their guard down. After a long while, number 17 fixed his gaze on the people in front of him. He glanced over one by one, and when he saw Sun Wukong, a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Sun Wukong, our goal is to kill you. So, today you must die. As for the others, come here if you want to die, and if you don't want to die, get out now. His tone was very arrogant, but the cold aura was something no one could ignore. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In the universe, on a small planet next to Zhuang Shengsheng, on the green lawn, the breeze is breezy and it is very comfortable. Several people sat cross-legged here, looking at the crystal ball in the center. In the crystal ball, everything that happened on the earth was playing. Ching, can Sun Wukong and the others win? Yi Chi said worriedly. Elder, that number 17 is too arrogant. Sun Wukong is in a Super Saiyan state now, and even Frieza is not his opponent. Seiya said angrily. Yang Qing didn't say a word, just watched everything that happened here in silence, only he knew clearly that in the next 10 years, the Earth was controlled by these two ruthless guys. Compared to the power of Super Saiyans, these two are more powerful than the Earth without Sun Wukong. Krillin, Gohan, you all leave, here, only me and Vegeta are left. Staring at the three people opposite, Sun Wukong suddenly said. His words surprised everyone, and Vegeta's eyes became more solemn. Although he is arrogant, he is not stupid. Sun Wukong's power at this time is higher than himself. Since he said this, it can only prove one point. This guy is not sure about these three enemies. Vegeta understood, and Krillin and the others naturally understood quickly. Without the slightest hesitation, Krillin took Gohan and the others, turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, only Monkey King, Vegeta, and number 17 were left in the field. You seem to have sensed the gap between you and me. So, are you still here to die? Chapter 719 Heart Disease. Sun Wukong didn't speak, he raised his momentum to the limit and stared at number 17 closely. After a breath, the figure of Sun Wukong disappeared into the air, and at the same time, Vegeta also went straight to the opposite number 18. Both of them launched the attack, without delay, simply and neatly. In the face of an unknown opponent, the first shot is to attack with all his strength. Bang bang bang. A series of muffled thunder-like sounds came from the air, causing the sky to tremble. Sun Wukong's attack is already very violent, but number 17 is casual and relaxed. He didn't seem to care about Sun Wukong in his heart at all, his body fluttered from side to side, and with a slight tremor of his hands, he was able to follow all of Sun Wukong's attacks. Vegeta, on the other side, also faced the same situation. After just fighting for 10 breaths, Vegeta was shocked to find that he could not hit the opponent. The indifferent and disdainful expression on number 18's face deeply pierced Vegeta's heart. Ha! I'm going to kill you. With a loud roar, Vegeta's aura surged several times. However, in the next second, number 18 punched him neatly, hitting him in the stomach, hitting Vegeta's soaring momentum straight back, causing him to succumb to a meal, covering his stomach and bending over. Painful coughing up blood. Too weak. Indifferently spit out 3 words. Number 18 slashed with 1 foot. Vegeta was directly knocked to the ground, knocking the ground into a big pit. On the other side, Sun Wukong exerted his own strength to the limit, even surpassing the battle with Frieza. However, there is still no way to get number 17. Vegeta got up in pain, looked up at the sky, and finally realized that she was not the woman's opponent. Kakarot. His heart trembled, and where did these 3 people appear to be incredibly powerful? The battle between Sun Wukong and number 17 seems to be in a state of anxiety. As expected of Sun Wukong, your fighting ability is indeed much higher than others. Number 17 was also aware of Sun Wukong's inability to deal with it, and became dignified. During the battle, he constantly improved his strength, but every time, the opponent could follow. This is not to say that Sun Wukong's strength has grown in this short period of time, but the opponent's fighting consciousness, talent, and ability are quite outstanding, and can even deal with enemies far stronger than himself. He increased his strength again, but number 17 was surprised to find that the opponent's combat effectiveness also seemed to have improved. This scene surprised him. It's a bit difficult to kill him alone. Thinking like this, suddenly, number 17 noticed that the face of Sun Wukong on the opposite side suddenly changed, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He immediately threw his fist and hit Sun Wukong hard on the cheek. Bang! Sun Wukong was punched on the ground, and the dust was everywhere, and a deep pit was shaken. Kakarot. Vegeta stood up with an ugly face. He didn't expect that Sun Wukong would also be defeated. But the next moment, he noticed that Sun Wukong's pain was far heavier than what he should have suffered after taking that punch. "What's the matter with you?" After striding over, Vegeta asked loudly. "Go away." Sun Wukong's face was painful, and 3 words were spit out from his mouth, which made Vegeta's heart tremble violently. Seeing what Sun Wukong looks like at the moment with his own eyes, Vegeta does not dare to resemble him at all. This is the invincible Sun Wukong, the invincible Kakarot, who will not give up in the face of any enemy, and can defeat Kakarot. Face was covered in sweat, his right hand was covering his mouth. At this moment, the pain caused Sun Wukong's combat power to drop to the lowest point, and his whole body was twitching and twitching slightly. This pain drowned his body like seawater, leaving him no time to think about anything. Heart disease. 3 words appeared in Vegeta's mind, which made him feel incredible. It is unimaginable that the mighty Sun Wukong was tortured like this by a heart attack, and he was still in such an important battle. Look for a chance and escape. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and spoke again. Vegeta trembled. How could the pride of the Saiyan make him turn around and leave? Bulma, Gohan, they still depend on you. After spitting out these words with difficulty, Sun Wukong slowly stood up. His forehead was wet with cold sweat, and the pain made it difficult for him to even speak a word, but these were directly suppressed by his strong willpower. Vegeta's thoughts were complicated and his expression hesitated. He didn't want to leave here and leave the battlefield, but Sun Wukong's last words made him uncomfortable. He is no longer the single Vegeta, the Saiyan prince. Behind him, there is the family, and the son. Kakarot. Muttering 4 words, Vegeta's eyes showed admiration for the first time. It was the first time in his life that he had convinced a person, but the guy in front of him was the opponent he most recognized and admired. As soon as he turned around, Vegeta rose into the sky, increased his speed to the fastest, and left here. Vegeta, who was intent on running away, and the 3 of number 17 had nothing to do. Moreover, although the Sun Wukong below was in a wrong state, the death intent in his eyes was clearly seen by them. A Saiyan determined to die, and this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. And it's still a Super Saiyan. What kind of power can burst out? Number 17 and the others did not act rashly, they all looked at Sun Wukong solemnly. They clearly saw that although Sun Wukong below was trembling and shaking in pain for unknown reasons, the power in that body was constantly erupting and becoming stronger and stronger. Until I die, I must not let you succeed. It was as if his heart was being squeezed by someone's hand. At this moment, Sun Wukong could hardly even breathe, and his vision was about to blur. But at this moment of life and death, he felt that the long-standing confinement in his body disappeared. Fine lightning appeared around his body, flickering violently. His aura suddenly increased 100 times at this moment, his hair stood on end, and his body became much stronger. The powerful momentum caused the ground around him to vibrate and boil, dust flew into the sky, and buildings with a radius of 10,000 meters fell to the ground. Even the weather in the sky has changed, surrounded by golden colors, densely covered with dark clouds, and rumbling loudly. At this moment, Sun Wukong broke through and he entered the Super Saiyan 2 stage. Vegeta, who rushed out far away, felt the aura, and his face showed shock. Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. Chapter 720 Dead. That terrifying aura, even from a distance, he could feel it. It was a terrifying aura, a power he couldn't imagine, and he didn't know if he could reach it, but Kakarot, at this moment, at the last moment of his life, reached this state. The Sun Wukong who successfully transformed, his eyes were cold and sharp, staring at the number 17 3 people in the sky, with strong killing intent in his eyes. These 3 guys are obviously brutal and evil. If they are left behind, they still don't know what kind of disaster will be left to the earth. Destroy them before they die. Feeling his heart becoming weaker and weaker, Sun Wukong turned pale and made up his mind. His body has long been cultivated to the point of being invincible, and there is almost nothing that can destroy him, but his heart has nothing to do. He doesn't know how long he can hold on, but in the remaining time, he will use all his strength to destroy the enemy. This is leaving hope for my friends, and it is also helping the earth, the place where I grew up. Even if you lose your life, you won't hesitate. Ha! With a loud roar, the surrounding ground collapsed completely, and Sun Wukong's figure suddenly rose. In just a split second, he was in front of number 17. The terrifying speed made number 17 have yet to react. Then, it was a savage punch. This punch hit number 17's cheek with a terrifying force, causing number 17 to twist and spin and fly out, smashing a dozen buildings in a row, falling heavily into the ruins, and drawing hundreds of meters. Number 17 reacted just now with blood spurting out of his mouth. At this time, his eyes were full of horror. Why, how could he have such terrifying power? Number 18 also launched an attack at the same time, but when she punched Sun Wukong in the cheek, and found that the opponent's face was indifferent and calm, and he was not hurt in the slightest, she suddenly trembled and trembled in her heart. Bang! Sun Wukong punched out and hit number 18 directly in the stomach, causing the latter to bend down and fly towards the rear. After smashing 20 buildings in a row, number 18 also spewed blood and lost his combat effectiveness. Who transformed into Super Saiyan 2, is so strong that he is perverted. Number 16 looked at Sun Wukong, who knocked his comrade off with 2 punches, and was slightly taken aback, but then, Sun Wukong's icy eyes looked at him. Without any hesitation, Sun Wukong waved his fist. However, at this moment, his heart shrank suddenly, and even greater pain rushed out from the depths of his body, extending to his whole body, causing him to keep shaking, and in the blink of an eye, he became even more powerless. This punch blew a gust of wind, but it stagnated on number 16's forehead, unable to move forward any longer. Huge pain, like death, strangled his neck. At this moment, the golden light on Sun Wukong's body suddenly dissipated, his hair returned to black, his eyes became slack and dim, and the powerful momentum dissipated instantly. Slowly, he fell from the sky and landed on the ground. In his eyes, the unwillingness, thirst, and longing seemed so clear. Sun Wukong, he is dead. The murmuring voice came from Seiya's mouth, containing inexplicable sadness. At this moment, Yang Qing was also silent. In this time and space, Wukong burst out with his unparalleled talent. In just a few short years, he achieved a power that others could not achieve for decades. However, after a short-lived, he died of a heart attack. He didn't lend a helping hand, because this was the end of this time and space. As a preparatory realm king, as an outsider, all of this prevented him from interfering without authorization. Moreover, his stage, in another time and space, in that past time and space, the Sun Wukong who escaped from the disease, his strength is the goal he really pursues. And all of this, if you want to see it, you must experience this scene. Yi Qi grabbed Yang Qing's hand tightly, tears in her eyes, because she knew clearly what it meant to lose a strong man like Sun Wukong on Earth. Qing, I am so sad. Yang Qing hugged Yi Qi gently and gently embraced him. He didn't tell Yi Qi why he didn't intervene, but the latter was smart and didn't ask more. Vegeta, who was escaping quickly, suddenly trembled, and there was a glint in her eyes. The monstrous aura suddenly disappeared, and he knew very well what it meant. In his perception, he could no longer perceive the guy he hated and admired. Kakarot. After wiping her eyes, Vegeta drew a streamer and chased after Krillin and the others. On the ground, number 17 and number 18, watching the extremely powerful Sun Wukong suddenly lose his breath and fall to the ground, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, they flew up and quickly came over the body of Sun Wukong lying on the ground. What happened to him? With lingering fears, number 18 asked. Dead, he lost the breath of the living, and his heart stopped beating. After careful exploration, number 16 said softly. Dead. Number 17 and number 18 were surprised that such a powerful guy died inexplicably. He has a heart problem. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. 16th is the road again. Heart disease. Number 17 laughed out loud. It was ridiculous, such a powerful character died of a heart attack. It's okay to die, this world is ours, haha. In the blink of an eye, he laughed again. The eyes of number 18 also showed excitement. The most powerful guy died. So, what else do the two of them have to worry about? Then, his eyes became cold. Such a guy deserves no burial. Boom. A scorching qigong wave appeared in his hands, which became bigger in a blink of an eye. Number 18 on the side was excited when he saw it, and a qigong wave appeared in his hands. Buzz. Two air-breaking sounds sounded, and after a breath, an incomparably dazzling flame burst out from the place where Sun Wukong's body was located. Dao, who had always been invincible and unparalleled in talent, also disappeared under this explosion. This time, the world is ours, great. Number 18 said excitedly. Go find the escaped mice and kill them. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 721 to 740. Chapter 721 Pursuit. The death of Sun Wukong due to a heart attack made number 17 and 18, who were in fear, suddenly relax as if the plug that had been stuffed for a long time bounced up. The death of Dr. Gross also made them worry. At this moment, on the whole Earth, no one can restrain them. Earth has ushered in a new era, one of fear and despair. Vegeta was very fast, but after a while, he caught up with Krillin and the others. Krillin and the others, who were flying ahead, saw Vegeta chasing after him with an embarrassed expression, and their expressions changed slightly. Just now, they all felt the vast and powerful aura, which made them excited. They knew that Sun Wukong, who had never let them down, broke through again, but this powerful aura was fleeting, but it made them doubtful. At this moment, seeing Vegeta chasing, especially the gloomy expression on the other party's face, like the dark clouds in the sky at the moment, made them have a bad premonition in their hearts. Vegeta, where's Goku? Piccolo asked first. He had already joined the crowd just now and asked anxiously when he saw Vegeta chasing after him. Dead. With trembling eyes, Vegeta said with a cold expression. He is a proud Saiyan warrior who will keep the expression on his face in his heart no matter what happens. Dead. Piccolo's face changed drastically. He moved, grabbed Vegeta's collar, and shouted, "What did you say? How could Sun Wukong die?" Kaylin and the others also shivered. They couldn't believe this fact, but they still had doubts in their hearts when they thought that the powerful aura just disappeared completely. He had a heart attack and relapsed during the battle. Because he didn't rest, he exploded his potential to the fullest, so he died. Very succinct, wrong explanation, no expression on Vegeta's face. Heart disease. Piccolo's whole body trembled, and a touch of inconceivability and pain appeared on his face. How is that possible, old son? He is so powerful. How could Wukong die of a heart attack? Tears appeared in Keelan's eyes, and Sun Wufan quietly wiped his tears. Dad. At this moment, Sun Wukong's optimistic, cheerful and smiling face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. All the voices and smiles of this warrior will be remembered in their hearts. Whether you believe it or not, he is already dead. Vegeta said coldly. Now. After a pause, he was about to continue speaking, but at this moment, a rumble, explosion resounded in the sky, and the flames rushed into the sky several kilometers high. His eyes trembled, his fists clenched suddenly. Dad. Goku. Sun Wukong, Kaylin and the others burst into tears, looking at the sky-piercing flames in the distance, feeling extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. They know that there is the place where Sun Wukong and the artificial people fought. Such a big explosion means that Sun Wukong may have been completely wiped out by the other party, and not even the corpse was left behind. And that city, along with the ground for thousands of miles, has been destroyed by this huge explosion. The cruelty of the artificial man is fully revealed at this moment. Now, all we need to do is hide, practice hard, surpass them, gain the strength to defeat them, and then go and win this battle. Vegeta's words shocked everyone present and woke up. Yes, at this moment, none of them is the opponent of the cyborg. Now, only by practicing hard can we have a chance to defeat those three guys. Go! Vegeta shouted loudly, already feeling the three auras chasing after him frantically. Suddenly, Piccolo and the others changed their eyes and flew towards the distant horizon. Run away! Piccolo, who grabbed Son Gohan first, shouted, "Assemble at Bulma's house." Suddenly, several people ran away, quickly dispersing in different directions. The two men on the 17th and 18th stopped here after the 10th breath, their eyes filled with cold light. They spread out. I'll go after the weakest guy, kill one by one, and sooner or later, clear them all up. Number 18 smiled, his figure turned upside down, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then I'll go after Vegeta, he's the strongest. Number 17's eyes flashed. In his eyes, because he experienced the fear of Sun Wukong, he always had inexplicable fear in his heart for the guy who could transform into a Super Saiyan. If one day, this guy Vegeta also turned into a Super Saiyan like that, he couldn't imagine how tragically they would die. That surging, invincible power can destroy all his will in an instant. Hey! A streamer blinked from behind and chased after him. Kaylin's eyes trembled, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Wukong, it seems, next, we will meet soon. Facing number 18, who was chasing him at high speed, Kaylin knew that he was definitely not the opponent's opponent, so he ran away and looked at the opponent's speed, and he was desperate again. In front of this guy, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Little bald head, where do you want to run? This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The long distance, number 18 has crossed the past in just 10 breaths. In a blink of an eye, he surpassed Kaylin and came to him. Damn! Krillin roared, punched and rushed up. But after a breath, he clutched his stomach, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. He didn't even see the opponent's shot, and he was seriously injured. The huge power gap made Kaylin desperate. You're too weak, little one. Number 18 laughed mockingly, and then punched again, hitting Krillin's temple hard. The latter, with a shock all over his body, his blood energy rushed up, his eyes immediately became red, bloodshot stretched instantly, and his mind was shocked, and he was mixed up by the strength of this punch. It's too simple. He smiled and looked at Kaylin who fell from the sky. Number 18 felt very boring. He sent a Qigong wave from his right hand, completely destroying the latter, and turned his head and left here. Here on the 17th, when he chased for 3 minutes, he stopped in the air. Interesting, did you hide your breath? His eyes glanced around the buildings in the city, and in number 17's eyes, he lost the aura of Vegeta in his perception. Forget it, you will always come out. Next time, I will kill you. With a stature, number 17 disappeared from here. Chapter 722 Cultivation. His eyes were deeply lowered, and he looked at Vegeta on the ground, and felt that the figure in the sky had disappeared. He just raised his head slightly and glanced carefully at the horizon. Leave. His heart was slightly relieved, and Vegeta's heart was very heavy. The strength of the enemy is far beyond his expectations. Even Sun Wukong, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, is not the opponent's opponent. From this, we can judge the strength of the opponent. Only surpassing Super Saiyans can beat them. Clenching her fists fiercely, Vegeta's heart surged with endless momentum. He must defeat those guys. The brutal characters of these three people are combined with powerful strength, which will cause unpredictable damage to this world. In a flash, Vegeta left here and hurried towards Bulma's house. After 3 hours, the scattered people all came to Bulma's house to gather. Who didn't arrive? Piccolo put Son Gohan on the ground and asked in a deep voice. Tianjin Fan looked around, but did not see the familiar short figure, his eyes dimmed. Uncle Kling. Sun Wufan shed tears of sadness, and Bulma shook his body, sat on the chair, and cried. Sun Wukong, Kaylin, in this battle, have left everyone forever. I don't have time to make you sad, get out of here now. Vegeta said coldly. Those three guys, who know our information like the back of their hand, have to change places right away. When everyone reacted, Bulma wiped away her tears, put away her grief, and used the universal capsule to take away everything that could be taken away. Half an hour later, everyone carefully went out from here, heading for an unknown place. The direction of the Earth is going to the unknown at this moment. In the future, who will live and who will die, who can know? Trunks and Sun Wushan in their arms really blinked, and they still didn't know everything about the outside world. Kaiwang Shengsheng, on the side of the planet. Yang Qing waved his hand to erase the influence in the crystal ball and stood up silently. Qing, can't you shoot? Finally, Yi Chi couldn't help but ask, her eyes full of sadness. The Earth is her hometown, and it is impossible for anyone to just watch this place fall into disaster. I've done too much. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he said lightly. Elder, can I make a move? Seiya stood up and said excitedly. Your strength is not enough. Glancing at Seiya slightly, Yang Qing spoke softly. After thinking for a while, he sighed again. Go to Xinqing, let Ling Yi try it. In a flash, Yang Qing has disappeared here. Saving Yi Chi's family from the Earth is all he can do. The universe has a path, and along this path, everything will go down step by step, just like a well-conceived machine, and every step of it has rules to follow. If one of them is wrong, even a small point that is completely invisible, it can have a huge impact on the whole machine. Even if it is invisible for a while, it will still show up in the long-term future. Being able to rescue his friends and relatives is already the limit of what Yang Qing can do at this moment. And to do all this, as the God-preparing Realm King, he has to pay a price. On the Zhuang Divine Star, Yang Qing's figure appeared here, and slowly flew towards the Zhuang Divine Palace. After more than 10 breaths, Yang Qing bent down and bowed to the Realm King God. Lord Realm God, I'm back. It's good to be back. Jia Wangshen's eyes flashed, and he gave Yang Qing a deep look. In 15 years, don't go out of Jia Wangsheng. Yang Qing was shocked and sighed. I understand. Just understand. Realm King nodded. Cultivation with concentration is more important than anything else. Your current importance is more important to the universe than the Earth. I think you'll understand. Yang Qing was silent. He understood the words of the Realm King. Although he did not reprimand him so harshly, he had already shown his dissatisfaction with the intervention of the Earth. 15 years of grounding is a punishment as well as a warning. The gods naturally have the rules of the gods. They occupy an incomparably long order. The destructive power of the universe is simply much greater than that of humans who have only a short history of 100 years. Therefore, the rules between gods are also extremely strict. Yang Qing said goodbye to the Realm King God, and walked towards the Tibetan scripture pavilion. The 15 years of cultivation had just made him familiar with all of this, preparing for the Realm King God. He didn't know what to do to be promoted to the Realm King God. He could only obey the teachings of the Realm King God. At the very least, the Realm God he encountered was not as ignorant and weak as in the original book. What he saw was a wise, talented, and knowledgeable mentor. For all things in the universe, Kaiwang God truly treats all things equally. In this way, Yang Qing sits in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, indulging in the secret techniques of various gods and can't extricate himself. When he has time, he will also watch the battles between the various races of warriors in the universe. These battles are not limited to time and space at this time, but also the future and the past. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. All kinds of powerhouses made Yang Qing dazzled, and he also learned a lot of fighting skills from them. Combined with himself, his fighting experience improved again unknowingly. The Crimson Ghost fights violently and quickly, while his opponent, the Fine Ghost, is flexible and good at hiding himself. In this battle, it's really uncertain who wins and who loses. But their energy is very strong, which is equivalent to the perfect stage of Super Saiyan 1. Quote, Watching the confrontation between the two powerhouses on TV, Young Ching commented softly. This is the 18th battle he has watched during this period of time. The two powerhouses in the video don't know which race they come from. They will fight on this planet every 10 years. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Magnifying their strengths and hiding their weaknesses is also a way of cultivation. Slowly, Yang Ching is comprehending and cultivating, not only to strengthen his own strength, but also to improve and perfect his own soul, character, and quality. The reason why the strong is that he is making himself perfect step by step. If a strong person is full of flaws, mental, physical, and character flaws, then he is just a child with no power. Chapter 723 Seiya's Shock. Cultivation is a process of constantly surpassing and sublimating oneself. The stronger he is, the deeper Yang Qing's understanding of cultivation will be. Now that he has become a god, he naturally has his own understanding of cultivation. And every realm god, in addition to being born a god, in fact, they also have to go through countless hardships and practice before they can truly become the highest god in the universe. In the picture, the battle between the Crimson Ghost and the Fine Ghost has begun, and their battle is truly earth-shattering. The power of the Super Sailing One limit is very powerful. With every punch, it can shake the surrounding air, and the airflow is even more frantic. The battle between the two lasted for a full month, and Yang Qing was shocked by their terrifying physical fitness and willpower. How did these two people do it? Because even him, it is impossible to continue such a high-intensity battle with the enemy for such a long time. Although the total energy of these two people is not as good as his, their stamina is really exaggerated, and they can be called non-human. Yang Qing can be sure that every time the two attacked, they used all their strength, but even so, they were still able to fight for a month. Up to this point, the outcome has not yet been determined, and their physical strength has been exhausted. The battle ended in a draw between the two. Yang Qing began to think about the reason why the human body can be so abundant. As long as he can really crack this point, his Super Saiyan 3 stage will make great progress. Compared with the transformation in the previous two stages, Super Saiyan 3 has more explosive power. Its instantaneous explosive power is terrifying, and it can even break the dimension. However, there is also a problem: he consumes a lot of the body. If his body can keep up, then the combat power will naturally increase. He began to consult the classics left by the gods of the past dynasties, and carefully study the martial arts civilization of this planet. Not to mention that Yang Qing was banned by the god of the realm and practiced alone. Everything in the outside world has become lively. Seiya left the planet, and after begging Jades, the latter took it to Nova. Seeing the new star again, a smile appeared on Seiya's face. The Earth that has lived for many years has encountered unimaginable disasters, but his hometown is now more prosperous. Across the distance, Seiya saw that above the sky, a martial arts platform showing off its wealth, with a lot of people and excitement. Come on, come on. Ling Yi is definitely number one, he deserves the number one. Ha ha ha, where did this guy come from? He has won the world's number one martial arts championship 100 times. The voice clearly reached Seiya's ears, which made him stunned for a moment. Ling Yi. It was after listening to Yang Qing's words on this trip that he returned to Xinxing for Ling Yi. Although I don't understand why the elders are so optimistic about Ling Yi and let him go to find this guy, but in Seiya's impression, this kid is also a weak human being on the earth. Where does the power come from to save the earth, and that terrible the three Saiyan battle? Flying up, Ling Yi floated towards the lively suspended martial arts platform. When he got close, he saw the two people in the field. One has blonde hair, his feet are off the ground, his eyes are sharp, and his aura is very strong. He has obviously reached the completion of the first stage of the super competition. At first glance, his combat power is stronger than himself. At this sight, Seiya was taken aback. Dadara, this kid. Seiya still remembered that his first big defeat was given to him by this kid, and it was because of him that he was able to follow the elder by chance and become a Super Saiyan. people. But in recent years, he has no choice but to find that no matter how he cultivates, his progress is extremely slow. Today, when he sees Dadara again, he actually finds that the other party has surpassed him. This kid has surpassed me. With a complicated look on his face, Seiya didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, the talent of the other party seems to be exceptionally outstanding when he was a child. By now, I am afraid that it has accumulated a lot and entered a period of rapid development. And next, Seiya looked at the opposite side, and when he saw the man's appearance, he was surprised again. Ling Yi. The person opposite was wearing a black martial arts uniform, with black hair and black eyes, and a tall and well-proportioned figure. He stood there without any flaws, with a smile on his face. Compared with the appearance of the youth in the past, Ling Yi at this moment is already a handsome young man, and he has an extraordinary aura all over him. At this moment, Ling Yi was standing not far in front of Dadala, and the two of them looked at each other and confronted each other. Dadara, you've lost me many times, have you improved this time? There was a chuckle in Ling Yi's words, which surprised Seiya. Dadara, lost to Ling Yi. He felt incredible. Dadala's strength had clearly mastered the strength of Super Saiyan 1, and his original strength had also increased by an unknown amount. In this way, he would still lose to Ling Yi. Yes, I have improved again. I have already touched the bottleneck of surpassing Super 1 again. This time, with the help of you, I want to see if I can step into that field. Dadara said in a deep voice, his face very serious. When you go beyond one limit, I have been able to go beyond 2 limits, and now, every time I go beyond 1 limit, my strength increases exponentially. Ling Yi chuckled and shook his head. My goal is not. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Is beyond you, but beyond yourself. Dadala said hard. Ling Yi's eyes froze, then nodded. You finally understand. Seiya looked at the two people on the martial arts arena with shock and reacted a little in his heart. What happened? The Earthling Ling Yi, who fought against the 5 scumbags, was able to instruct Dadala, who had turned into Super 1, in turn. Come on, Dadala. Ling Yi stretched out his right hand, signaling Dadala to attack. Be careful. Dadara's figure flashed, and the figure has disappeared. After a few moments, he appeared behind Ling Yi, and then slapped Ling Yi's back with an elbow. Phew. At this moment, a strange gravitational force appeared. Dadala punched, and hit the rippling gravitational force. Suddenly, his fist shifted direction. Ling Yi smiled and turned his head, punching out. At the moment when this punch was punched, the space shook, his black martial arts uniform vibrated violently, and his black hair even trembled. Seiya, who was beside him, became shocked. Chapter 724 What does it mean? Ling Yidong's wind was light and cloudless, and there was no exaggerated aura, but Seiya could clearly distinguish that between Ling Yi's punch, the energy in his body suddenly increased exponentially at an incredible speed. Stand up. In just a short moment, he reached the point where he was the same as Dadala, who was opposite him. The speed of this growth is astonishing. It seems that all the power hidden in the body has been drawn out with just a trembling of the hand. A man from the earth has such terrifying power in his body. Seiya stared at this scene in a stunned manner, and he clearly saw the next moment, the fists of the two slammed together fiercely. One of Dadara's fists was pulled apart, and the other fist collided with Ling Yi. The air vibrated, and a circle of ripples rushed out, and the Saiyans floating around watching the battle avoided in horror. However, the growth of energy in Ling Yi's body was not over yet. The limit barriers in his body were broken one by one. The energy boiled out like a roar, swept through the whole body and turned into a majestic force to strengthen himself. After a short moment, it is to surpass his opponent's Dadala again. Boom! The light blue arrogance shone with crystal light, surrounding Ling Yi's body. His black hair trembled, and he was unimaginably powerful at this moment. What level of power is this? Seiya looked at Ling Yi in shock, completely unable to imagine that this fragile earthling before was now so powerful. Bang! With another punch, the two of them collided on the field. The overwhelming force made Daedalus' expression change, and he dragged his feet on the ground and slid backward for dozens of meters. Then, his eyes narrowed, and the golden arrogance erupted again, and his strength increased a little bit faintly. After a breath, there was a sound of boom, and at the center of the fighting platform, the two completed a collision again. Daedalus stepped back again, and the powerful force completely crushed him. Bang bang bang. A series of voices came out, the martial arts platform continued to vibrate, and the fighting speed of the two accelerated, turning into phantoms. The gathering of lightning and thunder on a small part of their heads, the battle of the two has caused a change in the sky. Seiya watched the battle between the two in horror, and his mind fell into a strong shock. The strength of these two guys has reached an incredible level. They have surpassed me. Unexpected, unpredictable, such a scene is completely unimaginable, but I have to admit that after the shock, Seiya's heart is excited and excited. This kid has such power, maybe he can defeat the 3 androids on Earth. In this way, the Earth will be saved. Yes, Ling Yi's strength made Seiya's heart ablaze with hope. He didn't know how powerful the 3 androids were, but they must not have surpassed the power of the second stage of the Super Tournament, which means that Ling Yi's power at this moment is likely to be able to fight the 3 androids. As long as it can be matched and confronted, then there is hope for the Earth. Trunks, Sun Wushan, these 2 boys have great potential, just give them time, or wait until Prince Vegeta becomes stronger. At that time, the Earth will be saved. This is what Seiya thinks in his heart. At this moment, the group of people on Earth needs time the most. As long as there is time to grow, then they will inevitably become stronger. The battle between the two on the stage has reached the white-hot stage, and the speed has turned into a phantom. Even Seiya is difficult to see at this moment. However, the stronger the two, the happier he was in his heart. Until the end, Ling Yi won the victory. Daedalus lay down on the fighting platform, looked at the sky, and breathed tiredly. I lost again. No, this time, you won. You have surpassed the last time you were. I still lost to you. Losing to your opponent is nothing, losing to yourself is the real failure. The words of the two clearly echoed in the air, causing the Saiyans who were onlookers to hear it and pondered in their hearts. Daedalus didn't say a word, maybe he understood, and closed his eyes slowly. Seeing the end of the battle, Seiya flew up and came to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, Seiya shouted. Are you Seiya? Ling Yi looked at Seiya a few times, and then shouted in surprise. That's right, it's me. I didn't expect that you have become so powerful after not seeing you for so many years. Seiya sighed. This is all thanks to the revelation of the master back then. Ling Yi said happily, Seiya brother, how did you come here? Daedalus also flew here and saw Seiya greeting. Seiya brother, long time no see, did the elder not come? When it comes to the elders, Seiya also sinks. Yongqing was ordered to be grounded by the king of the realm. He knew it, and because of this, he lost a long time in his heart. No, the great elder is in deep cultivation and can't act yet. While talking, everyone walked towards their house. Half an hour later, they were in a spacious room, and Stoyard and others were also there. After listening to Seiya slowly telling about the experience of the earth, they all became contemplative. Master, he intervened in the affairs of the earth, but he just saved Yi Chi's group, and he has been punished by his boss, and also. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It means that things on the earth at the moment are very sensitive and sensitive. Even if he is as powerful as a master, he is already powerless in matters of the earth. Those 3 androids are nothing, but the reason behind the master's inability to intervene is what we are most afraid of. Also, I suspect that the master didn't take action. Maybe there is some reason, because, for the master, the 3 androids couldn't be simpler. And if we take action, will it disrupt the master's steps? Soon, Stoyard and others analyze that these people are the temporary leaders of the Saiyans at this moment, with strong combat power and outstanding wisdom. After so many hardships, they grew up quickly. Yes, the main problem now is here. After listening to the results analyzed by everyone, Saya also understood. How much does the matter on the other side of the earth actually have to do with Saya? If it affects the Great Elder's idea, that is the last thing he wants to see. However, what does the master mean by asking senior brother Saya to come to me? Chapter 725 Arrival. Suddenly, Ling Yi spoke up. His opening made several people present suddenly pondered again. Indeed, as Ling Yi said, if Yangqing is not ready to participate in the affairs of the earth, then why did Saya come to Ling Yi? At this moment, a voice sounded directly in Ling Yi's mind. Ling Yi, the affairs of the earth depend on you. You can go if you want. If you don't want to, no one will force you. The sudden sound made Ling Yi startled immediately. In a blink of an eye, he realized that the voice was his master. Master. Things on earth are very complicated, and I also have some plans, but my plans are none of your business. The androids are very strong. If you go, you have to be careful. The sound suddenly sounded, but it quickly dissipated. Ling Yi called out to Yangqing in his mind, but he never got a reply. Master, let me decide for myself. With a twinkle in his eyes, Ling Yi understood. The earth suffered a disaster, 3 powerful androids, but for some reason, the powerful master could not intervene. Even saving his relatives, he was punished by a strong man behind him. Under such circumstances, the master still asked Saya to come to him. He believes that his current strength will help the earth, but it may not be able to defeat the enemy. To go, or not to go? At this moment, Ling Yi fell into deep hesitation. 3 minutes later, Ling Yi took a deep breath and spoke slowly amid the analysis of his senior brothers. I decided to go to Earth and have a look. The specific situation, I will judge for myself. Saya was stunned, with a smile on his face, while the others were stunned, but didn't say much. Now that you've decided, go for it. Stoyard smiled and said softly, respecting Saya's decision. Now that the decision was made, Ling Yi and the two acted very quickly. In the afternoon, an aircraft broke through the atmosphere of the Nova and disappeared instantly. There must be a reason why the master didn't do it, but why did Ling Yi do it? Dadara looked at the sky, frowning in thought. As for Yangqing's mind, these apprentices really can't figure it out. On the realm of the gods. Just a second after Yangqing and Ling Yi finished talking, a voice rang in his mind. You should not intervene. It is an established fact that cannot be changed. This is the voice of the Realm King God. For Yangqing, the Realm King God can be said to always pay attention. After all, it is related to the realm of the Realm King, so he can't be cautious. Earth, there will be a glimmer of hope, Lord Kaiwangshan. Yangqing was slightly startled and laughed softly. I haven't changed anything. The voice of the Realm King was never heard again. He was like a mentor, always correcting Yangqing's mistakes, but he would not interfere too much in his life. How long will it take to reach the Earth? On the aircraft, Ling Yi asked. 3 years. Saya said helplessly. The new star is far enough away from the Earth. Ling Yi also said speechlessly, if only it could be faster. No way, this is already the fastest spaceship on Nova. Saya said. Standing up, Ling Yi walked into the training room behind him. Since the time is still very long, he will continue to practice. The master said that those few androids were very powerful, which put a lot of pressure on his heart. Saya watched Ling Yi enter the training room behind him, set the spaceship to be freely controlled, and entered the training state. On the realm of the gods. Yangqing flipped through the secret methods left by the gods of the past dynasties, and gradually, his vision was broadened, and he had a clear understanding of the whole world. There are 12 universes in the whole world, and every 2 universes is a pair. The universe I am in is the 7th universe. And the Kaiwang god is a pair with the god of destruction. If one of them dies, the other will cease to exist. With a sense of enlightenment in his eyes, Yang Qing nodded. In the universe, there are yin and yang, light and evil, and everything appears in pairs. And Kaiwang God has a space-time ring and can see the future world. This is also to help them better control the life and death of all things in the universe and maintain the balance between the universe. If the time and space change, then correspondingly, there will be an extra ring in the realm of the gods. Slowly reading the scroll that recorded many mysterious things about the Realm King, Yang Qing's worldview was constantly being cultivated. This is an extremely grand world. It is said that there were a total of 18 universes before, but one day, a powerful existence suddenly destroyed 6 of them in an instant, so there were only 12 universes left. Destroy 6 universes in an instant. A look of horror appeared on Yang Qing's face. What a powerful force this is. He knew that it would affect the universe to a certain extent, but it was the first time he had heard of such a strange appearance. No matter how strong it is, there should be a limit, and it can actually destroy the universe. At the very least, Yang Qing knew that it was still possible to break the dimension, but to say that he would destroy the universe would be a fool's dream. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Quote. Suddenly, the sight of Ling Yi and the 2 leaving Xinxing in the aircraft appeared in his eyes. They have left Xinxing. It seems that Ling Yi has already made a choice in his heart. His eyes were a bit complicated. He had never seen Ling Yi's fighting power at this time, so he couldn't judge, but he knew that if he faced number 17 and 18, this kid still wouldn't have an advantage. The most powerful thing about the androids is not their mighty power, but their breath that never decays. No matter how long the battle lasts, they will maintain a peak's combat status. According to his rough judgment, Ling Yi and number 18 should be similar, but there is still an irreparable gap from number 17. This little gap, in the face of the never-decaying combat power, will be infinitely magnified. Earth, what will happen? Unconsciously, Yang Qing felt that his move seemed to affect the development of the Earth again. But according to the laws of the universe, it still does not affect the general trend. Because, the 2 androids who are the protagonists on Earth at this moment are still fine, and they will not be suddenly destroyed. As time passed, Yang Qing was alone in the Sutra Collection Pavilion, studying many secrets of the vast universe. 2 years later, a small aircraft appeared outside the Earth's atmosphere. Chapter 726 Super Earthman. Looking at the blue planet in front of him, Ling Yi's eyes were a little complicated. It has been unknown how many years he has left the Earth. In the new star, he cultivated frantically, breaking through the limits one by one. The bottleneck that the Earthlings have is many times as many as the demihumans, but because of this, it is much less difficult for him to break through the bottleneck. When he broke through the bottleneck 1,500 times, he has come up with a unique method specially designed to break through the bottleneck. From then on, the natural limitations of Earthlings were nothing to him anymore, and his power advanced by leaps and bounds, rising rapidly. In just a few years, his strength has grown to a stage comparable to that of Super Saiyan 1. And then, his progress has not stopped. If Saiyans have the legendary Super Saiyan mode, then Ling Yi calls his current state of breaking the limit as Super Earthman. Didn't it say that the Earth has 3 years? Looking at the Earth quietly, Ling Yi asked aloud. Who knows? Maybe something went wrong in the middle. After carefully scrutinizing the time on the meter several times, Saya spread his hands in confusion. It was true that it was 2 years, but the planned time was 3 years, which made him puzzled. Forget it, it's better to arrive early than late. Saya made a jump, took the pilot's seat, and regained control of the spacecraft. Sit down, we're ready to land, the Earth doesn't know what's going on now, be careful. Said to Ling Yi, looked at the other party sitting in the co-pilot position. Saya pressed the start button, the spaceship hummed and plunged toward the Earth below. On Earth, in an unknown mountain and valley. Here the mountains and rivers are beautiful, the birds sing and the flowers are fragrant. Animals chirping, insects cicadas chirping, a place away from the hustle and bustle of the city. There are 2 or 3 cabins in the open space by the river bank. At this moment, in front of the door of the log cabin, there are 2 little boys standing with perseverance and hard work on their faces. Stand up straight and feel the breath in your body. You are still young, but there is no time for you. You must quickly master the use of breath. A sturdy figure stood in front of the 2 children, with a stern and cold face. On the side, Sun Wukong saw that the 2 children were working hard, and he couldn't bear it, so he stepped forward to persuade them. Uncle Vegeta, they are only 2 or 3 years old, let them rest, they have been practicing for 3 hours. Vegeta turned around abruptly, her eyes sharpened. You are the same, hurry up and cultivate. Until now, you haven't cultivated a Super Saiyan yet. Compared with your father, you are simply a waste. His tone was unceremonious, and Sun Wukong's expression froze. Don't get out of your way to practice. With a cold drink, Sun Wukong turned around helplessly and left. After turning around, Sun Gohan's expression became lost. Compared to his powerful father, he does seem to have no talent. He has been practicing for so long, but he has no understanding of the Super Saiyan mode. You too, work hard for me to cultivate. If one day, I die and Sun Wukong dies, the world will depend on you. The cold voice sounded, and Sun Wukong trembled. In the past 2 years, he could hear such words almost every day. On that day a year ago, Uncle Piccolo and Grandpa Turtle Immortal were both found by androids and brutally killed. On that day, Vegeta was seriously injured and was dying, but she managed to escape with her last breath. They faced the androids for the first time, ended in failure, and finally realized the power and cruelty of those 2 guys. Dad, how did you turn into a Super Saiyan? Sun Gohan closed his eyes and carefully recalled his father's transformation that day. Because of anger, because the strength reached a limit that could not be increased, the father completed a rather huge leap. Anger, limit. He murmured that he had already reached the limit. Vegeta said he had no talent, just because he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, but in fact, the 2 years of practice, in terms of strength, have reached a perfect state. It's only 1 step away from Super Saiyan. Am I going to be angry? I vaguely remember that when I was a child, every time I was angry, I would burst out with great power. Father and the others also said that there is great potential in their bodies. Do I really have that kind of power? He wanted to give it a try. Although he had already tried this transformation countless times, today, he would try again. Angry, I want to be angry. Sun Gohan clenched his fists and closed his eyes. He started to think about the things that made him angry. The death of Uncle Kling and the death of Uncle Bick, the faces of these people flashed before his eyes again and again. The corners of Sun Wukong's eyes began to tremble, and uncontrollable energy steamed out of his body. This was anger, it was anger. As long as he thought of these relatives who were killed by the enemy, he would be uncontrollably angry. The anger was gradually boiling, and then it became bigger and bigger. Finally, in front of his eyes, his father appeared. That smiling face seems to be watching him silently at the moment, I don't know why. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Feeling, Sun Wukong's anger dissipated. But at this moment, Sun Wukong became sweaty. Father! Sun Gohan shouted, his face turned panicked. 2 figures appeared, ruthlessly killing the phantom in front of him. Damn it! With a roar, Sun Wukong's anger completely burst out, and dazzling power burst out from his body. The golden breath surged out, and a steady stream of power, centered on Sun Wukong, spread out in all directions. A powerful breath rolled up, the dark clouds in the sky changed, and lightning interlaced. At this moment, Sun Wukong has grown into a boy's body, standing tall and straight, his face is extremely cold, his black hair instantly turns golden, his eyebrows also suddenly become golden, his pupils become pale green, and his body is surrounded by a strong golden color. Arrogance. Super Saiyan mode. At this moment, because of anger, Sun Gohan is finally finished. Moreover, the Super Saiyan mode that suddenly transformed, because of the strong anger, is actually stronger than others. Vegeta was teaching two children, and when she felt this breath, a look of shock appeared on her face. Chapter 727 The Sudden Streamer. Son Gohan, that kid. He was very familiar with this breath, it was Kakarot's son. Turning around abruptly, he really saw the mountains and valleys behind him, dust flying behind them, and being enveloped by a huge energy field. Trunks and Sun Wushan felt the breath and looked there curiously. You two keep on cultivating, I'll go take a look. Because of the impact of the powerful breath, both Kiki and Bulma walked out of the wooden house and looked towards the place where Son Gohan was. What happened? Kiki asked. Looks like my brother turned into a Super Saiyan. Because of the long-term education in combat, Sun Wushan knew a lot, and when he noticed that the golden aura was rolling, he immediately knew that he was a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Kiki and Bulma looked at each other, and there was a gleam of surprise in their eyes. At a time when the world is facing disaster, they naturally know what kind of changes Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan will bring to the world. This means that since then Vegeta has a helper, and his pressure can finally be relieved. Vegeta flew quickly not far in front of Sun Wukong, and when she saw the figure surrounded by golden arrogance, she was surprised at first, and then became relieved. As expected of Kakarot's son. Talking silently, he felt that Son Gohan was no worse than his father, but he had just turned into a Super Saiyan, but he was already very powerful. However, such strength is still not enough to fight those two guys. Is it only possible to transform into Super Saiyan 2? Even today, Vegeta is still shocked when he recalls the shocking power of Sun Wukong when he transformed. He couldn't understand how such power came about. Is this a Super Saiyan? Uncle Vegeta. While secretly recalling, Son Gohan's voice came over. Yes, you succeeded, great. Vegeta nodded grimly, but did not express her emotions. I'm finally able to help everyone. Clenching his fists, Sun Wukong's eyes were full of hope. Don't be too happy, now you can only escape and survive. Better pray, you don't get discovered by those two guys, otherwise, if you die, there's nothing left. With a sneer, Vegeta turned and left. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, and there was a strong unwillingness in his eyes. The hatred of Uncle Piccolo, the hatred of his father, these deep hatreds made him suffer every day. Closing his eyes, he began to carefully appreciate the power of this sudden increase. Very strong, but still not enough. I was very unwilling, but there was nothing I could do. I have to continue to practice, this kind of strength is not enough. Far from enough. Maintaining such a blonde state, Son Gohan entered a deep understanding. His talent is actually not bad at all. As a fusion of Saiyan and Earthman genes, in a sense, apart from the lack of those weird and excellent genetic fragments, he and Char are of the same species, and they all gathered on the Earth. The excellent genes of humans and Saiyans. Vegeta came to the side of Son Gohan and Trunks, and the gloom in his eyes quietly dissipated a little. You two, take a break. Son Gohan's successful transformation finally made him feel a little more relaxed. Yeah. The two children jumped for joy. Although they were only 3 years old, they matured very quickly. My brother has finally turned into a Super Saiyan, it's good, the pressure on Uncle Vegeta is obviously much less. The death of Sun Wukong and the failure of the next generation of young adults make Vegeta's daily pressure unimaginable. Even under such circumstances, it is not easy for him to maintain his strength and move forward gradually. He has to guide Sun Wukong in his practice, to take care of the two families, and to deal with one of the androids every time they separate, and every confrontation is a life and death challenge. In such a situation, Vegeta's mental breakdown was not at its best. After resting for half an hour, Vegeta suddenly stood up and shouted at Bulma with a serious face. Get ready, we're leaving. What, are you leaving again? Bulma said in surprise. Son Gohan, who turned into a Super Saiyan, also flew over and said condensedly, Uncle Vegeta, this time, I want to try, the two of us, can't we fight against them? Ha ha. Vegeta turned to face Son Gohan and sneered, do you think you can fight them by turning into a Super Saiyan? Have you fought them? Do you know how terrifying they are? Put away your self-confidence, pack up immediately, and get ready to get out. The last tone is already a lesson. After reprimanding Son Gohan, Vegeta turned around and left. Everyone looked at each other a few times, and Sun Wukong clenched his fists, but in the end he still looked at the horizon and gave up the confrontation. They quickly packed up, and 5 minutes later, everyone took the aircraft to leave from here. And just 3 minutes after they left, 2 figures fell from the sky, and the powerful impact instantly crushed 2/3 of the entire mountain and valley into shreds. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Running again. 17 said coldly. After several battles, it seems that Vegeta is very clear, and we can sense his breath. Number 18 frowned. The breath just now was very unfamiliar, but it was equally powerful. It was a change in Saiyans. Are you strong? It's a Saiyan, yes, maybe that's what they call a Super Saiyan. 17 nodded. They have to be wiped out as soon as possible without giving them a chance to grow. Number 18 said coldly. This group of people is like mice. Unless they show up on their own initiative, they will hide their breath and it will be difficult to find them. Road 17. Suddenly, the eyes of the two of them all turned to the sky, and they became playful. A crimson streamer pierced the air, and a harsh humming sound was heard, heading towards here. In that stream of light, 2 figures were communicating with each other. Are you sure Prince Vegeta is here? I'm sure, but it seems that they have left. Who are those 2 guys on the ground? I don't know either. The sound of a quick conversation sounded, and just as they finished speaking, the aircraft slammed into the ground fiercely. In an instant, the ground cracked, and a spider web-like crack quickly spread out. Chapter 728 Interception. The aircraft fell towards the ground at high speed with firelight, and the strong air pressure brought up cracks on the ground. The 2 people on the 17th and 18th who just came here stared at the fire that suddenly descended from the sky, and their eyes flashed with icy colors. Boom! A qigong wave exuding a faint halo bloomed from number 17's hand, and then rushed into the sky with a bang. Boom! In just one meal, the flames shot into the sky, and the rapidly falling aircraft was blown into powder. At the same time, number 17 and 18 turned their heads and looked sharply at the top of the mountain in the distance in front of them. It's really unfriendly, these 2. Although I don't know what the androids look like, but it looks like they are undoubtedly them. 2 voices came out. It was Ling Yi and Sai Ya. Their faces also became serious and solemn at this moment, and their tone was full of sternness. Just now, they were sitting on the aircraft, overlooking the earth, and naturally saw the scene on the surface of the earth. The once prosperous city has collapsed, high-rise buildings and ruins. The earth at the moment is like the end of the world. From this, it can be seen that these 2 people have done abominable things in these days. The inhuman cruelty made the 2 of them immediately angry. Who are you? 18 clasped his fists and asked contemptuously. Who? Your arrogant tone really makes me want to destroy you in an instant. Seiya shouted. The golden arrogance swelled, and suddenly transformed into super race mode, then bent his knees, rushed to the front of number 18, and punched fiercely. Bang! Number 18 blocked the punch, and the powerful force made her take a step back, and a look of shock appeared on her face. Saiyan! Kill him! Number 17 snorted coldly and launched an attack in an instant. He wanted the 2 to work together to solve Saiya directly. In addition to the previous momentum, there are already 3 Saiyans who have such a model. They dare not imagine whether they are opponents of the other party if they let these guys become stronger. However, at the moment when number 17 moved, a strong wind came violently, and then, a figure that was almost invisible was directly blocked in front of him. Your opponent is me, android. Ling Yi's icy expression and stern expression made number 17's heart suddenly tighten. Who are you? The latter unceremoniously punched out, and the speed was so fast that number 17 was shocked, and he hurriedly turned to the back 3 times. Woo! The strong wind blew, and the punch was dodged by number 17, but then, Ling Yi strode forward and threw a series of punches. Bang 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 bang. Number 17 had no way to retreat. They raised their fists to greet each other. The two of them punched each other and quickly attacked. The surrounding ground made a rumbling sound. What a strong guy. It doesn't look like a Saiyan. Number 17 was shocked and felt unbelievable. Not a Saiyan, but he could be so powerful. On the other hand, because it was a short battle, number 18 was on a par with Seiya. After this period of practice, Seiya's cultivation has also improved a lot. Now, he will not be at a disadvantage in the face of number 18 after fighting for a long time. Soon, the two sides quickly collided again and quickly separated in the sky. The two sides fell into a confrontation, looking at each other's eyes, full of solemnity. How is it? Ling Yi asked softly. It's very strong. Keep fighting, I'm not his opponent. Saya said with trembling hands. His breathing was a little disordered. Hearing Seiya's words, Ling Yi's face became more serious. These two androids, fighting until this moment, still have no disorder in their breathing. It's really strong. Thinking of what the master had said in his mind, Ling Yi couldn't help but nod his head. Prepare to withdraw, we are not targeting them now. After 3 breaths, Ling Yi whispered. Sai was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The 17th and 18th were also shocked by the two people who suddenly appeared. For the two of them, Ling Yi was obviously stronger than any enemy they had faced before. And Seiya, who was able to draw a tie with them for a short period of time, such strength has already made them very jealous. Except for the dead son Wukong, this is the first time. Go! Just when the two were vigilant and concentrating, Ling Yi and Saiya suddenly rose into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Go away! Number 17 was startled for a moment, then his face became hideous. These two must die, they are a bigger threat than those mice. Number 18 also looked ugly, and Seiya's strength also made her jealous. Chase! After a hesitation, the two of them rushed into the sky in an instant, chasing them towards them. Standing high in the sky, the 4 of them started a shocking chase. Because the combat power is close to each other, they soon meet again. Shish! Seiya threw his hand, and the dense Qigong bullets attacked towards the rear. On the 17th and 18th, the two raised their hands. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Blocking the front, let the flames burst into impact around them. Wait for all the explosions to dissipate, and rush out again. The whole body is actually without the slightest injury. I can't get rid of them. What should I do? Boy Ling Yi. Seiya said nervously. You go first, I'll stop them. Suddenly, Ling Yi stopped, and his face was extremely cold. Sai was stunned for a moment, then became anxious. No, you are not their opponent. Go, I have a way to stop them and catch up with you. Ling Yi said simply, without any hesitation in his tone. Saiya heard the seriousness in Ling Yi's tone, and immediately turned around to speed up and leave. The two people at the back, number 17 and number 8, quickly caught up to Ling Yi and stopped. Aren't you running? All along, I've developed a trick, but I can't find a suitable opponent to try it out. Today, I finally have a chance. Ling Yi ignored the mocking smiles of the two and said indifferently. At the same time, his hands trembled irregularly. With the movement of his hands, a strange force in the air was running. While breaking the countless limits of people on earth, God has also given me infinite power. The hard work I paid, even the most fighting Saiyan, can't compare. See it, my trick. Ling Yi's tone was full of seriousness. At the same time, a black brilliance appeared between his hands. Chapter 729 Convergence. This black brilliance, when seen up close, seems to be constantly wandering, spinning, and slowly fluctuating around the center, showing irregular vibrations, pulling and attracting in all directions. From a distance, it looks like a small whirlpool. Gravitational waves. Suddenly, Ling Yi roared, and the pitch-black vortex between his hands was pushed out by him. In an instant, the dark vortex spread out and turned into a huge vortex with a range of 100 meters. While the vortex was thrown out, Ling Yi's whole body was wrapped in dark silk threads. Buzzing. The air began to fluctuate, a large piece of strange silk appeared, and a huge pulling force appeared. This force was surprisingly large, and it fluctuated in irregular directions. In just an instant, a huge long tornado appeared above the sky, and the long tornado was still growing and growing. The two people on the 17th and 18th, when they saw the appearance of the dark vortex, their whole body was pulled by an invisible huge force. It was unable to stabilize, and with the force of the constant collision and pulling, it rotated. In a short breath, they were pulled into his black long tornado, and their bodies spun around. Go! Ling Yi saw that the two were restrained, and with a wave of both hands, a large wave of qigong rushed forward. Then, without looking behind him, he turned and flew up. Boom! A series of explosions sounded from behind, and a large flame drowned number 17 and 18. When the two rushed out of the vortex flame, they had already lost Ling Yi and Saya. Damn, these two guys. That boy in black has unpredictable means, it's hard to deal with. Number 17 said coldly, feeling a little apprehensive. The pulling force behind it still exists, but it is not as strong as before. Where the hell did they come from, these two guys? 18 shouted angrily. One of them is a Saiyan. Number 17 said coldly. After a pause, number 17 said again, but what makes me more afraid is that black-haired boy. There is no Saiyan breath at all, but it is too powerful. Where does this guy come from? What makes number 17 even more incredible is that such a guy feels like a pure earthling. The black thread gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to calm. The two of them, number 17 and 18, were standing in the void with complex and dignified expressions. They were hesitating. Ling Yi's strangeness and power made them jealous, and Saya was not easy to deal with. Compared to a group of people like Vegeta, the two who suddenly appeared had several levels of combat power. On the other side, Ling Yi quickly caught up with Saya, and the two of them were no longer visible after only a few flashes. Did you dump them? Seeing Ling Yi chasing so quickly, Saya was a little shocked. It took a lot of effort. Let's find Vegeta and the others first. Ling Yi's face was a little pale, but his breath was still stable and said quickly. You're growing up so fast, I can't see through you now. Saya said complicatedly. I still remember that when this kid was wearing a Saiyan combat uniform, he would be tired and vomit blood, but now, the other party may have surpassed him by an unknown amount. Earth people can also be strong to such a degree. It really subverts the worldview in Saya's heart. I just pushed too many limits. In fact, everyone can do it like me. Ling Yi said with a smile. Saya pouted, everyone can do it. Then, why didn't the powerhouses in the universe run all over the street? The two flew in the air, and saw the large surface below clearly. It was soon discovered that, with the exception of a few mountainous areas that were not damaged, most of the cities were reduced to ruins. The original high-rise buildings are now scattered everywhere. The dark red blood flowed on the ground, and because of the long time, it exudes a faint smell of blood. Two brutal guys really. Ling Yi's face was ugly. He looked down at the situation below, and saw the cruelty of the android in his eyes. It's also very powerful. Saya responded solemnly, and fought against the female android a few times, but the powerful force made him deeply remember. Look for Vegeta and the others first. Ling Yi turned around again. Saya's eyes flashed and nodded. The current situation, it is indeed better to join with Vegeta's group. 3 days later, on the top of a hidden high mountain, the two finally found Vegeta's group following their breath. On the top of the mountain, Vegeta looked at the wooden house just built in front of her with a cold expression, and said nothing. On the contrary, it was son Gohan with an optimistic smile on his face. "Uncle Vegeta, this time we can live in peace here for a while." Saying that, son Wufan touched the heads of Trunks and son Wushan beside him, the two children, smiling silly. "Yeah," Vegeta nodded slightly, but did not smile. "You just mastered the Super Saiyan, and you should work hard to cultivate and try to reach the level of your father as soon as possible. Only by reaching the heights he once reached, will mankind have a future." Cold words, but this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Son Gohan smiled and nodded. Son Wuhan, who is already a teenager at this time, has already matured his thoughts. Under the threat of disaster and avoidance, pressure in life and death, human beings will always grow very fast. At this moment, the two people's originally calm faces suddenly changed, and at the same time they looked towards the sky. "Someone is coming. Not an android," Son Gohan and Vegeta said successively, but their solemn expressions did not change. These two breaths are very unfamiliar and equally powerful. "Brother, what's wrong?" Son Wushan asked nervously. "Someone is coming, you two stand back and protect yourselves." Son Wufan looked at the sky sharply, and the two figures were falling, and the destination was very clear. It was the place where they had just settled. After more than 10 breaths, two figures entered the sight of Vegeta and the others. Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Seiya saw Vegeta, and the familiar face of King Vegeta flashed before his eyes in a trance, and he was a little excited for a while. Ling Yi, on the other hand, stood on the ground with both feet on the ground. First, he saw everyone present, and it was easy to distinguish the vigilance of everyone in front of him. Seiya, have seen Prince Vegeta. At this time, Seiya did not hesitate at all, stepped forward, knelt down on one knee, and said loudly to Vegeta. Chapter 730 Conspiracy. Vegeta looked a little excited at the kneeling Saiyan who looked just a few years older than him. He had seen this man before, when he was still young, but Vegeta was always very impressed with the few remaining Saiyans. "You are the Saiyan who was with the Great Elder back then." There was a hint of surprise in Vegeta's eyes. He never imagined that a familiar face would appear at this time. "Yes, my name is Seiya, Prince Vegeta." Seiya stood up and smiled. "Why are you here?" Vegeta knew very well that the Saiyan in front of him also possessed great power. In those days, this guy was extremely powerful. He had been by the Elder's side for many years, and even he didn't know how powerful it was at this time. "Me and the Great Elder have actually lived on Earth for many years. I'm here because I hope I can help you." There was a hint of joy in his eyes, and Vegeta's face was obviously relieved again. "What about him?" Suddenly noticing Ling Yi, Vegeta asked again. "I'm Ling Yi, the disciple of the First Elder." Ling Yi smiled and nodded. The two groups of people gathered together, and soon after getting familiar with each other, they began to discuss the battle plan. "On the 17th and 18th, Big Brother Sai and I have already fought with them," Ling Yi said solemnly and slowly. Hearing what Ling Yi said, Vegeta and Son Gohan looked at each other and became serious. The strength of the two androids, they are the clearest. To be honest, if a life and death battle does begin, we have no hope. Ling Yi said it unceremoniously. This is also the conclusion he came to after a slight contact after a battle. The power of the two androids was beyond his imagination. Vegeta and Son Gohan's faces darkened immediately, and then became serious. Now, the only way is still to endure and continue to become stronger. Seiya interfaced. In fact, on the way to find Vegeta, he and Ling Yi have discussed for a long time, but there is still no way. In the face of absolute power, any strategy seems powerless. Damn. Son Gohan clenched his fists, Vegeta patted him on the shoulder, and the latter relaxed. "But they won't give us a chance." Ling Yi's eyes flashed, and he said coldly. Androids started fine on the 17th and 18th, Ling Yi and Seiya did not exist. But after the encounter between the two sides, the androids clearly felt the fear. What happens next is probably out of control. I am afraid that these two will frantically search for them in the follow-up time. And the fact is no different from what Ling Yi guessed. On the 17th and 18th after the battle with Ling Yi, they started a frantic search. The androids are very sensitive to breath, but after searching hard, they still haven't found the slightest bit. This made the two of them keep gathering anger in their hearts. These guys have already learned to be smart, they hide their aura, and they can't find it at all. 18 said angrily. It's not hard to find them. Number 17, however, had a cold light flashing in his eyes, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. How? 18 turned his head in confusion. Monkey King, his son, his family, this group of people may be very powerful. However, their weaknesses are also evident. 17 smiled and looked down at the city below. The tall buildings towered and stood, his eyes became colder and colder, and the smile on the corner of his mouth seemed extremely cold. If we spread the word and they didn't come out for a day, we'd wipe out a city, and guess what? Number 18 was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, and then laughed. Or brother has a way. After 3 breaths, the fingertips of number 17 flashed a scarlet light, and after 4 breaths, a sky-piercing flame erupted, and the entire city below set off a huge mushroom cloud. The flames and explosions continued, and in a short period of 10 breaths, the huge city was completely reduced to a sea of flames. Countless screams and sounds of pain came out, but in an instant, the originally quiet city was reduced to hell. This kind of scenery is really charming. Number 17 looked intoxicated at the sky-high flames below, the smile on his face was evil and hideous. Charming or not, I don't care, I just want to get rid of those abominable Saiyan monkeys quickly. Number 18 flipped his hair and said coldly. Don't worry, the Saiyans will come to us without waiting a few days. 17 smiled confidently. In less than a day, a news spread all over the world. The news is spread through TV stations, billboards, radio broadcasts. Even in remote mountainous areas, if you have these entertainment facilities, you can listen to it. Saiyan wild monkeys hiding on Earth, I have good news for you. It was a man and a woman who appeared on the screen. The man had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. The two of us won't be looking for you again. This is the next. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. This sentence seems to make people breathe a sigh of relief, but it makes fear in the hearts of countless people. I'm waiting for you to come find me. 17 sneered and said loudly. In one day, I will destroy a city. If I don't come out in 2 days, I will destroy 4 cities. Not for a month. I will wipe out all human beings in the whole world. Whether to come to us, you decide for yourself. After a paragraph was finished, number 17 simply disappeared from the picture. In a wooden house not knowing how many miles away, Vegeta and the others without a TV were cultivating. But at this moment, this sentence came out on the radio, which made the expressions of the few people who were cultivating outside the house changed. Because the TV is inconvenient to carry, it has long been abandoned by everyone, and the space for the universal capsule is not open. Carrying many daily necessities is already the limit, but the control of external information cannot be broken, so the radio has become the only medium for everyone. But because of this, the conspiracy of the androids was heard by them. It's forcing us. Seiya resented. Because of our arrival, the power is already unbalanced, and the two of them cannot suppress you and give you time to grow. Forcing you out and then killing you is what these two guys thought. Ling Yi said with a solemn expression. Chapter 731 What a pity. The androids are extremely intelligent, and they need to keep themselves the highest combat power on Earth. Therefore, he will never allow power beyond his control to exist. After Ling Yi and Seiya fought with them for a short time. It put a lot of pressure on the artificial man, so there is this scene. If it's just Son Gohan, Vegeta, or only Ling Yi and Seiya, then the 17th and 18th will definitely not be so nervous. It is precisely because the combined strength of the two parties has exceeded numbers 17 and 18, and may even destroy them. These two people are so nervous, eager to find Son Gohan, Vegeta and others. As long as the power of the enemy is eliminated and the power of both sides reaches a balance again, then the world is still under the control of the 17th and 8th. Right now, the situation we're facing is, are we going to fight them? Ling Yi's eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice. The expressions of the people present became solemn, and they fell into contemplation. After a long time, Sun Wufan spoke up. It's impossible for me to put down those fellow human beings, I'll go. He stood up, his face determined. Women's kindness, Saiyans, how can there be someone like you? Vegeta laughed. If it were him, he would have chosen without hesitation. What does the life and death of Earth people have to do with him? The others did not say a word, and Trunks and Sun Wushan watched silently. If the four of us come together, can we beat them? After mocking Son Gohan, Vegeta suddenly spoke up. This sentence made Ling Yi and Saya look at each other and start to think about it. After 10 breaths, Ling Yi spoke. Judging by the previous battles with them, there is hope, however, I can't guarantee that they don't have hidden powers. In a word, the eyes of everyone present lit up. In this hopeless moment, as long as there is a ray of light, everyone will pursue it without hesitation. As long as it's possible, I'll give it a try. Vegeta stood up and said sharply. Constant dodging, the shame of failure, made the dignity of this Saiyan prince ruthlessly trampled and tortured. For a long time, his anger and unwillingness have accumulated to an incomparably huge amount. At this moment, a little light made him excited immediately. Revenge, wash away the shame, is the only thing this Saiyan prince can think of at this moment. But Sun Wufan hesitated when he thought that the two people Ling Yi said might have hidden power. Nothing but, let's go now. The four of us, kill them completely. Vegeta waved his hand and directly stopped the road. Saiyan's eyes also glowed. In his heart, the Saiyan prince was naturally the king of all Saiyans in this generation. Although his status was not comparable to that of the elder, his orders were completely the same as the imperial decree. Then let's go now. Ling Yi's eyes flashed, thinking about the possibility of defeating those two. Then, he quickly came to a conclusion. If it is only at the level of fighting against him, it is entirely possible for the four of them to join forces to defeat each other. Even if the other party has hidden strength, which is about 20% higher than the surface strength, they will not be wiped out. Worth a try. Quote. 4 words summed up the feasibility of the four people's decision, but after a brief separation with Bu Machichi, the four people flew up and flew towards the direction of the 17th and 18th. Wait for me at home, Trunks, Mom, and Goten, Aunt Boomer. Sun Wushan nodded to everyone, and the last Feikong left, hesitant in his eyes, but also full of hope. An hour later, the four of them came together over a city. Is this the city they just destroyed? It is estimated that it will not be far from here. Vegeta and Sia said softly. Diffuse the breath and let them chase after them. Vegeta said coldly, with a sneer on the corner of her mouth. The next moment, he roared loudly, and the light of the Super Saiyan burst out, and the terrifying breath instantly made the ruined ground with a radius of 1,000 meters below him sag, and the rumbling sounded non-stop. At the same time, the gust of wind fluttered, the airflow surged, and the powerful breath spread out in all directions, setting off waves and tides. In just an instant, this breath spread out tens of thousands of meters, 100,000 meters, hundreds of thousands of meters away. The other three, also at this moment, separated from 3 directions and stared into the distance. 30,000 miles to the south, number 17 and 18, who were flying in the air, suddenly froze, and then a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Brother, your method really works, and he actually chased after him. Number 18 dialed the ends of his hair and said with a smile. The arrogance of the Saiyans will be the main culprit in their ultimate destruction. 17 said coldly. Afterwards, the two turned their heads sharply and accelerated towards where Vegeta was. But within a dozen breaths, the two had already arrived in front of Vegeta and the others. The four of you are indeed a group. Number 17 said softly with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Don't talk nonsense, it's you today. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Dead time. Vegeta let out a roar, the breath in his body swelled, and he suddenly launched an attack. At this moment, a successful smile appeared on the corners of number 17 and number 8's mouth at the same time. The moment Ling Yi saw the smiles of the two of them, he had a bad premonition in his heart, and immediately roared. Vegeta, come back first. At this time, the distance between the two sides is still several thousand meters. If they stop returning, there is hope. However, Vegeta's pride and anger have urged him to speed up. No, attack! Ling Yi shouted again, and the whole person rushed up. Beside him, Saya and Sun Wuhan also transformed into Super Saiyans and launched an attack on number 17 and 18. On the distant realm star, Yang Qing frowned, looking at the 6 figures in the crystal ball, and shook his head in disappointment. It's over, alas, what a pity. Just as he finished speaking, Vegeta had already rushed in front of number 17 and 18. Go to hell. With a loud roar, an angry fist slammed towards number 17. At this time, Ling Yi was still several hundred meters away from Vegeta. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of number 17's mouth, and his figure was just a distortion, and he had already disappeared in front of Vegeta's eyes. You're here, you're killing yourself. Chapter 732 Completely Lost Hope. The sarcastic words hidden in the cold sounded in Vegeta's ears, causing the latter to immediately feel cold all over, and his heart contracted violently. So fast. In this piece, Vegeta had only one feeling in his mind, and only 2 words flashed in his mind. Just at the next moment, his back seemed to be torn open, and a handful of sharp things cut through his skin directly, then passed through his lungs, and protruded his right shang in an instant. Vegeta lowered her head blankly, and saw a bloody hand slowly disappearing from his mouth. Too fast, too hard, too accurate. In an instant, the attack launched by number 17 made him lose his ability to fight. Only at this moment did the intense pain and weakness spread throughout his body. Vegeta's face suddenly paled, sweating profusely, and her hair turned black, and she couldn't even stand in the air. Damn it! A loud roar sounded from behind number 17. Number 17's expression changed, and his bloody right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, slamming into Vegeta's back. Bang! With this punch, Vegeta was directly knocked out of the void. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and blood flew down from his right side. The strong wind blew up from behind number 17, and just by feeling the wind, number 17 could deeply feel the anger and excitement of the people behind. The fist was fierce, and he couldn't dodge this punch, but number 17 was not panicked, he even smiled. Bang! The dull sound of impact came out, and number 17 was punched into the sky, hitting the ground, and a big crater appeared. At the same time, Son Gohan and Saya quickly followed and attacked number 18. They are all in Super Saiyan mode. Seeing Vegeta injured so quickly, they are even more anxious and angry, and their strength has already been exerted to the limit. However, even so, the two of them were still unable to suppress number 18 against each other. This woman, in the last battle, hid her power. Saya's heart sank, feeling that something was wrong. No wonder these two arrogantly issued a notice to the world, they clearly have full confidence in dealing with themselves and others. Ling Yi also understood at this moment, he shut down number 17 with one punch, but the latter just rose from the ground in an instant and stood in front of him again. Apart from a slight bruise on the face, there was no feeling of weakness at all. I received a heavy blow from my anger, but it was only slightly injured. Ling Yi's face became solemn. Are you afraid? Number 17 said softly, with a gentle tone, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was extremely cruel. Did you hide your power last time? Ling Yi asked in a condensed voice, glancing at Vegeta from the corner of his eyes. The latter continued to curl up on the ground, the blood soon dyed the ground red, and the vitality was rapidly draining, becoming weaker and weaker. Seeing the pool of blood, Ling Yi's heart sank. Under such circumstances, it is very difficult to save Vegeta. Anyway, try it. With a flash of eyes, Ling Yi once again focused his gaze on the enemy in front of him. Hiding. Number 17 laughed. It can't be considered hiding, because we didn't use all our strength during the battle. Then, he stretched out 5 fingers. Only half oh. Ling Yi's eyes were even more solemn. In the last battle, the guy in front of him only showed half of his power. On the other side, Son Gohan threw a punch, and Seiya quickly followed and threw the same punch. But number 18, his face was calm, his figure rose with the wind, and he dodged flexibly. Under such a long attack, there was not even a single attack on the opponent. You've been attacking for so long, should it be me? Suddenly, number 18 spoke, her speed suddenly increased, and she disappeared in front of Sun Wukong in an instant. After a breath, there was a sharp pain in the back of his head, and the whole person fell directly from the air. Damn! Number 18 wanted to attack, but Seiya had already attacked. In desperation, number 18 turned around and threw a punch. Bang! The hurricane surged, and the fists of the two were stalemate in the air. Number 18 looked calm, and brushed his hair with the other hand. Do you really think you are our opponent? With the strength of 4 people, it is possible to defeat us. But alas, your predictions were wrong. Killing you now is too easy for my brother and I. Then, her right hand that ruffled her hair suddenly clenched tightly and waved it fiercely. Bang! This punch hit Seiya unceremoniously in the face, making him stunned, losing his balance, and immediately following, number 18 raised him and kicked him to the ground. Just as he fell to the ground, Sun Wukong roared and rushed out again, blocking number 18 and preventing the former's pursuit. The mighty number 17 and 18, at this moment, showed the power that made the 4 people desperate and fearful. In the face of such power, it seems impossible to resist at all, it is too powerful. The battle between Ling Yi and number 17 showed an almost one-sided trend, but they could barely maintain it. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. After more than 10 breaths, Vegeta's breath on the ground became weaker, Ling Yi's eyes flashed, and he dodged the punch of number 17, his whole body swayed, and 3 shadows appeared. These 3 strange Ling Yi immediately made number 17 stunned. Immediately after that, the 3 Ling Yi attacked number 17 at the same time. At the same time, Ling Yi's figure appeared on the ground, squatting beside Vegeta. Prince Vegeta! Ling Yi shouted in a low voice. Hearing someone calling out to him, Vegeta opened her weak eyes. His face was pale, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his breath was so weak that it was almost non-existent. You, hurry. Seemingly carrying great pain, Vegeta said these words in a hard voice, her whole body trembling and shaking. Ling Yi's eyes were sad, looking at Vegeta at the moment, knowing that the latter may have been out of business soon because of excessive bleeding. Vegeta was clearly aware of his situation at this time, and he underestimated the strength of the enemy in a moment of impulsiveness, putting him in a desperate situation. Go! With all his strength, Vegeta shouted. What else do you want to say? Ling Yi held Vegeta's right hand and asked in a low voice. At this moment, the 3 shadows in the sky have all been eliminated by number 17. Indifferent eyes glanced directly at the body below. Chapter 733 I want to become stronger. Take care of Trunks and teach Son Gohan well. As if returning to light, Vegeta's words were spoken naturally and fluently. In the next moment, his body no longer trembled and trembled, he actually moved a bit, and then stood up slowly. My blood has been drained, but the glory of the Saiyans can support me to die standing up. Muttering these words, Vegeta suddenly felt an invisible force rushing out of her body. In front of him appeared the face of his father, King Vegeta, as well as the resolute eyes of Sun Wukong in the pain before his death. He also thought of his little son, who looked at his own eyes every time. At times, they all carry the light of worship and idolatry. Father, Kakarot, Trunks. After chanting 3 names, Vegeta's black hair suddenly turned golden. Take them, get out of here, and I'll hold them both. After saying these words, Vegeta's figure rose up and came to number 17. At the same time, Son Gohan was shot down by number 18 again, and Seiya roared and added up. Out of the corner of his eyes, he also saw Vegeta's state at the moment, and there were tears of sadness in his eyes. Prince Vegeta. With such an injury, even a god would not be able to survive. Sun Wufan, go, I'll hold him back, you and Ling Yi get out of here. With a roar, Seiya's voice entered the ears of Son Gohan, who wanted to rush forward again. Sun Wufan was immediately stunned, and then a figure came behind him. Follow me. Ling Yi stared at the backs of Vegeta and Seiya in the sky. At this moment, he seemed to understand what a Saiyan was. Glory, dignity, unyielding, maybe this is the real Saiyan. Yeah. The 2 loud roars came out almost at the same time, and the fierce energy in the sky burst out, and a large explosion began to spread. Sun Wufan's whole body was trembling, and the anger and sadness in his eyes were entangled at the same time, which made his mood at the moment extremely unspeakable. A hand pulled his right arm, causing him to react. Go away. Ling Yi said in a low voice, pulled hard, and the 2 of them rose up. Seeing that the 2 were trying to escape, number 17 and 18 clearly burst out with all their strength. Vegeta and Seiya's bodies suffered a huge blow in an instant, causing them to continuously spurt blood. However, at this most critical moment, Vegeta and Seiya, even if they die, will not let number 17 advance. In the end, Ling Yi took Sun Wufan to leave the place quickly, then hid his breath, ran from the ground, and escaped from here. Boom. There were flames in the sky, and the sound of explosions continued. The figure of Prince Vegeta was finally drowned in the flames of anger. Before dying, his face was full of unwillingness and nostalgia for the living. As for Seiya, he was lying in the ruins, breathing weakly. His arms were broken, and his legs were strangely twisted. Like Vegeta, he only had 1 breath left. Elder, let you down. In Seiya's heart, the great elder asked him to come here to save the earth, but he failed. With shame and loss, Seiya quietly closed his eyes. On the Realm King star, Yang Qing flicked with one hand, the picture on the crystal ball disappeared, his right fist clenched unknowingly, and a violent aura rose from him. His aura grew even more unknowingly, his hair turned golden, and then it stood upright, and golden lightnings began to surround him. In just a split second, the anger made him transform into the second stage of Super Saiyan without knowing it. Blue. At this moment, a figure resounded in his mind. It's their choice. Remember your identity. Yang Qing released his hands, closed his eyes tightly, nodded silently, and his golden hair returned to its original state. Indeed, this is Seiya's own choice. He chose to go to Earth, which means that his life may come to this point, which is unavoidable. Death is a process that every human being has to go through. However, Seiya has been by his side for so long after all. Yang Qing naturally couldn't let him disappear in front of his eyes like this, so the next moment, he opened his mouth to the void of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Lord Kaiwangshan, that child is my servant. Kaiwangshan didn't respond, but he didn't object either. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, and then he stepped out of the Tibetan Sutra pavilion. In just a flash, Yang Qing left Zhuang Shengsheng. Just after Yang Qing left, Jabus asked the Kaiwang god suspiciously. Lord Realm God, you won't let Qing leave Zhuang Shengsheng. The Realm King was sitting on the chair with a calm expression on his face. He just went to pick up the servants who were always with him. As long as it doesn't affect his promotion to the gods, then there is no serious problem. Jabus nodded, but he knew in his heart that it was Lord Kaiwangshan who released water. From this, it can also be seen that the King of God's heart attaches great importance to and favors Qing. On Earth, Lingyi finally returned to their wooden house with Sun Wuhan, who was covered in scars. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Gohan. When Chi-Chi saw Sun Gohan's appearance, she shouted in shock, and immediately ran out worried. She anxiously checked Sun Gohan's entire body, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she found that the latter was not in serious trouble. At this time, Bulma also came out. She walked very slowly, but she seemed very calm. Gohan. Boomer spoke up. Where's Vegeta? Sun Wufan's whole body was shocked, and the whole person seemed to be stunned. Chi-Chi also realized something at this time, and covered her mouth sadly. He's dead. In the end, it was Lingyi who said these 3 words in a cold voice. Trunks cried out with a, wow, and Sun Wuxian also cried. He lost his father since he was a child. Although Vegeta is strict, his relationship with Sun Wuxian is also very close and intimate. Only Boomer was calm, she just nodded. Oh, he's dead, so he fits his status as a Saiyan warrior. After saying this, Bulma turned and left, walking towards the wooden house. The scene was calm, Boomer looked calm, but everyone could see the shaking of her shoulders after she turned around. Sadness, at this moment, filled the scene and swept everyone's heart. After a long time, Sun Wufan clenched his fists and spoke to Lingyi. I want to get stronger, stronger. Chapter 734 The young Sun Wufan, the sparks in his eyes at this moment and the pursuit of strength made Lingyi's heart tremble. The young man in front of him, the thirst, desire, and pursuit of power, such a drive, is something Lingyi has never seen before. Suddenly, Lingyi made a decision. He wants to teach this young man well and do his best to make the young man in front of him stronger. The deaths of Vegeta and Saya put the warriors on the Earth side completely at a disadvantage. Even if Lingyi tried his best, he would not be able to defeat number 17 or 18, and in a short period of time, even he would not be able to advance again and have the power to defeat the enemy. I will help you. Taking a deep breath, Lingyi said seriously. Sun Wufan knelt down on one knee and solemnly bowed to his teacher. Lingyi silently watched the boy who was saluting earnestly, his heart trembled at this moment. Inexplicably, the dead Sia and Vegeta appeared in his mind, and the expressions, voices, and smiles of their backs to death kept appearing in front of his eyes. Earth, there is still hope. Looking at Sun Wufan and the 2 children in grief beside him, Lingyi suddenly thought in his heart. Time, we just need time. Silently, Lingyi looked up at the sky. Before he knew it, he had grown into a warrior. The high-spirited young man who challenged Wu Qingliu's entire martial arts gym had disappeared, and was replaced by a stable and powerful earth warrior. Master, what are your plans? Until now, Lingyi still couldn't understand Yang Qing's thoughts. Come to the earth, in the end is to save the earth, or something else. In the God realm, in the Yama Hall of the Northern Galaxy, a figure quietly appeared here. This figure was wearing a strange style of clothes. Standing there, he had an imposing manner, but the pressure was not heavy. He had a faint smile on his face, his feet were suspended on the ground, and he quietly stared at the front. The underworld guards who were present also saw this strange figure, but after being swept away by the latter, they stood still on the spot, and no longer had the courage to come forward and be held accountable. Strange, this guy is weird. This feeling appeared in everyone's heart. So, in this atmosphere, Yang Qing stood quietly in the busy underworld full of ghosts, watching the people working here. After people die, they have their own souls. The souls fly away from the original world and come to the underworld. The soul without the protection of the gods is just a light air. If the previous life cultivation base is strong and powerful, it can also maintain the state of the human body. Therefore, in this underworld, there are often strong people who make trouble after death, but in the end, they are ruthlessly suppressed by Yama and thrown into the 18th hell, or they can disperse their souls and turn into clouds again. Into the next reincarnation. Time flies by without knowing it. After Yang Qing stood in the underworld for about 3 days, a powerful aura suddenly appeared at the entrance of the peaceful soul transmission channel. At the same time, a majestic voice came over, full of domineering and fierce. "Who are you? Dare to arrest me?" Immediately afterwards, a powerful burst of energy rushed out, and countless underworld guards were lifted into the air and fell from here screaming. In an instant, the scene was chaotic, and countless souls screamed to escape, but were quickly stabilized by the guards. Yang Qing's eyes also turned. Looking at the entrance of the transmission channel, a smile appeared on his face. "Come on." Yan Luo was dozing off on the platform. He was shocked by this momentum and instantly woke up. He got up in a hazy mind and looked towards the passage. "Who is it? Dare to make trouble in the underworld?" I have to say that Yan Luo is tall, and with a loud roar, his aura is still quite terrifying. The strong wind swept through and scattered the floating clouds, and immediately let everyone see the scene at the entrance. I saw 2 figures, one short and the other tall, standing there with a grim look on their faces, with their arms around them. "I didn't expect to see you again after death." Among them, the slightly shorter figure looked at the tall man next to him and said, "Prince Vegeta, it's so nice to see you after you die." Seiya laughed. "Humph." Vegeta snorted coldly, looking forward. Seiya's eyes also turned, and they noticed at the same time that in front of him, an incomparably tall figure was striding forward. "Are you Saiyans? Don't make trouble here. If you die, just wait quietly for your reincarnation." Yan Luo came to the front of the 2 with a few big strides, and said with an incomparably majestic expression. Following his words, a great mental shock pressed down on the 2 of Vegeta. However, after a short while, Vegeta and Seiya raised their heads expressionlessly and looked at Yama coldly. "Who are you?" After Yan Luo was speechless, he was infuriated by the arrogance of the 2. In this underworld, there are still people who don't know him. "2 daring guys, I can't control you when you live, but when you die, it's under my control. This seat is the King Yama, who is in charge of the countless souls of the northern Milky Way, the dead souls of the heavens." Yan Luo said angrily. His anger caused the sky to change suddenly. The clouds were dense, the thunder and lightning were intertwined, and the power was awe-inspiring, and the countless guards on the side were shivering. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. King Yama. Never heard of it. Vegeta sneered and stretched out one hand. Boom. A slight sound came out, a ray of light suddenly appeared, and then with a ha sound, the Qigong wave rushed out of his hand and went straight to Yan Luo's face. Boom. After a breath, the Qigong wave exploded. Yan Luo was hit by the Qigong wave containing huge energy. His whole body swayed a few times and stepped back. This Qigong wave caused Yan Luo's head to be chaotic, causing confusion. "What Yama? Weak as scum." Vegeta sneered and took a few steps ahead, scaring the surrounding guards back again and again. There are often powerful cosmic powerhouses in the underworld who make troubles, but most of them can be suppressed by Yama, and it is rare to directly knock down Yama like this time. How dare you attack me? 18 levels of hell. You must go down to 18 levels of hell, and you will never turn over." After 3 breaths, the huge figure stood up again, with red clouds behind it, and a huge flame like the sun hanging behind its head. This is Yan Luo, the endless power. It means that his anger has exploded. Chapter 735 Divine Sword. Among the gods, Yan Luo's position is not the highest existence. He is higher than the planet gods, but he is below the realm king, and he is far worse than Yang Qing. However, after all, he is the king who commands the underworld. His fighting power may not be strong, but his other identity is a god. If it is a god, then the means he possesses will not only include his own combat power. Just like now, Yama stood up, majestic, and the majesty of a god spread far and wide. In an instant, the guards present were terrified. The suppression of low-level gods by high-level gods and gods is quite terrifying. And because of Yama's position, the suppression of these mortals in the state of the soul is even more terrifying. In just a moment, Vegeta and Saya felt this suppression, making their movement speed and the time of gathering chi seem to be much slower. After one breath, the King of Hell roared loudly. "Give me 18 levels of hell. You rascals! Making trouble in the underworld, such a crime can definitely only be redeemed by going down to the 18th floor of hell, and it will never be reborn, and it will never come to the world again." The underworld, the realm of the gods and the realm of mortals in the Pearl World are not in the same dimension. If you enter the 18th hell, then it is basically impossible to get out. Just after Yan Luo roared, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and then the crack expanded rapidly. This scene made Vegeta and Seiya's faces change drastically. They wanted to run away quickly, but after luck, they found themselves imprisoned by an invisible force, unable to move at all. What's the matter? The power of the gods is completely unknown to the two of them. The speed of the crack expansion was extremely fast. At the same time as it expanded, there was also suction. Vegeta and Seiya's figures were immediately pulled by this suction, and they fell down involuntarily. In Yama's territory, even if the two were extremely powerful, they were no match for Yama's divine skills. Just when half of their bodies had already fallen, a figure suddenly flashed past and came to the two of them. "Yan Luo, these two are still useful to me, and I hope you will show mercy." The voice with a chuckle came out, echoing in the field. Yan Luo was startled, then reacted and looked forward. Go to God." After seeing Yang Qing's face clearly, Yan Luo trembled all over. Compared to the last time, the divine power he felt in Yang Qing at this moment was stronger, and the faintly oppressive sense of power shocked him even more. This god is too powerful. In front of Yang Qing, Yan Luo has a lot of divinity, and a few steps can be omitted. The dimensions of the two are not the same level at all. Vegeta and Seiya's bodies were still falling downward. At this moment, Yang Qing stretched out his hand, the crack stopped, and the suction disappeared. After the two reacted, they immediately stabilized their bodies. Big Elder. When Vegeta and Saya saw Yang Qing, surprise flashed in their eyes. A few steps to the front of the two, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and then said softly, "Follow me." The two looked at each other, knowing that this was not the time to talk, and nodded silently. In front of Yang Qing, both of them are juniors. Seriously, although Yang Qing looks young, he is at least one round older than the two of them. Yang Qing, who looks in his 20s, is probably hundreds or thousands of years old if his actual age is included in the cultivation time in the space-time room. After nodding to Yan Luo, who lowered his head, Yang Qing flashed and disappeared here with the two of them. It was just a twist. When it reappeared, Yang Qing and the two had already arrived at Zhuang Shengxing. "Qing, there is one more person." As soon as Yang Qing appeared, a voice came from the side, making him turn back immediately. "Jades." With a smile on his face, Yang Qing said. "Well, you're back, Lord Kaiwang is waiting for you." Jabus watched Vegeta and Saya quietly, and said calmly. Nodding, Yang Qing motioned Vegeta and the two to stay here, then flew up and flew towards the Temple of the King. Passing through the deep corridor of the Zhuang Temple, Yang Qing saw the Zhuang God sitting on the chair at the moment. "Lord Realm God. Qing, there are some things that you shouldn't interfere in, and nothing will change," the Realm King said indifferently. Yang Qing was startled, then said, "I understand. I know you get it, and you didn't do anything out of line. Cultivation well, I have a bad feeling that maybe in the next few years, there will be a powerful enemy that we cannot face. This enemy is extremely powerful, and even if we do our best, I'm afraid it will be difficult to be his opponent." Zhuang Shen suddenly said solemnly, his eyebrows were full of worries about the future. "Who is the enemy? I haven't figured it out yet, but it's coming. By then, I hope, you can help me." Yang Qing didn't hesitate, just nodded and said, "Please rest assured, Lord Zhuangshan." "Well, let's go down to practice." The realm god waved his hand. Yang Qing turned around and was ready to leave. Just as he walked 10 steps. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Afterwards, Lord Zhuangshan's eyes flashed, and he suddenly remembered something. "Qing, Zhuangshengxing has a peerless sword. You try to swing it. If you can master this sword, it will have a great impact on your power." Helpful. Yang Qing was stunned, thinking of the broken long sword in the original book, from which the old god of the realm came out. Nodding, Yang Qing said that he knew. "Jabes knows the exact location of that sword, go ahead." After that, Yang Qing left the Zhuang temple, and he did not hesitate. After looking for Jabez, he went to the place where the sword was. About half an hour later, Yang Qing looked at the long sword that was hanging upright on the high platform in front of him. In the sun, it shone with sharp rays of light. According to the quality of this sword, it is indeed a rare sword. Moreover, this is the sword of the realm of the King of Gods, a real divine sword. Kicha was there, with fierce energy waving around him, as if just standing quietly, he could cut everything around him. This sword is a precious sword handed down by the gods of the real world, and it is a well-deserved divine sword in the realm of the gods. Jabes explained quietly on the side. "It's just, unfortunately, that countless years have passed, but no one can pull it up." Chapter 736 Hearing what Jabez said, Yang Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "No one ever pulls it up." "Yes, no one has ever pulled it out. Many generations of realm kings and gods have tried it, but this sword does not move at all." Jabes nodded affirmatively. "What if I could pull this sword?" Yang Qing said with a smile. "If you can draw this sword, it proves that you can control this sword, which will be of great help in future disasters," Jabes said in a low voice. Afterwards, he looked at Yang Qing's eager expression and said, "Come and try, Qing." "Sir Zhuangshan has tried countless times, but it doesn't work. Your hopes are very high." Yang Qing also really wanted to see the famous divine sword in the original book, so he was not polite. He flew towards the high platform, and in just one breath, he was already standing beside the divine sword. Feeling the sharp power of the divine sword rippling, Yang Qing's whole body trembled, the cells in his body trembled slightly, and the power surged out and gathered in his hand. Then, Yang Qing stretched out his right hand with a serious expression, suddenly exerting force, and clenched the hilt of the divine sword. At this moment, the fierce artistic conception on the divine sword suddenly intensified. The moment Yang Qing grabbed the hilt, he trembled suddenly, and then the sword god sank 3 inches downward again. Interesting. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, feeling that such a divine sword was indeed miraculous. Then, he suddenly exerted force again and lifted it upwards. However, Yang Qing's complexion changed slightly after a breath. The divine sword did not move at all. He was quite sure that he had exerted 70% of his strength. Such strength was huge enough to crush a mountain into shreds in an instant. However, this sword was still there, not even moving. Once again, Yang Qing began to gradually increase his strength. Buzzing. The moment the huge force gripped the hilt of the sword, even the surrounding air began to tremble. Jabes stared at Yang Qing's back above him tightly, watching his every move in his eyes. Can he do it? Can he draw this supreme sword? Looking at the still motionless divine sword, Jabes was deeply suspicious. The difficulty of this sword has been experienced by all the world kings and gods in all dynasties. No matter how hard you try, it doesn't move, as if you were rooted in this planet, no, in this space of the universe. On the high platform, Yang Qing's face became more serious. He began to hold the hilt of the sword with his other hand, and then exerted force with both hands. Buzzing. The surrounding ground began to tremble, and the air was filled with a dignified atmosphere. Step by step, Yang Qing condensed all the strength of his body between his hands, and moved towards the hilt of the sword. Boom. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted. Yang Qing entered the stage of Super Match 1. His strength increased in an instant, and even more powerful strength came out vigorously, accumulating on the hilt. Buzz. At this moment, the divine sword began to tremble slightly, and it was this tremor that caused Yang Qing's eyes to light up. Yes, as long as the strength is strong enough, this sword can move. Below, Jabiz's eyes first showed a shocked look, and then became excited. Yes, Qing can actually make this divine sword move, there is hope. It's possible, he could draw this sword. The divine sword, which the real-world kings and gods of all dynasties had no way to do, trembled when it reached Yang Qing. This undoubtedly indicates that Yang Qing is the most likely candidate to draw this sword at this moment. On the high platform, Yang Qing is improving his strength step by step. Super Saiyan 1 is not enough to pull this sword out completely. The golden arrogance burned, Yang Qing's hair began to stand up, and the momentum increased to a limit again, and golden lightning appeared around him, fluctuating violently. Crackling. The tiny golden arcs flickered constantly, making him feel like stepping out of thunder and lightning. Super Race 2. After entering the second stage, Yang Qing's strength swelled again. He clenched the hilt of the sword with both hands, and suddenly pulled it again. Chi chi chi. The harsh rubbing sound came out clearly, and the half-handled sword was pulled out directly from the high platform by Yang Qing. Crackling. A small arc flashed on the sword body, and an invisible suction force surged out, trying to pull the divine sword down again. However, at this moment, Yang Qing let out a loud roar. The cells in the whole body boiled violently. The blood flowed faster, and the meridians bulged high. Give me up. An incomparably huge force radiated from Yang Qing at this moment, producing an incomparably grand pulling force. Chi chi chi. The divine sword was rising towards the sky at a constant speed. This divine sword, which had been silent for countless years, was truly pulled up by Yang Qing at this moment. Ha! With a loud shout, Yang Qing gritted his teeth and pulled out. I have to admit that this divine sword is indeed very difficult to draw. Not only the attraction force that sinks deep into the ground, but also the weight of this divine sword. It was terrifyingly heavy. Holding this divine sword made him suspect that he really lifted a planet. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Where did this terrifying weight come from? Yang Qing had no idea. Huh. Suddenly, a silver streamer flickered, and the sword body of the divine sword was completely pulled out by Yang Qing, revealing a bright blade. Yang Qing was sweating profusely, holding a heavy sword in both hands. Crash. The high platform collapsed on its own after the divine sword was drawn. The heavy divine sword generates enormous gravity all the time, and Yang Qing has to spend a considerable amount of strength to maintain this sword. Slowly falling from the sky and landing on the ground, Yang Qing placed the divine sword on the ground. It's too heavy. Taking a deep breath, Yang Qing said with a sweaty face. In the original book, this sword consumed a considerable amount of physical strength of Sun Wuhan, who could already transform into Super Saiyan 2. When he got it into his hands and experienced it himself, he realized that this sword really lived up to its reputation. Hid Grandpa's peerless sword. Quietly looking at the divine sword lying quietly on the ground, Yang Qing's eyes flickered strangely. In the common plots in many novels in the past life, the old grandfather is hidden in the ring, and the old grandma is hidden in the jade pendant. Whenever such a plot appears, there is no doubt that the protagonist will hang up. At this time, there was a realm god who was unknown to many generations hidden in this divine sword. However, this old man is not a sign that I am going to hang up. With a sigh, Yang Qing began to think about how to deal with this sword. Chapter 737 Try. The handling of the divine sword is indeed a very important issue. In the original book, this divine sword, which was invincible in the mouth of the King of Kings, was cut in two by Sun Wufan when he was chopping a stone, and then he unblocked the old grandfather who had been sleeping for many years. Enormous power. Sun Gohan, who was reborn to gain power, has an extremely large power, and can fight against the Devil Boo 1v1. That power is indeed beyond the dimension. Even, it has surpassed Sun Wukong, who can transform into Super 3. The question now is whether Yang Qing wants to keep this divine sword like the original, or take it as his own after training. The first feeling when you hold the divine sword in your hand is that this sword does possess magical power. It is not only heavy as a mountain, but also has a strange power that can break everything on the blade. If you can thoroughly familiarize yourself with the weight of this divine sword and wield it as lightly as nothing, then your own combat power will undoubtedly improve a lot, as the Kaiwang god said. However, Yang Qing also had a concern. In the original book, this sword was broken, and even if I mastered this divine sword in the future, I don't know when it would break into 2 pieces. At that time, if the long sword suddenly breaks during the battle, it will be a huge mistake that cannot be ignored for the timing and for oneself. It may even directly affect his life. It seems that there is only one way. Shaking his head, Yang Qing was not disappointed. Breaking the divine sword and summoning the old realm god was actually a cost-effective plan. Compared with the current realm god, the old realm god sealed in divine sword obviously knows more and is older. Jabes was in shock all the time, looking at Yang Qing with shocking eyes. "Qing, you pulled out this divine sword. Tilda," he said in astonishment. "Well, this sword is very heavy." Yang Qing nodded, took another breath, bent down, and took the divine sword into his hand. Then, both hands grabbed the hilt of the sword and started waving it. The heavy divine sword was like a mountain range. Every time Yang Qing swung it, it took a lot of energy, but after that, his stamina quickly recovered through Jab's ability. In this process of one less and one more, Yang Qing's strength is also increasing rapidly. Familiarize yourself with mastering this sword first and improve yourself. Immediately, Yang Qing made a decision, and he turned his head and said to Jabes, "Jebbies, please stay by my side during this time and accompany me to practice." "Don't worry, Qing, leave it to me, you just need to practice hard," Jabez assured with a smile. Jabez was shocked and excited that Yang Qing could really wield this divine sword. According to this situation, in the future, the unknown danger, perhaps they have a little more confidence in their hands. On the other side of the mountain, there are 3 figures looking at this place calmly at the moment. The one in the front is the Kaio god, and behind him are Vegeta and Saya. Standing behind Kaiwang god, Vegeta and the others were sweating profusely at the moment, full of tension. This guy wearing the exact same clothes as the Great Elder has not done anything since he appeared, but in the face of this person, Vegeta and the 2 always have an indescribable fear and awe. This is due to the fear of low-level creatures for high-level creatures. If one day their dimensional level is the same as that of Kaiwang god, or their combat power exceeds Kaiwang god, then such awe will disappear. Of course, at this moment, Vegeta and Sia are still a certain degree from the level of Kaiwang god. He is very talented and I have a hunch that one day he will become the most powerful deity in this universe. Seeing Yang Qing pull up the divine sword, and then wave it continuously there, familiar with the divine sword, the Realm King suddenly sighed. Realm Kingshan's eyes were full of emotion. For so many generations, Zhuangshan has never had such a powerful reserve as Yang Qing. It is a good thing that the gods are powerful, but it is not a good thing. The specific influence depends on the thoughts of the gods themselves. However, after this period of assessment and observation, the Realm King felt that Yang Qing met all the rules of the Jia Wangshan. Wise, can see the situation, have talent, have a sense of justice in the heart, and don't interfere much with the creatures in the universe. Yang Qing has almost all of these points, but in fact, as long as 1 or 2 of them are satisfied, it is enough. Thankfully, until now, the Realm King God is really gratified. As soon as he turned around, the King God left here. For some reason, Vegeta and Saya followed Kaio Shen blankly and left as well. Here, only Yang Qing, who is sweating and training with the divine sword, and Jades, who is waiting for the former to regain her strength. With the cooperation of the 2, Yang Qing is making rapid progress. In just 1 short month, Yang Qing was able to use this divine sword with one hand. The power of its rapid progress made Jabez amazed every day. And the divine sword, which was probably mastered, also burst out with the light it should have. Swish! The divine sword was swung, and the air was split. It seemed that even the air was cut off, and it was obvious that the broken airflow could be seen. Swish! Yang Qing waved again, the divine sword flashed in the air, and the air showed several signs of being cut, and it was not until the 3 breaths that it slowly healed. Just in the original state, it can make space appear traces. Yang Qing's eyes lit up, holding the divine sword in one hand, carefully observing the sword. The smooth blade is like a natural one, and a deep blue light flashes on the blade, as if. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Cosmic Galaxy. This is a very beautiful and noble sword, and it is equally powerful. If you turn into a Super Saiyan, how powerful should this sword be? Qing, the body of this divine sword is extremely strong and hard. Even the most powerful and hard stone of the realm King Divine Star can be easily cut off. Jabez said with a smile at this time. Really? Yang Qing asked curiously. He had been using the divine sword for a month, and he naturally knew very well about this sword. That's right, he couldn't tell what material the blade itself was made of, but he could clearly feel the sharpness of the blade. For a while, Yang Qing was also a little bit eager to move. Where is the limit of this sword? Can such a sword really be cut in half by a stone? He didn't quite believe it himself. The more he knew about this divine sword, the more he knew its terrifying sharpness. Try it, Jabez said with a smile. Try it. Yang Qing affirmed. Chapter 738 _ Yang Qing did not believe that such a sharp sword would fall on a mere stone. Among the divine swords, an excited eye suddenly opened. Different from the outside world, this divine sword is a desolate world of its own. Countless sword shadows on the ground turned into grass, and an incomparably huge sword monument was erected there in the center, which was very majestic. At this moment, the old world king is staying here. He can perceive any actions outside, but he cannot transmit his thoughts to the outside. That kid is about to swing his sword. The little guy who has mastered the sword. Maybe, you can break my seal. With a wave of Jabez's hand, a huge stone with a radius of 10 meters appeared in the sky. Qing, it's this kind of stone. Try it. Can you cut him off? Yang Qing held the sword with one hand, and his eyes became sharp. With his right foot back, he assumed an attacking stance. It's just a stone. I don't believe it can break the sword. With his eyes fixed on the rapidly falling stone, Yang Qing's whole body was mobilized. Huh! The heavy stone fell rapidly, and at this moment, Yang Qing's footsteps were hard, and the whole person suddenly rushed straight up and flew towards the sky. While rushing towards the stone, Yang Qing's right-hand divine sword trembled slightly, and the preparation for the vertical split has been completed. The two quickly approached, and after a breath, Yang Qing blinked, and his right hand suddenly exerted force and slashed down. Open it for me. Huh! The speed of this vertical split is as fast as electric light. In an instant, the divine sword slid through the center of the stone. Yang Qing held the divine sword in his hand, and it was extremely clear that the divine sword had already slashed across the stones, so with a trembling of his hand, the divine sword swept across the streamer again. Horizontal split, vertical split, diagonal split. Repeating this 16 times, he brushed past the stone and slowly landed on the ground. The divine sword that was slashed by Yang Qing with the divine sword seemed to be frozen in the air, and it did not continue to fall. After a short pause, it shattered into 18 pieces with a crashing sound, and hit the ground heavily, picking up dust. No chipping. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and he focused his gaze on the divine sword in his hand. The divine sword used by him did not show any signs of shattering, and the sword god was still extremely smooth and intact. Just now, he clearly felt that cutting the stone was like cutting beans or rot, without the slightest barrier. The broken divine sword in Sun Wufan's hand was not damaged at all in his hand. How is it? Ching, I've said it before, the Realm King's divine sword is extremely sharp, and there is nothing he can't cut. Jabes walked over with a laugh. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he said with a light smile, Jebbies, give me a dozen more stones, I will try it. Jabes was stunned for a moment, thinking that Yang Qing was excited, and didn't say much, just waved his hand, and a stone suddenly appeared in the sky. Yang Qing's knees bent, and his whole body was lifted up. He swung the divine sword as if it was light and nothing, and he cut off more than a dozen stones with ease. What a fine sword! After falling to the ground, Yang Qing praised. The divine sword is not broken, and it is extremely sharp. Even the hardest things in the world seem to be able to cut through. In the world of divine sword, the old god of the realm looked at the outside world dazedly. How could it be? How could it not be broken? I have used all my strength to open the barrier in this sword. Why didn't it break? The old realm king murmured. The divine sword did not break, which was beyond his expectations. Just when Yang Qing was wielding the divine sword, the old realm king also gathered his own strength, surging towards the enchantment, trying to shatter the enchantment. Use the interaction force generated when Yang Qing's divine sword collides with the stone, as well as his own power to break the seal. As a result, the divine sword should have broken directly, and then he managed to escape. However, the sword is not broken. The seal is still there, and his plan has failed. What the hell is going on? The old realm king wondered to the extreme. At this moment, Yang Qing swung the long sword again. The old realm king's eyes lit up, and he broke the seal again, but he was disappointed again, the seal was still not opened, and he failed again. After this time, he understood why. Damn, this kid's strength is too clever, and his swordsmanship is too high. The interaction force when he used the force to collide with the stone just cancelled out, reducing the wear and tear of the divine sword to almost nothing. Maid, how am I going to get out like this? Damn boy. From the expectation of Yang Qing at the beginning, to the grit of hatred, it only took the old king less than a quarter of an hour. In the outside world, Yang Qing finally determined that it would not be so easy to break the divine sword. Although he didn't know the reason why it was different from the original book, it was a good thing, which meant that this divine sword was completely owned by him. With a smile on his face, Yang Qing was very happy. Next, he was completely familiar with this divine sword. It took him another half a month to master the divine sword and turn it into his own. The Realm King divine sword, which was unavailable to the realm gods of all dynasties, came to Yang Qing, but he really mastered it. At the same time, the scene on the earth has become vast. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In the hidden basement of a ruined city, Ling Yi looked at the three teenagers in front of him with a serious face, and gave instructions. Raise your arm a little more, Trunks. Wu Tian, your strength is too tight, relax a little more. The two people who heard Ling Yi speak quickly adjusted. Ling Yi nodded silently due to his flexible adaptability and reaction speed. Then, he turned his eyes to the Sun Gohan who was hovering cross-legged in the air. At this time, Sun Wufan's breath fluctuated continuously, and the sweat on his forehead quietly seeped out. This kind of cultivation method is obviously Piccolo's. Sun Gohan, who looks like a teenager, has grown a lot psychologically and maturely after the battle with Vegeta. At this moment, all he thinks in his mind is to become stronger, keep getting stronger, work hard to become stronger, strive for an early breakthrough, and defeat the two number 17 and 18. Gohan. He murmured softly, but he didn't know what to say to this extremely talented young man. Under the indoctrination of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, Sun Wuhan's foundation is undoubtedly very solid, his talent is also extremely good, and the depths of his body contain incomparably terrifying potential. He needs time. With a complicated sigh, Ling Yi understood in his heart. For a person like Sun Wuhan, as long as he doesn't die for a day, his future is impossible to guess. Chapter 739 Master. However, the other party obviously won't give them time. Thinking of this, Ling Yi's eyes became heavy, and it had been a while since Vegeta died. But during this period of time, they have changed 5 places. After killing those 2 people on the 17th and 18th, the pursuit of the others was obviously more urgent. On the way to change places, Ling Yi and Sun Wufan became the most powerful fighting forces, and every time they stood behind and resisted number 17 and number 8. Every time they were injured the most, and at this moment, Ling Yi had even broken one hand, and only one was still alive. His face was also full of haggard and vicissitudes. The pressure of the battle made the remaining few survive in torture every day. If time could be reversed, if Goku hadn't died. In the recent period of time, Boomer has said this every day, and everyone has been silent. If you can really go back to the past, then maybe all this can be saved. They also gradually discovered that Bulma has been fiddling with things they can't understand since these days. Mom said she was going to build a time machine, go back in time and save our world. Facing everyone's puzzled expressions, Trunks said solemnly. Everyone was stunned, then smiled and nodded. Everyone is working hard for the world, struggling to survive. At this moment on Earth, there is hardly a complete city, and all the cities have been destroyed by the 17th and 18th. There are ruins everywhere, and the surviving human beings are just hiding in silence, waiting for the appearance of the savior. But is there still hope in such an environment that borders on despair? Ling Yi retracted his eyes, not knowing what to feel. He is eager and looking forward to the rapid growth of these younger generations, but he has given up hope for himself. The long and uninterrupted battle has made him seriously injured. On the surface, he just broke an arm, but in fact, his injury has affected his origin, and the Earth has to work harder than Saiyans to become stronger. During this period of time, due to battles and injuries, the source of his talent has been severely traumatized. The pressure of the mind, the injury of the body, and the source of the damaged talent made his cultivation base unable to make any progress. On the contrary, Sun Wuhan, who was injured several times, recovered much faster than himself, and each time he recovered, he would improve further than before. With such a physique and talent, Ling Yi was speechless. Compared with the Saiyans, the Earthlings are really not only in terms of talent. In this way, the bloodline that becomes stronger and stronger is what a real fighting nation should have. He didn't, so Ling Yi also gave up. He put all his focus on the younger generation, hoping that they would become stronger quickly. As long as you can persist for 3 or 4 years, and wait for Gohan to grow up. Ling Yi thought so. Suddenly, his complexion changed slightly, and his eyes looked up in the air. Boom! A violent vibration suddenly came out, and dust rustled from the ceiling of the basement. The faces of everyone present were on one side, and Sun Wufan immediately woke up from the practice. Are they here, Master? He fell to the ground and asked quickly and solemnly. It's them. The androids have no breath, so it is difficult to sense them, but after fighting with each other for so long, Ling Yi, Sun Wufan and the others know very well about number 17 and 18. Hide your breath, don't be impulsive. Ling Yi said in a low voice. Sun Wufan nodded. It was not the first time that number 17 or 18 had found this place. He naturally knew how to deal with such a situation. Everyone stood quietly, and Trunks and Sun Wushan also quieted down and stopped cultivating. The Sun Wushan at this time was carved out of the same mold as the Monkey King when he was a child, so everyone also attached great importance to him. After about an hour, the shaking on the ground gradually diminished, and everyone relaxed. Every time the androids arrive, they will bomb first, mercilessly killing all the humans on the ground. Looks like they're gone. Sun Wufan said, and Ling Yi nodded. They have experienced such a scene many times. Afterwards, several people began to practice again. 3 days later, Sun Wufan, who was cultivating, suddenly changed his face and turned to look at Ling Yi who was behind him. Master. I feel it, hurry up. Quickly inform you Boomer and Kiki, and let them move. Ling Yi said loudly with an ugly face. Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Wuhan ran to the place where Bulma was at the fastest speed. "Mom, hurry up, the androids are chasing. You take Goten, Trunks, and leave first." Bulma's face was nervous, while Kiki's face was tense. The two quickly packed up their belongings. It only took about 2 minutes for the four of them to get on the small aircraft. "The two of us go out." Seeing that the four were ready, Ling Yi said solemnly to Sun Wufan. "Yeah." Sun Wufan looked back at the four of them and nodded. The two of them didn't pause for a while, and flew up and flew out towards the outside. The basement is unusually spacious. Before it was destroyed, it used to be a huge supermarket. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The two flew all the way along the ground and went straight up the stairs quickly. After 5 breaths, Sun Wuhan's expression became extremely sharp, and without warning, he directly rose into the sky and smashed the ceiling above his head with one punch. Boom! The ground cracked, the punch directly pierced the ground, and the figure of Sun Wuhan appeared on the ground. Just as he smashed the ground with one punch, number 17, who was standing at the entrance of the stairs and was about to go down step by step, stepped back and put on a smile. At the same time, Ling Yi also shattered the ground and stood in front of number 18. "Finally see you again," number 17 said lightly with a contemptuous smile. Sun Wufan didn't say a word. After taking a deep look at Ling Yi, the two nodded slightly. Then, they rose from the ground almost at the same time and rushed out in 2 directions. "This trick again." Number 17 smiled coldly, but did not rush to chase. "Leave this kid alone." After taking a look at Sun Wufan, number 17 and number 18 said a word, but they chased Ling Yi directly. In the hearts of the two, Ling Yi's threat to them was obviously higher than that of Sun Wufan. The speed of the four of them is very fast, but in the blink of an eye, they have already left here. Sun Wufan stabbed his head out, and it was not until 30 seconds later that he realized something, and his face changed. "It's broken, Master." Chapter 740 continue. He didn't feel a trace of breath behind him, which meant that the two androids didn't pursue him at all. Realizing that this time was different from the previous situation, Sun Wufan's face changed suddenly, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Turning his head abruptly, Sun Gohan returned to the place he had just come from. However, along the way, he didn't feel any breath of battle anymore. The ruined city was quiet, and number 17, 18 and Ling Yi had disappeared. Damn it! After all the calculations, Sun Wufan couldn't even count them, and those two guys gave up on themselves without hesitation. And this time, their target is their master Ling Yi. In other words, Ling Yi was the one who threatened the two of them the most. During the repeated battles, everyone was able to escape from the two people's arrest, most of which was because of Ling Yi's full strength in the 4 battles, and the power that erupted again and again was shocking. And in this battle again and again, Ling Yi's fear in the heart of number 17 and 8 became heavier and heavier. It is unimaginable that if Ling Yi goes further, he will successfully enter such a realm like Sun Wukong, and he can kill them in seconds with one punch and one kick. Unlike Sun Wukong, Ling Yi has no heart disease, and he will not suddenly die in battle. Where did they go? Where did they go? Sun Wufan was in a hurry. He looked around and sensed it carefully, but there was no breath of Ling Yi at all, which made him even more anxious, and the sweat on his forehead quickly seeped out. He couldn't imagine what kind of pressure he would face in the days to come without Ling Yi. And can he bear this pressure? 3 minutes later, there was still no information from Ling Yi, and Sun Wufan couldn't wait any longer. He flew up and came to Bulma and Chi-Chi's side with a heavy expression. Facing the relieved expressions of the two, and the eyes of the two younger brothers, Sun Wuhan did not say a word. Leave here and go to the next scheduled location. They made an escape plan in advance, and there were hundreds of escape points that had been prepared for a long time. Everyone gathered together, and then quickly flew high into the sky, leaving the city that had long been in ruins. On the way, Sun Wufan always paid attention to sensing Ling Yi's breath, but to his disappointment, there was none at all. Ling Yi seemed to have disappeared, and no further information appeared. On a mountain 200,000 miles away, Ling Yi stopped his flying body and looked back. Shoo, shoo. Soon, two piercing sounds tore apart the airflow, quickly reaching the top of his head, looking down at him with contempt and ridicule. What? Don't run away. Did you find yourself hopeless? Number 17 was condescending and said mockingly. Ling Yi's face was calm, his hands were one after the other, and he put on a fighting stance. Come on. With a swipe of his hands, a strange force field appeared under his feet, the force field collapsed, and a Taiji map was printed on the ground, and the yin and yang fishes were imprinted on it. Two contradictory forces enveloped Ling Yi's body, causing the air around him to twist slightly. It's such a strange force field again. Number 18 frowned. This kid is weirdly tight, and he is also strong. Number 17 said. But it doesn't matter, as long as today is over, he is just a corpse. In the past, it was all one-on-one, and number 17 was only able to suppress Ling Yi, but couldn't kill each other, but today, there are two of them, and it is more than enough to kill Ling Yi. What we need to pay attention to today is not to let him escape again. 18th also laughed. They're all confident. Today, here, take out this guy. On the ground, Ling Yi was waiting in a serious line, with a terrifyingly serious expression. He has a strong premonition that in today's battle, he may break through the limit again and enter the next realm, but he also has a feeling of fear. In today's battle, perhaps he will die here. Death. Or breakthrough. In the sky, number 17 and number 8 looked at each other and smiled cruelly. Then they swooped down. The two of them won't keep their hands this time, they will beat Ling Yi to death at the fastest speed. One left and one right, just in an instant, number 17 or 8 reached Ling Yi's head, and then punched out. Buzz. The powerful fist pressure enveloped the top of the head. Ling Yi's face was solemn, the right hand pulled, and the suction pulled out. In an instant, number 18's body trembled and moved forward an inch. Following this inch, her fists also dislocated and brushed against Ling Yi's face. The strong wind pressure cut his face, revealing a bloodstain. Turning slightly, Ling Yi turned his back to number 17, pulling with one hand. Repulsion burst forth. Number 17 seemed to bump into a wall, and his entire body froze, showing a sluggishness. It's this thing again. Number 17's face was cold and he didn't retreat at all, but he used his strength again and threw a punch towards the front. Crack. As if the sound of glass breaking sounded, Ling Yi's expression changed, and the repulsive field he radiated was actually smashed by a punch. Then this punch was swiped towards his face at an extremely fast speed. With the right foot as the axis, Ling Yi turned around quickly, and the yin-yang fish below also switched, changing the yin-yang force field. Then, Ling Yi also threw a punch. Bang! Quickly, their fists collided. But after a breath, Ling Yi's back is heart-piercing pain. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The powerful force spreads his whole body instantly, making his whole body roll out. You seem to have forgotten me. Number 18 said with a smile, his eyes full of teasing. After tumbling for nearly 100 meters, Ling Yi just stood up. At this time, he was injured with blood on the corner of his mouth. The yin and yang force field, possessing both gravitational and repulsive forces, is a big killer in battle. If it was an enemy with similar strength, he would have been played and applauded by him, but these two are too strong. In the face of anyone, Ling Yi needs to raise 200% of the spirit to fight. At this moment, the two of them together are very difficult to deal with. A random mistake can lead to death. You seem weaker than before. Doubt appeared on number 17's face, but there was a smile in his eyes. After thinking for a while, number 17 is the Tao again. I understand, you are injured, you are not a Saiyan after all, you are just a human. Ling Yi's eyes narrowed and his heart trembled, but his expression remained calm. Go on. He spoke lightly and calmly.